Welcome one and all here to the DPC. Division 2 action is going to kick off today as we witness more European action. And of course, today is going to mark pretty much the halfway point of our DPC tour, so you certainly do not want to miss a single second of the action tonight. Yet again, I'm going to be joined by Kezu, our German extraordinaire, and T-birthday! Happy 30th birthday, T-Panda. Hey, what's up?
Hey.
How you feeling, fam? And is today a good gift for you? Is this how you celebrated your 30th?
Oh, I mean, doing the first series here with some really good Dota, because the first series is probably, in my books, probably the most anticipated and most hype series according to results and according to pre-expectations. So I don't think I'd be anywhere else than here, to be honest. Happy to be here with you guys.
Hey. And of course, Kezu, you're back again. We ended off the other night together, witnessing exactly how things had been at the beginning of week number 2. It's only been a couple of days, but are you expecting any shakeups from the series that we saw last time going into today?
I think Water Rune enjoyers might have a better time today. I feel like they stepped it up throughout the, last couple of days, so we did see them. They're playing against Bald. I think that's a match they can win. Other than that, I think OT, they're my favorites for the day. I think going into the next match, I just want to see some good Dota, and they've honestly impressed me by far the most out of any team in this division.
I mean, speaking of how much they've impressed Kezu, if you didn't have a look, didn't have an opportunity to see what OT were doing in these games, let's have a recap of the first day of action that we had this week. And of course, OT were excellent. Water Rune enjoyers, I feel bad for them, Panda. They've had some difficult opposition, but it doesn't get any tougher than this. The level that OT were playing at, especially this new Bat Rider, what can you do? Like, this is just a lesson, I suppose, right? That's the only thing you can take away from it if you're on the side of Water Rune enjoyers.
Yeah, drafting-wise, they got themselves a very solid opener with the Rubik and the Bat Rider. They basically started building their draft very accordingly. Early Drow pick, forcing Water Rune enjoyers to kind of... I mean, they thought they had the advantage with the Techies pick, but then it definitely didn't feel like it. And when you go into game number 2, the expertise basically on the side of just OT's drafting has been phenomenal. Like, it is just marvelous to watch how they never seem to get cornered by their opponent's drafts. There might be a hero counter on their side, but they still find a workaround through it. So they've been exceptional with drafting and gameplay and execution. So this has been a really high team to watch.
Yep. One thing I loved especially about seeing this game number 2 was decision making. We heard from them in the interview that they were like, well, we can't fight after a certain point in time, this fight in particular. Let's just extend the game, just stretch it out. Shows a lot of discipline, Kezu, that you don't always get from these newly formed squads while they're still finding their feet. So it's a very good sign if this team does end up going to Div 1, that they won't end up being one of those, we get to Div 1 and immediately gets bounced back. It's, good signs for the future for a top tier team. Yeah,
I mean, they're able to adapt, and honestly, this game, from the ones I've seen, this was the most hype game. It had a lot of back and forth with like you guys remember the base race where they barely end up winning the game. Like if people didn't see this one, I think this is the one where you can go back to and watch it, not only to learn something, but also to be entertained. But yeah, I do think for OT moving forward, if they can just continue what they've been doing and like don't read too much into like your opponents, but rather they stay true to themselves, I think this team has a very bright future.
Certainly a bright future ahead. And here's the base race you were mentioning. What an end to the game. If you can see on the minimap, there's the Naga sign and there in our replay. The tough way to lose a game at the very end,
And he bought Deso. He bought Deso right there inside the enemy base.
Deso, this patch. It's crazy. But Panda, one of the things that Kezu just mentioned now about why OT looks so good is that they play their own brand of Dota. Unfortunately, Ancient Tribe haven't necessarily been in that milieu. We saw them taking on the D2 Hustlers. This series did end up going the distance, but it always felt like D2 Hustlers were the one setting the tempo, setting the pace of what this series and this game should look like overall. Is this something that you think Ancient Tribe will have been able to look back upon and try and fix before their next set of games?
Yeah, I think if you look at from the perspective of Ancient Tribe, we usually always highlight the losing team making mistakes here and there, but the mistakes that they're doing, I think they're somewhat easy to rectify if they happen early. So if they keep repeating the same kind of over-aggression plays, maybe like individual effort going above team play in particular moments, and keep repeating that from game to game, that's going to be very hard to kind of correct. But in the eyes of Ancient Tribe, I feel like the problems that they have in their decision-making and initiations, they are somewhat easy to fix at least.
One of these things that you can just look at quite easily. This game was really entertaining though. They did end up pushing D2 Hustlers to the max, and right now D2 Hustlers are technically at the top of the table, tied first with OT, so certainly it's no small feat to take even a game off of them. And honestly, the way this series was going, I had no idea until the very last minute exactly who was going to be winning. Even that third game, Kezu, despite the fact that it ended up going at the end pretty convincingly for D2 Hustlers, there were a couple of fights here and there you're like, I don't know. Things would still turn around in a heartbeat if there was just a little bit better or cleaner initiation or execution from Ancient Tribe. Of course, they're going to be in action here today. What do you think they will take away from this loss against D2 Hustlers going into their game later tonight?
I think these teams are actually all very, very close. Like, I think it just comes down to like who shows up a little bit more or who has like a slightly better idea in terms of drafting. But I think for Ancient Tribe, what to take away is maybe just to try and play this mid game a little more clean. And when I say that these teams are very close to each other, I really mean it. I feel like if one team has like 5 minutes of phenomenal play, that could just like allow them to win these games. But sometimes I just see this like a little bit of indecisiveness. Some teams tries to do roaster early when they can't, or they 5-man at the wrong time. So I think if you can look a little more together of when your timing is and when you're strong, and then using that like more, you know, more in a more powerful way rather than being passive, I think that's really what is going to push a lot of these teams forward if they can identify where and when to do it.
One thing that I really liked about yesterday was what happened after the DPC games, because I went to MTD's stream and he was playing with Dalai Lama, and then in the second game against Dalai Lama. But that one game when he had him in his team, he was singing Säkkijärven polka, which is like a classic polka song in Finland, and then just going rambling random Finnish words in game voice. And we were just laughing our asses off because it was just so hilarious. Like the personality is, and what Alex also talked about, like the team, like you don't want to be two-faced by this guy. That's what he is. He's crazy. He's psycho in a way, but that's just him as a character. That's just him as a person. He's funny.
Sometimes you just got to be that funny person, and of course in this game at the very end of the day, not necessarily funny, but good to see that WEU and Enjoyers were able to grab their first victory, you know, defeating the OD that Kezu had some very strong words about when he spoke to the Ivy team. You were like, I'm not about this life, don't pick it again. But to be fair, Kezu, to be fair, right? Every now and then you gotta whip out these new ideas. You can't always be the team following the meta. Sometimes you have to try and set it. And every time when you're being creative, you know, every now and then you're gonna have an idea that's a bit of a dud. So I can't fault them too much for going in that direction because they did still end up winning the series.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would agree with that. It's good to be. I think the best thing you can do is to try and find a good balance. But then again, it's hard to find this balance if you never try. So I do agree that, you know, you want to try it every now and then. I do think there's like a fine line. You know, sometimes you should know better that I think that was not the game to try OD. But I'm okay with teams trying things out and, you know, trying to be a little bit in their comfort. You have some hero specialists, sure, go for it. But I think this third game was, I don't know, that's snooze fest, maybe. Like explain it the best way, because I do think WEU and Enjoyers, they've done a lot better, and I think they've improved, especially on this day of, you know, where we can watch the highlights right now. But I think this game they played incredibly slow, and that's just like another thing. If you know your lineup is supposed to play fast, then try to execute it that way as well.
They still have a long way left in the tour itself. Regrettably, the rest of their journey will not include any hopes of getting to Division 1, as the 3 losses they have put them out of contention to get to that particular stage of promotion. But they can still try and just stick to the division. Ending 4-3 is still an acceptable way to keep your tour alive. And of course, there'll be an action later on today to make sure that that happens. Where things get really interesting, though, is the positions all above them, because they're the only team right now, Panda, that doesn't have hope of Div 1. Everybody else still has an opportunity. They still have a chance. And looking at the games that we're going to be having today, they're ending the day, WEU and Enjoyers taking on Team Bald Reborn. And Team Bald only on 2 losses, so the pressure's on them at this point, right? Because for WEU and Enjoyers, as long as we stick in the division, as long as we're improving and learning, we still have hope for the future. But for Bald, you know, I don't know. What do you think about that one? Given that we also know that they're not necessarily the team scrimming and practicing the most at this point in time. Do you think they'll have what it takes to still stay in the running to go to Div 1?
For Division 1, I mean, they've only played 2 series. They are 1-4 in map victories, so I guess you could theoretically say they can, but it's going to slip away if Water Rune Enjoyers pull off an upset. I think that's going to be like a very deciding factor for them. So looking at all the 3 series, not just the Bold versus Water Rune Enjoyers, these are all very close matchups that we're having throughout the day. Even the ATT Alliance series, super neck and neck, very close matchup for both of the teams. They both look to win it and feel like we can win this one. It's not like we should win this one. It's like we can win this one from the perspective of both teams. And starting off with the close qualifier teams going up against each other, which we've kind of predicted potentially to be the teams that just go all the way into Division 1. That could also mean if Manaspa takes the series victory against Ordu Thunders, then we might get a lot more teams basically running up and catching up to Ordu Thunders. If they go 4-0 today, it's going to be very difficult for the other teams because then we're only looking at one potential slot. It's only 4 series in, but it's starting to feel like today is a very decisive day.
Today is indeed a decisive day, and 4 wins brings them very close to the magic number of 6, which has in every single iteration of the DPC, except 3 times, guaranteed you promotion into Div 1, and those 3 times, of course, included tiebreakers. So getting closer and closer makes such a huge difference. Kezu, before we get into the draft itself, one thing that I noted that was quite interesting about these 2 squads is they have the same amount of hero width, 21 heroes picked on either side, but there's very few heroes that they share priority with. There's very different overlap, so they play heroes very different positions. They play, I think there's only 5 heroes that they share between the 2 of them that more than one player plays on the squad. So talk to me about this, right? When you know that your enemy opponent doesn't have wide diversity of heroes, but simultaneously doesn't share any heroes with you, does that change your perspective going into how you curate a draft for yourself and what you ban against the opponent?
I do think it makes it a bit more simple because it's not like, it doesn't make you feel like you're forced to pick heroes to ban it away from them, or at least you can't really do it since you're saying they don't share heroes, right? So you can't really pick heroes in order to take it away. So the best thing you can do is to stick to what you're comfortable with. So you just get all the heroes you want, and then at the specific times, like first phase bans, second phase bans, you try to target those exact heroes that they want in the next phase to like try and put them out of their comfort. I think that's probably the strategy that both teams are just going to be aiming to do with both their picks and bans.
All right, we're going to witness those picks and bans in order because we finally have a draft on our hands right now. Manaspa playing themselves on the Radiant side, Ooredoo Thunders on the Dire, and Manaspa have access to the second pick. So, first pick actually from Manaspa, and Ooredoo Thunders chose Dire side. You're not a fan, generally speaking, T-Panda, of this particular order of a Radiant first pick. Talk to me about what you think Manaspa is angling for by going for that, even though it's not generally as successful as having, say, Dire or second pick in general.
Manaspa favors Radiant. They have, I think, 86% Radiant ratio, which is the highest out of any other team in the division. So it's not like the alpha of NA Div 1, so we'll not go that far. But at least since they open up with the DP, which I was a bit surprised, do they go for the Treant Protector instead? Because Ooredoo Thunders, they also like the heroes of the Bat Rider, and you could say Leshrac Pango, so you'd at least have the overgrowth against them. But instead, they went for the DP, and now Living Armor makes Exorcism damage nerfed a little bit because of the high armor output. It just feels like heroes are near immortal when they have the Living Armor buff, so they need a bit of a workaround to it, hence the Primal Beast. And this could still be pretty much a flex pick on their side. They've played Desire is the guy who's been playing this one. That's Pos 4. So we could be seeing a Primal Beast to the off lane and try to shut down what Ooredoo Thunders want to bring to the safe lane. So heroes like Spectre are going to be struggling. Heroes like Ursa could be struggling as well. Drow, stuff like that. So they got to try to find themselves a durable safe lane duo where they can still keep the distance and be able to dish out damage. So Treant and Drow could potentially work, but Manaspa also will get similar openings with these two.
Let's see. On Ooredoo Thunders, Kezu, unfortunately, they've handed over the new Bat Rider. GG, well played. Enjoy life. No, I'm kidding. What do you want to see Ooredoo Thunders go into here in this next phase, having already banned some of the specialties from Manaspa? We don't have Tinker, we don't have Enigma, we don't have Slock. You like this Clockwork pick, and what do Manaspa have to do to try and shut down the new Bat Rider?
Yeah, so I do think the clock is nice just to give you a secondary engage. There's one thing that I want to see against these Bat Riders, especially picked in that slot. I want to see here people pick mid heroes that can contest it with a pos 4 that can play aggressive. So they already have a position 4, most likely for Desire, who can play this role where you can gank mid lane. So that's what I would like. And now you pair this up with an aggressive mid laner like Queen, Storm, maybe Puck. I mean, I'm surprised that there's no Queen of Pain banned. So first of all, I think when you have the DP bad matchup, you want to dodge that with DP. So most naturally, you would want to put this hero into the offlane. I also think they banned pretty nicely for that because this hero doesn't want to play into the Drow Rangers, into the Nature's Prophets. I think they're kind of setting up for it, but for Monaspa, the most important thing for me is to aggressively shut down this Bad Rider. I don't like the defensive options, you know, with some Oracle, Vengeful Spirit. I think the best way to do it is by being aggressive in the mid lane.
I like the idea of this Omni Knight for the extra fight back potential. You already have a support Primal Beast who can rotate to mid, help out with that quick charge into the trample damage. Kind of, you're taking a bit from the Firefly and the Napalm stacks, but at least you're dishing out damage backwards as well. And then you bring out the Omni Knight, which is going to help out a lot in team fight. His downside is his cast range. And having lockdown with Clockwork and Treant is definitely going to be difficult for him to position himself so that he's able to help out the cores. But OT are also aiming to just fully shut down, go for these so-called zoning fights, basically, where they want to push you away and not let this Omni Knight have an easy time because the cores are being targeted so heavily. So they get themselves some extra positioning and a bit of extra mobility. That means we're seeing an off-lane DP and a mid-Quap. And the Quap, we talked a lot about Quap being a good answer to the Bat Rider in the mid lane.
Seems pretty good here, having yourself the Queen of Pain. Good, decent matchup in the mid lane. Get some burst damage later on in the game as well. We don't see Omni Knight all that often, so it's going to be interesting to see how he actually functions in this game. I am also curious to see how Monaspa function with this Primal Beast, because this will be the first game that they played in the position 4. Pretty much every single time it's been Waiter that's played it in the off lane. What do you make of this lane here, Kezu? DP Primal Beast, does it feel strong to you?
It's a pretty good lane. I think you just like you have this body. You have. I would say it's like a very casual and chill lane. You're not like overly playing for kills, but rather for the. I think DP is gonna be okay, and most importantly, it's gonna allow the Primal Beast to rotate around, which is really what I want to see them play. The bad Queen matchup is already Queen favored. Now when you have the potential on Primal to come over, it can swing it even more. And in terms of Omni, I said before that I don't like the defensive capabilities that much against Bat, but I do think Bat with Omni Knight is very, Omni Knight with DP is very good, Omni with Queen is very good, and on top of that you're playing into Treant, so I really like the second phase picks by Monaspa in this phase actually. I think it's very unique, but it's very good.
And also having that Queen of Pain means that they can play a lot more aggressive in terms of extending, because you have Exorcism, which doesn't do a lot at level 6, or at least the level 1 XO, but you'd have a lot of magical damage that you can utilize early on and just focus on the tower, dive behind the tower. Quap also likes to make the early moves and kind of have that quick surprise burst damage. The shock and awe is what I would talk about when you see a co-op in a draft like this, is really trying to shut them down early and just get those quick pickoffs. So which they did not have before. Like you said, they don't necessarily have to play super aggressive in the lane with just the DP and the Primal, but once you get the co-op rotations in, it gets a lot better. And Shadow Fiend is a perfect target for it too. The downside is this hero still flash farms really well back into the game. So unless they're fully able to shut down the SF, there's still a Bat Rider to worry about. So they gotta kind of choose, do we focus more in mid, or do we focus more in the off lane? And what is our carry gonna be that sits into the picture?
I mean, there's also some potential, speaking of that, of the Shadow Fiend going into the safe lane or mid. Bat Rider could go mid or off lane, so Already Thunders, given that they have second pick, have the flexibility to keep it a secret until the very end of the draft. If it isn't, who would you rather play mid here, Kezu? If you are the Queen of Pain, if you're Already Thunders rather, who would you rather send into the Queen of Pain lane between the Bat Rider or the SF here?
I mean, in terms of matchup specifically, SF does do better there, but I think you kind of need to just put the Bad Rider mid in this draft. If he goes off lane, I think he's going to kind of suffer the same fate. He's going to be countered by the Omni Knight, and I think it slows down the tempo of the hero a lot. I think you just kind of need to accept it and hope that maybe the Clockwork can come help mid a bit, and same with the Treant in the mid lane. Because I think SF will be fine in the safe lane. You get a counter pick, last pick on your off laner, and then the only one struggling is probably your Bad Rider. But that's just life when you pick it that early and you don't ban Queen of Pain. I think that's something you're just going to have to deal with.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if this Bat Rider were to go off lane, I'd be a bit worried, because Omni Knight is really good on the 2v2s when Bat Rider is against you. So you do put it mid, and I haven't actually seen a recent Batrider on Twitter. He's played it last 2020 in an official, so I'm fairly confident this is going to be a mid pick, and we're looking for Wutu's hero to close out the draft on the side of Urdu Thunders. But like you said, they do get the counter at least to get to see what the matchup is going to be like. Monaspa, when you've already got like these high tempo heroes, Nande could potentially just aim for something that allows you to either contest Roshan and also look for those early objectives to kind of align when Exorcism is on cooldown. So I'd be happy if they picked up a Morphling here. They could even look for it. The Pudge is still in the pool too, which could be a pretty decent Pudge game, but I'm not sure if they want to go that route.
I think
there's a lot of BKB piecing disable.
Yeah, like the only problem with the morph is that it's banned. Don't worry, it happens to me
it is
too.
actually banned, right? Yeah.
Something I could see for them is Nakes. It's maybe a little awkward when you play into Treant, but I think he has a lot of frontline, and it gives you another layer of save against the Queen and the DP. I don't know if they're looking for something
Strength
how should we call it? Less counter-pickable, since they are, you know.
Oh, what?
What?
All right.
I'm genuinely surprised by this one.
Yeah, same.
I believe this should be our first Clinks hero that we've seen so far here in our DPC, and indeed it is. We haven't seen this Clinks emerge whatsoever.
It should be also in Div 1 because the hero was uncontested.
Like the entire tour, like wasn't touched whatsoever. So this might be one of the first Clinks that we're just getting in the DPC in general. Why, gentlemen? What do we make of this hero? Where's he going to fit? And yep, this is one of the first Clinks picks. What do we like about it? What don't we like about it? Where is it going? Or what does it do for the draft overall, T-Panda?
I mean, he's a decent farmer. He's pretty difficult to kill when he has his ulti up. You can look for lockdown on particular targets like the Gleipnir build up and having maybe a sheep stick at some point as well, so you can look for easy kills. There's a couple targets you can focus down, but the Clinks hero, it feels a bit weird in a sense. Like he's got great damage in the lane, but he's also very susceptible and doesn't really align with the Omni Knight idea that I had. But you did need a range core, so if you went for a straight-up melee hero here with the Omni Knight, I feel like you're going to be lacking a bit with the actual pick-off potential. Like, of course, you have the Quap and the burst damage, but then you're really solely relying on Wish doing all the work for you. So I guess the Clinks provides them with a bit of early damage, too.
All right, Kiz, what do you make of this last pick, Doxia? I know you're a fan of the hero in general.
Yeah.
Do you like how it's going to be matching up in this game? Do you like the lane partnership? And you and I have spoken a lot about the wall targets that you need to be finding from this Doxia. Are there viable ones that you see in this game?
I would say wall targets are okay. Nothing too crazy, if I can remember the heroes right. I think laning partner is great. You have the Clockwork. I do think this bottom lane is going to be a very high skill lane. Like, if they can win it with the Clock Darkseer against the Omni Clinks, it will set them up for a very good game. But I love Monaspa's second phase so much with this Omni Queen and the early pressure from Wish on this Queen of Pain with their Primal Beast that I think they've got what it takes in this game 1.
All right, let us see if that's actually what's going to happen. This game could not matter anymore because Monaspa trying to get to position 1 and at the same time OT trying to secure a stranglehold on this DPC. Let's see which one of them will be successful with this first game. And to bring us this action, we have OD, Pixel, and Fog. Take it away, please.
Thank you very much, Snare. Yes, Urdu Thunders versus Monaspa as we're getting ready to go into the action of this game 1. Folks, what do you make of these drafts? I got to be honest, for me, I'm looking at this, I'm feeling that Urdu's just got a lot of pretty solid, strong heroes right now in the patch, and Monaspa, they're trying something a bit, something that I've not seen other teams really doing with sort of the overall sort of configuration of their lineup. I mean, what do you make of this?
They picked Clinks, Owen.
Yeah?
Kezu just went with the Clinks. What the hell is he thinking? This hero's dead. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how this hero functions. This hero is... The reason I'm saying also is this hero just gets run over by almost everything, and there's a lot of heroes that just run on top of this hero in this game. There's a Bat, there's a Darkseer with Surge, there's a Clockwork, there's kind of all the gap close that makes this hero very difficult to play. I mean, I'm really worried. I gotta be honest. Like, I think Monaspa, they've got some kind of cool...
Oh, there we go. First blood for Mr. TA2000 on his... Shadow Fiend, this could be a tough one. I'm very excited to see how Monaspa sort of step up against Urdu. I think they do have it in them. We know Monaspa's a very solid team. But yeah, for anyone that's been missing the games from Urdu Thunder so far this season, they've been looking just on fire. They've not dropped a single game in any of the series. So it's going to be a challenge for Manaspa. And
Yeah,
they're playing into the challenge sort of with an interesting hand with the heroes we've got. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch this one.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You know, I really do want to highlight what I'm all saying about it because I'm with Kezu where I love the second phase of what they did.
Well, you like the Quap Omni.
Yeah, the Quap Omni versus the back, totally try to shut down Noob. But this is Noob, so I'm pretty sure he's played this matchup a ton of times. I know Quap can just dumpster most Bat Riders, but I think Noob, he's going to do all right. And I think if the Quap actually doesn't dumpster the Bat, the game becomes really awkward. I think Wish actually has to have a good game. Otherwise, I don't really see where the aggression from their draft comes from. You have to have pretty much your 4 Primal Beasts do everything for you, because the other lanes, like, we know what Death Prophet does. Death Prophet just plays her lane, goes for Greaves, pushes tower, can't really make rotations and stuff like that. Omni Knight is a hero that just sits behind a core and heals, so I feel like the whole game is relying on if Wish has a good game, and Spartan is just dead bottom, I think.
Oh, he's trying his best around the tree line here. Omar's chasing him down. Some good little jukes, but not enough to keep him alive.
Yeah.
Indeed, Wuta and Omar able to take him out of that bottom lane. I mean, all in all, you know, as you say, you're kind of worried about the vulnerability of the Clinks. Does that sort of begin from, like, the laning stage as well? Like, this is a lane where Nande will feel the heat?
You know, honestly, we're dating back to when I used to play. We have Darkseer versus Clinks, so in the past, we had this action happening top Fiori.
I think Desire should have the edge here, especially with the backup of Skylight. Yeah, Manaspa, they'll be able to get themselves their first kill on the board there, as Corey loses out in the trade.
Clinks used to be a counter pick versus Darkseer, so then I saw the Darkseer picked versus the Clinks. I thought that was kind of interesting. Things have changed, so now I think it's gone a little bit better for Darkseer versus this matchup because it's just about getting on top of Clinks, and Clinks has become a lot weaker, in my opinion, compared to what he once was. So I personally just like Orodu's draft across the board. I think so much is relying on if Wish has a good lane. And I mean, looking right now, Noob, I'm telling you, I think that he has played this matchup 1,000 times. So.
Yeah, I mean, I guess one of the benefits is the Quap. At least you shouldn't die. You always have that blink if things start to get a bit rough, but things will probably get rough and you're having to sort of spend your moments jumping away from the creep wave and such. Back up top, another bit of a battle here between Kaori and Desire. Looks like Desire should be able to walk away in time.
The other thing I wanted to touch on is I actually really like the last pick the Shadow Fiend pick for TA 2000. I think he's amazing on all of his ranged heroes, but I think this is one of those range safe laners that can actually pressure an offlaner like Death Prophet, where most heroes can't actually touch DP. This hero has the burst damage. You have the chase down if DP messes up. It's similar in the mid lane where, you know, SF kind of counters DP from there. It's similar as if you're inside safe lane. So
yeah. For sure. Anytime the Death Prophet wants to try and stand their ground, you know, if you get a couple of stacks of raises hitting, and then suddenly the Death Prophet really has to consider if they want to stick around and stay aggressive, because if they kind of make the miss cool, then they're going to end up dying in that trade. So for sure.
Mid lane starting to get a little bit better for Wish. You know, once you got 2 points in your dagger, but I mean, Noob held his own really hard during these first 4 waves. That I think he's going to be just fine. And I think enabling your Bat Rider, if a team is double counterpicking you, I mean, we'll see, of course, like what happens in the mid game and everything. But if they're like double counterpicking you and you're having this good of a lane right now, that kind of tells a big tale for me, for Noob.
Yeah. We'll see here. I mean, Noob just very much in full control of the wave.
Up top, Kaori looks to be dead again.
Now we'll try and run, but maybe see if we can get Corey up. No, won't be able to get the hit in. So indeed, dying a second time here. He's very much keeping the attention completely away, of course, from TA 2000. Bottom lane, Nande. He's skilled the Skeleton Walk to try and escape from this, but the Sentry's down, and they'll just chase him out. And with the damage of the Iron Shells, that's going to be him out of the lane.
Nicely done. I mean, he's still farming very well. He's got 18-4 last hits, but yeah, able to get on top of him. And I mean, Spartan, he's trying to keep the wave alive. He might end up dying for it, but you can see the idea of what he wants to do here. He's like, I need to protect this wave for my Clinks, but yeah, it's going to cost him his life.
Oh. He's got the very far on the stick charges. He's making them work for it.
Oh,
but
Nande.
Oh, no, Nande.
Oh, no.
Oh, he's caught in the cogs. I mean, Spartan's going to buy back. He has to. He's got to make sure Nande doesn't go down. Unfortunately enough, obviously, with the Skeleton Walk, they don't have any further detection. So Nande will live, but indeed Spartan having to expend the buyback. But I mean, we're seeing with the little things here, Spartan absolutely doing everything he can to try and make this lane better, as you say, sort of from giving up his life to hold the creeps out of the tower, so it'll be there for the Clinks as he comes back in. And as we saw, coming in with the buyback, just making sure that Nande is protected, because they cannot afford for Nande to die there.
I mean, if he misses like a full
That whole
double, like
double
almost
wave,
a triple
yeah.
wave, it would have been
Yeah.
disastrous. So yeah, good buyback from Spartan. They didn't actually skill vacuum. He went for the surge early, so didn't have that extra potential threat to get the kill. I think maybe if he had vacuum instead of surge, perhaps they could have gotten instead, but maybe they wouldn't have had the rundown. So whatever. Alrighty. Cool. And we're looking at mid. Yeah, Wish is starting to do a lot better. 3 points in dagger now. But he is going all... Ooh. He almost dies. Okay. Ooh. He is going all in on lane build.
On bottom.
Bottom again, Nande. Oh, boy.
I mean, Spartan as well. Oh, battery assault does come to an end.
They want him, though.
They
want blood.
do indeed want to keep diving here underneath the tower. They'll be able to sandwich him in, dominating for Wuta. It's, as we see on the CS, Nande, he's top last hits. 26 and 4. He's been cleaning up the CS, but the fact that Urdu Thunders are getting the kills out of this lane is going to feel very good for Wuta.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the dream. You usually don't see a Darkseer have a very successful lane. He's 4-0 and 2. He's level 5, so very good start for him. And there's a hero that can enable something like a Batrider quite hard with the Surge and with high-level points of Ion Shell. So Noob already having a good lane, and he's going to be able to transition to play with his supports. Maybe he'll just die here, actually.
I mean, he was definitely playing a bit cheeky there. Obviously wanted to hang around to try and get the 6-minute bounty for the refill. But it does make sure he backs off in time, knows that he can't push his luck and stick around with Desire and Skylark, ensuring that he doesn't get to make that play.
Nicely done from the two offlaners, kind of. They're not really shutting down TA2000 whatsoever. He's absolutely free farming, but at least they're able to slow down the bat a tiny bit. Maybe even Kaori in the mid lane if he steps up too far.
They will be able to charge over towards him. There'll be TPs coming in, but nothing to be done to save Corey. Very much tanking the death so far this game. 3 times he's died, sort of from top lane to mid lane. Obviously, if any of your heroes are going to die, this is the one you choose for it to be, your position 5.
Oh, they actually had the thing happen too with the catapult, where I believe it like hit somebody and dragged it, so the catapult actually ran into the tower and suicided rather than sticking with the wave. I love when that happens. As now Kaori again.
Oh, he has got Noob by his side. We'll see how much Wish and Spartan want to try and commit him for Corey, as indeed with the Batrider around, things get a bit more complicated. Desire, he wants to go for it. He charges in.
He got him.
Runs over Corey. Once again, getting taken out. There's maybe a few too many deaths at Manaspa. They'll be pretty happy just picking up these free kills on the tree every time he turns up into the mid lane at this pace.
Yeah, I like the way that they're just full committing for it, because I was going to mention, if you look at Wish's build, it's all about laning dominance and all about kills. It's not a farming build. 0 points in the Scream. So I think if they can ever jump in and go for these type of plays, it's going to be beneficial for him. And looking at the overall game for him, we talked a lot about just lane, how they counterpick the bat. He's not playing into the craziest amount of stuns, so Wish could really kind of pop off if he has a good next few moments.
So what Wish is able to commit him for him in Noob. Standing his ground against Desire. Yeah, it's got the backup of the team here, so they'll step towards the Primal Beast, but same to be said for Desire. Wish and Spartan by his side. He's able to retreat safely back to his half of the map. Omar's going to try and run down Spartan. So who's going to be able to get their hands on the DD rune? It will be Desire. He'll step down into the river to claim that one. TA2000 will start to get the razors stacked up onto Spartan. The heals are enough, and Spartan's back to safety. Omar and Corey, though, not quite as much. Desire, he's able to just run him over once more. Takes down Omar. He's looking for Corey. Trying to do his best to duke out the razors. Won't manage to do so. TA2000 able to take Desire down in time to ensure that this time Corey does not die to Desire.
How many heroes just showed up to the mid lane?
Everybody was there.
That was like everybody party.
Mid-laners, everything.
Yeah. TA2000 instantly pops Mango, goes back top, so not much time wasted from him. Shows up mid, gets a kill, goes straight back to his safe lane. Nicely done. Skylark now has 6, so probably looking to get some pressure toward the top lane. And Witter, I mean, level 7 on the Darkseer already. Arcane Boots plus double null. He's going to be off to a very good start. And having such early Ion Shell, it's going to pose kill threat onto heroes that maybe don't think that they're actually killable at this early stage. His bottom, Nande.
There's the back wall. Cogs down, sentries, dust as well. They've got full vision upon him. Nowhere for Nande to run. He's gone. Wuta picks up another.
It's like, I think as a Clinks there, you're probably like, guys, there's no way they can go on me. I'm 1500 HP. But they can. TA2000.
He's trying his best to stand his ground. There's not much he can do when they get on top of him. Sonic Wave cleans him up. So both teams losing the carries as each side makes sort of symmetrical moves. It'll be very, very close so far. 7 to 8, less than 1k gold difference.
Yeah, I'm loving it. Loving the aggression from both sides. I think yesterday we had a game with less kills at like the 30-minute mark.
We did, what was it, the Hustlers versus Ancient Tribe? Was it? Yeah, that was
Something like that.
A very slow-paced game. But this one, action straight from the off. You'll see Nande very close to having the Maelstrom done. Imagine what, overall we'll just be going for that typical, Maelstrom, Treads, Gleipnir, and then, depending on the state of the game, whether he can afford to get the Daedalus, the damage item, or if he needs something more defensive.
Yep. Standard Clinks. I don't think there's really... I don't think you can deviate on this hero.
No.
And we'll see if he gets a Grove Bow or not. And of course, the usual. Or a Brigands or whatever. One of the top-tier damage items is, Omar is doing so much work. Look at this Ion Shell. Yeah. Spartan's probably just dead here as well. He's getting TPs.
Ooh, yeah, he's got a rocket flare to throw out. Doesn't even need to get the kill. I mean, Manaspa, they'll make sure they clean up Omar in return. Wish and Desire come in. I will get the trade. Quick high five over to the tower on the way out from Omar.
Quick move top, Noob. We know how active he likes to play on his bat. Hasn't been able to find too much yet this game, 0-0-0. But he will be able to stop this push from coming out. So working on some Ancients, Nande. I think they had, a double stack prepared for him, so we'll be able to accelerate, catch back up to the SF. But all in all, okay, so Batrider, Noob is being effective now. Now we're affected now that we're seeing rotation's not really working out, has been slowed down because he can't actually sit in the mid lane, can't gank side lanes either. Now he has boots of travel though, so the farm should continue. But yeah, his net worth has been slowed down significantly from all the attention they put.
No, absolutely, yeah. And that's exactly how you need to play, right? And it was clear with their draft, they were really doing what they could to make sure that Noob doesn't have an easy game on the bat. So between the draft and the strategy so far from Manaspa, they've definitely managed to achieve a heavy slowdown on his opening to this game, Noob.
Trying to take down mid tower. They've got this catapult here. All about that emphasis of taking early tier 1s, playing versus Treant Protector, but level 3 armor. They're even... Okay, they're sending Skylark. They really want to try to get this tower. But catapult is going to drop.
And I mean, and for Urdu, how much do they care about this tower going down? I mean, for pretty much the entirety of the game, Wooch has been sat bottom. Will he head over towards the mid lane, or...?
I think so, yeah. You want to keep all your tier 1s alive when you have Trey.
Yeah.
I think they're going to bring... I think they probably want to just bring everyone.
I see, Wooch is starting to make his way back into his triangle, so in a close area, if does find the potential to head into that mid lane and help the team out.
Manaspa is smoked up, though. Scan comes out. They'll get on Noob.
They're going to look for him. You'll see Noob go straight for the TP out, but Desire comes crashing in. And Noob...
Back.
Woo, he's still ticking down to the dagger. Sonic Wave from Wish finds the angle, cleans him up. So, indeed, once again, Manaspa just doing a fantastic job of shutting down Noob's bat.
As soon as the Darkseer moved away, Wish now.
He blinked it aggressively. I think he sort of saw Omar there, felt that he could jump in for a bit of an aggressive play, but underestimated the fact that Wuta was right around the corner. Between the two of them, they had no struggle taking down that Quap, so a bit of an overstep there from Wish.
A little bit of maybe mixed communication coming out from Manaspa. Like, the first kill is good, and then I see Skylark. I think he's probably telling his team, hey guys, I'm Exorcism, I'm hitting mid. Where are you guys at? And then they go for the next kill too, so bit of a mistake there coming out from Manaspa. Definitely wanted to put a little more attention with their DP ult. Now it's a DP ult completely wasted. And yeah, this Darkseer, I mean, Wader's off to an unbelievable game, as we said. He's part of 9 of the kills, 7 going to his hand. He's going to have Greaves finished up super early. Yeah, that's going to be really nice for a Shadow Fiend lineup.
No, absolutely, yeah, some crazy timings here from Wuta.
He's already got, like, the reason also is, like, he's got so many levels. He's level 10, so he already has 3 points Surge, 2 points Vacuum. He's already pretty much fight ready.
So we can get set up around this bottom tower. Wish and Spartan are in position.
Okay.
See how heavy Urdu want to push in. There's definitely a chance that there's a few members of Manaspa down here. So I won't do anything too crazy. Wuta holds back and, as you say, just wants to get these Greaves done. It will be a very, very, very fast timing.
They are buying all the space in the world for Nande. And I'm waiting to see, we know what Clinks can do in pubs.
Sure.
I think we've all seen it a million times. Wait a second. Up top is Desire in trouble. He gets grabbed. But yeah, we've seen this, Clinks in pubs, the Gleipnir. You're able to just sit back and farm always. But versus a real team, let's see what's really going to happen. Because, as we mentioned, as the panel talked about, Zero was unpicked in Div 1. I think the only unpicked, unbanned hero, if I'm not mistaken.
That's pretty insane. And the thing is as well, I feel that, when you're playing Clinks, the thing you don't like, you want to be able to pop your Gleipnir, stand in position, get your strafe off. Urdu Thunders, they've got quite a few heroes that once they see where you are in the fight, as long as they're not all getting caught, somebody's going to be able to get on top of the Clinks and kind of stop you from being able to get that full strafe off. So it won't be easy for Nande this game, even when he has that first major item done.
For sure. And even like something like a support could even kill him, right? If Omar is Dion shelled and he gets a hook shot, like this Clinks could just die, as we saw earlier. You feel very tanky because you're like, oh, I'm Clinks with 1700 HP or whatever, but the damage that comes out from Ion Shell is very deceptive. But so far, very even, 11-10, both teams content. I think Manaspa probably wanting to get a little bit more pressure going because they just, if you look, the tier 1s are all full HP again already. They're not able to slow down this healing that's coming out from Kaori, and he's getting farmed. You know, we've seen this so much from these trees. They just sit in their safe lane, they just spam living armor, they get their shard, and they eventually get like blink refresher and stuff like that. So I think for Manaspa, they ideally want to try to put more emphasis to get this tower, but so far it's just not working. And this is buying a lot of time for TA2000. You know, the weak points of Shadow Fiend. They even get a hook shot. Skylark might be in trouble.
He's in a lot of trouble here. Easy kill here for the team. Ooh.
So yeah, I mean, this is like the window of the game where Shadow Fiend he's frail. He's weak in a lot of situations because you just don't have BKB and you can get killed, but...
It's in the mid. Oh,
Noob's alive.
Does catch Noob, but it's not enough damage to push him over the edge there. As now Urdu Thunders are ready to come in and try and find something in return as they'll run down Desire.
Iron Shell.
And Vacuum up on the cliff. He's going to opt for the TP out, but a couple of raises from TA2000 say no to his escape. As they get the kill, and TA2000 with this action that he's picking up very close towards that BKB now. Just about 1,000 gold to go. Top net worth on this SF. I mean, it's going to be a very solid BKB timing.
Yeah.
And at that point, when Manaspa bring these fights towards Urdu, and still at a stage where maybe Nande doesn't quite feel he's ready to turn up, it could be some tough team fight for Manaspa.
Absolutely. I mean, like I was mentioning, you know, the time that you want to take advantage of SF is pre-BKB because he's very fragile, easy to get on top of, etc. With BKB, and it's going to be so early too, that's going to cause huge problems. Their damage, they're not going to be able to focus fire him really hard. Yes, they do have ways, of course, to pierce through it with the Quap ult, with the Clinks damage, with the Death Prophet Exorcism and stuff like that, but he's got a pretty strong surrounding cast. He's going to be living armored. He's going to get grieved up with this BKB, so this Shadow Fiend could just stand his ground in most of these team fights. Manaspa finally will get that top tower, but it's taken them some time. And of course, there we go. There's the growth bow for Nande. You know, we expected it. Omar.
He could have some TPs coming in, but I mean, maybe Urdu Thunders could still find something in return. Corey starting off the action at the top. They get the vacuum onto the two of them. Wish just blinks out immediately. Still no overgrowth for a few seconds. So Corey not quite able to set up the fight that he may have hoped for with that position. You'll see Urdu Thunders now starting to back off Manaspa. The five of them pretty much just chasing them down. Seeing if they can get any catch on the retreat, but Noob, he's out with the Firefly and the rest of Urdu back underneath the tier 1 tower. They'll back off. Wish is going to continue diving in, has the DD. So wants to play aggressive, but quick burst to the Guardian Greaves. He just Wuta safe.
He just gave away the fact that there's a ward there, but they're still standing right on top of it.
They might still be able to get kills out of this. Wuta is going to get jumped. They are able to take down Wuta. They take down Corey. Buybacks are coming out. Urdu Thunders desperately want to punish this one. Wish gets caught in the cogs, but a Blink's back up. He's out of there. Desire grabs Noob with the Pulverize. Noob nearly dying underneath the tier 2. TA2000 in with the Requiem will catch the fear onto Spartan, so they'll get the Omni Knight. But not a bad bit of aggression there from Manaspa, getting him past the tower, as you say. Obviously letting them know that the vision was there, but they certainly made it pay off for them. You know, they get the kills, they force out a buyback from Kaori. They only end up losing, Spartan on the side of Manaspa. So some good classic Manaspa aggression hit.
And, I mean, Desire is going to look to be able to TP out. Yeah, he gets away. Okay, they finally get the ward. If they had a sentry actually earlier, they get the Clinks as well. They didn't have a sentry. I think the dust was popped early on Kaori or something like that, and the Clinks just doesn't get rooted. He actually was in AoE of Overgrowth, but no vision to get on top of him. So a big mistake there coming out for Urdu Thunders, and Manaspa, they capitalize. Don't get the tower, but they get some big kills.
Look at this now. Nande, Gleipnir's done. He's on the hunt for Noob.
Yeah, he's strong now. Growth bow puts Gleipnir. Timing is excellent.
Should be able to kill him in the combo here. That's the setup. In comes the damage. Ooh, good knockback with the Flame Break. Noob able to step to the side of the strafe his way back down into the jungle of Manaspa. Let's see the rest of Urdu getting aggressive onto Skyline. Caught him in the cogs. A few punches from TH2000, bringing him low. His
He's
team
alive.
himself alive with the siphon. In fact, he's going to be able to... Oh, finally dies there. TH2000 able to get the last hit in. Now with the BKB popped, he'll look towards Desire and Nande as well. Those two will be able to kite out to the side. So they lose Skylight, but they don't lose anything more there, Manaspa. Making sure, you know, they can cut their losses there.
Very back and forth.
Oh, mid. Wish and Spartan, they've gone in for this. Noob's going to try and stand his ground with the lasso, holding down Wish, but Nande's in for the side with the strafe. Wish, he's going to end up living. Oh, no! TO2000 in the last moment, but he may have given his life for that play. The Desire charging in, pulverized onto the SF. They get the cleanup. TO2000 down. That's a huge kill there for Manaspa. I mean, and Nande, he's getting involved in some nice action here. These are the last few fights where he's been able to turn up, sort of poke his head in, and get the damage done. He's going to be feeling pretty good about this. He'll start working on the BKB next himself.
He's getting to do Clinks things. The fights are happening, like, it happens bottom and then quickly happens in the mid lane, and he's already there. He was already prepared with his team skeleton walking over. Beautiful rotations from this Clinks.
Yeah, absolutely. And just the overall game plan, in the set. Oh, back in action in the mid.
Spartan.
Get the back in wall combo onto the two of them. Have they got the damage to take down Nande and Spartan? Desire, again, making sure that he keeps his teammates covered, charges in to try and take the attention away from his Clinks, and it's going to work. They're able to get the kill on Wuta. Noob also taking down the double damage on Nande. They're doing the work back to the tier 1 tower as well. Nande Clinks, it's certainly working, and overall, just Noob's back game, it's been shut down completely. He's just not able to do anything at all here with the way that Manaspa's playing.
They're just showing up too quick. They're fighting too frequently. It's Nande providing the damage, but it's Desire time and time again. These onslaughts, he's getting them perfectly on top of the three heroes.
This is some great Primal Beast stuff. I mean, we've seen this a few times from Manaspa with Desire.
Yeah.
You know, it's definitely a new one to sort of add to the list. With Desire, you kind of think of the Rubik's, the Earth Spirits. I think with the games we're seeing from him on Primal Beast, it's definitely going to be one of the top ones to watch out when he gets his hands on.
Are they going to finish it in time? They're getting very low.
Yeah. Can Eridu Thunders make the jump in time? Good
Nice
block from
block.
Desire. Gets in position, makes sure that the hook shot cannot be found. They're still in to try to get the fight here. They get the vacuum into the cogs, into that Requiem. A sweet little combo set up by Eridu Thunders, but they weren't quite able to do it in time before Roshan goes down. Nande gets the Aegis, and Desire dying in a perfect way there. Blocks the entrance to the pit, makes sure that the space is there for his teammates to finish the objective.
He's playing like a total beast on this Primal Beast every single time. Yeah, he's just there to get the connections. He reads the plays. Really nicely done. And now Noob, still no BKB. Nande's on the hunt.
He certainly is. Ooh, it's not. Oh, is it? Oh, it's close.
Almost.
Needed one more hit there.
Living Armor saves him.
It really
instant
does.
Living Armor coming out from Kaori. Protects versus most that physical. But this Clinks is a huge threat now. He can kind of go for solo kills all over the place. He's almost level 18.
Yeah, absolutely. With the fights, the kills that he's been picking up. Honestly, with sort of the lead that he has and the fact that he's got the Aegis, I wonder if he's sort of feeling like, oh, I shouldn't have gone the BKB, could have rushed the Daedalus, because he's getting away with it. They're just not quite able to kill him. I see there the odds at the moment, very much favouring Manaspa here from esportsbet.io. Understandable with how good Nande's Clinks is looking right now. And the fact that he is going the very safe route, BKB, if he wants to get it done. He's, just a few hundred gold away from it, being able to get that pickup.
Yeah, I'm loving it right now. And Spartan may have had his woes, his difficulties inside laning phase 1 and 5, but overall, his dispels have been on point. I like the build that he's gone for with his drums of just playing with the team. As bottom, hookshot not going to connect.
Well, Skylight's fine. Manaspa, they'll throw some tips back out the way of Eridu now.
They're feeling good. I mean, that's a lasso and a hookshot wasted.
And look at this top.
Not
they
getting
see
a kill.
TH2000 cleaning out the lane. And Desire, he's going to be able to get in. Pops the dust. Simonande quickly disposing of Corey with a strafe. And now looking for TH2000. TH2000 does get the Requiem off. Has he got a way out of this one? Desire, stick charges, and he's actually going to be able to live. He's going to try and hide in the trees. The Razors will find him. But TH2000 pops the BKB. Mask Command as well as he's trying to run for this. He's got the Shadow Blade up in a couple of seconds, but Sonic Wave Burst will get him low. Nande with the finishing blow. As Manaspa take down TH2000 and Nande, he's just getting kill after kill after kill.
The Clinks is 100% working right now. They've done so much to make space, and Nande is taking that space effectively. This is amazing. I mean, we're actually seeing a Clinks perhaps winning a game or working so far. Looking pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. And after a tough start, a couple of deaths in lane was very much sort of knocked out in terms of the XP gain that he would have hoped to get down there. We did see, of course, CS was very good.
Omar might just be dead here.
I don't know if he's got any way out of this one, Omar. Maybe some sort of hookshot TP play. Hookshot
Burn
on the
some mana.
cogs.
Okay, the mana burn might just be enough.
Yeah, I mean, Desire wants to try and find him, but indeed he will manage
okay.
to get out in time. That good defensive maneuvers there from Omar.
Okay. I mean, the Cog mana burn, Gleipnir ends up missing. Alrighty. Manaspa, though, you can feel how confident they are right now. Constantly on the prowl. This Klink's just leading the charge. I mean, he's giving so much information when he goes forward like this, just to let Desire get himself in position to go for these charges. All this is before the Primal Beast even has BKB. I thought Desire would have a much harder time versus Clockwork this game, but yeah, not the case whatsoever. And now they've got DP ult again. They're going for a tower. Blink and BKB is finished on Noob now. Perhaps now he can find some way to get back into the game, because yeah, he's 0, 3, and 4.
Yeah, you know, it's not a game where he's fed at all. It's just a game where he's just not been able to do anything.
Yeah.
Because of, you know, obviously, as Manaspa very much, you would imagine, have planned for this game, planned for this matchup. They would have known that Noob's bat would have been coming out. And so far, their way of sort of tackling the overall game state when Urdu Thunders want to play around Noob's bat, their answer to it's been very, very good. It's working out. They've got the edge so far.
Spartan caught a bit in no man's land here. His team is connecting.
Gonna get the ults off. See Noob commit here with the last solo dragon back into the Requiem, so we'll be able to blow up the Omni Knight. We'll turn towards Nande. Still got the Aegis, so he'll be able to burn through it. See if they can deal with him on round 2. This Wish jumping in, playing aggressive, looking towards Omar. Desire, he just comes crashing through them all.
They're rooted.
Omar will get the cogs out, but indeed the Overgrowth holding Desire into the tower, causes the death of the Primal Beast. And now Noob, he's in with the BKB. Nande, BKB comes to an end. He's been dusted up as well. Omar able to snipe him with the Rocket Flare. A very solid defense there from Urdu Thunders, as they're able to take a fight at a point where, you know, Manaspa probably felt stronger than they evidently were, with the fact that they had done so well with the last few pickoffs that Nande was getting, and the fact that Nande had the Aegis. But Urdu Thunders, they're able to deal with that. They take him down twice.
Triult. This is why, I mean, amongst, of course, the healing and everything like that, but he just roots the clock, or the Klinks the entire duration of his BKB. I think he also catches the Primal Beast. And TA2000, he just stood his ground and attacked the entire team fight. So, big opening there for them, and a bit over aggression getting punished. Manaspa still have to be careful about that, how they overextend. It's all about the Klinks' positioning, and he got a great Gleipnir initiation onto 3, but didn't have the follow-up. And yeah, then they just get on top of him. And now, big window, we do see TA2000. He's hit 20. So a huge damage spike going his way. Also finds a Titan Sliver, so even more damage. And soon to itemize for that Dispel. That's going to be amazing versus the GA, versus the Grace. So
And is this something that a lot of the safe lane SF's doing, where you just have the 3 points in raise and max out the stats?
There was a time when Pure, I think when Pure was the first one to do the SF, he would even, this was before they nerfed
2 points,
it.
right?
Yeah, but they nerfed it, right? They made it so you actually get like a bigger benefit from leveling it after he
So you want to get
that.
at least the 3, and then that's kind of up to debate whether you bother with the 4th point.
Yeah, I think 3 points is usually pretty, I mean, even the 4th point probably isn't bad, but it's just, you know, all about stats at this point. He switches the build, so it looks like he's going to go for a little bit more survivability. I wouldn't have hated the Nullifier, to be honest, but I think he's looking and he's like, you know what? I need some more positioning, and Scotty is amazing this game versus it's triple ranged core.
And I mean, just having the see if Nande can take down Nubin. Not quite. He's out. And just having that sort of force capability, the Hurricane Pike, it will save you against this Gleipnir Klinks, you know.
For sure,
just being able to slide out of the strafe combo, it makes a huge difference. Just being able to avoid that high amount of physical damage that he's lining you up for.
He's probably also just like, I might not have slots perhaps for Nullifier, because like it's too good of a Scotty game after Pike. Like it really is, like the 3 range cores, DP, the heals, etc. It's just way too damn good. All right, back to even on that net worth.
No, it's a good game, close game here, 23-23. I mean, as I said, I think so far, you know, Manaspa very much impressed in terms of kind of what we expected with regards to their draft. You know, they've definitely shown that they can make this Klinks work, and they're really giving Urdu Thunders a good run for their money. And you know, Urdu Thunders, of course, a team yet to drop a single game here, right, in this Division 2. So, and if anything with the games they've had, this is probably one of the closest ones that we've seen them be involved in.
Yeah,
very exciting stuff.
They've they've lost to Manaspa before. Actually, I think like 5 days ago, I believe it was in
Was
the
in
other tournament.
another tournament, right?
But they didn't lose in the series. They only lost 1 game. Spartan, he's found. Looking to be pretty dead. Big pickup there also for the Darkseer. We see the full Aghanims now. So Winter, they have an extra form of Disable now.
Radiant structures are fortified.
TA2000 switching it back and forth. I'm waiting to see which build he commits to. Because he has Nullifier requeued.
I mean,
they're both so good this game. I mean, the Scotty maybe has more arguments for the overall game, but the Nullifier just has the I click Nullifier on the target and they're dead. They can't GA, can't Grace, can't save them at all. So we'll see which one he full commits for.
Monday. He's going to look for a quick kill onto Corey, and with Desire's help, he'll get it. Does have to put the BKB, but Omar's able to get him with a hook shot. Hook shot follows up with a Cogs. They manage to trap Nande. That's Nande going down. See Wish try and turn the fight around with the Sonic Wave onto the three of them, but the Greaves have popped. The heels are there, and it's going to be Urdu Thunders that continue to press on strong, forcing back the rest of Manaspa. They're looking towards Skylark. Get the hit in here from the SF, but not quite enough to take him down still, though. That's them forcing back a Death Prophet that did pop the Exorcism.
Roshan
and
20.
Nande dying there. I mean, this is, sort of we mentioned earlier, one of the concerns with Clinks. You want to stand there in the fight. If Omar, for example, is able to find that angle, get him with the hook shot. It doesn't matter sort of how much farm you've got, or if you've got that BKB off. Suddenly you're panicking. You're caught by a hook shot. You're caught in the cogs, and next thing you know, one of these cores of Urdu Thunders is taking you down.
Yeah, they don't really have. Actually, looking at it,
have we got any forces?
They got no force stabs. Exactly.
Well, they have no force
stabs. No force stabs, and he doesn't have a Dragon Lance for himself either, so can't build toward it. Roche, it respawns.
I think that they're going to need to get something of the sorts, right? BKB is just not enough. They've got to be able to reposition this Clinks and get him out of, just get him away from these heroes that are jumping on top of him.
I agree. I mean, I'm looking at Spartan and I'm like, yeah, I can understand why he'd want Lotus and all these kind of little. The drums I'm fine with, but going for the Lotus, you've already countered the bat with your picks, right? So you want something else perhaps to save their Clinks, and he's just doubling down, tripling down even versus Bat Rider. That's going to be painful. And now a free shard for TA2000. This little mini fear, this little mini crit, it's painful. Nande.
I mean, bit of miscommunication there. Omar ends up hook shot and straight into the back.
They're on Nande.
TA2000. They get the lasso off. The BKB was there in time, but he's dragged back into the physical damage of TA2000. That's Nande gone again. 80 seconds without the Clinks. And for as strong as a mid-game as Nande was having on the Clinks, these deaths now, as the game goes on to sort of the post-30-minute mark, they hurt real bad.
I'm remembering why Clinks isn't... No, I'm just kidding. He just gets got on, right? 2 times. They have so many forms of just natural initiation to jump on him. I think right after I complimented Desire, he hasn't found a successful charge in.
Oh, no.
I've cursed the hell out of him, poor man. He had a perfect game. He got BKB, and now he hasn't been able to find anything. Or do. We've seen them do this a lot, though. They're really comfortable with their mid-game timings, and even though Noob has had a kind of rough game, he's found the clutch pickoffs. Even looking for more. Bottom, Desire. Looking for a solo kill, but might get gone on himself.
I'll put the BKB. But he's not getting away. He's not getting away. Urdu Thunders take him down.
Okay, cool. And TA2000, he's committed.
He's got the money for it, yeah.
It's going to be coming. I mean, I don't know how you play as Clinks now at this point. You're going to get nullified. Nothing's going to save you. I think Urdu Thunders have definitely found the solution and swinging across the map quickly. They're the ones playing so much faster now. Yeah,
they really are. They really are. They're definitely, for a game, I think it was 4 minutes ago, like 29 minutes in, it was like 23-23. Gold was basically even. These last few minutes, Urdu Thunders really managing to jump ahead. And definitely concerns regarding the Clinks and his ability to stay alive. It's a hero that you did sort of question, and as you said, we're seeing the reasons why. It's not easy. He gets jumped, he gets killed.
And now there's even a blink dagger on Tree. So they have the natural...
Someone else to jump him, yeah.
Everyone has a jump. Everyone has a way to get on top of this Clinks now, and to even pierce the BKB, of course.
And as you say, still no sort of itemization to help sort of distance him, allow him to reset in these fights if he does get jumped.
No, I think they just have to... Honestly, Desire just has to YOLO charge in with a BKB, force attention on him so that the Clinks can perhaps get an opportunity to stand his ground. Because, Nande now we're seeing massive weaknesses for this Clinks to protect himself, even with with an Omni Knight next to him.
There we go, Manaspa. Straight out with the smoke.
Radiant's courier
They're
has
going to move
Oridu's-
towards the pit. I mean, they know
so
what's
ready.
going on.
are under attack.
I mean, look at this SF. He's got Aegis. He's like, okay, come here. Breaks the smoke. Nande. He's spotted.
Ah, look at the hookshot. Omar, he's got 3 in the cogs. He's got 3 in the cogs. Omar
And they got
just
Nande.
gets to the back lines. He catches 3 in the cogs there. Gives the rest of his team all the space they need to take down Nande, take down Wish. And now it's just cleanup time for Uridu Thunder's Manaspa. They got to bail out of there. As Skylark, he's going to get found. Will pop the BKB. He may be able to live. He's pretty speedy.
He's high-fiving.
They are
TH2000's
going to
in.
try and chase him. They'll get the disarm off onto Tier 2000, but Tier 2000 surged in, closing in, diving in under the Tier 4s. Not enough damage to take down Skylark, though he will manage to escape. But what a fight there, and there's the man himself, Omar, getting the cogs out onto Desire. We'll see if we can see that again, but you don't see that often there. Beautiful hookshot cogs from Omar.
I mean, you literally couldn't ask for the better fight. They get the initiation on the Clinks and the Quap. They root post BKB. They lasso post BKB on the Quap, and 3 people are disabled by Clinks in the by a Clockwork in the meantime. I mean, literal picture perfect team fight.
And obviously after the back of that, especially without the buybacks being available here, they're short on the money. Wish and Nande, their base is just getting destroyed. Uridu Thunders, they take out 2 sets of racks. They're ready to look for the third.
And SF now, I mean, on basically level 25 with a full Satanic after this.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Oh, Manaspa. They'll be able to stop them at least for the last racks, but
Okay.
damage is significantly done.
I mean, I don't think Uridu wants to go anywhere.
I mean, TA2000 still has Aegis. He's like, okay, I'll just take out buildings.
And he's just living with the Megas, and Omar, he's in! And he's caught 2 again here in the cogs. The vacuum there from WEU to force him and Asper to pop these BKBs. They turn with the Sonic Wave. They'll burst through Tier 2000 at once. But he's going to be back for round 2. Omar does get taken out, so no clock for this fight anymore. Tier 2000 trying to stand his ground. Gets caught by the Heaven's Halberd. Disarm for now. Now
getting
they're
the
trying
Rex.
to get some sort of angle from the side, but in with the Overgrowth. A Guardian Angel comes out from Spartan, will allow them to back up, but Nande's been found! He was trying to get him from the side, but they have the vision upon him. They killed the Clinks. He's
GG.
gone for 80. GG is called. Uridu Thunders will take this game 1. It was a fun game. It was a close game until about sort of 8 minutes ago. But yeah, those last few moments, things just collapsed so quickly for Manaspa. They had a great mid-game, but it really was all downhill after that as Uridu Thunders once again here in sort of this win streak they're going on in this Division 2. They're able to close the game up, Fog.
Yeah, really nice. You could see Noob in his camera there. Definitely feeling a bit of that stress. I mean, a lot of emphasis was put on to shut down the bat this game,
Yep.
but he hit his timing. It took him a little bit of time, but as soon as the Blink BKB felt like it came out, he found those lasso targets, and I think the whole game swung completely right after that mid-team fight, right? When they catch Nande with Aegis, I think everything from there already do. They figured out exactly who to jump on. They got on the Clinks multiple team fights in a row with their 3 or 4 layers of jumping on him, and yeah, TA2000 is able to stick his ground, and the Shadow Fiend looking really good. Clinks overall looking better than I had anticipated, but
Sure.
I'm definitely still seeing the weaknesses of, when you have 3 or 4 different things getting on you, you don't have different ways to peel off. Game can be very difficult. You have to be able to stand your ground with Barrage, so nicely done from Uridu.
Absolutely. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 going to Uridu Thunders as, Manaspa tried their best. Solid mid-game, but all in all, unfortunately for the Clinks fans out there, Clinks not working out this time for Manaspa. But game 1, Uridu Thunders.
For the 7th time in a row, Uridu Thunders come away with the victory, and now they are really starting to look like one of these unbeatable teams. It looked, let's be honest, Kezu, at the beginning of the game, it looked a little bit shaky. Only really one lane was going like amazingly for them. The other one, it's okay. Mid, they were losing, not losing, but in the early portion of the game, Bat Rider was doing okay, had to spend a lot of money on the regen. They really did a first fine job of shutting down the new Bat Rider. This hero didn't have the game that we normally expect from this player.
Yeah, no, I think they really did. I think going back to the draft, they set themselves up pretty nicely, I think, to shut him down, not only in the lane, but then even when the lane was over, they brought heroes there. They rotated also to, steal the stacks from him to, slow down his game. But I guess as the game progressed, he just gets his items anyways. And then he hits that point eventually in the game. And I think for Manaspa, their heroes are just very I mean, I think they can definitely win this game, but their heroes are very volatile if you look at them. We all know Queen of Pain, you have 1-2 bad deaths, you can ruin your game. I think Klinks is definitely within the same boat, and I think they just made a few mistakes too many.
Another volatile hero is this Klinks that he's mentioning. I mean, to be fair, T-Panda, Fogged, he said it himself through gritted teeth that this Klinks hero didn't actually do as badly as he thought it would. It started off really well in the laning phase, you know, just getting the amount of farm that it needed. In the mid game, he looked so strong on Monday. What went wrong? Where did it all start to fall apart?
Yeah, the first Klinks in the 23 season, Monaspa, they were able to find objectives while dodging unnecessary aggression dives, and we kind of theory crafted on the idea that they could potentially dive under towers and look for aggression plays. But there's a very good defensive lineup on the side of OT, so you don't want to build up these huge gaps between the heroes when you have DPs and Primal Beasts and Klinks and the Omni Knight's cast range. You know, like that is something that they need to play around the hero. He needs to be somewhere nearby to help them out. OT, they always brought numbers, but 2 times they brought individual heroes one by one to save another hero, to save another hero, to save another hero, and it's just a classic chain feed in a sense. So Monaspa, they were already prepared to take all these fights. There was several times where all the Darkseer spells and the Requiem were just blown up on the DP and the Primal. Klinks was having a free game, to be honest. Like, Noob, it was very silent this game because he was shut down early by the Quap. His, like, already what Kezu mentioned there about being contested throughout this game. But man, Omar really popping off on this clockwork, just finding some fantastic jumps in, which kind of broke the whole game plan from Monaspa in several engagements where our backline is also damaged and our front line is in kind of shambles. And you put this Shadow Fiend on Surge. This guy can hit anyone, move in and out, and he's not contested at all. And Klinks is not good in these 5v5 fights. He's down to that one quick burst. That's pretty much the hero. You go for that one quick burst, but there's a lot of auras, the extra armor, the living armor, the Guardian Greaves, all that just compiling together, and this Klinks just doesn't kill anyone in the late portions of the game.
Yeah, and to make matters worse, KZ, they just started targeting this Klinks over and over and over again. And of course, we're talking about Omar now, the clockwork. I think he probably definitely deserves the MVP in this one. The amount of gold that he had relative to the amount of impact he had, pretty incredible. 81% kill participation, hooking all the right targets, usually Klinks towards the latter portion of the game. But let's talk about the Klinks' counterpart on the other team, TA2000 on the Shadow Fiend. Yet again, we see this guy have a phenomenal game. But to give context to how good this guy has been so far in the DPC, here's where he's number one, Kezu. He has the most GPM average, most XPM average, highest KDA average, highest loss hit average, highest lost heroes per minute average, highest hero damage per minute average, highest tower damage overall average, and the longest kill streak in the division so far.
You sold it to me. I think he's pretty good.
He's okay, right? He's pretty decent. Like, how are you supposed to stop this guy, knowing for a fact that Noob can have a shutdown game, but provided TA2000 is doing well, and he has Omar and a waiter behind him, this team feels like they'll always win regardless. Like, what is there any plan to try and deal with TA2000 the way they were able to draft against Noob specifically?
I mean, I think there's 2 ways you go about it. You can either A, try to shut him down in the lane, which is not always that easy to do, especially if they're second pick, because they'll wait for the counter matchup. Or you need to craft a lineup where even if this guy has free farm, it's not easy for him to specifically play team fights. So even if he's fat, it's hard for him to like use all this net worth that he does have. But I think this guy is very good. You see him like move around the map very naturally and then go back to his lane without really missing any farm. I think this happens when people really naturally understand how to farm around the map. You're naturally putting yourself close to where action may happen. So if it does happen, you're there, you pop out 2-3 raises and you're like, oh, I TP back top, I free farm. I think this guy does this very well, apart from also building amazing items. Like, this guy is probably, he's got to be the best carry player in any Division 2 right now.
Yeah, I would agree on that. Like, TA2000, there's something with these East European carry players when TA2000, if you think about VTune, for example, these guys have very good understanding of the type of build that they need for every game. Because last time TA2000, he played a spellcaster asset. So he went with Refresher, he had the Arcane Blink, and he always likes to go for the Silver Edge, which gives him the sustain of the, not only just the damage output, but you're already playing against another Invis hero in the game, so they play around the D-warding, basically. So you have to find the Klinks. We want to have priority on our hero as well, so might as well just go for another Invis item to add on top of that. There's no need for a Daedalus when Silver Edge already kind of does the job for them too. And just, I really, really like watching TA2000 right now. I think I totally agree with Kezu. He's probably the best carry player we have here in Division 2.
I might go even further and say he's probably one of the best players that we have so far in Division 2, but there's still a long time to go to see if that's going to cash out. And speaking of itemization, the one thing I do want to see different from Manaspa, when you're playing against Clockwork, please buy more 4-staffs, boys. It's a very good item. Please get it in your team as soon as humanly possible. With that though, we are going to be giving Manaspa a little bit of breathing room to try and construct a bit of a better draft going into game number 2 and hope that we get pushed to a game 3, which could be the decider for these first 2 positions. Of course, throughout the game itself, you probably saw these odds shifting to and fro, many times in favor of the side here of the Ooredoo Thunders, and those odds were brought to you by esportsbet.io. And one of the exciting things that esportsbet.io is doing is, outside of simply launching a watch to earn platform, a really cool thing is that your first bet up to $100 is going to be backed by the company itself for $100 worth of crypto in USDT. So in the event that the bet goes south, in the event that you lose, in the event that you believed in clicks for some reason, Kezu, then it's all going to come back. It'll all be okay. Your first bet is floated by the company. So if you are a Western Europe or NA DPC fan, please get involved so that you know for a fact that your first bet is going to be risk-free. So get involved, place these bets, and make sure that you are involved in supporting the DPC teams that we love to watch and enjoy. With that, we are going to be taking a very small break, and when we return, Manaspa versus the Ooredoo Thunders in another game, game 2. Hopefully it goes to a game 3, but we'll find out very shortly. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you soon.
So right now,
I'll go here.
I have an ulti on me.
Yeah.
I see him. Just have 3 seconds.
He tanked Darkseer, he tanked Darkseer. We killed Darkseer. I mean,
What?
Links. I will search you. Or
Son. عامله؟
running on me. هساعدك.
لك بعمل؟
20 seconds, so go.
he's so fucking fast.
Go. Okay. Just push.
عندك.
Welcome one and all to game number 2 here of Manaspa versus the Ooredoo Thunders. This game could really determine who ends up being in Division 1 at the end of this tour. And so far, OT are continuing their streak of dominance, 7 games on the bounce without a single dropped map. They're looking pretty fresh. These odds, I'll admit, I think are a little bit disrespectful towards Manaspa, but nonetheless, it's been a very good going for them. One of the things that it has been good for here, Panda, and that I find very interesting, we spoke earlier about how these teams don't have that much width in their hero pools. However, that's different when it comes to their carry players. Both Nande, as well as on the other side, TA2000, have the most versatile picks throughout their team, both of them having played 6 and 5 unique heroes respectively at this point. It's kind of interesting, right, that all the diversity is very top heavy in the one position, and everybody else beneath them is just playing the same heroes over and over and over again. What do you think it is that leads to that dynamic being the case between these two squads?
Generally, looking at the hero pools, like the versatility for sure is still there. Like they're going for the meta. Like I think when we looked at Division 1 North America, at least we talked a lot about teams like to repeat the best heroes that are available and not go to these very special, very comfort-like picks where they're already like in the meta. So they wouldn't kind of divert outside of that. I'm looking at TA2000. He's in his last 25 official games, he's 20-5. The heroes he's lost with are Ricky, Gyrocopter, twice on TV, and once on Lina. But he's won like 5 times on Morphling, 3 times on Naga, 3 times on Drow, Slarks. He's also going to win on Lina. All the heroes that he's basically been playing and had success with are heroes that everybody is playing right now. So don't need to divert to anything super, super special because, you know, if it's not broken, no need to fix it.
Well, we're going to be seeing if there's going to be any fixes and adjustments being made in the draft as we do get into the Game 2 version of this. Ooredoo Thunders, they are going to be playing on the Radiant side, having access to the second pick as well, erstwhile Manaspa are on the Dire with first pick. This is an interesting opener here, Kezu. Like, Death Prophet Viper, lots of green disgustingness coming very early on from the side of Manaspa.
It looks disgusting, and I can tell you that it has a lot of flaws. These heroes are very slow around the map, very stationary. I don't like first phases that much, where I think heroes don't complement each other that well. I mean, that just makes sense if you listen to it. Because the thing is, like, what do they really do for each other? They don't really protect each other. Viper is very slow, and they also share a lot of counters. So I do think if they don't ban properly, I mean, maybe even if they do, I think Ooredoo Thunder should have a pretty solid second stage. I do think that they want to like answer this Leshrac in a really strong manner by maybe just putting the Viper mid, but I think Ooredoo, they have second pick. They can put the Lesh away from this hero later down the line.
The way you're talking about Manaspa's draft, they're not able to protect each other's. They're very sickly. They're very slow. Are we talking about some kind of plague draft?
Yeah, we really are.
Young plague draft coming in. One of the things that we do see here, I think the only other squad so far in the DPC that has gone in for this first phase Viper, it was, no, Hustlers went to second phase. They went second phase. They didn't even pick this up in the first phase. So I don't know about this. We saw this in NA. It didn't necessarily work out. Panda, what do you make of this opening with the Viper DP? And I don't even have to talk about Leshrac Rubik, right? That just seems like it's good stuff. Followed with the clockwork. Now they have versatility for this Leshrac. Yay! How does Manaspa win this game? Because I'll be honest, I'm with Kezu on this one. This feels a little bit wonky, a little bit too static, given how they need to be playing up against Ooredoo Thunders.
I mean, you have some zoning tools now with the Disruptor, which definitely helps out since the Rubik and the Clockwork are already on the field, but you're lacking stuns on this lineup. You're going to see heroes basically TP out. If Disruptor's not going to be around, you're going to need a lot of Atoses being built up in the team. Hence, are they going to play a carry Viper, which is the idea I'm looking at, go Gleipnir on this hero to get themselves a bit of extra catch and just have that burst damage on your side. That could be a thing that Manaspa's looking for, but that's 2 games in a row with a very untraditional carry pick, and I'm not fully sold on the idea. You can win the lane. You don't even know what your matchup is, though. Since Ooredoo Thunders, they could just put Noob with the Leshrac into mid. I don't think TA2000, like, he plays these raw physical damage dealers most of the time. So we're going to be playing something completely different, I think, and just avoid getting this Viper in his lane. And he also has to account to that. Like, this could still be an off-lane Viper, and he doesn't want to lose the lane to it.
Let's talk about the OT draft a little bit here, Kezu. Things look very Alliance-y, if I'm honest. Alliance has played this exact same draft before. Normally, they would go for Centaur and then a different hero in the safe lane. What's your read on where this Leshrac is going, and what should they be picking up here just before this drafting phase ends?
I think you have a couple of very strong picks. I think anything that helps you split the map up a little bit or has the option to run at Manaspa, I think it's very good. Like, in terms of an offlane hero, I think this is an insanely free liking game. It gives you more vision, it splits the map. Every Manaspa hero hates it. I think in terms of carries, I think you could look at Naga, Siren, TB. They all have very good timings against Viper, DP in the game. They also make it even harder for the Manaspa lineup to ever group up because you push out waves with the Naga Illus, with the TB illusions. It depends a bit how much they want to ultimately end up flexing the Lesh. Like, if you want to flex it one more, I think you just take some casual like in here in the offlane. Nature's Prophet is banned. That could have been another option. But I think here for Ooredoo, they can't really go that wrong with their picks as long as they can play the map.
Let's see. The option for them is going to be the Shadow Fiend. All right. TA2000 is going to flex his muscles on the Shadow Fiend again. This does consign Noob to playing this Leshrac in the mid lane. I mean, it's Leshrac mid. He's played this before to some success, so it's not going to be the scariest thing in the world for Ooredoo Thunders to go for this. There's a lot of magic damage. There's a nice mix of physical damage. There's BKB piercing, ways to start fights as well. This draft is looking very cohesive here, Panda, on the side of Ooredoo Thunders. And it also gives them something I know that you like a lot is objective take. And they have tons of that available between their two cores. Monaspa, I don't know. It still doesn't feel like it's all coordinating just yet. Who do you want to see here since they have the 23 pick that's going to help them make the draft more cohesive and crucially help them fight against Ooredoo Thunders?
For the side of Monaspa, I mean,
Yes,
they brought up the Primal Beast to get a bit of extra control. There's the stun that we also needed, a hero that's able to fight early with this Death Prophet like we've already seen. And Disruptor doesn't necessarily fit that well into that particular picture, but you're again looking at a lot of pick-off potential and pick-off power for the side of Monaspa. If they can push down objectives early with Viper looking to win his lane, right now it's against the Shadow Fiend though, if that's a 3 Viper and a carry Shadow Fiend. So SF is actually happy with the matchup versus the Viper. Like, you want to have these range cores. The snipers, the SFs are the heroes that you usually pick against the Vipers. So Monaspa still figuring out, do we want to flex around this hero? They could just go carry Viper and get themselves an offlaner that works, but I don't feel too comfortable with what they have right now. In terms of a hero pick that they need, I don't know. Dawnbreaker, I was waiting for that instead of the Clinks in game number 1, and that would provide them with another frontlining core. I think they need that melee core.
Jesus.
It's going to be PA. Okay, so...
Damn.
Kizu, help.
I thought they would maybe go like for some... I suggested that last game, but I think Nates could have worked well. Again, I think if you're Monaspa, you need a hero where you really double down on your like minute 15 to 25 to... like furthermore enable your Disruptor to run at them, Primal Beast running at them, Viper, DP, same story. I think PA is an incredibly volatile hero, once again, like from this picking stage. Their bans are okay, but I think, again, if you're Ooredoo, I feel like it's you might just kind of have a field day with whatever you want here. You're not going to be like too scared of this like PA pick.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow Fiend is likely just by Silver Age anyway. PA has only enjoyed 1 win throughout the entire DPC. And, hey, Kizu smiling ear to ear because we get a Tide Hunter pick to round out the draft for Ooredoo Thunders. All right, T-Panda, you're also an offlane enjoyer. So tell me about the Tide Hunter. How does Waiter play this game to go to victory for the side of Ooredoo Thunders? And what does it do overall for their lineup?
Great lane, a lot of burst damage with the Gush and the Fate Bolt to take down Nande. They can definitely contest this PA. PA is going to have a bit of difficulties with just no free CS, so technically in this lane. They can get a lot of experience out of the lane. Tidehunter can just build into extra armor for the team with the Guardian Greaves meta, which could also work out nicely. They have a very solid draft on the side of OT. I don't see Monaspa having a free game at all. Like, if last game was difficult in terms of stretching it from the mid game to the late game where you had the Clinks carry, you're going to need an early Battle Fury timer on the PA, which you're not going to get against the Tidehunter in the lane.
Okay, so quickly on your paycheck, tell me how this PA does win the game. How does it ride the margins in favor of victory for the side of the Monaspa here?
Honestly, they need to snowball really hard. Monaspa need to win their lanes harder than they're supposed to, and then they need to ride that wave, because otherwise I think this game is just OT favored all the way.
So not much confidence in my panel from this four Monaspa's draft here. Let us hope that my casters give me a bit more hopium. So let us go over to OD Copium and Fogged. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Snare. Yeah, well, we'll see what we can do here. I mean, Fog, what do you sort of make of Monaspa's draft? Is there something that you can see that maybe the panelists didn't in regards to with what they're going to be able to do this game, or are you still kind of concerned once again here against the strength that Ooredoo Thunders have come out with?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I hate the opener. The DP Viper, I think this just, like Kezu was saying, I think it just provides a lot of weakness into the rest of like the way that you have to set up your draft. I do like a little better that they have more aggressive, like they have Spartan on a Disruptor, which can be some more of aggressive a support, but I don't know. I don't really like the overall looks of their draft in comparison to OT. OT's got a very standard, really well-rounded draft that it scales at all timings, so let's see how the early fights kick off.
I was going to say, we're already getting a fight kicking off here. 5-on-5, Desire just trampling over the two of them, and they'll be the first to get the kill. Monaspa able to take down TA2000. They'll lose Skylark. Desire in return, and they'll also lose Skylark. It's 2-for-1 here, favoring Ooredoo Thunder so far. See if either side can get more. They're bringing Wooter down low. Nande's thinking about stepping back in. They've got the Thunderstrike thrown down onto the Tide. Corey's making sure that Nande can't quite get over towards the Tide to finish him off. There's the stun from Noob, as indeed Spartan also zapped down a third kill. Nande's trying to get back to the safety of his tower. He's got the Fairy Fire popped. Battery Assault bringing him low. He's thinking about throwing a dagger out towards Corey, but doesn't want to step away from his tier 2. So Urdu Thunders. They might not have got first blood, but they end up getting 3 kills. And I imagine with that as well, they'll get the majority of the bounty runes here. Well, we've got at least 3 of the bounty runes going towards Urdu. Desire will at least be able to get that one there for Manaspa. So all in all, I think a trade that Urdu Thunders will be rather happy with.
Yep, TA2000 is going to take a hefty amount of damage here from Desire, but honestly, his death doesn't feel... The death for him doesn't feel that bad because he's back to bottom, full HP and everything, instead of like having to walk across the map with no mana because of having to use triple raises. So I think for him, it's pretty fortunate, and for the rest of his team as well. So I think, yeah, Urdu Thunders is very happy off of this one, and looking at how the lanes are going to go, top one... actually, the 2 side lanes are pretty volatile of how like the aggression can kind of go, but Nande might struggle a little, I'd say, just because the double damage reduction. Fade Bolt plus Anchor Smash can be really annoying to farm against, but so far Spartan's doing a really good job of just keeping Widow low.
Just constant Thunderstrike spam. See how well Omar's able to bully back the 2 of them. Make sure that Wuta doesn't get threatened as low as his HP currently is.
Yeah, he's bringing some more mangoes. They have tangos to heal him up too. As now aggression, Spartan.
For the Fairy Fire. Will manage to get back into the tree line in time. Nande
Nande
also jumped forward to try and get some hits in on this. It's going to cost him a lot of HP in return.
He might die.
Nearly his life. I mean, Omar wants to go in for the last attack, but Nande will be able to duck back into the trees as well. But still, has to be careful on the PA jumping in like that. Taking a lot of damage.
He might just die. Like, they still can probably get a Gush Fade Bolt onto him. Him farming under tower here is not safe. Level 1 and he goes aggressive. That was pretty crazy by Nande.
I mean, that's the Gush.
Did they have the Fade Bolt? No.
He will be able to live.
But Spartan won't. One more hit. Oh my god.
Omar.
And Omar might live too.
Yeah.
He's gonna.
Oh,
Oh
Nande's
my
gone
god.
in for it. I mean, Nande gets the kill. But does he get out?
He will.
He will. He will.
look
Oh
at
my
his
god. I mean, this top lane's crazy.
He's level 3 with 100 HP. He has 4 last hits. I mean, it's a disaster for Manaspa. They at least get a fortunate kill for themselves, but his top lane is a nightmare. He's got another 10, but he's gonna be. He might just still die. I can't look away from top. If he walks up, he's just gonna get Fade Bolt and Gushed.
I mean, what do you do in this sort of situation? Do you just sort of hug the tower and send regen out? Do you walk to base to TP back out? I mean,
You salve him. Like if Spartan's got a
There we
salve.
go.
I think he still should just use it on him, to be honest. But he's hanging on to it. All right. Okay, can I look elsewhere now? I think I can. I think they're healthy enough.
Let's have a look. What's going on down bottom?
TA2000 might be in some trouble. 5 stacks. He's got boots though. He's getting aggressive himself. Okay.
And might get Skylark with the cogs.
Okay.
Trapping him in. He gets another raise off.
Might be able to get
see-
him.
Yeah. I mean, very nicely juggled there, really, between TA2000 and Kaori as they kind of bait him in. And meanwhile, at top lane, that's going to be another kill for these two. They're able to burst through Spartan.
I would imagine Oridu is incredibly happy this game. I think, like Kezu said, Manaspa draft kind of has to snowball. Sure, you have PA for late game scaling, but you got Viper DP as 2 of your cores. If your lanes aren't going pretty dominant, you're definitely going to feel the lackluster of these heroes very quickly, especially the Viper. But yeah, an excellent play from Kaori and TA2000. That's why you rush the boots early in the lane, at least versus a hero like Viper. Even if you're ranged like Shadow Fiend, it's all about just like getting the distance and playing around that. Kaori. Should be alright. Alright. Things are calming down for a second here now.
See Omar getting some stacks done in the jungle.
Yep. And he's gonna be able to check the top rune. They won't be able to deny the rune away from Wish down bottom, but good efficient play there coming out from Omar. And back to business. He wants to get aggressive.
We'll see here on the odds provided to us by esportsbet.io. Very much believing in Urdu Thunders, and yeah, understandably so with that win that they got in game 1 of this, and the fact that they're still yet to be beaten in a single game here in this Division 2.
Desire gets the connection on Kaori, but eats a triple raise for it. So I think TA2000 is happy on that front. He's farming really well on this SF. Viper only has 11 last hits, and top against Spartan. Oh, Omar wants
He's
blood.
healing up. I mean, Omar will indeed get taken down there.
Okay.
Wasn't able to find Spartan. Spartan keeps himself alive.
Nicely done. Nande starting to recover slowly here. I think he has the Ring of Health. I think it's coming out on the courier, so we'll have that first component of that Battle Fury. I'm just still looking at bottom. I think getting aggressive on Viper, it can be very good because, you know, you all about like lane dominance, but over-aggression can sometimes go very poorly. I mean, he's got 14 last hits to 29-12 of TA 2000, so it's quite a big difference. And Omar, after his death, will just go mid to refill Lash's bottle. Wish is 6, trying to get some type of play with that Exorcism. Playing around this power rune as well, too. It's in 30 seconds. Forcing the wave in.
See Spartan.
Spartan?
He's trying to trade here with Omar, but Omar is going to be able to get Spartan back into the hands of Noob. We'll see Wish committing with the Exorcism to take down Omar. We'll get the kill. Can start putting some damage onto the mid tower as well.
Radiant's middle tower.
He's forcing the wave in. Might be able to... Oh, the catapult's going to get shoved into the tower, though. The thing happened again. He walked with the attack from the tower. Oh, man. I think that happens every game I see. Bottom again. Uh-oh.
A very dead-looking Viper. Now, see in the jungle,
Okay.
they do manage to chase down and take down Noob. So, whilst they might not be able to do as much damage as they would have hoped for to the tower there, it's a big kill, killing off the Leshrac.
Okay, nice rotation. Didn't see Desire actually swinging around that way. Beautifully done. They made the Exorcism actually worth it. Otherwise, I was like, okay, an Exo for a Rubik kill, not the best. But yeah, I'm still looking at bottom. TA 2000, he's having another one of these games where flawless laning phase, he's already got Morbid Mask, so he's able to sustain off the creep wave. And they're getting constant kills onto a hero like Viper in the early game. Big concerns coming out from Manaspa.
Let's see. See if Noob gets some extra backup around mid, maybe.
Look at... So, I mean, Skylark again. Uh-oh.
Oh, they won't be able to catch him in the cogs.
Okay.
And now, TA 2000. Okay, Desire just passes by. Won't be able to threaten the SF.
Was that because the SF had to feed the mango to the clock, I think it was? I think that's what happened. I think clock didn't have mana at the initial go or something. I don't know. Something was a little weird there. Either way, they bully the Viper away again, and TA 2000 continues to free farm. Nande, as we mentioned, he did have the first component of Ring of Health, but you can see he's really suffering up here. He walks up and he just eats a Gush, a Fade Bolt, and an Anchor Smash, and does 0 damage.
I mean, they're coming in with the wraparound top. They want to try and get some kills here, Manaspa, from this top lane and open up the space for Nande to farm.
Okay.
I'm going to glimpse back on Omar.
He's okay, though.
Well, they won't be able to get him. So not quite able to be as successful with that move from the mid lane, I think, Wish, that he would have hoped to.
And now the stacks that we saw Omar prepping during the whole laning phase, they're going to start to get worked on there from Noob. Probably can't work on the Ancients just yet. Bottom rune, though, haste. This could be huge for Wish. Exorcism's coming back up. This could perhaps enable them to find TA 2000. Desire going to scout. Give that info.
And yeah, they're going to go straight on top of this SF.
Nice
and
move.
indeed, with the haste Exorcism, there's very little chance of escape here. Wish gets the kill. Nice aggressive use with that rune and ultimate. And he'll be able to swing straight back over towards the mid. Maybe see if we can pick up the kill on Omar.
Did they get the glimpse?
I should have. We'll be able to telekinesis him back.
Not
And
quite.
that should just save him. Indeed, just the level 2 glimpse, not enough to get the catch on the Rubik.
No damage on tower with it. And now Oh no, Skylark. Oh god.
You might be fine. Yeah, he's got Spartan here to help out. Spartan will be able to send back Corey. Not before the cogs came out.
I mean, Coyote's still trying to commit for him. Noob now.
We'll see. Yeah, they'll get rid of the clockwork.
Okay.
Desire also turning up. Just the two supports, making sure the Skylark doesn't go down again.
I mean,
down
Wish
here.
is here. They maybe can get Noob.
And will land the stun very nicely.
No, the Cryptorm.
Indeed, Wish finding the angle. So,
All right.
And Asper once again, I mean, we saw this last game. Very good at just running at the side of Urdu Thunders at this point of the game and getting the kills that they hope for.
I mean, Wish is really being the saving grace that he needs to be for his team right now, because those two side lanes are going disastrously. So these rotations maybe salvaging that early game. Still think, I mean, I still think Skylark is almost in an irrecoverable position. I think one more death on him, and his game might just be kind of over.
Oh,
might survive here, but let's see, does he get away?
No, he does not. And that'll be Corey. He's got the 6 ready as well now, so we'll be able to find those opportunities even easier next time. So yeah, Skylark's he's going to be feeling pretty rough with these deaths.
Yeah, I mean, recovery outlet for him in this game is, I don't know what he does, actually. Because you kind of have to keep just face-shoving bottom as this Viper, but now you're the same level as the supports. Clockwork near level 7. Rubik about to be... Rubik is 7, so they're actually ahead of you in levels at this point already. And Omar, we didn't touch too much. It feels like it's always a good Rubik game, so I don't really mention it too much, but it's a pretty nice Rubik game. Anytime you're playing versus Death Prophet, it's nice. Anytime you're playing versus Viper or Primal Beast, it's nice. So he's going to have some really good spells to be able to steal at all times.
That's the thing, right? I mean, it's and specifically like the Viper PA factor, right? You're always going to be able to get a spell from Viper that's going to make PA's life pretty miserable.
Yes, definitely. Either one of those.
Yeah.
Sure, it's still going to be only like level 1 Nether Toxin for the majority of the game, but yeah, like anytime that he gets either one of them,
it doesn't matter, right? It's just having that break. It's just it feels so bad for the PA.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're super high level. Like this, Rubik had a successful top lane into stacking, so he's really rich, high level. Kaori got a solo kill onto the Viper, so he's really high level too. Yeah, I have big concerns for Manaspa in these next few moments. Unless Wish can somehow just be everywhere, which is not easy to do on a Death Prophet, the lanes I feel like will start to falter pretty quickly. That being said, Nande, Battle Fury is going to be finished soon, but Skylark, this is just the supports. Oh boy.
And it really is just going to get easier and easier for Urdu Thunders to get that sort of kill.
Desire
dive in, but a stolen Viper Strike is going to get thrown down upon him. Will bring him low, won't quite kill him, so he's able to get in and get out.
Okay.
And of course, getting these kills on the supports, considering how well the Urdu Thunder supports are doing, yeah, it's a juicy kill to find.
Definitely. I actually thought that Desire might die there, but yeah, Omar can't actually get the full connection. Desire, I mean, I'm always deceived by how tanky Primal Beast is too. He's like, oh, he's got Phase Boots and a wand, 1400 HP. You know, it's like top. They're trying to. It looks like they're trying to set something up onto Weeder, but definitely not the target you want to go for, even if you have Static Storm. They are buying some time for Nande. I think that's definitely important. I think he has Battle Fury done. So at least there's that going for them, but yeah, a lot of answers that Oridu does have, and PA needs a lot more time.
And Corey, he's going to be able to find Spartan here behind the tower. We'll drop the Static Storm, but that won't really do much at all. I mean, Wish is going to try and fight this.
Okay.
Let's see, Woot just opted back out of there with the TP. TA2000 will look to push back Wish, make sure that he's got easily enough space to TP out himself. And down bottom, Skylark, I think he might be about to die again, Fogged.
Oh, boy. Well, he'll get a kill on Omar, which is probably worth more than he is, but this Viper's game is over. Oh, boy. And as top happened, TA2000, he actually TP'd to the tier 2 top, so he didn't even go back to base. SF still continued to just be able to farm, and yeah, I don't know. I just don't know what you do with Skylark. That's the issue. It's like, he's got Dragonlance, sure. You know, he's got his treads and stuff like that, but his positioning is like, I have to go bottom again, guys. As Viper, like, that's just what you have to do. So 2 and 6, he's going to have to go back down there and likely to die again. So it's just it's a hard game, really, to see what the bailout for Skylark is. Like, Omar's just going to go bottom again, steal a spell from him, get one of the 2 good ones, and they're probably going to come in and kill him again with the rotation from +1. Spartan this time is ready to try to help. So let's see if he's going to be able to counteract the gank a little.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And they'll see it coming with these wards. So, all right, looks like they're not going to actually set up for him. So Skylark, he'll be happy. Some breathing room to get the tower.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, I've got eyes on Wish. But up by the tier 2 won't be a dive that they'll be tempted to take.
Mid tower now on the menu. Where's Desire? Feels like they need this Primal Beast anytime they want to try to go for any type of fight.
Yeah, he has to be the one to go in.
And they see him. That deep ward that Kaori placed, it's seeing everything.
Dire's middle tower has
And
fallen.
the sentry, it's there to scout, but not going to find this ward. Nice sneaky one. And now they can take over the map even more so. Even going to threaten the Roche. They have Blink, they have Mech on Tide. Bloodstone's finish on Lash, yeah. Don't have BKB SF, so he's a little more fragile, but they're going to kill it fast enough.
Yeah,
And
I
with
mean,
Blink
there's
Ravage.
smoked up Manaspa, but there's no movement in the direction, so Urdu Thunder's easily having the space to take this.
All right, and now they can give it to the Lash, so Noob can fully commit frontline to protect his SF.
He's charging in.
Until TA2000 has BKB, he's still a bit fragile, but their front line is super strong right now on the side of Oridu.
See what they can do here.
Bloodstone's
On
on.
top of Noob. He's going to heal up a bit, but looks like they'll burst the Aegis. So
Okay.
they can take him down a second time, though, because Urdu Thunder's full backup has arrived. Omar getting focused by Skylark for now. They got the silence off as well, so Omar does fall. Wota jumps in, catches the three of them with a fantastic Ravage, and that will enable Urdu Thunders to get the cleanup
Wish.
on this one. They'll chase down Spartan, 3 dead on Manaspa. TA2000 is going to be able to TP out. There'll be a buyback from Spartan. Manaspa desperately trying to get some of these big kills out of this. They're focusing in on Noob. He's healing up with the Bloodstone, but the crits are there. Nande will be able to get the kill. So at the end of it all, Manaspa, they do actually manage to find a pretty decent bit of a cleanup. You know, Nande staying alive, getting some of these kills. It's going to be feeling pretty great for the PA.
I didn't see initially what happened to Wheater, where he was with the initial go with the Ravage, because I think they were waiting for him to follow up, and it just didn't come till too long. So Lash actually gets cleaned up early on. I got to see what happened with him. Like, I see how far south he is, but this whole fight's kicking off, and where's the Tide? He's like waiting and waiting for an opportunity. So I think Manaspa get a little lucky. The Ravage comes in, but it connects on 3, but it feels a bit late. You know, it feels like they could have, if they get it on Wish, they might be able to focus fire this Death Prophet. Wish was able to do whatever he wanted. So
Yeah, I
pretty good
mean,
fight for
maybe
Manaspa.
maybe that was the reason for the hesitation there from Wood. So he was waiting to see either like Wish and Nande get close to the other three, because he had a few moments where there was the three other heroes, and indeed finally settles for it. But I think he'd probably do what you say he was looking for. He was waiting to see if he could get the jump on one of the cores, but had to sort of just at that point go in, because if he doesn't, then they're probably getting nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just felt a little bit strange, at least from the side that Oridu. It looked like they were super confident, then they just didn't have the follow-up of the initial go. So, Manaspa, feel like they're pretty happy on that, but Oridu, not too fussed. Definitely still have to have some, some small concerns, because PA, Nande is starting to get farmed, but as long as they use their next Ravage and hit properly, they should still have success. But that being said, Wish has a BKB now, so this Death Prophet is a lot more difficult to take down. Bottom.
That's it.
They see Nande.
Yeah, they know he's pushing out this wave, but Desire will use his body to block him off. So Desire's found, and we'll see if Urdu Thunder's trying to push on for more. They won't. So Desire sort of tanking the rotation, making sure Nande's able to safely push that wave out and back away.
Yeah, good play. The job of the supports, just catch those ganks, catch those rotations. TA2000 now does have BKB, so I was mentioning that last fight. He also felt a little awkward how he wanted to full run in as the Shadow Fiend. Now with full BKB finished, can just stand in the midst of these team fights for the most part. Still a lot of damage, of course, the DP plus PA, but doesn't have to worry about any disable. And yeah, Ravage is back online for Weeder. So again, looking to fight, or do Thunders. They have the Shard finished up on Omar. Nande.
He jumped in for this. That Static Storm comes just in time there, because I think Wooter would have happily popped a Ravage for that one.
Good lord.
So Spartan able to keep the retreat of Nande covered.
He's still very fragile on PA. No BKB available just yet. Defensive Static Storm. I think for Oridu, they could look to probably continue to try to pressure. They saw Skylark in the mid lane. Especially now that they know Static Storm is down. Team fight lacking a lot on the side of Manaspa. Looks like they're trying to catch something down bottom. Spartan's aware.
Yeah, he's playing safe. Full Greaves on Wooter.
Okay. Interesting, yeah. It's really interesting how they're just going for a tri-scaling. Skylark, we mentioned how he went Dragonlance, Treads. So that means it's not going to be any Greaves. Nothing like that on the side of Manaspa. It's more just, yeah, attempted try-scaling for this Viper. But, yeah, he's 2-7 and 5, so interesting. Skylark.
Ikor, he's gonna jump this, and so's Wuta. He's in with the two-man Ravage, and that'll allow him to take down Skylark. See if Manaspa can find anything in return. They'll get the drag back on Kaori. They push back onto Desire, though. So he's gonna have to trample his way back to the safety of the Tier 2 tower. Manaspa, they're happy to keep the fight going. Wish commits him with the Exorcism to bring down Omar with the help of Nande, and now over towards Wuta. Maybe Manaspa can find something more out of this, as indeed Wuta, he's run out of options. He can't get away from these heroes.
I wish. Woo. The blink reveal. He just blinks in their faces with Exorcism. They did not know it was coming.
I mean, they were poking so close to Tier 2 tower there. I mean, what Corey committing in under it was a very aggressive move from Urdu Thunders that, just sort of a lack of respect there for what Manaspa could do, as Manaspa very happy to take that fight.
I think that's the perfect description of it, the lack of respect or something, because they blink Ravaged, and I think they only saw what? They saw the Viper and the Disruptor. So a bit of an overzealous one coming out from the Tide there. A great response from Wish. I mean, that's the blink reveal, but it hits pretty hard. Still in a comfortable spot. The Shadow Fiend with DD also now in the bottle. Still feeling very strong, but yeah, got to be careful how hard they do go for these overcommitments. Desire? Is there a hook shot? He went left. The creeps know.
They do. They catch a glimpse of him there. See if Wucha can find him.
Sure can. And now back to business. Taking top tower.
So quick pause here from Nande. I mean, overall, Urdu, it's just a 2K lead, but it does feel that they're still being able to do the most aggressively. I mean, we're at a state of the game where Urdu's, they've only lost one Tier 1 tower, whereas meanwhile, they themselves are being able to pressure these Tier 2s already.
Yeah, they're not as reliant on cooldowns. It feels like for Manaspa, until the PA feels more ready, if they don't have Exorcism, it's like, no way we can fight on Manaspa. While aside for Urdu Thunders, it's like, all right, we don't have Ravage. We probably can still look for catch, still look for these type of catches and fights. So, yeah, still in a comfortable spot. Mid lane, Wish. PA 2000. Requiem's on cooldown, but he's just going to town.
He's going to start punching into this. Ooh, have a bit of a pause. So they might be having some lag issues on Manaspa.
This could be huge, too. They're smoked and looking for the wraparound and catch.
Yeah, it looks like it. I don't see this being anything other than a rough fight for Manaspa. You know what? No Exorcism available from Wish. How long to the hook shot on Corey? See,
25 seconds.
Okay, so that won't quite be there. So it'll take him a little bit of time to walk over. So
Skylark doesn't have TP.
They're going to know that the pressure is going to be coming in from the top half of the map, right, with that Tier 2 just going down. So if they're able to sort of step back into their triangle, maybe they'll be able to avoid the rest of Urdu Thunder sweeping over towards them. We'll see if they can back off in time. Nande at the moment, he is sort of positioned ready to jump in because he's got the BKB. He wants to fight, but this might not be the time to commit.
I think look at the lines drawn. They literally are drawing. Go back to triangle. They're pincering us from above. That's Nande drawing those lines. So, yeah, they know exactly what's going on.
Sure. Yeah, I was going to say, if Nande commits him with the BKB here, he may regret it. So, imagine we'll see them try and swing away. Now, Wish, he should be able to get away from this SF, right, as well? Yeah, he'll be fine. He's got BKB. Not going to do too much against the right clicks, but, of course, his death prot is very speedy. So, we'll be able to run. So, Manaspa will anyone die here, Fogged?
Maybe. I think Spartan might just run in suicide, but that's just Spartan. So
I think they might
walk away, but Spartan might just suicide and give his life.
And it would not be a bad. Yeah, indeed. If he just sort of runs up towards the stairs or runs at TA 2000, then his cause of guaranteed safety.
Yeah. They should just definitely not take the fight on Manaspa. Just reset away, try to keep control of your triangle. While for Urdu Thunders, I think try to get into triangle here while the Primal maybe is still dead, get a ward down. Don't want to full commit for fight. You still don't have Ravage, but just swing and maybe get some vision around there. Because Skylark, he can't go, so yeah. All right, let's see what they do. I think they're going to... They should probably...
Just
99% chance back up. Yeah, they'll just glimpse. Get the reset.
Oh, yeah, the glimpse. That was enough.
But now, let's see Spartan. Is he going to walk up? I was wondering, he might.
He doesn't need to die here today.
Not today, is now... Urdu Thunders, do they have a ward on them? They don't actually have a ward for vision, so right now just slowly posturing. Ravage is up in 10. And they will reclaim this area once Ravage is back. They have a ward on their high ground, though, on the side of Manaspa right now. No BKB on Desire. A little harder for him to just commit in. Glimpse. Both teams being quite patient. A big steal. A massive one, in fact. That Nether Toxin is now stolen on Rubik. TA2000.
Oh,
It's him.
He's going to go in. That's the ghost out. I mean, if they can kite this out, they'll be happy. I mean, someone's going to get caught behind almost certainly by a glimpse from Spartan. I mean, Omar, he's into the trees. Glimpse will get thrown away of Noob. The BKB's popped, and with that, they don't catch anyone. So that is exorcism down the drain. Nothing to be found with this apart from a few neutral camps.
Beautiful saves on each other, too. The lift with the shard and then the 4-step from Kaori. The proper support items that we've seen it grow more and more. Even though we know 4-step is like the best support item. I think we're seeing it the most in these last few weeks, at least for me. And yeah, it's just a BKB charge to get out. And they have an Arcane Rune still on Noob. So for the next fight, still going to be confident. And yeah, no DP ult. There's like, I mean, for Manaspa, it's like...
Straight back in there.
Yeah, you can't fight on Manaspa. And let's see how long Roche is. Not instant, but 40 seconds. I mean, it does give a bit of a window there if Oridu Thunder scouts it.
Also, I was going to ask you about it as well. I don't know if we see this on a lot of PAs, but it's just a bit interesting that Nande's decision that, you know, he only upgraded the Blightstone into the Orb of Venom at about like 20 minutes in. I think he did it after he got the BKB. Do you like still kind of spending the money to finish that item up, or
no?
Is it a bit pointless at this point?
I've never really see people building, like upgrading it that late.
No, it's not very common, right?
No,
so
it's very strange.
Yeah.
Kaori.
I guess it just feels that he needs a bit of everything that he can at this point. They get the jump, but Static Storm's down. We'll put a stop to any, straight away ravage from Wuta. He's still going to try and move in with the BKB from Wish, but of course he's fighting without the Ghost. There's no Ghost available. Nande, he's going to come in with the BKB. He's going to try and jump towards TA2000, see if he can burst through the SF. He's attempting to stay on target. TA2000 off with the retreat. Wuta tries to cover him with the Ravage, but they'll get the kill on the SF. As Desire closes in upon him, Skylight tries to TP out. The AoE damage from Noob ends up killing him off. Nande's been grabbed by the stolen Pulverize. Omar with the control. Nande jumps over to the safety of Spartan. And in fact, they're being able to kite around Iridium Thunders quite nicely. They've been able to kill off 3 of them so far. See if they can continue to go in on this. It's only Noob and Wuta left alive.
Nande, though.
Wuta jumps in aggressively. He looks towards Nande. Nande, again, finding the safety of Spartan as he's able to blink off to a safe distance. Turns with a fan of knives. Desire charges back in on towards the Tide and the Leshrac, pounding them down. Pulverized there. They take down Wuta. It's just down to Noob. He's the last one left alive. Is Manaspa are just juggling the members of Iridium Thunders perfectly. They managed to kill off 4 of them. I mean, Nande just dancing masterfully around the edge of the fight there and getting the job done.
Exactly how you described it. Just the in and out constantly there from Manaspa allows them to take the advantage. A full commitment from Nande. I think he just purchased Shard, full BKB, everything onto the SF, and he's able to actually bring down TA2000. Holy moly. That was without EXO. That's the important thing to say, too.
Yeah, a huge fight for them there.
Yeah, next fight. I mean, Nande, he started to hit that critical mass. The Orb of Corrosion, it did its work.
It certainly did. He got to hit a lot of heroes there. So, yeah, extra little bit of slow and whatnot, and the bonus HP it provides, it's going to feel pretty good.
The start of the fight, though, I think Spartan was so clutch. Just to go back to it, the Static Storm, the Ravage was coming in. That was a blink right. Everything else to kick off, and now, yeah, Exorcism's back up. Roche is on the menu.
Yeah, they're looking towards it. Now, whether they can go straight in for the Roche, I mean, they won the team fight, but still very, very close this game. They're probably going to need to find some kills before they can move in for Roshan.
Ravage in 30 seconds.
Okay. Ghosts are up there for Manaspa. I mean, Manaspa have all their ults ready, so... Yeah, Iridium Thunders, they're going to have to be a bit more careful than they were considering the last fight.
Yeah, and having to be careful somehow to protect the SF a little bit better. It's just, I'm seeing Primal Beast plus PA just jumping on him. The blink on the Wish also definitely coming into play. Have to have some extra form of cover for this SF.
Iridium Thunders. Nukes at the front here with Omar. They're going to try and make the quick jump onto Desire. Get him down to half HP, but they've not got enough damage to kill off the Primal Beast immediately.
They got him half HP,
Desire's fine.
He's going to have to heal. Are they going to be able to look to take a fight without him for a second? Looks like not. Rodu won't be able to find the fight. Now Nande, level 20, is found.
He's getting very close to Deso.
Yep. He's strong. Pupil's Gift, of course, was picked up earlier, too. That did make him tankier inside the fight.
Now,
What does TA2000 have? Okay, so this could be interesting. I mean, until he finds a new neutral item, perhaps. But TA2000 right now is holding Ogre Seal Totem. So he sees this Blink PA, or the PA BKB, and jump on him. He might just Seal Totem and try to reset away. Could be an interesting one to look out for. Everything's back up. Actually, also going for a Blink on TA2000 early. Cool. So it looks like he just wants to be there for the initial go, probably, right?
Yeah, wants to get him with the
he
tide.
Blinks Requiems.
Yeah.
They want to be the one starting the right fight rather than having to react to a PA blinking on his face.
No, for sure. I mean, that's the best way they can kind of deal with Nande. You know, get the Blink Ravage, Blink Requiem on top of him. Then you've got a chance of, you know, you just don't want a drawn-out fight, as we've seen with this PA involved. As that last fight, Nande able to draw it out fantastically.
He's got Deso now finished. So Nande, Deso, I believe he's getting the Titan Silver as well handed over. So he is very strong right now.
Yeah.
Unless he gets broken and it fully initiated on first, this PA could just clean up the fight.
Yeah, and this is, of course, the benefit of getting that Blightstone into the Orb of Venom, because now the minus armor stack right between the two, the Deso and the Orb. But whereas they wouldn't if it was just a Blightstone.
If it was just a Blightstone, yeah. But still, like, I don't know. I usually don't see the Corrosion picked up after lane. And usually it's like Treads, Corrosion, and Battle Fury, if you're going to go down there. But either way, whatever. Nitpicking.
There we go. Smoke time from Manaspa.
Is under attack.
I mean, this PA is pretty massive.
They have to control the PA. If Nande's able to BKB. Ooh! That's not the way they already wanted to start the fight there. Noob walks up to the high ground, and Manaspa were ready and waiting.
That is a BKB, so they're looking to re-go.
Oh, and they're going to try it. They're in with the jump. There's the combo, and they're going to get the job done. The blink pays off there. TA slides out of there with the Ogre Seal Totem. Wooten looks for the TP. He will get caught by the glimpse back into the Static Storm. It's still pretty tanky. This Skylark's got the damage to take him out. Should do with the Viper Poison stacking up, as they indeed do manage to kill Wuta. I mean, they get in there, able to perform the combo to kill Nande. But still, overall, they've lost 2 of their own cores. Ghosts are out. And Manaspa, they're going to try and look towards the pit. They don't have their PA, of course, their biggest hit to take this down. And that may mean that they won't feel confident enough to stick around. Ghosts are coming to an end, and indeed, Manaspa will back away. I mean, TA2000, he's going to start working through the Roche on his own here. Let's see if he's able to get
10.
This is risky. I don't think either team really could do this. I mean, he's going to keep going for this TA2000. I'm sure Manaspa's going to check this out. That's Desire. Now he's well aware it's happening. He's out with the Ogre Seal Totem. That's another BKB charge expended. As Desire pops his BKB. 10 seconds until Nande's back up. Noob's back in the game, which is going to be back in a few seconds. In fact, he's in. Then make the jump over towards Skylark, over to the side. Kaori's in with a hook shot. Cogs push back on Spartan. He'll pop the Glimmer, but they've got eyes on him. The stun's there. Uridian Thunders get the kill. Spartan's going to commit the buyback. They really don't want to let this Roshan go over towards Uridian Thunders. Desire charges in. Roche is low, but same's to be said for the heroes here. They're attempting to finish it up, but Nande's in.
Nande gets
the kill, gets the Aegis. Nande with the pickups, and he's ready for more. Jump up to the high ground, takes down Kaori, as Manaspa will claim this Roshan.
He got the last hit as well, too.
Yeah.
It was dropping so low. Yeah, gets last hit, gets Aegis, and he, I believe, takes the shard, too. Oh, man, Nande coming in clutch. And, I mean, his teammates, too. Desire just charging in, giving his life for the cause. He causes enough havoc.
Yeah, no, Desire really made that play happen. Yeah, really set up for that to go down. Good initiation on the Primal.
Now they have this huge window where Nande is at kind of this big position where he's really strong and also has Aegis, and they have Exorcism up in 20 seconds, so they could just continue pressuring here.
No, for sure. I mean, as we've seen, the one way they have a chance against Nande is kind of bursting him with this combo, and yeah, for the next 4 minutes, it's just going to feel really, really bad to commit to that with him having the Aegis.
For as rough of a game Skylark is having, it feels like Wish is, you know, just carrying tenfold because of that. He's like, all right, I'll take the power from you dying constantly. This Death Prophet, everyone else is having an excellent time.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Kaori, looking to still be on the hunt.
Urudu's looking for kills.
Wrong Wish, the BKB, but Exorcism's back.
And he's just going to jump in aggressively. Close the gap towards Noob. will manage to keep his distance, and he's out with the blink.
Did he get glimpsed? I think he got glimpsed.
I think he did. I was going to say, that blink was up pretty quickly after he jumped out before, so I think, yeah, indeed, Spartan did end up sending him back. But either way, for Manaspa, gives him the space to just move in with the Exorcism, take down a tier 2 bottom.
Now they're so comfortable. I mean, Nande now has a full Basher on top of all this that he's been given. And I think they did pass over the Shard. I believe it was given to Wish, too. So, big injection. Now that 5 Soul Siphons plus the Fear. Starting to feel big concerns for Oridu. Noob, unable to really do too much in these fights, it feels like, is this Lash.
Yeah, they can focus him and burst him, even through the BKB and the heels of the Bloodstone.
Mm-hmm. His game does not feel easy at this point.
No, they're 9k down and against a very, very scary PA here from Nande.
Still looking to fight, though. They're like, Exorcism's down. If we just sit back and wait, we're likely to lose. We have to try to find some type of jump. It's going to have to be a very kind of complicated one versus this Aegis PA. See what they find. Manaspa seems incredibly ready.
Desire chilling on the cliff. Ready to get full vision of any smoke move that's made.
Yeah, Nande even just face checking with Blur.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, feels no fear right now with Zayu just for 2 minutes.
He sees TA2000 too. He's thinking about it. If he gets on this SF, likely that TA2000 just dies. He's still holding the Seal Totem, by the way, so you're really seeing that he's just looking to use that to play in and out of the fights. Buying time, Exorcism 40 seconds. So far, Oridu not able to take advantage of that. I think they're also getting aggressive because Omar has Fan and Ive stolen still. Didn't really get to point that one out, but... Desire?
He's going to be in with the BKB, and he's got the grabber. SF in a bit of trouble, has to put the BKB here, TA2000, gets out with the Seal Totem, they'll leave Omar behind.
Oh, the stun! The rock lands on top of Kaori.
They're going to be able to clean up both supports thanks to that.
What a play from Desire. I mean, his blink, I think that's the blink reveal, right, from this Primal Beast. They see him, he blink dodges the initial go, gets into position for charge. Desire, Desire, Desire. Oh, and Noob. There's a rock throw.
He gets away with cutting the wave there, but that was pretty risky.
He was like 6 mana short of blink ulting, and then cooldown a rock throw was 1 second. That was so risky from Noob.
But he does cut the wave, and with that will definitely slow down this push. And tier 3 will still fall, but backdoor protection should be kicking in pretty soon, right?
Soon?
Soon, maybe not soon enough. Yeah, they'll have to pop fortify. There we go, the backdoor protection's in now.
They might be able to just go through. Actually, no, Viper doesn't have Shard. I was going to say, if Viper has Shard, they could probably just go through that, but... Manaspa now starting to close off that map. 13k gold lead, it's increasing.
Aegis will come to an end now. So. One less thing for Uridu to concern themselves with. But we'll free up that slot for Nande to start working on his Satanic.
You gotta go for the glimpse, he is. He's gonna force maybe a BKB. Noob doesn't pop it, could be in trouble.
He's trying to hold on to it. As now the Static Storm comes out. Oh, he'll pop it now. Indeed, at a point where maybe he did not need to, but the save. Oh, Wish is in! It's a good Ravage. Static Storm's down. Let's see if them look towards Wishes. Wishes got in on towards the front lines towards Wuta and Kaori. Wuta will get thrown back up to the high ground as Omar may have just saved his life there. In goes the TA2000 SF with the Blink Requiem, pushing back Manaspa with that fear, but Nande, the BKB's off. He jumps in, he's in on top of TA2000, but he gets caught by the stun from Noob. Nande, he's got to jump back to safety, gets incredibly low there, but will manage to survive. Backs out in time, Desire pushes in, looking towards Noob, won't get the kill. So 1-for-1. Nande, oh my goodness, he got low there, but he's able to get away with that play, commits in, gets kill onto SF, and gets out just in time.
Holy moly. That was the Arcane Blink reveal too. Ends up being a little bit awkward. I think they were hook-shotting and landing onto someone else as it caught onto the frontline target, and then he Arcane Blinks and hits nobody, and gets chased. I mean, the commitment, so Nande is able to just stick on him, and now about to be 25. It felt pretty forced from Oridu, the way that they took that fight too, right? Like, it seemed like they're just totally on panic mode with the way that Lesh like popped BKB after he got saved. Jumping in with the Ravage with only a Static Storm follow-up. They didn't have the SF there. They're definitely feeling the pressure.
We've got a full Satanic on Nande. This PA absolutely massive. And, you know, despite the fact that the farm is pretty evenly matched, about 1,000 or so gold between him and TA2000, very much seeing how, you know, outside of landing a good combo with the Requiem, this PA sort of got the SF's number.
Absolutely. Just 1 or 2 hits getting on top of this SF can be very fragile. One of the more fragile Agi late game cores. You know, only 20 armor. Usually most of these Agi ranged heroes have like 30 plus or something like that at this point, but yeah, SF a lot more fragile. And now 20 seconds, Exorcism's back. Manaspa.
Yep.
Don't really need the Exorcism anymore. It feels to fight. As now it's Oridu, who just 100% need Ravage before they ever can take any
Spartan.
fights. Oh, Spartan. What the?
He's gonna get the ward down. He'll die for that.
Is that a stolen boulder? It was. Stolen rock throw.
Now, 70 seconds, no disruptor. You know, Spartan's been pretty important in these fights for the Static Storms. He's going to make the jump. Nande's in with the BKB. They're going to commit in onto Noob. Noob, is there any saving him? They'll be able to throw him to the side here. Omar trying to do his best to get Noob back to safety, and he'll manage to do so. A good back out there as Uri Thunders are able to get themselves away from an Exorcism and a BKB'd PA.
They're posturing to go for the play. Wish gets pushed back.
Yeah, TA2000, he gets the angle for the pushback. If they've got enough damage to get through this TP, though, as Wish has the Eon Disc, will give him a bit of protection. The stun follow-up is there, though, from Noob, and with the physical punch of the TA2000, they'll be able to take the Death Prophet down. Corey in with a hook shot. They're looking to control Nande. Nande, few hits to take down the clock. Now he's ready to jump over boy, gets the Ultra Kill, and now he's going to eye up this SF as well. He's looking for that Rampage. We'll see Noob try and put a stop to it. He gets the stun off to hold him back. Charge forward, that's Manaspa. They're looking for the target onto Noob. There's the damage from Nande, and there's the Rampage. Nande getting the cleanup, and he may not even be done yet. He's looking to jump in for more. Jumps forward, Omar falls. Nande does end up dying at the end of it all, but the damage has been done. Everybody dead on Uridu Thunders, and nobody having buyback available. They may have 2 dead themselves, Manaspa, but they should have the freedom to do a lot of damage here, at least a set of racks. Wuta will be back up in a few seconds, but everybody else, they're dead for a whole minute on Uridu.
He's not able to get Ravage off. I didn't even notice how he died in the initial go, but was not able to get it off, and they just stuck on top of him.
Let's see how much they can get here.
The PA ends up dying, but the amount that they have to commit to kill Nande, it's like 6 bodies.
Well, this PA a huge issue, fighting through nearly sort of 2 rounds of Uridu Thunder's lineup.
Yeah.
Multiple buybacks used there, 3 of them used by Uridu Thunders, but not enough to take the fight. They'll still end up losing a decent amount of their base here. At least this top set of racks. We'll see how much more Manaspa can get away with. As yeah, it's only a tide. Just a tide alive right now.
15 seconds. Death Prophet back to life. Has to make the long walk. But yeah, it looks like 2 Raxes will at least get brought down. And next menu is Roche. Everything's going to be back up for them. Significant gold lead, tons of buybacks having to be used. And most of the fights now, TA2000, he's having to spend himself running.
Yep.
The full BKB, he's just BKBs and has to just try to distance himself from PA, but just can't.
Nah, yeah, this PA is too much. It's too much for Nande.
Much.
They cannot deal with him at all. Level 26. Just getting the full Abyssal Blade done. Could this be indeed the first game of this Division 2 that Uridu Thunders won't manage to take the victory in? Full AC done on Skylark as well, so all the little bits coming together to really enable this end game push that they can go for Manaspa if they take one more fight. One more fight, and if they're able to walk away with a victory in that, they'll take the game.
Yeah. Roche scouted. I mean, they're even just starting to get crazy, like the broken late game kind of items if they get to the point 2. It's almost an Aghanims on Spartan, so.
There is a DD here.
Okay.
Could be nice for TA2000 if they
Feels
get.
like it's his only saving grace.
It looks like it's just outside of. Oh no, they'll see it now. So.
Okay.
They'll have that, but it's into an Aegis Cheese Refresher Shard on the PA.
Looks like they're going to try some crazy stuff.
Let's see what they can do. They're going to try and get onto Desire, but Desire pots the BKB. Noob also has the BKB to retreat from this. As Corey and Wuta still aggressively posturing in between the rest of their teammates and Manaspa.
Dire's bottom tower is
Won't make the jump though. Now back off here. They have to take a perfect fight from a perfect position, Urdu, if they want to have any chance of turning this around.
Feels like they need the double Requiem, like perfectly done on top of an Aegis respawn and the Ravage and everything. The fight has to go perfect for them.
Well, yeah,
Too many things they have
anything?
to
Can he
cover.
sell something here? Sell the mask? Yeah, sell the mask.
Yeah, he sells the mask.
So he
I mean,
will
even
have
then,
he will have it for the defense.
Yeah,
He will have
it's just gonna
this.
feel like a little bit too late, but maybe he can get some type of crazy connection with the Ravages.
Have they got a
have
smoke?
Static Storm stolen as well. I mean, let's see.
They got they need to try and catch them by surprise with this refresher reveal. It could be big.
Or small.
Yeah.
Or very small, in fact.
Here's the smoke. Here's the smoke.
Let's see. Who can they delete right away? They're gonna try.
They're going to go for Nande. There's the first Requiem. And they are able to get through the Aegis. That's the Aegis gone. Link back to safety. Refresher will be popped. They're backing away. Manaspa are committing in. See if TH2000 can make the second jump here. He's eyeing it up with the invis. BKB, there's the Requiem to follow up the Ravage. They're bursting Nande low. Is it enough to kill him? It isn't.
Not
He
enough.
pops the cheese. Back up to full. Jumps over towards TH2000. TH2000 trying to get back towards the base, but he gets caught by the bash. 2 dead. GG is called. Manaspa will be able to put a stop to the win streak that Urdu Thunders have been on so far and will take this game too.
Alrighty. I mean, they make the PA. They didn't make the clicks work last time, but they made the PA this time around with a spectacular game. I think mostly because of Wish. I think he popped off completely on this Death Prophet. 11, 2, and 17.
Yeah.
I think him and Desire in particular were the ones that I was looking at. Just Desire's always in the right position to make the plays, having to get these catches. But Wish, he carried this entire mid game on his Death Prophet to allow the PA Nande to just pop off at the end there. A good game overall from Muridu, but you could feel a couple of these fights, especially for Noob. It's like when he ran up high ground and died on the Lesh, he definitely lost a ton of momentum. So, yeah, good on for Manaspa, and I think we're all kind of blessed with the Game 3, because I think for me, these are the two best teams that I've seen in Div 2 EU, and right now they're delivering.
Absolutely, yeah. Super fun to watch these guys play, and you know, Manaspa getting this win and indeed doing it in a very entertaining way. We get to see PA popping off some top stuff from Nande. Played it perfectly, 13, 2, and 13. Yeah, can't wait to see Game 3. We're going to see both teams take it to the next level, but as it stands 1-1, Manaspa, they will get the victory here in this Game 2.
The Friday night highlight lives up to its billing as Ooredoo Thunders suffer their first loss in any type of game here in game number 2, and Manaspa push us to a deciding Game 3. T-Panda, when we looked at the draft, it looked so much more cohesive for the side of Ooredoo Thunders. It looked like everything was going to pan out. When we saw the laning phase, everything was all going according to plan. What happened? When did the wheels start to fall off the engine?
I think this is the big difference between Game 1 and Game 2 is when Wish was shut down in Game number 1. You could see the effects almost instantly in how the game is going to start to roll out between how do you control the fights. Now that you have your offlaner basically being sacked this game, it is a Viper. It is not a Blink Initiator. It's not really a super big frontliner either. Wish, absolutely monster performance on this Death Prophet. Like, it's a day and night difference between having an online mid laner versus an offline mid laner, basically, in this game. Desire and Spartan really built this game towards for Nande. He did struggle a bit in the laning stage, but once he got those items rolling and they had this absolute of a beast DP in the front line, I thought this is just over.
Kezu, you're going to have to earn your paycheck again, because when I asked you to earn it last time, you told me they need to snowball their lanes. You told me this DP Viper opener isn't that strong. Justify yourself, Kezu. What happened? How on earth was Manaspa able to make this work, even though at a first glance, it didn't necessarily seem as cohesive as it ended up being?
I think step one is, as T-Panda mentioned, Wish having a good game and them rotating mid to, I think Wish just kind of popped off in this like early mid game and really, I think, gave a lot of space to both his PA and Viper in order to recover in the game. And I think this is maybe the first game where I feel like Ooredoo Thunders, they did not execute their team fights properly. They have this type of lineup where I think when you have these Ravages, they need to get you a kill on an important core. And in the early to mid game, that's DP. They need to burst Wish. I think in a lot of these fights, this guy was just raining 3, running around, whatever he wanted to do. They had like this Ravage at the mid tier 2 where I think this whole game like really turned around. And I think overall, Manaspa, they just played very well, like around the heroes. They made the space and their team fought well. Like you could see them dance around the fight with very low HP, and overall I think even if I don't love their draft, I think they executed it very damn well.
I totally agree. Like, the big thing was when you have Primal Beast and Disruptor in your lineup, they basically allow you to take these, like, soft engagements without forcing you to cluster up and force blowing up a target, which also made it difficult for Wuther. But I also agree with Fogged when he said, like, where's the Tidehunter, like, half of the time. Like, they weren't able to find the target they wanted to go instantaneously on top of. They were a bit slow with their approaches, and they were very scattered because the full initiation hasn't come out yet from either side, where Wish is still, I'm ready to go, but I'm just waiting for the go signal, basically. What does Desire want to do? What does Spartan want to do in this moment? So they made this, the supports on the side of Manaspa made this really difficult for OT to actually approach the fights, yet along take control of the fight.
I'm actually very surprised, speaking about like what the supports were doing in this game. I'm incredibly surprised that we did not see Waiter go for a BKB. He went Guardian Greaves into the Heaven's Halberd, and that's a usual Tidehunter build-up, but you're playing into Disruptor, mate. How many times this game did we see he blinks into the situation, immediately Static Storm, can't really do anything? And for me personally, Kezu, I want to give MVP. I mean, Wish did an amazing job, but there was a period of the game where if Desire wasn't as hot as he was, feels like this game would be lost. So talk to me first about what you thought about this Primal Beast performance. Do you agree that he should be MVP? And do you agree that Tidehunter should have gone for BKB instead of the Heaven's Halberd as a second item?
I think you can definitely give MVP to Desire as well. I think whichever you think made it easier for them to play, stall out the game and play fights well, which I think both Wish and Desire did very well. I think on the side of the BKB for Tide, I think he can do it later on, but I think even if he doesn't have it, they need to find a way for him to place a good Ravage. Like, you can smoke up, you can jump anyone you want, and if you blink Ravage, they're dead. There's no save on the side of, who was it? Why am I lacking on their team name?
Manaspa.
Manaspa. Yeah, like, they have no save. So if you just get that, you know, if you make it happen, which isn't that hard, then you can do it. Later on, I think you can think about the BKB, but, you know, at that point, I think maybe they were already thinking about other things.
Yeah, and I think, like, itemization-wise, like, you saw the Halberd come out from the Tidehunter. It feels like a last resort type of item, so you're already kind of putting yourself in a position where, guys, there's not much we can build to salvage in this game. I don't think he would have even had the time to build himself a Refresher, which could have been much of a bigger item and could have had a lot more impact. But would he have ever finished that item? I don't think he would have. So you're basically relying on last resorts on the side of OT to corral your team fight together. And they got better with team fighting, sadly, too late into the game. Like, those engagements were getting better, and they were really good at isolating Manaspa for over-aggression multiple times. We see Desire dying in front of the bloody fountain. It's like, these are openers that might allow OT to get back in, but it's just too much to ask too late into the game.
Let's talk about the carry pickups here that they did on the side of Manaspa Kezu, because 2 games in a row they went for an off-kill to carry. Game 1 they went for this Clinks, which was unpicked entirely throughout Div 1, and here in Div 2 it's only been picked twice before in the South American region before being picked here. And of course in this game they go for only the 6th ever PA pick in this DPC tour. What do we make of Nande playing these sort of strange heroes, and the fact that despite the fact that they lost game 1, the Clinks doesn't feel like was the main reason why they lost, and in game 2, even though they won with PA wasn't the main reason why they won. So what do you think about the fact that he's playing so many different heroes that nobody else is picking up right now?
I mean, I think it's good. I think, first of all, people also don't really know how to play against some of these heroes, or maybe you forget because they haven't shown up in your game. I do think that he strikes me as a more of a aggressive type of carry, so I kind of like him on all these heroes. These, like, who else we have? Maybe some Slark, a Pudge, these PAs. He's kind of owning on these heroes, I think, quite a lot. He knows when to go in, when to go out. Like, he's weaving in and out of the fight very nice, and I think that makes it even better when he does play these heroes.
Well, he has weaved himself into a position where they deliver the first loss to Ooredoo Thunders, and now we go into a Game 3 situation where Manaspa has the opportunity to make this table very interesting by going 3-1, tied with both Ooredoo Thunders as well as the side of the D2 Hustlers, or Ooredoo Thunders punch back and take themselves 4-0 clear of everybody else. We will find out exactly what happens in game number 3, the birthday present for T-Panda, and we'll be right back to celebrate his birthday and to celebrate this Game 3, so don't go anywhere.
He fucked up on myself, guys.
I'm on tight, guys. I'm on tight. He cannot blink.
I'm killing tight dead. Fight.
Where's BKB?
Halbert. I'm kill myself.
I'm changed them.
Look. Left side. I kill everyone, guys. I kill everyone here.
They get stunned from my rock. Hold.
Viper clash.
SF here.
No ulti on him.
Cancel him. Rampage for me.
I will stun them, guys.
Nice. Bravo.
Triple rampage.
Give them 6 rampage. Online.
Maybe don't die so we finish the game.
This is
No,
not my
it's fine.
what the fuck? This is fucking Rubik Vipers first. I died from this.
Welcome one and all. We are back here in Western Europe with Division 2 action as we finally get to see Ooredoo Thunders push to a Game 3 situation. Manaspa, they brought out all the stops. They even brought in drafts that both Fogged and Kezu hated with all their heart, but they got themselves the dub here. So Kezu going into this Game 3, it feels like now Manaspa can do what they want, right? They can go with the Clinks, they can go with this PA, they can open up with something that feels a bit strange, but they should have the confidence boost after being able to be the first team to take a game of Ooredoo Thunders.
I mean, they should be for sure. I think if they can set themselves up where you give Wish a good game, I think that looks like a pretty big recipe for success. I feel like he looks very good. Like even at this first game where they lost, I think he maybe had like 1 or 2 small mistakes, but I think he did very well on the Queen. He just did incredibly well on this DP. If I'm not mistaken, they might also have second pick, which can help them also to get this type of priority to let themselves have good lanes. So yeah, they should be feeling good.
So given the fact that they have this second pick here for Manaspa, game 1, T-Panda, they had the first pick Radiant side, which I know that you hate with all your heart. It didn't work out for them. Game 2, they had things worked out better, right? Because they made sure not to have Radiant first pick, they had Dire side. This time they have second pick on Radiant, but second pick has seemed very strong throughout the course of this day and throughout the course of the season so far. So what do you make of the pick order here? What do you think they should prioritize in this third and deciding draft?
Well, technically, on the side of Manaspa, they kind of have to worry about the Batrider scenario once again. So you don't necessarily first pick the Batrider, which is something that they can still flex a little bit. Do they want to necessarily ban the hero and let OT just have the first pick and try to counter it with the double? But that will also leave several options with the... Do they want to prioritize the Treant again? Do they want to get the Death Prophet rather? Do they let Treant through and go DP themselves and keep a couple picks out? So... It's, and also the Rubik. I think the Rubik is also a really big factor here, which is still considered like every single game is a good Rubik game right now. So it feels like it's an all right pick. I think it's kind of shifted from, oh wow, like they got Rubik, GG, to the point where Rubik is actually all right. It's never going to be bad, I don't think, like, at least during the course of this this patch and this meta. So they might just leave the hero open and completely shift into a different stage. I mean, there's so many options that they can consider in this game 3, but I hope they remember the game 1 draft and the game 2 bans that they had in the first phase.
Yeah, game 1 was a very different game than game number 2 ended up being. We did see TA2000 reprising his role on the Shadow Fiend across both games. Didn't necessarily work out in game 2 all that well, just given the fact that the side of Manaspa was able to support Nande to such a degree where practically became unkillable throughout the game. Only the second rampage that we've seen so far in Western Europe. So this game 3, it's very important to make sure that TA2000 has the positive carry matchup in the same fashion that he had in game 1. How do you feel about this, Kezu? They've been very happy and very cavalier about picking the SF. Do they dare go for this in the third game as we finally do have a draft on our hands? Is this going to be 3 games in a row where TA2000 just plays the same hero, despite the fact that he's been extremely versatile coming into the series?
I think they'll just pick him whatever they think is good for the slot. Or, I mean, I would assume that he has a very high impact on what hero he actually does end up playing. So if he feels like, boys, this is the SF game, they'll just give it to him a third time. I think they're very open. I think he's a very versatile player. I would be very surprised if they like kind of pigeonhole themselves. I think it's more about like how he feels.
This is very interesting. Like, they did not go for the Treant at all. So Ordu Thunders, do they want to max out on teamfight and go Rubik Treant, or just leave the second phase? I mean, you could pick Bat here. I also think like Bat's just a great pick that you can consider. He's great with the Lash and the Undying on the field. Doesn't really worry about either.
I feel like we need to put that on a shirt for Kezu. Just pick Bat. And,
I mean, it's true.
That's
Like,
the solution.
honestly, some of the strongest closing picks you have from first pick, you see it from all the other teams. It's Batrider and Pango. So I'm not too surprised that Bat gets... I mean, I guess I'm a little surprised that they opted to skip it. But next best pick, in my opinion, is Pango. He will always give you great team fight. Lesh hates this hero, even if you lane okay against him. Lesh wants to run the towers. Pangolier loves when you run into the towers, and he stops you from running in. So I think Ordu Thunder should be happy with their first phase here.
Yep. Rubik Pango does feel pretty strong, and this is also another noob specialty. He's played 60 games on the Pangolier in the past. If there is some possibility of them putting it in the offlane weight, has also played this hero fairly often. Only 10 games, but still capable of using the hero. And as usual here, Panda, Ordu Thunder's second phase, they're like, let us just focus on Wish, no Ember Spirit, no Tinker, no OD. They're like, sorry fam, as much as humanly possible, we're going to make sure that you can't have fun. Even though they already have this Leshrac, they have seen from Manaspa that Nande is very happy to play the Leshrac into the safe lane. And I believe the last time they played it, they had the Undying to back him up. So still a very flexible pick for themselves. But interestingly enough here, there's no clockwork for this game. So this time around, we are going to be having a different support duo for Manaspa. What do you see going well with the Undying here?
With the Undying, I mean, this could be 4, this could be 5. If they want to max out on their safe lane, this just might be their safe lane duo on the side of Manaspa. Since Nande, he does like to play the Lesh carry. We haven't seen Wish play it at all yet, so I was thinking about the support factor. They banned out the Shaker last game when they picked Rubik on the side of Ordu Thunder, so I was curious about that Shaker ban. Why? What was the reasoning behind it? Because if the opponent gets Shaker and you have Rubik, I see it as a very, very solid option. But I guess they were a bit afraid about, like, is this Lesh going to be contested too much if he just gets stunned the whole time? They get blocked out of team fights. But they brought out the Primal Beast, going to give them that extra spice. They're not falling for the Bloodseeker bait here with this Pango, but Bat is still in the pool. Like, Order Thunders, they could flex this, like, maybe even Wither. I haven't actually looked at does he play the Pango, but they could still go Bat Rider mid here.
Yeah, Bat mid, so there's still space for this into this Primal Beast. One thing I do like about the Primal Beast is just how strong it's looked in the laning phase, Kezu. In general, whenever they have a very strong 3-4 with the Primal Beast involved, it could still be 3 potentially, but it's sort of reduced the efficacy of a lot of these super strong range carries. These Nature's Prophets, these Leaners, these Snipers, all have a really hard time playing into this hero. They ban out the Drow, but even a hero like that. So are we going to see Oridu Thunders pivot back towards playing a more melee carry rather than going back for a safe laner, potentially like the SF for TA 2000?
It's likely. I do think that the Primal Beast is nice for them, and it semi-protects the Slash Track from all these range heroes that are kind of good against it. But I love this Phoenix pick from Oridu Thunders. I think Phoenix is very annoying for all these Monaspa heroes. None of them hit the egg. Sunray is very good against them. The egg itself is kind of a stronger summon in the fight over the Tombstone, and you already have the Pango that's like going in. So I think right now the team fight stacking up and the counter team fight of Oridu is very strong. I'm not sure yet how exactly they want to pair it here. They're going to go with the Natures. Honestly, this is pretty interesting.
They have a lot of wave push, they have a lot of split push, they have a decent amount of team fight, they have the +1 for ganks, they have great itemization ways on the side of OT. Even with this Furion added into the mix, like this potentially is... this is their first Furion pick, actually. So, I mean, this could still be open for anyone to pick.
Yep. Waiter could play this. It could be the TA 2000 hero. I suppose they're only going to decide once they see some of these bans coming out in the final phase. I will say, though, that Waiter hasn't played this hero since 2020. And in a different tournament, they played this in the safe lane for TA 2000. But it's not necessarily a uber common pick for the side of the Oridu Thunders. And I'll be honest, I'm actually really worried about this if it is in the safe lane. I mean, we've seen this, especially in NA Div 1 and parts of like China. This Primal Beast, as a support even, just wrecks this Nature's Prophets early game. So I'm a little bit worried about this, if I'm completely honest here, Panda. So what do you want to see Monaspa put into the off lane to make sure that this Primal Beast can just put this Nature's Prophet in the dirt as early as possible?
So looking at TA 2000 on this Nature's Prophet, inside the last 21 days, he's 5-1 on the hero. And listen to these stats: 9-0-17, 5-1-10, 7-0-14, 5-0-8, 7-2-10, and then there's that one loss where he died 7 times, but I guess we can scratch that one. He's died 3 times in the course of 5 games that he's won. So I think those stats kind of talk to it about on the side of strengths for the side of Oridu Thunders. So Monaspa, that wasn't the hero I was thinking about. Darkseer's decent. They still don't have anything against this this Phoenix egg, but they bring that extra mobility on the side of the Surge. They have the wall combo, which helps out with locking them down a little bit easier for them to deal more AoE damage with the Lesh and the Primal Beast. But still that full-on engagement, like if they get caught by Pango Roll and the Egg, that's a no-go fight for Monaspa. Like that, just gonna have to play with items on this game. You need Lotus Orbs, you need Force Staffs, you need BKBs.
What do you make of the laning phase here, Kezu, though? Because I'm looking at this Darkseer Primal Beast, and as good as Phoenix can be with these Fire Spirits, it feels like between these two heroes, between like Trample, Iron Shell, and Surge, you can just sort of ignore some of the spells that they bring to bear on the side of Oridu Thunders. So talk to me about the laning phase that this Darkseer Primal Beast will have, and what do they do later on once we start having BKBs, once we start having Pango Rolls in the mix? How do they deal with the team fight at that stage?
So I do think that this is a lane that Nature's Prophet hates. Like, I feel like you should pick a new carry and put this Nature's Prophet offline. You can play the Natures with like Ags or some Auras or whatever, like even some Gleipnir. So I think you can ban for that and pick a new carry. At least that's something that I would do, because I think right now this lane is very scary. In terms of the Darkseer pick, I think it's not too bad. I think it's good with their draft. I hope that they also have this idea of we want some damage mitigation, because even though Oridu Thunders, like their team fight is insane with Phoenix, Egg, and Pango Roll, but their damage is like very slow. So if you have like a pipe and a mech, it can like really drag out these fights where maybe you get to live through the egg, you get to live through the roll. So I hope that that's something they're going to execute. And for Oridu Thunders, I strongly believe you need to pick a new carry.
If that is the case, T-Panda, who do you want to see occupying that carry role? They actually ban out the Bloodseeker themselves on Monaspa. So what does TA 2000 play here if he doesn't want to go into the horrendous lane matchup of Primal Beast Darkseer?
I mean, there's a couple heroes you kind of have to take away from the pool, and Naga and Medusa probably don't look too hot right now for the side of TA2000, who's already played those heroes before. But if he doesn't end up playing the Furion, I think some of the options you're looking at are they're kind of like you probably just go, I don't know, Juggernaut, like something that just kind of ignores the illusion base. Still has magic immunity built into the hero, has a bit of more nimbleness inside these team fights. I think maybe the Wraith King could potentially work. I'm not a super big fan on the hero, but you probably have to look outside of the box a bit. I'll be a bit disappointed if they pick up one of those illusion-based heroes like Medusa or Luna.
Does he play Lone Druid? I think that hero could potentially work. You have the Fear, you can play with the Bear. I don't know if he plays this hero.
He's played it 4 times professionally with a 100% win rate, but the last time he played it was in 2021 in November, so it's been a while since he's
then I
utilized
feel
him
it's
in the pro
perhaps
game.
somewhat unlikely. I think like melee carries or Lone Druid is something that I can see. I'm okay with this.
It's alright. They have some stuff to throw in there. That could work out. Alright, Nande, give me the Dawnbreaker. Or the I feel this is a game for a gyrocopter, not gonna lie.
Oh my god.
I hate the hero. I also hate the hero currently, but
I mean, he is one of the only people that's played Gyrocopter within the... He's the only person so far in the division that played Gyro. It did not win, but he played it. He brought it out, and they go instead for the slot.
Okay.
Well, there's some classic stuff to end out a draft, right? One Faceless Void pick for TA2000, a pick for the Nande slot. How do we feel about the slot here, T-Panda? This is a hero that we have enjoyed seeing so far. It's going to be his 16th game on the hero. So far, he has a 67% win rate. Do you think this is the kind of game where Stark is going to do well, given that there's only like one real big ultimate he has to worry about?
he has several threats in this game, but seeing how Manaspa basically came together in that game too, the way that they coordinate team fights, how they're able to break up that chaos, those are things that help out the Slark a lot, because a full-on 5v5 engagement, you saw the Clinks didn't work out in that sense. The Slark either, unless he has like a lot of stacks built up. So I think it's an alright game. Like, the Stark is still a really good hero, but laning stage is going to be difficult, and you still need to find the time and space to farm at least those couple primary items, like getting into the Ags and +1 item to really join into your team fights.
And Kezu, what do you make of this Oridu Thunder's draft? They wind up with this Faceless Void for TA2000, a ton of teamfight available in the lineup. Is it too much, or does it fit just perfectly to deliver them the Game 3 victory?
I think, or I would slightly favor their draft. I think in order for Monaspa to win, they really need to have good lanes, have the Starks here build up an early pipe, or Mech get the Slark shard later on to protect each other. But I feel like Oridu Thunders, they're gonna throw too many problems at you that you can answer all of them the way you want.
Let us see what this Game 3 delivers, because honestly, this could really be the game that determines first or second position here in the DPC Division 2. And to find out, we throw it over to our Slark enjoyer, OD Pixel, and our teamfight enjoyer, Fogged the Pogged. Take it away, boys, for game number 3.
Thank you very much, Snare. Yeah, looking forward to this deciding Game 3 now between Oridu Thunders and Manaspa. Fogged, considering what we've seen so far from these two teams coming to into this Game 3, and looking at what they've turned up for this final match with, who do you kind of prefer the approach to this Game 3 from?
Oh, I mean, Desire's playing his Primal Beast again, which he's looked amazing on.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, Oridu, they have Naive on, in my opinion, his best hero. So TA2000, if people don't know this, like Naive, his Void was one thing that was like legendary for a long time. One of his few non-ranged heroes that he's a baller on. Oof, I don't know. It's really like, is Manaspa going to be able to set the tempo and be fast with their draft to be able to take advantage of cooldowns? That's kind of the big thing I'm looking at, because I see really big team fight spells. You know, as Snare was saying, I do love my team fight, but I see Void, I see Pango, I see Phoenix, so I probably favor Oridu Thunders a little bit, but if Manaspa is able to play fast around these cooldowns, then perhaps they can actually take it away. So we'll see.
Let's see here, Desire. Who's going to try and stand his ground against TA2000 and Kaori?
Okay, TA2000 did use the leap. He's getting burned still.
Yeah, some body blocks here from Desire. So he will be able to get in and get that bounty as well. So Manaspa will manage to take 3 of the 4 bounties to start off. It's a lot of damage, and
taking a lot here.
I mean, he's got to get back to the tier 2. Yeah.
He might have to just...
Gets very, very low there. Is it worth a trip to the base?
His Phoenix has regen.
Okay.
They're going to have to just fill up quickly. That's painful. He had to use 3 tangos. And now Kaori also taking a significant beating. Yeah, this is not a fun lane to play versus. I mean, this was the theory-crafted lane right when Primal Beast came out. The Ion Shell plus Surge on this trampling beast. Definitely got to put a lot of pressure. And it is a kind of weak lane, I guess you could say. Phoenix, not the strongest 5 position. Void takes some time also. So yeah, it could be a good lane up there from Manaspa.
Yeah.
Both heroes do have a way to disengage from the, the shell and all that, but still.
And likewise, I think on the other side of the map, right, it's not really a fun lane for the safe lane of Manaspa down there, right, against these two.
Definitely not. The 2 ranged heroes that aren't strength heroes either, so the decay doesn't reduce their damage or anything like that. Both just going to be punching into Nande constantly. So we'll see what Spartan's able to do to help him out. So I'd say, yeah, both side laners, both safe laners kind of miserable. Mid, I think we've seen this one a bunch of times. Pango ends up being able to farm pretty well versus Lesh.
A nice fire spirit there for Kaori. Was able to slow down that last attack from Desire to make sure he doesn't get the courier. We'll get the kill though, by the looks of it. Kaori still level 1, no chance to dive. Oh, maybe Desire dies first. Okay, he does. Kaori gets him under the tower there, baits him in, and stays alive. Very well played. They'll now look to dive forward towards Skylark. He's got Surge in a few seconds, so should be fine. Of course, at the same time, bottom, Manaspa were actually able to get a kill here with the 2 of them. They take down Omar. It looks like he got sort of brought down too low by Spartan, and Nande's able to take the kill.
Yeah, he still level 1 on the Rubik. That's very surprising. I guess just stepped up too far and got pounced. Pretty big mistake there coming out from Omar. Spartan. Maybe in trouble now himself.
He's got the heal. But indeed, he will lose his life in return, so straight back to the lane. Omar able to get some revenge.
Okay. See how bottom lane ends up continuing here for Nande. It feels like it should be quite difficult, but him getting a kill is quite a big momentum swing at the least. Now I can bring a lot of extra regen to be able to tank through this damage. Should still be hard, but let's see what Spartan can do. He's got boots already, and he brings 6 tangos. All right, I like it from Nande.
Yeah, he's
knowing how much he's just going to get hit.
Nande having that stick out, and the large amount of tangos should be able to withstand the amount of harassment that the Prophet and Rubik will be throwing in his direction.
And TA2000 is still he's going to be able to farm fine. Kaori might die once or twice in this top lane if he's not careful, but both heroes do have disengage mechanic versus the Ion Shell. Star starting to recover. Desire now looking to just claim away some bounty since he can't play the lane up top. So okay, yeah, TA2000 looks like he's going to be able to free farm mid. Looks like they're going to be able to free farm, but bottom Slark doing a little bit better than anticipated.
Yeah, I mean, in the mid lane, Noob's got kind of like a wave of an edge of a wave of CS, really. 21 for 4 against 16 for 0. He's got a little bit of a lead there.
That I'm a bit surprised behind, and also his skill build. I don't think I've ever seen this from the mid lane. He actually has a point in lucky shot early. I think usually you just see the 4-4-0 like 90% of times. That is very interesting. Guess he's trying to trip him up with some type of disarms and stuff like that when he goes for CS. Not sure. Cool. He's owning, so keep doing whatever you're doing, noob.
See top Desire. Grabbing the creep wave. Not really too much they can do about this. I mean, Corey just trying to bring Desire down low with the persistent fire spirits.
Still a pretty damn like for a Phoenix. Like,
he's doing a lot of damage.
Very good for him, yeah.
Really good trading here.
Yep. He's literally giving Void free farm. So really nicely done. Down bottom, Spartan. Some body blocks coming into play. Throws down the tomb to stop it.
And Nande might be able to get in for the pounce on Omar here. Well, he's going to go for Wuta instead. We'll see if they have enough damage to threaten the Prophet. Well, maybe with that decay, they can get this kill. They're going under the tower. He tries to pop down a tree to block off the vision, but Nande able to see round it and get the kill. So good read there. Goes for the bigger of the kills, and they're able to get it.
They're doing so much better bottom than I anticipated, really. This Slark is killing it. 25-2. Furion only has 15 last hits. He opted to go for Gloves of Haste rather than going for Boots, and it gets him killed down bottom right away. Can't actually distance himself from the Slark, so really nicely done from Manaspa in this bottom lane. Dual melee versus dual range, and they're the ones actually getting kills and the better farm.
We'll see. I mean, again, yeah, Omar's just got to be careful. I mean, at this point, Spartan very easily able to keep Omar low on the HP. And yeah, any chance that Nande gets to swing across away from the lane, he'll go for the kill every time.
It's such a big deal that Nande's having this start, though. Like, bringing that extra regen and everything has compounded to the point where now he has boots and a Falcon Blade. So pretty massive start, really, for the Slark to be able to stay down there and then revert to jungle really early with Max Dark Pact. So yeah, that's pretty huge.
And like as the game goes on, like this is a pretty good Slark game. You know, sure the Void Chrono's annoying, but outside of that, you're the annoying one. Like this Slark's gonna have a pretty fun time against Iridu Thunder's lineup, and a lot of heroes that just aren't. You know, you're gonna be able to stop 4 heroes from escaping. You know, you're stopping the Phoenix dive, you're stopping the Panga from being able to swashbuckle away, no TPing out from Prophet, no time walking from the Void. It's a great game for Pounces.
Wish could be in some trouble.
See if he can survive for this. The one charges might just save him here. Desire's been able to take down Omar. Corey's looking for Desire, won't be able to do enough damage, and Wish surviving that dive there from Noob.
I'd have to re-see that if he missed the damage instance of the Rolling Thunder, because he Rolling Thundered, shield crashed, and then used the swashbuckle during the shield crash that was landing on Wish, and I think he missed the damage from the Rolling Thunder. I don't know. Either way, they're able to survive. They bring back up, and Desire continues to have this good game on this Primal Beast. 1-1, but helping out his mid laner and surviving. And now maybe even finding a Phoenix.
Ooh. That was a really nice charge forward as well, working there in combo to chase down the dive. Corey, though, does continue to be very good with his spirit usages. Make sure that the attack speed isn't there for Desire to get the kill.
All right. But yeah, I'm still just, Nande big winner out of all this. The Nature's Prophets game's been slowed down a lot, so 6 is going to come out a bit later than I think they anticipated with the Wrath of Nature, and can maybe actually allow this Slark to just stay down bottom. Like, he's going to hit 6 really soon, so he can just dip into the trees constantly, get that healing up versus this Nature's Prophet. A big start there from Manaspa. TA2000, though, also, of course, is free farming on their other side, and he's going for the late game scaling. I think they're probably looking at this game and saying, okay, we will outscale them at some point, so he's queuing up the Midas. I'm alright with it, I think, this game.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, a good Chrono is going to be king this game.
Yeah,
you know, so if you get that late point, it will be a case of, you know, you Chrono these cores, you will have the damage, you'll have the team fight to blow them up.
Yeah, and you have Phoenix, so you have this, like, you know, Void, Pango, Phoenix, late game gets pretty ridiculous how much you're able to control and do inside team fights. This is just a free egg in 90% of situations. Desire.
Wrath of Nature does have a Chrono if he wants to drop it for some kills.
Thinking about it. He's got another jump.
Well, the wall dropped, and Desire's going to actually be able to juke around the tree line, so he'll live.
Nice little slow there.
See where they want to go to next. I mean, in terms of pressure on this bottom lane, very hard to bully the Slark away with the 6 being hit. You know, full treads and the Falcon Blade. He's very ready to fight and punch into anyone that presents themselves down here in the mid lane. Your Wish stepping forward quite far. Noob's got some decent control over the Rolling Thunder, but good position from Wish. Make sure that he gets bounced up to the high ground. Zai, he's sort of going to throw his body in on this one. See if he's able to walk away. Sprout from Wuta will say no, traps him in. And Uridu will manage to punish Desire there, who overestimating his potential as a tanky hero a little too much there as he charges into the 3 of them.
Nicely done from Wish, though. Both times positioning himself perfectly to get bounced onto high grounds, or low ground and then high ground afterwards. So we'll survive. But now the push. Witter also has Wrath of Nature ready.
Look at this, though. Manaspa, they're bringing in Nande for the fight here.
Okay.
He's come over towards the mid. See what they can get from this. Nande not quite able to clip Noob there with the pounce. Was very, very close to getting the connection.
And now Spartan trying to defend his tombstone.
Now Skylark's diving in on this.
Skylark?
With the vacuum, Tier 2000 jumps forward. He was going to be able to sort of block off any chance of escape for Skylark, as Skylark ends up dying under the tower of Uridu.
That got awkward real quick. Now TA2000's here with Chrono. Manaspa has to be cautious themselves.
Uridu can continue with his tower pressure. As they will be able to take a very early tier 1 here from the mid lane, pre-10 minutes.
And he gets the last hit on the Void, too. Shows up, gets last hit, goes right back to farming, so Midas will come out very soon. A little bit of disjointed action coming out from Manaspa. Spartan really wanted to fight around Tombstone, but his team got split off and things got really awkward. His first tower goes the way of Ordu Thunders and Wheater. He's going to be doing the build that I really like, that I think is actually the best build on Nature's Prophet lately from the offlane. He's going the Aghanims. So he's already got the point booster component. Nothing that he's like, it's not like he's playing versus some like Ember Spirit or someone like this where the root's going to be super effective, but it's amazing either way. Disarms the whole duration of it, and it just provides that extra catch.
Oh, this one Desire.
Up top.
He's going to be able to set up there onto Kaori. A bit of a nasty surprise for the Phoenix.
Max Shell burns him down quick. Looking to play around their vision, Oradu. They still have this ward on high ground. Spartan drops the Tombstone to make sure he can kill it. Alrighty. And now maybe they look that they want to dive there. No Tombstone, we can maybe commit onto some heroes here.
Still catching the Slark is going to be tricky.
Up top, Kaori again.
Oh, good vacuum from Skylark. They have the Chrono. So whilst they will lose Kaori, maybe they can get both out of this. Yeah, Wooter heads over, so does Noob. They turn up with the TPs and they'll make sure that they get the favorable trade there. A couple of kills the TA2000 is able to get involved with. Midas out, and he's going to be going for that Maelstrom afterwards. So this Void, top net worth. And if they can continue to kind of keep the game under their control, you can definitely expect to see this Void stay at the top. And obviously with the build from the Slark, Nande's going to be a bit more reliant on finding some action once that Diffusal Blade's done.
Yeah, their lineup is all about taking advantage of cooldowns, as we prefaced earlier. So I think for them right now, yeah, Chronosphere is down. Maybe try to start some emphasis to get some kills and get some push going. You have Max Edict on this Lash, so if you can get a kill in mid, you can probably just take a tower.
Quick setup from Desire. I'll see how heavy they want to push in on this. Spartan turning up to help out Wish, but already Noob starting to slow the push. Swashbuckle, and yeah, they won't go charging at the tower quite yet.
They can't. No creep wave. Kaori also, when he dove forward, did end up killing that power rune bottom. I believe it was a DD. So yeah, can't just commit for They wanted to ideally just commit for tower, but Oradu doesn't allow them to. Is now Spartan. Farewell.
Noob should be able to farm the... Oh, okay, no, he's not going to be able to stick around to farm the tower. He'll use the Rolling Thunder as Desire. Swings across. Noob not able to stick around too much. A bit low on the mana. Has got mana boost up in a second. So he'll come with the pounce forward. He's still got the Swashbuckle. So, not something that Desire and Nande can deal with at this moment in time. Noob's going to be fine.
You know, it was interesting to watch the drafting dynamic is after I say, before I finish that, Kaori looks like he's going to get brought down.
And this should give space for Manaspa to easily finish this tier 1. A fortification will come out, and they are bringing up a couple of heroes, Iridu, both Noob and Omar, but no Rolling Thunder for 40 seconds.
Skylark, though,
he does sort of step towards them, and they've got the control to stop that surge away. Will manage to spend his money, so Greaves are done, but taken down.
So I was gonna mention how it was an interesting dynamic of how drafting was going, because Pango, me and Kezu were actually talking in between some of the games and everything, and Pango was ignored completely until this point, and then it was first pick. I was wondering why it's been ignored, because this is still one of the top heroes for me. And then this game also, Tree and Ricky were unpicked, unbanned. Really interesting stuff just to see how the variety of these teams always does go down. Because in certain regions, like Pango, Ricky, these heroes are just first pick, so big cool to see. Is now Desire,
Charges in, and tell you what, he's going to be able to survive through the Chronosphere. And will finally die there to the Nature's Wrath of Wooter. But you have the Phoenix going down, and meanwhile over in the mid, Wish was able to take down Noob. So a good couple of kills from Manaspa that may allow them to continue to go for this pressure onto the tier 1 tower. And a situation where Chronosphere, once again, it's back on cooldown.
And Kaori is still level 5 on Phoenix, in case you didn't see that. Also around that triangle, around Ancients, doesn't have Egg. So a really good place for Manaspa to try to take advantage and make this pressure go onto those heroes is Nande.
I mean, he knows he's strong.
He's still level 5 on Phoenix.
He has got him pretty aggressive, but he's got the chance to Dark Pact and pounce out. Doesn't matter, Noob will chase him, so maybe overestimating his strength there. Goes in lovely aggressive. I love to see it on the Slarks, but I feel his pain there. He's going to regret that jump in.
That's a huge kill. He's trying to get this Phoenix who's not 6 yet. He ends up giving up a big kill. Downtime that I feel like for Manaspa, they don't want to be playing on downtime. It's like, you know, these ults were used, Chrono was used and stuff like that, so they want to fight.
This is a good egg. There's nothing to put a stop to this egg. I mean, Wish has managed to clean up the Rubik. And with the ults out, should be enough for to get Noob out of there with the Rolling Thunder away. And indeed, Corey, getting off the Supernova, will be safe himself.
They got to go straight to mid, though. Like, Chronosphere's still on cooldown. You have to take advantage of these cooldowns by some mean. So mid tower, they will be able to get it from the Edict. But yeah, you can see that, like, the dynamic of these. It's a team with heavy ultimates versus a team without many. So Manaspa have to play clean, and they have to hit hard while those cooldowns are down.
Absolutely. Yeah, because the scaling is going to be too good here from Iridu Thunders. Maelstrom Mai just done on TA2000. As the minutes pass, and unless Manaspa are finding these kills, finding these objectives, the 3 cores of Iridu will stay in the top spots.
Yeah, and they also have like really good scaling supports, right? They have the Rubik and the Phoenix, 2 of the better 4/5s as game progresses. Even though Kaori is so far behind, he's going to get Shard eventually. He's going to have Max Sunray, so he'll have his impact. Well, Undying does start to fall behind. Your Tombstone is still incredibly powerful in most of the fights, but you have to be careful because if you give it up to Rubik, it just completely counters your position as Spartan. Okay, he does cover the spell. I was like, he just dropped Tomb right in front of a Rubik. And those ults now will be back online for Oridu. Level 12 even now on Wheater, so level 2 Wrath is at the ready, and Oridu, they're ready to fight.
That should help.
See here, Omar. Staying with the vision, they're looking to Wish. See if they can take him out here. Good opening burst between the Rolling Thunder and the Nature's Wrath. Corey trying to burn him down with the Sun Ray, but charge forward there from Desires off to the backline. Pulverize onto Corey, but the lift up from Omar puts a stop to the channeling. Corey gives him the space to dive out, and Wish, he may just be able to take down Noob. He does. They try and go on this Lesh track, but Lesh at this point just a bit too much for these heroes to burst through as quickly as I think Uridu were hoping to.
They needed like the Nature's Prophet or something to come in and give extra right clicks, but doesn't want to get involved. I think he was also doing something up top. So yeah, the 3 of them don't have that damage. Under-leveled Phoenix.
On top.
They'll be coming to play. Now, no way.
Don't give up, guys. Don't give up.
Desire just kills off Wood to behind the tower.
Okay.
Yeah, well, yes, Desire's been having a great series on the Primal Beast, and his kills like these that continue to show that.
He's level 11 now. He's the same level as his Darkseer. Wow.
And well on the way to the BKB as well.
Yeah, that like fully almost finishes that BKB. Holy moly. Big place. And, I mean, look at the stacks. Spartan, he's prepping them for the late game as well, too. He's like, all right, you guys want to play some farm game? You know, we believe in our late game, too. Triple stack Ancient, triple stack Hard Camp at the ready.
Monday on the hunt for Corey.
I mean, Desire has found him. Oh, Desire. I mean, this hero, you know, this might be Desire's new big thing. I know he's been playing it a bunch lately, but, you know, his Earth Spirit and his Rubik were things that people were fearing for some time. Might have to take up this Primal Beast. All 3 games, he's been incredibly impactful. Omar in a very deep position here.
Oh, I'm not able to clip him there with the vacuum. It's Manaspa grouping up.
They're ready to fight whenever. Spartan.
Oh. Spartan will manage to get the Tombstone down.
Whoop, noob.
No, yeah, not. I mean, they're juking him pretty nicely here. Oh, he's got sort of stuck as well. Won't be able to get any of the connections that he would have hoped for with that ult.
It looked like for sure Spartan was going to go down, but unable to get the follow-up connections. He trickles away. Now Desire.
Oh. Tries to go for Omar, but able to dodge to the side in time.
And Manaspa's getting tons of time on Nande to farm. The Flesh not dying earlier as well, trickling him toward the top net worth. Nande.
Should be another kill. More
baby.
stacks here for the Slark.
That's a full Aghanims. So Slark, Nande now can fully get involved himself with his team. Or do. Might have to be careful how they play in these next few moments. Sure, you've got the big ults and everything, but starting to hemorrhage a lot of kills.
Yeah, it's got to be some good chronos from TO2000. Otherwise, yeah, this Slark's going to be all over the place with the Zags. And as I say before, it's such a good game for Pouncers. He jumps on any of these heroes and suddenly, yeah, there's capabilities they're relying on that just shut down. So it's tasty time for Slark to get active and get killing.
And if they make like one mistake on Oridu where they throw a wrong ultimate, Roche is on the menu for Manaspa. They have the Undying. They have the Undying to give them the damage amp and everything too with the Lesh to get that Roche. So Oridu have to be pretty cautious how they use this next ult. And Manaspa's just constantly looking for heroes. They're constantly looking for fights.
Yeah, I mean, you see Desire's ready to run at you at any opportunity. Noob. I'm going to roll out. He's going to stick around for a couple more bounces onto Spartan. See if they can at least kill the Undying. They can. Frostbuckle will do it. Meanwhile, in the mid, though, Desire's in with a grab onto Omar. Also able to charge away in time before TO2000's able to get their hands on him. TO2000 jumps in. He's got the Chrono on the left, but the Bloodstone is already off. So he's healing up here. Can they kill Wish off? I don't know if they can. TO2000 is trying his best to stay on top of him with the BKB, but he has to split from him. He wasn't able to kill him, and now he's stuck in the trees. Wish is able to turn with the stun and find him. It's 4 dead on Uridu Thunders. As Uridu, they tried to fight there around the Chrono, but as it was, it doesn't matter if you get the Leshrac in it. He's going to have his spells going off. He's healing up with the Bloodstone. They could not kill him. They're into Roche. Manaspa, I mean, they're keeping the edge, and they have to. These heroes, they have to be, shutting down Uridu's chance of postponing the end of this game and scaling, and they're doing it fantastic there. And this time, in a fight that Uridu very much willingly entered into this.
He jumps, it looks like a good chrono, but he's actually got, not just the Lesh, but the Darkseer right behind, so the Grieve active is ready there on the Lesh too, just in case of anything, and yeah. Just things get awkward. It gets split up too much. Nande is just causing havoc in the back line, and they can't actually kill this Leshrac with the Bloodstone.
And just an unfortunate jump here at the end from TA2000 into the midst of these trees, and they know it.
They have to be careful. And I was just talking about how they have to be careful how they take the next fight, because it just opens up Roche. And now Slark, after finishing a full Aghanims, has an Aegis, gained 2 levels, and has another 2,400 gold.
I got a quick catch on Spartan back in action, but
okay.
Nande, a noob, he's got the ability to roll out with the shard and then into the ultimate, and won't manage to put a stop to that. So Nande up to 9 permanent essence shifts. He's queuing up the Blink Dagger next as well. He knows he's strong. He just wants to throw his body in there. And top Desire will get caught. So Uridu getting a kill here and there, but was able to spend his money on the way out. Desire, so we'll be back in action with a full BKB on the Primal's Beast.
Nande has no fear whatsoever now at this point, though. He's just going to be diving, looking for plays constantly, as potentially can get TA2000. At least force a BKB, not able to, though. Yeah, this Aegis gives him a very big window to just be able to kind of jump in and do anything he wants as the Slark for the next 3 or 4 minutes.
I'll see Chrono in 5 seconds.
It's like, I don't know if they can even go for the Lesh anymore. I think you just have to save this Chrono for the Slark in every single one of these team fights. I think Wish is going to start having to be ignored, which is definitely going to cause problems of their own. But 4-0 and 5, this Lesh has yet to die. And been chronoed, what, twice? Or chronoed once and then just gone on separately from a Rolling Thunder another time. Just can't focus fire him.
I mean, will we be seeing a Vessel come out on any of the teammates of Uridu?
No, I don't think so.
It's just not really buildable this game.
No, I mean, Phoenix just can't really go for it. He's too poor, and Rubik doesn't like to build it, so... I mean, they've just gone for the regular standard items, just 4-step and then Shard on the Phoenix. Yeah, I don't think anyone can. Maybe some type of Shivas at some point eventually for Noob, maybe. But that's going to be a ways away. Manaspa in a pretty comfortable spot right now. That being said, though, still have to be cautious. Because the big team fight that's always going to be there. Omar. He'll be able to just scurry away.
Still looking for him. Second round of the Stolen Surge, though. Now continues to keep his distance over in the mid. And Noob is going to get the push Spartan up to the high ground. But again, having to use these Rolling Thunders defensively, Nande in on the chase for Core, and he may be able to continue this and force out the ult. See, Corey? Okay, 4 staffs there. He's back close enough to the base that Nande doesn't want to continue the chase.
They're still being a little cautious. Spartan even dropping Tombstone to deal with these treants up top. Stop that push. They're still, they're still looking to play fast, but being cautious on Manaspa because they know they're not at like any type of dangerous position here. Oradu still in a very comfortable position with their draft to be able to continue scaling. They just, have to be careful how they do layer some of these ults. So Manaspa still probably have to look to play a bit aggressive here with this slight lead that they have, but just have to be cautious of how they stand. Don't want to get multi-hero chronoed, especially not on the Slark. As I like that he's gone for these items better. I still think he should probably go back for the shard on the Slark pretty soon, but I like that he's going more for stats rather than going for Blink Dagger.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
50 seconds.
Dire's structures
Oradu
are
avoiding the
fortified.
Sages.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower. Dire's top tower is under
See
attack.
Nande. He knows they're in his jungle.
They see Noob right now. Desire's hunting him.
I mean, top tower's going to get taken out. Desire opening up onto Noob at the same time. Nande just continues to... He pretty much solo chased down the rest of Urdu Thunders, chasing them out of the jungle.
Is under attack.
Noob is out of mana. He can't actually TP with this Rolling Thunder.
With the Nature's Wrath trying to hold back some of them. Mana won't be able to hold back them all. He's able to get the blink off. Meanwhile, Nande...
5 seconds on Aegis.
Oh, wait
4.
it out. They can't really. I mean, maybe they can. Oh, he's able to pounce away. They
No
chase
way.
him, they get him. They time it perfectly. They're able to kill him after the Aegis comes to an end. There's a double kill for TA2000. Honestly, maybe more. See if he's tempted to get back in on this.
What a play from Oradu Thunder. Just perfectly timing that Aegis out. It looked great for Manaspa, too, the way they danced around. And then, ooh, plays his hand too hard.
Yeah.
Gets punished.
I mean, he pretty much should say he was on sort of those 3 heroes solo for a long time. Gets one of the kills, but
Is under attack.
indeed, the way that it was drawn out, Urdu Thunder's keeping perfect track of the Aegis. They know when to go, and they make sure that they shut that Slark down, get the kill, and that will give TA2000 the chance to get his next time's done on his finish. He's going to be
And
moving in
he's-
on the Skadi.
And he's got level 20 now. So that's really big timing for him to be able to get for these solo kills. Now maybe he can actually commit onto the last strike or commit onto the Slark fully inside of one of these chronos. Mindbreaker makes a difference too. That little bit of
it's a lot
extra
of damage.
silence, etc. This could be a big timing for Oradu.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I love Mjolnir as well too. Just versus small damage instances. Sure, it can only proc so often, but versus Edict, versus your Pulse Novas, versus Slark, it's constantly going to be proccing. Omar.
Noob's going to get in on this.
Big connection.
The rest of Urdu are heading over. Desire will be in with the jump, gets the grab off onto the Prophet. Wuta getting trampled over. Wish pops the BKB to commit him for the kill onto Wuta. They've lost both of their offlaners, each team. See jump forward, and Wish is able to clean up Kaori as well. Urdu then want to punish Wish for this though. In with the jump, Omar's able to get the drag
Big
back.
damage.
And here's the damage from TA2000. Not a chance there for Wish. As TA2000 on the void, he's getting these big
kills.
And in terms of scaling, as we say, this game's going to be feeling pretty nice for him. Playing the last few flights perfectly. And well on the way to the Skadi. In the mid, Noob. Able to get the shard off, but Rolling Thunder itself still on cooldown for 20 seconds. So as it comes to an end, Desire runs him over.
Desire still kind of acting as this pseudo core on the Primal Beast majority of this game. Level 17 as well. Good pickup. He's really causing Noob some problems. So we did see him get the grab, and we did see a little swap of items. Titan Sliver now for Void. Mindbreaker being swapped over to the Pango.
Oh, yeah.
TA2000. Yeah, he is massive.
He's a problem.
Is going to be amazing too versus that Lashes. Yeah, he's definitely got to be the issue that the side of Manaspa has to just kind of deal with. So Nande on the Slark, he's going to have to cause like havoc in the back lines and just try to dodge out these Chronos. Because,
I mean,
if he gets caught, he might just die.
The problem is, I think, for Manaspa in these fights, they just don't have a clear way of stopping TA2000 from pressing Chrono, right?
Yes.
He will be able to get his Chrono off. What's going to stop him? Maybe if Desire can get in and catch him by surprise with a grab, that's it. Outside of that, he's pressing Chrono every single team fight.
I think the biggest thing they could do is just like split up the fight, right? I think what you want to do ideally on Nande is you cause panic in the back lines versus the Phoenix and Rubik and force the Void and the Pango to kind of split up where they're going to go. I think that's probably the best chance. But yeah, I think for the most part, it's still an uphill battle for them to deal with this Chronosphere.
Yeah. Now he's going to get it off, and with the items and levels he has, he will be able to solo kill the cores.
Yeah.
So that's a huge issue for Manaspa in these team fights. They've got to somehow take these fights with the Void being elsewhere, catch the rest of the team by surprise, or, I don't know, stopping themselves from being Chronosphere is going to be incredibly hard. And as we'll see here, they'll get the quick catch onto Kaori. TA2000 watching from the side and looking for an opportunity to drop the Chronosphere. Buyback comes in for Kaori. It's Urudu Thunders, they want to take the fight. So they're rolling Thunder forward for Noob, but he won't continue to chase down Desire. Desire surged up and off to safety.
Spartan.
They'll settle for Spartan here. They get the Diffusal Blade slow off. We'll put the ultimate, we'll put the wall drop down across TA2000. TA2000 clipped by the stun. They actually are able to get him. They get the pulverize. They got him. They're able to take down the Void. They managed to do it. They kill off the egg. I think just a bit of a misplay there from TA2000 on his Void, overestimating his capability to stay alive without popping the BKB. And that's the one scenario where they can do it in these fights. They kill the Void first.
They get the full chain stun.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Wish. Wish leads the stun with the split earth. Desire gets the charge through and gets the pulverize. They get the perfect control. Like you said, just hesitating with his BKB, thinking that he can survive the burst, but unable to. No bailout. Doesn't have a Rubik shard on his team.
Yeah.
I don't think he's in position anyway to get a Force Staff. 100-0 before Chrono. That's how you deal with it.
Very well played by Manaspa. These are not easy fights, easy moves, and they catch him by surprise. You say we're pretty much hidden behind the tree, I think Wish was, where he drops that blind stun that TA2000 isn't aware of coming in, and just that little bit of an opening, that's enough. It's pretty much the extent of the 3 bits of lockdown they have. The stun from the Lesh, the knockback from Desire charging in, and then the pulverize. That'll do it.
He didn't expect that.
He did not at all.
He's like, oh man, it's literally everything they could have done, because it's also Spartan hits him with the flesh golem too, right? So he's damage amped, and then he gets caught by the chain stun. You couldn't have asked for a perfect initiation there like that from Manaspa again. And then they get Roche that spawns literally as the Void dies, so everything coming in sync.
Very nicely played by Manaspa. It's not easy to catch him by surprise like that. And after it's happened once, you can imagine that he's going to be even more tense and prepared for it happening again. So catching him again like that could be tricky. But we'll see if they can pull it off, Manaspa.
I mean, they could just end up waiting for a point where the Lesh... You know, Wish, we haven't mentioned him too much, but he's been kind of ignored, having this amazing game. He could just get a Hex, and then they're able to get that chain stun, chain follow-up to always go for it. So I love this itemization.
Yeah.
I mean, he's quietly owning this whole series. I mean, his co-op, I think, was kind of out of his control just because of the nature of the hero. This game, 7-1-8. Last game, he was like flawless on his Death Prophet. He's having quite a performance.
This Hex is going to be fantastic.
Wheater. Oh my god, he's caught. No. Oh. What?
He's out.
What?
I mean, the vacuum put a stop to TP, right? Start TPing again. I can only imagine what the second pounce was still on cooldown.
CD, and then they had nothing.
He'd already used the first to close the gap, and the second one, of course, missing. So nothing else to stop him.
All right, and they killed Desire in the minute. I actually cannot believe he survives like that. Like, just what the hell? All right.
I mean, that is the thing. You know, at the end of the day, there isn't a huge amount of sort of interrupt from Manaspa.
Yeah, I guess just, with both pounces are down, and
yep.
All right, that just happened. And they find Desire in the meanwhile on the other side of it. So 30 seconds. Manaspa's still playing a bit aggressively here. Big rune up down bottom. Arcane rune.
Yeah,
oh, it's going to be with the Midas too. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Go Midas something now. Go straight back to that neutral camp. Okay, he needs to get to the fight bottom. Yeah, Nande's diving in. Noob.
Found a neutral.
Good opening control there, Noob. All right, he's just done it there. Sets up
they
for
might
the
just
kill.
chrono this.
I think you do. Play it
with
safe,
Arcane.
don't mess around, kill the Slark, and indeed, there's no messing around. Chrono, Supernova, BKB, pop it all, get that kill, job done.
He has Arcane Rune. It's very efficient to pop your BKB and everything. So, that's quite a big death there from Nande. Chrono's going to be back up in 80 seconds, so pretty much as soon as Slark respawns, there's a Chrono again.
They might get more here.
Skylark. Uh-oh.
Just going to drop the wall, but no options to immediately get out of the Sprout. Sprout does come to an end. They will split. Spartan will be the one to tank the Rolling Thunder coming through from Noob. And in fact, with that split, Skylark will manage to escape. So Spartan gives his life.
That might be one of the more game-deciding deaths I've seen. Honestly, like it's not like we're calling it by any means or anything like that, but that is a massive death that the Slark has. It leads them to now lose more heroes. Now they're on a defensive posture, and when Slark respawns, Chrono's back up. So, all right. I mean, they got to try salvage. Maybe they can maybe get TA 2000 here. This is maybe the play that they can get.
Ooh, no. Wait. Has Desire got Blink ult? He has got Blink ult.
They have the Lesh with Blink.
Yeah, true. BKB still on cooldown for 4 saying, yeah, they have to kill him here. And yeah, if they get the jump stun, they've got him. So this is down to Desire to be super quick. So this should be a kill if Desire can jump.
Let's see if they've got it all of it following up.
He's a bit off to the side, but he still gets it. And indeed, that'll do the job there. So they needed that big time after Nande dies bottom. They're able to kind of level things back out there, catching TA 2000 in the mid.
Okay, things are salvaged. Whew. I was going to say, this Slark death is pretty brutal, but they will be able to get a big counteract kill. So 70 seconds, no Void on the map. Now Manaspa, with their Slark respawning, probably want to look to just keep lanes pushed out and maybe just get some type of big catch on the Nature's Prophet if they possibly can. Do they have a gem on anyone? It's the next question I'm checking around. No gem just yet on Manaspa.
There's the Hex on Wish. So
okay.
More answers. How close is he to the Lincoln's on Void, did you say? Let's have a look.
He's not going for it. Or, sorry, he's not close to it just yet as, No,
he's just 900 gold short. Just got the recipe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, yeah.
So we'll have Lincoln's. Yeah, Wish is forced to put the BKB there in the mid.
I mean,
it's a little bit spooked.
Very value Lincoln's game. Because really the big ones that he's looking to cancel, it's the Pulverize, and then, the Unbeknownst X that's going to be coming out. So, yeah, it's going to be pretty much perfect. Cool.
And then what sort of items has his team got to help him out? We've got the Force, obviously, on Kaori, going for the Refresh Note. So they've got a couple of Forces. So as long as he's not out alone, it's still hard for them to get the jump. But they have got the chance, with this Blink Hex on Leshrac. So
yeah, all depending on where Omar is, right? If he did buy the shard on the Rubik, but it was very late. He actually bought it after Blink and Force Step. Now he has to save his Spartan. Shows his face. They'll just commit wall onto him. Sure. And now they do have Sprout Leash talent as well too for Weeder. But yeah, I mean, so much attention is always going to be given to the carries, the Slark and the Void and stuff like that. But Wish, 719, he is explosive in this game. He's level 25 too.
Yeah, a good jump from him could carry this to victory.
Do you see the pickup on Nande? I mean, all in on the vision aspect of the fights and attack speed. He bought a Moon Shard.
Okay.
That's a bit early. Like, instead of having, like, a Basher or something like that for extra control, or... Okay. See if it ends up paying off for him.
All right, yeah.
Can be a risky purchase, but could just give him the damage to just kill heroes and burn their mana out, so, sure.
Obviously, having the high attack speed as well does mean that, if they do have a good fight, this is going to be very nice for the push.
Yeah, and I think maybe just all about like vision and team fight. They drop Tombstone and then they have this extra night vision from Slark.
It's true. Cool. And Wish, he's going to be able to get a nice little catch on to Kaori. And yeah, as you say, the vision game in
I think vision.
Just setting up for Wish to make these sort of jump hexes.
Yeah, I think it's actually kind of cool. Yeah. We don't see it too often purchased for that reason, but I think the only time you see it purchased early is on something like a Slark or a Night Stalker, so you could just really benefit off of it. Cool. See if it works. 2K lead, feeling some momentum.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Spartan is just constantly dropping these tombstones just for vision, not even in the fights. How's buybacks looking? Still not available. Void is 1,400 away, and I mean, I just continued to look at Desire's net worth, by the way. He has a full Aghanims on Primal Beast.
All right.
Yeah. So maybe an extra little factor that could come into play. Breaking the break factor versus like the... Actually, he doesn't even take it. Never mind. I was going to say versus the Void 25. But he actually takes Chrono AoE rather than taking Backtrack.
Okay, I mean...
He'll find the grab. Okay,
see if they can get Noob. Desire. I mean, he's got to get out of it. He has got BKB Blink. He just needs the Blink alone. Noob's going to still tease with the idea of chasing this. TPs are going to be coming back to help Desire out.
Okay.
He's not an easy hero to go on. Desire, he's going to be fine. Off to the side, Skylark and Wish, they've wrapped around the back lines and found Kaori. Manashpa can move in for more. Nande's going to jump in looking for the control over the Noob. Noob able to swashbuckle into the trees in time, but a second pounce forward from Nande is there. Now force Noob to the side, but Wish commits in. Double kill for the Leshrac. It's 3 dead on Urudu Thunders. Wuta will manage to BKB TP out of there, but again, Manaspa just proving to be too difficult for Urudu Thunders to deal with in these team fights. TA2000 not able to take part and find a Chrono opportunity. And yeah, Wish just popping off here. 9, 1, and 11. 4,700 gold. He can go in towards the overwhelming Blink next.
I mean, Desire forces some massive mistakes coming out from Urudu. They chase him so far, and they don't even get him. Yeah, I mean, Desire, even in the defensive aspects, is owning. Like, they chase so far, and then they just get turned on because they get wrapped behind. As now, Manaspa. In a pretty comfortable spot. 60 seconds till Roche. Can open up the map, take out all the wards. A big pick up, a Penta.
Yeah,
and soon 25 for Slark.
They got, we're going to have to see some amazing Chronospheres from Urudu. As Manaspa, 10k lead against them. You know, when these fights are split up, Manaspa will clean up. Looks like Nande will continue to favor the Ninja Gear to sneak around the map over the Penta Edge.
Okay, cool. TA?
TA. I mean, yeah, he's got to be hesitant. He's got to be careful. The Chronosphere, he cannot whiff them. They've got to be perfect. He's going to jump.
No.
Here's a 3-man. Can he kill the Slark off, though? The Egg's going to go off to the side. Nande will manage to live through the Chronosphere. The Supernova will be successful. They've killed Spartan. Let's see if they can deal with Wish. The BKB comes to an end. TA2000 able to time walk away in time. Desire moves in over towards the Prophet, but Prophet's able to step to the side. The TA2000 is in trouble. They've been caught by the stun. He's dead for 100. Not able to do the damage. Kaori will find the kill in return, but Nande, he's thinking about diving in for this. He's going to hold back. Pounce still on cooldown for 5 seconds. Wish, he'll throw himself forward, though. Gets in over towards Noob. Swashbuckle away in time, but Desire, Nande, they're all chasing him down, and they will kill him. Another kill for Manaspa, 10k lead. And they did buy back on Desire, of course, but still very much worth it. And even with like a 3-man Chrono, at this point, Manaspa, they lived through it, and overall the positioning in a way that he had to go pretty deep for that 3-man Chrono, so there just wasn't the chance of anybody else doing any damage to this Slarkin.
Wish just ends up being alone. And, you know, we said that he's been alone, he's been ignored a lot this game, but 9-1-13, he just kills the backline.
Yeah.
The Egg ends up popping, but I believe he had the Sunray that was pushing onto the Undying rather than hitting the Slark. The positioning wasn't there. Bit of an overcommitment, and now Aegis Cheese. Looks like Manaspa may have done it. Even the Refresher in the inventory of Nande. Yeah, Wish is just quietly owning the entire game.
Well, I mean, yeah, this is going to be at least surely one set of barracks. I mean, with Aegis Cheese Refresher shot at it, there's going to be no necessity for Manaspa to back off.
Nope, they got to keep going.
I'm feeling so strong right now.
They've got so much chain stun, it feels like now at this point with all these items, that, yeah, Void dies in one stun. Very hard for TA2000. Chrono back up in 15. But now they have to hit so many targets, it feels like. It's like, okay, well, we have to hit Slark, but we actually also have to hit Wish, as we've seen him just quietly destroy every fight.
Now they're backing off. Manaspa, they'll respect the fact that Uridu's back in play.
Okay.
Now look to deal with their side lanes.
On Kaori. So the Phoenix does have a second round of ult and Sunray. But I think all the pressure in the world really onto TA2000 of can he land like a 3-4 man chrono and is it going to be on the right ones?
It's all eyes on the Void, which is, you know, always very fun to watch, but you can imagine very stressful for TA2000.
Yeah. Because it's like same scenario. If he chronos Lash, might not be able to finish him off, and then the Slark just might run rampant. So yeah, it feels like he has to catch both, at least these two cores at the very minimum. Pretty uphill battle now for Oridu Thunders. Noob, unable to really connect with anything most times too, is now high ground. Desire just walks in.
Oh. He's up on the cliff. They get the Hex off on a Corey. That's a dead Phoenix. 70 seconds, of course. With the money that he spent up, he's 800 gold short of a buyback, so he'll be out for a minute. Same to be said for Omar. Omar does have the luxury of buyback, though. This is a long time without that double supernova Phoenix that they kind of need to follow up the Chronospheres in these team fights.
Yeah, they're just going to get the push going. Wish jumps up top. Edict's back up in 5. Anyone they find is just insta-dead. All eyes on TA2000.
And even if there's no Phoenix to follow him up, and he's been caught! They've got to force him to the side. They need to save him. Another lift up. They will manage to get him back towards the fountain. TA2000 will live. And there's the Chrono. Is there the damage? He'll go for Spartan first. Now he'll turn towards Nande. Nande is caught for now, and at least they're able to force him to safety. TA2000 has to get back to the fountain. 15 seconds until they have Phoenix back in play. Wuta attempting to retreat, but the BKB won't save him. The Bash has come in. He's gone. You see the buyback now from Wuta. The tier 4 starting to get focused by Manaspa. TA2000, he's going to get blocked again. As it wishes in, pops the Lincolns, has the follow-up Hex. There's the Pulverize, he's getting slammed into the ground. He's out of the game, has buyback, will use it immediately. The Supernova, it's going to be successful. As Spartan does get caught straight underneath the stun. That's Spartan out for 90 seconds. Can they get more from this? There's still one man down here, Uridu Thunders. There's the refresher. A second Supernova comes to Vikori. Jump forward from TA2000. The Supernova will be successful, but they've got to split. Nande pounces out in time, but TA2000 continues to chase. The turn, the punch. He jumped in too deep. That's going to be TA2000 out and down for 2 minutes. Kaori dead as well. This should be the cleanup from Manaspa, and there it is, the GG as Manaspa will take this game. The spams here from Nande. With reality check, guys, a smiley face. I think he was a bit excited about this victory, Fog.
I think so. I mean, it was the first people to defeat Oridu, and this time in their own style, right? We talked about how Oridu's trying to take it late. They're going this Midas. They feel like this is great, like late game scaling lineup, but Manaspa, they take it to the later stages, dominate every fight. Slark popping off 15-3-11, but Lesh, I mean, Wish, holy moly, 11-1-20.
Yeah. He really went the extra mile this game. Great stuff from him. Fantastic itemization. And as just at the end of it all, just really able to get into the head of TA2000. Ever since sort of getting caught in that fight around the Roche pit, it all started to go a bit downhill for him. I mean, there's so much pressure on the Void at that point to land the Chronos. And even when he did, it just came a bit too late. It came a bit too late. Great stuff from Manaspa. Nande, he's going to be feeling very good with both of his carry performances in those last 2 games, right? Excellent stuff on the PA, and this game pretty much unstoppable on the Slark. And they've done it, as I said. This is the first series that will see Uridu Thunder lose here in Division 2, which makes things all the more spicy for that fight for sort of the top position. And with Manaspa taking them down, it'll be interesting to see if they can keep this going. I think previously they lost one other series. But other than that, Manaspa proving to be the stronger team today as they take down Uridu Thunders 2-1.
An absolutely stellar performance coming in from the side of Manaspa here, taking down Uridu Thunders 2-1. We all anticipated a 3-game series, but I'm honestly glad that this is a result we got here at T-Panda, because now we have 3 teams tied at 3-1, a 3-way tie in first place. It doesn't get more exciting than this.
Yep, and no more do we have a team that is undefeated in Division 2 of West Europe, so that tips the scales onto the other team's favor by quite a lot now. I mean, Hustlers, OT, Manaspa tying it up, but to crack down this game, I think this was a really good show from Manaspa in sense of how well this draft comes together if they can extend this a little bit further. I was talking about, like, they need to get this Slark on his timings because the Faces Void damage output, it becomes really, really rough against most of these heroes on this lineup. They just build up a lot of armor, and we've even seen Faces Void Magnus lineups with extra empower damage just fall flat because they don't have the damage to deal with it. So T2000's got a lot to worry about this game. You see Primal Beast building Ags, we see Darkseer building Ags, just extra tools against the right-click damage coming out from OT. So beautiful execution from Manaspa, and holy damn, Wish. This guy really stunk throughout this series. From the start to finish, better and better.
It got better and better throughout the series itself, but one thing that was very complicated in this particular game here, Kezu, is the damage output we saw from Ooredoo Thunders. It's not like they didn't put up amazing damage numbers, right? Pretty much everybody on their team, with the exception of Omar, was 30,000 or north in terms of their overall damage output. But Manaspa just had so many tools to keep extending these fights. These Guardian Greaves on Skylark, this Wish Bloodstone, Slark just being Slark, and then just Spartan, underrated performance coming in from this Undying. But the amount of healing he was doing just quietly in the background, keeping everybody alive. Like, I honestly didn't expect Manaspa's draw to come together the way it did, but by God did it. Talk to me about this. What could they have done differently on the side of Ooredoo Thunders to stop Manaspa from being able to be as crisp as they were in these team fights?
I think if you look at Manaspa's lineup, and I think when they really do well is when they have chaotic lineups where multiple heroes can go in the back and disrupt and kind of cause chaos. I think for Ooredoo, if they just set up their fights a little better, or I think their lineup isn't that hard to play. I do think Manaspa played better than them, and that's why they ended up winning. But if you're OT, you find a fight where you place a Chrono with an Egg Sunray, and I think whoever you go on, they're gonna die. But I think they never really did it together. They didn't do it out of a smoke. And when you do it more randomly, that's like when Nande on the Slark, he's gonna go on your backline. He's suddenly disrupting the Phoenix. Now you don't have the 1+1 combo, or your roll doesn't fully connect. So I think for OT, I feel like they struggle a bit when they play bigger team fight lineups. They play better when TA2000 can just stand his ground on his hero, Noob goes in, drags some guy in on Bad Rider. But on these teamfight lineups, I'm not actually as impressed as when they play different lineups.
Yep, T-Panda, firstly, we get to see weaknesses being exposed from the Ooredoo Thunders draft and how they played. So talk to me about what you think they can do to plug those weaknesses going into the next couple of games to make sure that they have the execution necessary for team fighting. And of course, as the birthday boy, and on this last game, you get to decide who the MVP is.
All right. Basically, to crack down if there's any mistakes that they can do, I think Manaspa... mistakes thinking correct. So Manaspa was a much different opponent compared to the others. Like, they already have that Division 1 experience on a lot of these players, so they know when they make individual plays that they can pull off some really good moves. They understand how much they can actually extend and pull the limits to some of these heroes, and they really knew how to do that disruption. I think that if you look at OT, maybe some of that unity coming into team fights, like has already brought up, that we don't really get to see too much of the combo coming out from this Void and the Phoenix. Would there have been any other opportunities for them to get these openings that would go in their favor? Like they already lived on the thought that Manaspa is going to be bringing up a lot of numbers into these team fights, so could they have been a bit faster with execution? I think that's probably where it comes down to, is reaction speed, and that just comes with time. So close qualifier team doing so well so far. I think there's still a lot of good things that they can do, but they're already doing so many things correct. MVP? Oh man, am I going with the guy? I mean, all right, so whenever you order something and you end up getting something that you probably weren't expecting to get, it's probably Wish, but this is not the Wish from Wish. I'm going to give it for the Leshrac here. This was the one-of-a-kind product that you got, and it just pulled off so well. During this series, I would have given Wish MVP in Game 2 and Game 3. It has to be him.
I've been hating life giving these core players the MVP votes. Normally I want to say Desire again, but Wish was certainly on one today, and we will allow this. 11, 1 and 20 on this Leshrac performance. just truly something else. And the thing that I've loved about this is that the theme continues, Kezu, that the teams we've seen doing very, very well in Division 2, and not just winning their games, it comes down to itemization. Bought the perfect items for this game. We see the 3 items to make him uber tanky, right? The Sanjin Kaya, the Bloodstone, the BKB. Then he buys these sort of debuff items in the Overwhelming Blink, which makes him even tankier still. And then the Sheep Stick. Just, I don't know how you're supposed to deal with this, honestly. Like, the way he played this game, especially in tandem with both Skylark and Desire, it just made it feel like, well, if you don't chrono literally everybody as TA 2000, you can't necessarily do anything. So congratulations to the side here of Manaspa for grabbing this W. But we've been hopping on a lot about how they got this win. We should probably ask the players themselves, as we have Skylark available on the line. Skylark, good sir, can you hear me? A very sweaty performance. How do you feel after this very long but difficult 3-game series?
Yeah, it was long. We feel very good, obviously, after a win. It was very nice games. We enjoyed it a lot. There were some, internet issues, some internal issues like that happening, but that's part of Dota. But yeah, we enjoyed it.
What can you do? Tell me about something, actually. Obviously, you've been playing with Spartan for a very long time, and the last time we spoke to him about it, we asked him a little bit about this as well. What's it been like having this very close partnership that you have with this one player that you guys have been playing together since, like, what, 2016? We only had, like, one break in that entire time period. So talk to us about what that partnership has been like for you.
I mean, he's a real brother outside of Dota as well, and it's like family at this point, and we know so much about Dota at the same point together. We know the same stuff because we learned it all together. So right now we try to build a team around Spartan and me, and it always has worked very good between me and him. I don't know, we just have a good chemistry, let's say.
Chemistry, of course, is very important to Dota. Kezu, while we have a man on the line, do you want to ask him any questions while he's here?
Of course. Congrats on the win, Skylark. Okay, I have 2 quick questions for you. I already asked Martin this one last time. What's up with the Nande all chat? Is it all in good fun still? Is there some bad blood, or what's happening? Tell me more.
I knew this question was coming.
Of course.
Is there a no comment? No. It's all in fun. It's all in fun. He's a young player. You know how these young players are. Like Amar also. It's all in fun. He enjoys it.
Okay, so he's just a beast. You can't tame him yet. I see how it is.
Yeah.
All right, then
he loves winning.
Second one. That's good enough for me. So I think game 1, you were playing DP. You guys had like this response to the Bad Rider. What do you think went wrong in the first game? Where you second phased Omni Queen? I actually really liked your second phase, but I feel that game kind of slipped out of your hands. What do you think happened to you guys in that game?
Just some bad position, bad skirmishes overall. Like we had a good lead inside that game, minute like 20, and we didn't play coordinated in the heals. Like people were getting caught off, and in this draft you need to play together because we only have one catch in these clinks basically. Because Primal Beast was going BKB first item, so we needed to play very close to each other, and we made a couple of mistakes. Supports getting caught, and game slip away.
All right, thank you.
All right, congrats on your win here. I actually wanted to talk to you about the series as a whole, and since we've kind of talked about constructive parts and maybe some criticism here and there, I want to talk about the positives. What do you guys think went really well for you guys during the course of this series? What were the good things that you achieved?
I mean, we were feeling pretty bad at the end of game 1, but some people stepped up a lot. Wish really stepped up in terms of his communication and bringing the team up, and I'm really proud of him for that. So did Nande. So that's something that we took away from this game.
All right, that's good to hear. And also regarding the general meta and about like map movements and warding, does it feel like it's very predictable, the warding on the map, or is there any variance against some of the teams? Because I saw that you lose more wards than you kill, and Ordu Thunders, for example, they get more wards out of the map than they lose.
Can you explain the question one more time?
All right, sure. So basically, like, how does the warding on the map feel with every team that you play against? Is there some team that does it better against you? How did Ordu Thunder, for example, feel like when you were playing against them? Do you feel like you're always out of vision, or you know exactly where they are? Was it predictable or not predictable?
Yeah. I feel like the meta has shifted with the warding to, controlling these areas and hills. And if you stop controlling the map, you just lose all the vision. And most of the time, it's my job to do that, to control the, let's say, bottom area in some hill. And if I'm not doing my job, the whole world are out, People know where to put good sentries nowadays. With the courier users, it's easy to lose a map in like 30 seconds if you don't play well.
All right. That's all for me. Thank you.
One final question before we let you go back to practicing for your next games here, Skylark. Obviously, over the last few years, you yourself and Spartan have had these ups and downs, right? You've been some of the best teams in Div 2 squads, and then you get relegated immediately back from Div 1. What makes this particular squad different, and what do you plan to achieve in 2023 that you weren't able to do in the last few years?
First of all, we played with Wish way longer than we played with Nande, also Desire, but we were lacking always like one big part of the team, like a real carry, let's say. And I feel like Nande is like one of the best carries I've ever seen. This guy hasn't even reached his full potential, so that's a very big plus for our team. And we are looking forward to actually being in Div 1 and going to majors like this. Like, we can be so much better than what we are now, even, for sure.
I mean, given the heights that you've been able to reach in the past, I can't wait to see what you have in store. We hope that not only Nande, but your entire team of Manaspa in general, we hope that you haven't reached your final form, because we love seeing your daughter and we'd love to see you improve. So Skylark, thank you so much for your time tonight, and good luck, have fun for the future series.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye. See you.
And that is, of course, Skylark, Greek extraordinaire, and the offlaner right now for the side of Manaspa. They did a pretty great job here, Kezu, getting this 2-1 victory, making the top of the table very heavy in 3-1 format. Of course, though, that's not the end of the day. So before we go into our next series, I want you to just quickly talk to us. Who do you think is going to come actually get their first slot between Manaspa and Ooredoo Thunders, or is there another team that you have in the mix to get that first slot going to go into Div 1?
I guess it should be one of these two. I still feel like Ooredoo Thunders are gonna be my bet. I feel like there's a lot to learn from this particular series that they've played. But I mean, Manaspa also impressed me a lot today. But if I had to give you one of the two, I would go with OT.
Well, OT might have lost the series, and Birthday Boy, I'm going to give you the final shot before we go to a quick break here. The rest of the series tonight, we have Ancient Tribe versus Alliance, and then we have Team Bald Reborn versus the Water Rune Enjoyers. Tell me who's winning tonight, and what's the scoreline going to be for the next two series?
All right, so I'm going to give you quick answers. I'm going to say Ancient Tribe 2-1 Alliance, and I'm going to say Water Rune Enjoyers 2-0 Team Bold.
Damn, okay. So the Birthday Boy puts disrespect on both Ponlo and Gork in the same sentence. What a lad. We're going to be seeing whether or not his wishes are coming true. Get him the hell out of here. Go enjoy your birthday, good sir. Happy 30th. Everybody in chat, please sing him happy birthday in chat. Not on voice, but just in chat. And we'll see you all very shortly to continue the day of Dota 2. Div 2 continues right after a short break here in Western Europe. So don't go anywhere. Wish Panda happy birthday, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah.
Well done. Just try to save Spartan.
If you start from fog, Wiz, bravo, go! I got him! Bravo! Kill him! Cannot cheat, I got follow. Hit it! Bravo!
No BKB. Oh, yes, no BKB
Well done, guys. Well done. You know, they couldn't cancel you either. They couldn't cancel you either on ulti Desire because I sharded.
Okay.
Welcome one and all here to Division 2 of Western Europe. We are continuing the day of Dota 2 action on day number 2 of week 2, pretty much at the halfway point of this tour to see exactly how things are going to shake out over the next few weeks, who get the top 2 slots, who gets the Div 1, and who gets to start their journey towards TI. My name is Sneh, and yet again I'm joined by Kezu, but we swapped out T Panda. Birthday boy is going to do some birthday things. We brought in T Governor. T, good sir, how you doing? Tell me, is this not a little bit disrespectful, the odds being this much in favor of Alliance?
Nah, let's leave it like that. I think Ancient Tribe, they haven't impressed me really too much. They had some moments, but you know, it's Alliance. The name, the prestige, the division. No, they're not back. No, they're also struggling as well. So yeah, I think realistically they should be somewhat closer, but you know, what can you do?
I think they're back, Kezu, in the event that they get to have their Centaur with a defensive / offensive support and an offensive 5 position. In those circumstances, right, when they have like Centaur, Shadow Demon, and Clockwork, Centaur, Rubik, plus another hero, then it seems like they're looking pretty good.
Centaur.
That's their hero right now. If you're Ancient Tribe, don't you just first ban Centaur in this situation?
I mean, if I'm listening to you right now, I'm going into this ban phase and I'm saying, guys, we need to ban Centaur. And then I think game is easy. That's banned!
Hey! There we go.
You're a genius, Nair. I love it.
Right.
Christ.
So now that Centaur is banned out, boys, what options do Alliance have to try and give them the same dynamism that Centaur gave S4? Because it kind of feels like when S4 is doing well, that's when the team overall is able to cohesively operate. So T Governor, of the heroes that are left, we've seen him play the Death Prophet, didn't necessarily work out. What do you want to see S4 back on in order to enable the rest of the lineup in the same way Centaur can?
I mean, Alliance's first pick, right? So they're going to, realistically, I think you might, do you want to go Brood? They've been trying that recently in third-party tournaments.
That didn't work out.
Exactly, it didn't work out. But they also had kind of fake hype where they picked it originally. It worked out like, damn, okay, boys, Brood's now on the cards. The next series they play, yeah, it was against Entity, so kind of maybe that mismatch happened. But yeah, I think because their first pick, maybe just pick up the support. Do they really think Brood is a big hero for them? Thank you. It's not. Good.
Right.
I'm happy that this happened.
Yeah. Tree is pretty good. I like seeing Tree and Protector in the game. It also sets them up in the event that they go back for the Death Prophet and they put it mid. They can flex this hero, but we've already seen Kezu, the damage that Treants plus DP can do in these games. So I'm glad Alliance already have the Tree to help protect against the DP and to enable it in the event they go for, oh, it's banned. Never mind. I'm an idiot.
It happens. Don't worry.
You're just hyping yourself up right there. It's all good. It's all good.
Because I want to see S4 on this DP, but you'll have to wait. I think the response from Ancient Tribe is pretty good. I mean, we see a lot of these like Leshraks on the 6-7 slot. I do still think that there's a lot of good counter picks. Okay, they go for the Brood on 8. I guess it's better than the first pick. I still think if I know people are maybe getting tired of it, but if Pango or Bad are in the pool, I think they're very strong picks on 8. So I'm a bit surprised they didn't go for that, but here comes the S4 Spider-Man.
Yeah, I think for S4 at least, he was worried that he'd lose some of his heroes in the second phase. Because like normally their drafts, it's either pick his hero first, or they're picking some 24 pick Underlord or something, because it's like, oh, we forgot to pick his hero now. So honestly, I don't mind them doing this. You know, Ancient Tribe, you know, they played this Leshrac lineup the other day against Hustlers, and they just got picked apart by better scaling. And I'd love to see Chuan on a scaling mid hero give Charlie that ability to also hit creeps and allow S4 just to open up the map the early game with the annoyance of Brood, and then like should be set to be able to deal with this kind of concept that Ancient Tribe's presenting right now.
They say you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but Alliance is certainly proving that not to be the case, because S4 has only played 2 Brood games in his entire career, and those 2 games both came in the last week, of course in a different tournament outside of the DPC. How do you feel about this, Kezu, as an offlane player? How much time does it take to adapt to being able to play a hero like the Brood Mother? Or is it just one of those things that at this point you should be adept on if you're ever going to consider playing 3?
I mean, I think you should already be able to play it. I do think that Brood nowadays isn't as crazy as it was like back in the day. In terms of picking it up, I think you play like 5 to 10 games, you should be fine. You build some pretty fail-proof items, you know, you build some auras, it's kind of chill. As long as you understand like a little bit of how to play the lane and then play like the post-laning stage in terms of where to position your hero, you know, I think it's pretty fine.
Yeah, I think the thing with the Brood thing as well, I think most people can pick up the hero, but to be able to master it is different. Where when you're in the hard Brood lanes, knowing how to find the ways to manipulate the lane to get yourself in, knowing when to actually use your webs to look at mid rather than just occupying one side of the map, they're the things that Alliance probably won't have really hammered in compared to other, brood specialists like, 33 and Toby. So I think them picking up is still cool to see them develop, but they are still going to be slowly getting through the kind of the nuances of the hero, I think. And we saw that as well against an Entity when they played the brood. It's like they also maybe had some nice counters to the brood itself, but we weren't seeing that the cool motions get hit that allowed them to be that annoying brood pick. But it should be different now. It's on pick 8.
Let's see. Ancient Tribe, they have to make a decision now coming out of the phase. Interestingly enough, both of these two teams are second and third in terms of the wider hero pools here in the division overall. So they've done a lot of things at the table. Not much is stuck, to be fair, but they've been willing to try out a wide variety of strategies. Ancient Tribe, they can't go for Clock here. Undying's also banned. I mean, they could go for Clock, right? Clock, Leshrac, we've seen this many, many times before. Is there a better 5 position that you see here, Kezu, to go with for Ancient Tribe?
CM, maybe, some Disruptor. I think like some casual follow-up damage that allows you to have like a decent lane into Brood. I think is good. Like either this aggressive capability with Disruptor where you can chase him later, or more early presence with the CM. I think either of those would work.
Yeah, I totally agree with Kezu there. You basically just want to... I think especially with this Brood, knowing that S4 isn't like some insane specialist on the hero, shutting down the hero in lane will be the best way to then get yourselves into the game, because normally it's the Brood specialists that have all the kind of the quirky ways of finding themselves back in. So yeah, I'd love to see the Disruptor CM. The thing with Clock, which honestly could also be fine, is the vision aspect, but they go for a Primal Beast. I also don't mind this in concept. It's going to be flexibility everywhere now for Ancient Tribe at least, and it's going to be annoying. They are just going to, if Brood steps up, Primal Beast just TPs into lane, charges down, plus any other support, which is kill hungry, it's going to be a hard lane to play.
I mean, Meles has also played this hero in the off lane and has passed before, so this is some flexibility being given to the side of Ancient Tribe here. If you're Alliance now, what's the response at this point? Obviously, you still need a 4 unless they're going to play just Tree and Protector 4. I don't know. It doesn't feel like Tree Brood is the strongest lane ever. I would personally prefer a different 4. What's your read on the situation here, Kezu, seeing what Ancient Tribe has gotten for themselves?
I think similarly for Alliance, I think you always want like a nice range for that gives. I think for now, if you look at the heroes, they don't deal any damage. They buff up a lot, but they don't really like help take over anything. This is like where your Hoodwinks, which is banned, like some casual Snapfire, you give decent laning, some follow-up team fighting. I think any category of +4 that fits into this is what I would like. I don't know if you see anything different to you.
Yeah, it's kind of that vibe. I want them to put the tree into the Primal Beast lane, because like any move slow, any additional heals fully mitigates that early presence. So yeah, I think they do need that kind of Ponlo ranged hero. I still think SD is just super high value nowadays, especially with Ancient Tribe. Their entire premise of their lineup is jump that one target, blow them up. You saw in the previous series how they win because of like one Lesh done into a Primal Beast grab. Like imagine if there was something there, but sure, they'd go for damage instead and go for the Snapfire. I guess that would have been the weakness that you were mentioning. If they do SD, then it's like 3 heroes that all do literally nothing in regards to early fight, but Snap should be able to cover that with the early Monomer Kisses.
And I suppose if you're positioned further away from the Primal Beast and that hero does go in for this Onslaught Pulverize combo, at the very least there's some degree of repositioning, and there's damage combinations with this Tree and Protector. We've seen this combination a lot throughout Division 1, the Overgrowth into the Morty's Kisses, and right now Ancient Tribe don't necessarily have the best ways to deal with that at present, so they still need to find some answers as the draft unfolds. The Snapfire surely is the 4 position here, but they could potentially swap this out. We've seen a lot of teams, in NA especially, swap these 2 around, but I'm not sure how that actually goes here in Western Europe Div 2. This does kind of lock in their lanes a little bit, so what do you want to see here, a carry or a mid hero? And we're going to get, well, it could be either or. Actually, Chuan could play this hero, or we could have the safe lane for Charlie play this hero. Which do you prefer, having seen the TA 2000 performances earlier on, Kezu?
So like the thing with SF is he's good against Lash, but I think when you have this Primal Beast against you, it becomes a little iffy. Even if you don't lane against it, it can, like, it could gank you mid. I don't really know if I have a preference yet. The good thing for them is that they can hold it flex for like 1 more pick, depending on what Ancient Tribe do here. So maybe then after that, it gives you like a better idea of what to do. Because right now, I think, I'm not sure.
I think I would rather just see it mid because of what Chuan brings to the table. Be able to just give him this mid hero that doesn't really care too much about Leshrac. You then, I mean, Tree SF is also just such a goated lane as well. Like it's actually, like that Primal Beast wouldn't ever be able to really pressure too much in that lane either.
other than when Rubik's there to really bully it. But I think you put him on this mid, allow Charlie to see one more hero, or Aqua, sorry, and then you get to pick up your final hero. Because I feel like when Alliance plays their best, it's when Chuan's able to just have a hero that, as the game progresses, gets slightly more annoying, right? Like he's been playing Leshrac, he's been playing Pango, he's been playing DP. Like all these heroes, just throughout the entire game, just annoy you. So I'd love to see him also play the Shadow Fiend. Also, has Charlie even played much Shadow Fiend recently?
Not recently, no. The last time he played Shadow Fiend was... Are you ready for this, T? You ready?
Wait. Can I have a guess?
Go for it.
I'm gonna say 1.5 years ago.
You would be extremely wrong, my friend, because the last time you played Shadow Fiend was in January of 2018. That's
Jesus
the last
Christ.
time. We had an official game.
I was
on
talking
this
in
hero.
dog years. My bad.
But to be fair, Kez, to be fair, S4 had never played Brood officially. He's just been playing it the last few days. So there's the precedence is there for Alliance to be picking up heroes that they don't have much professional record on, but have clearly been practicing in the back scenes while we haven't been watching.
I mean, I guess so, right? But like to go also back to the Brood, I think it's like you've seen this hero played so many times, and at least nowadays, there's only one real item build. So my boy, he's going to be able to pull it off. I do think that it's a little... I mean, what's the right word for this? I think picking Drow into Brood is very manly, I think, in a way. Like, there's a lot of ways... Yeah, brave. Or stupid, perhaps. We'll see how it turns out. Because there's a lot of room for failure in this matchup.
I think there is a lot of room for failure, but when you get away from the laning phase and you've secured some of that farm, all Drow, I think Drow has enough frontline coverage of aggression, be it Beast and Leshrac, that you don't care about the Brood, right? So there's like a 15-minute window in the game where this Brood can completely shut down Drow. After that, whereas Alliance's team fight and positioning tools to prevent an Ancient Tribe from setting up every engagement in a way that they give Drow the free A clicking, right? So I think it is scary for a little bit, but they're picking it with confidence of we're gonna be fine, and they're already banning out Lycan. I wouldn't be surprised if they also ban a super high pressure hero, because Alliance, they kind of want to just break down the map and not allow them to hit this stride on Tribe.
Let's see, Alliance, they're going to have 23 out of this. So what do you want to see here to help them close the gap onto the Drow Ranger? I think Lycan would have been very, very nice, I suppose. We've seen that hero played in the safe lane.
Yeah, I think
Nature's Prophet's still here as well.
Prophet, yeah. I think Prophet's pretty chill. It's not going to be great in lane against... I mean, it'll actually be pretty good in lane against Primal Beast Rubik because of the tree. Other than that, his aggressive tempo-based heroes have been Ursa. I mean, it's all right.
Banned.
They banned it, yeah, fair enough.
Gone. All right.
It's probably just Nature's Prophet. I mean, I feel like that's one of the better ones. I think there's some other heroes that maybe look good against Ancient Tribe heroes on paper, like Spectre, but I think that hero's going to get overrun and won't become online. I was looking if there's a melee hero that gives you another set of engage, because I think right now Alliance's lineup is... it would be great if you can find a hero that has some semi-engage or some chaos, like these Lycan Ursa heroes that did get banned. Because I think if you play with Natures, you're playing a lot on tempo and taking over the map. Because I think starting fights, if you're not ahead, is going to be incredibly awkward for Alliance.
Yeah, and that boils down to that window of time that I mentioned for Tribe and why they picked up this Drow, because it's if they see through that, and sure, they do go for that insurance policy. They go for that late game scaling. Also, the hero that can jump in and out is going to be the Void. And I think my only concern for Alliance now is if they don't come out ahead in the laning phase where they set up the map how they want it to be, their damage is going to be more Kisses on top of an Overgrowth or on top of a Chrono, and maybe Shadow Fiend depending on his build. So I think Alliance, it looks nice on paper, but I am a bit skeptical on how they're going to get it online quick enough before Ancient Tribe just groups up and sets the pace of the game.
All right, so we have this last pick Doombringer coming out here, Kezu. So that's going to be the offlane hero for melees. LeBron is going to be joining him in that laning phase. So what do you make of the lane into the Faceless Void for their part? And do you think Ancient Tribe has what it takes to kick game number 1?
It's a bit hard, actually, for me to... So I think Doom should just have a pretty chill lane. I don't think too much is going to happen there. This game is a lot about the early game aggression. I have a hard time choosing one. I'm just going to go with Alliance. I'm going to say that they're going to tempo up the game and make it too hard for Ancient Tribe to get to that timing. But I think if they just survive the first 10, 15 minutes, as T is saying, I think the game is going to be incredibly hard for Alliance afterwards.
Well, for the side of Alliance here, T, they've gone for this last pick faceless forward. A lot of team fight execution is going to be required for this draft to work. Do they have what it takes? Do you think they're going to take game number 1 themselves?
In Alliance, they seem to win third-party tournaments or series, but they can't win DPC series. So I honestly don't know, mate. But this is the type of draft that Alliance should be confident in. And yeah, maybe I think if they set the pace of the game and can dictate where fights are, they should be happy. And it's their game to lose in a sense. If that, yeah. So I am slightly leaning Alliance's way.
The path to victory has been drawn by Alliance here by the panel, but Ancient Tribes still have a decent shot in this game. To find out if the path and the script will be followed or if surprises will be in store, we throw it over to our incredible casting duo. We have not OD Pixel and Fogged, we've upgraded. We have Trent and Lyrical. So gentlemen, take it away, boys.
Thirty seconds to battle. The battle begins.
Team, we just start playing together, so we are all motivated and we have hopes for the best, so we'll see what will happen, but yeah, we are all hungry, you know.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
MMR is just a number.
Test 1 2 test. Hello.
Test.
Hello and welcome back, you lovely people out there. You were worried that you weren't going to get any casts. Snare said some blasphemy right at the start, and then that meant that we turned into us getting out of here. Don't worry though, didn't miss that much. Just a first blood. Trent, how you doing?
I have another theory. I think it was Owen. I think he cut the cables. He cut the cord. All right, you heard what he said. That was it. Just like won't be having any of that competition in my Dota 2 space. So here we are. We're back. There was a first blood. Alliance have indeed lost a hero. It was big old Palmo there on the Snapfire going down the bottom lane. But welcome, welcome. Thanks for the wise words, LeBron. Lanes, stuff happening. We do have the lanes shaking out, I believe, as expected. No mix-ups here. We have that. I guess maybe the slight mix-up would be this idea of the tree not getting to see the Primal Beast, but once the heroes, you know, had sort of gotten sorted to their players, we sort of assumed this would be the setup. And yeah, things are just kind of chill. You haven't missed a whole lot. Drow's hitting creeps. Faceless Void's hitting less creeps. That about sums it up.
True enough. And, you know, that's basically what you want to be seeing as well. A rundown. Melis in some trouble up top there. Does get actually the pull back in, and now it's Hanskin that's a little bit down low. They're going all in for this one, and Charlie's not careful. He might end up going down as well. It looks like they're going to get the return kill on the Melis, and, well, he's able to jump away. No more mana for that Fade Bolt. Did have a Enchanted Mango, but didn't decide to go for it.
Alrighty. Mid lane, though, has been totally even. Everyone's just chilling. We got a couple of farmers here in this lane. Shadow Fiend versus the Leshrac. In terms of potential rotations, it's not looking too amazing, right? We have like a Rubik who could potentially rotate for a toss. I think it's a good angle. Down bottom, though, LeBron. This guy, he can rotate on the Primal Beast, but are you ever going to get the opportunity if you're trying to help your Drow? Probably not, right?
Right. And I kind of wonder if this was the entire idea, right? We think about how rough this lane can sometimes be for a Drow Ranger facing off against a Broodmother. And if you have this like big bulky hero that can just sort of stand in front and keep S4 at bay, it feels like it's kind of a nice answer.
Yeah, because like typically, I mean, back in the day, it was the worst because the spiders were there. And then even when the spiders were gone, as S4 gets charged again.
Yeah, and in some trouble. Oh, the chase down needs another hit there. Isn't quite going to be able to get it in time. So Ponlo keeping S4 alive. But, I mean, there's no regen here. There's no nothing. Like, he has to bring out a salve right now, but this is feeling really rough. And Ponlo eventually going to get ran down. So they are absolutely slaying it right now.
I'm more impressed that S4 managed to get in there, get some denies, and get this wave under his tower. But yeah, still very much in danger here. Oh, this is spooky. I would be so terrified of this Primal Beast right now because, I mean, I guess you get the audio cue, and now they scan, so they know that he's pulling, and that's what lets S4 sort of get back out a little bit here. That's a nice idea.
Yeah, they keep that more under fire, and Ponlo's going to come on over to try and contest that, but he didn't get there in time, so Freeplate's still in a decent position. LeBron goes again onto S4. He just brought out a salve. Will actually try and turn right now with the Insatiable Hunger, but with the Drow eating away, it's a little bit too scary to full commit onto LeBron.
Yeah, years of Drow pain finally getting some vengeance these days before level 6. But obviously at level 6, they can quickly turn. It's in the mid lane. We do have that action.
Ooh, double raise connects. He doesn't have another short one, though. And do they have enough for the kill? He does get down in the end. So the Shadow Fiend gets the kill on the Death Requiem. Hanskin, the one that picks up the bulk of that.
Oh, yeah, he winds up getting all the XP from that. So he gets 611 XP. Ooh, that's a very happy tree.
Yeah, that is huge. He's level 5. That is crazy. Dude, what do you do with the giant tree?
Well, obviously you buy Midas Aghanims. You know, I've seen this before, right? Or, you know, Meteor Hammer Aghanims, right? Isn't that the play? Not like support items, because that would be crazy. We don't do that on tree of all heroes here.
Of course not. Well, a interesting early start to this. The main hero that's kind of been hampered so far has been this Broodmother. S4 not really able to get a good start, but obviously level 6 when he's going to start to come online in a more controlling fashion, I would imagine. But trying to get into those arcanes. As far as like the state of things here, like, are you at all worried about this SF and how much he's sort of been shut down a little bit by this Lesh, just in terms of levels at least?
Yeah, levels. I mean, yeah, the whole kill thing was a little bit weak, but he's got some stacks set up for Hanskin now, so he'll be fine. He's got a Chronosphere to play with, which is great in the early game when you're still like kind of a bit greedy on Shadow Fiend. It makes it really easy to just show up and do stuff. Speaking of which, that Chronosphere is ready, and Melee's is at half HP, so he needs to walk a very thin line up here because there's a tree who's the same level as him.
Right. Yeah, that's a problem. And, you know, I will say that having this very over-leveled tree could also pose a bit of a problem. You get a kill onto him, suddenly you're getting a ton of levels back your way. But Hanskin could get a pretty nice little overgrowth play or something like that if people aren't anticipating it. Charlie makes the TP rotation mid. Was wondering if he was trying to get some type of a fight plan mid, when maybe make use of that chronosphere, but
yeah,
does not look like it's able to find anybody.
It looked like MTD was going to commit, I think, for the tower push. I think they thought that SF was rotating top, and they were going to like try and pressure, and so they thought that they could then, you know, chrono him when they thought that they could attack mid. Very simple, rounded logic here between these two teams that you guys can follow quite easily.
Of course.
Yeah, it's pretty, you know, it's elementary.
True.
Watson's not here. Damn, I just had to go to Div 1, huh?
Unbelievable. It's messed up. Well, 8 minutes in, and in terms of the net worths, it is, again, 3 cores for Tribe and for Alliance. Only really 2, as S4 hasn't been able to find his way into this game, it feels like almost at all. It's just constantly getting ran
he's got
by
6.
LeBron, but this is big. Gets that level 6, and that immediately pulls him back into it.
Yeah, at first I was feeling bad for him because they jumped him like with a couple XP to go, but then they didn't get the full finish, and then it's like, okay, easy 6, easy game. And now the attempted counter by Hanskin ready to pop a smoke here. So he probably will die, but it's worth it to save Charlie.
He is regenning a lot off of this, but yeah, eventually they do bring down that tree. MTD building towards that bloodstone, 2 components of it already done, and even gonna get the bottle refill. So this feels like it's going to be a move up here to try and punish onto Charlie, or I guess he just heads back towards mid. Okay. There's a lot of creeps there, and Shadow Fiend ready to keep the pressure on.
And a scary Chrono that could come out there too if you get a little bit too risky. That Chrono definitely waiting for its Snapfire though. As Ponlo.
Oh, little pleb in the mid lane. 1 raise, 2 raise, gets the kill. Unable to make that happen. Invis rune, very nice pickup for him.
It's just so free.
Oh, Mrs. Raise is there. That's fine. Don't worry, nobody saw.
But, I mean, all those levels on Hanskin, he got 6 really easily, and I believe that means the Tome is coming out to Ponlo here. Yes, very much necessary. So Ponlo will be almost level 6, still need a little bit of time, and then they could look for kills with the Chrono, or you could even get a defensive play on top of S4, where they try and jump S4 and you just fire back with the kisses.
Right. Yeah, that could be nice. And S4, I mean, again, after getting that level 6, immediately starts making his presence felt, takes that bottom tier 1 tower, and now is just going to try and hold on to this area with Ponlo nearby. But there are a lot of heroes over here. A bunch of heroes, Tribe, down on the bottom side of the map. I won't be able to find anybody. Doesn't look like it. But still, that's pretty good space created for Alliance.
Yeah, everyone's just kind of holding the line right now. Like, Drow wants to farm a little bit. Lashrak just cleans up a wave, runs to a jungle camp, goes back to the wave of the tower. SF's pretty much doing the same thing. No one is looking to get too aggressive at the moment. Obviously, they still have the opportunities of the Chrono here, but they haven't opted for it. Hanskin's just playing like a statue, or perhaps a tree, I guess, and just hanging out in the lane, making sure that no one is able to intercept Charlie in his most important farming stage. And so Melees just does what a Doom does and buys a Midas. Probably the only person disappointed by this will be a little pleb, but LeBron is here to help protect him. Man, Ponlo really needs these levels. That kill's looking pretty free with level 6.
Yeah, it is a pretty nice little takedown there up top on Melis, though. They bring in numbers and find that kill. And now going to TP to head towards mid. So this is an interesting play. Smoked up and looking for a Chrono onto MTD. Do they find anybody here? This would be really nice. And a haste rune, too. Moving on in, it's going to be LeBron. Do they decide to use the Chrono for him? No. A little bit annoying, I'm sure, for Charlie to make that move and not to be able to connect for a kill.
Man, LeBron really putting the emphasis on these runes, like keeping the vision over it. It's really important right now because they're not really looking to do anything. But the runes enabling a Shadow Fiend and a Faceless Void, as you've already seen with the Invis and the haste that he's gotten on the SF, is pretty terrifying. So just removing these is just, it's really aiding the Drow to just farm down here. At the same time, though, S4 also just farming freely. Didn't end up dying in that lane. He's still 1-0-0. And looks like he'll pretty comfortably get up to that early Greaves.
Yeah, if he can get there, that feels very, very nice for him. And obviously can play around that with the rest of his team. LeBron is going to make it go again, but you can see S4 immediately backs away and won't get caught by that pulverize. And instead, it's going to be some spiders caught, trying to cut through those. But, well, the turn, the trample, Cookie out. Oh, a little bit off the mark there. Ponlo not able to get it onto the Brood.
Those are really interesting plays he's going for right there. LeBron has been pump faking the onslaught a lot, using the noise from the fog to like freak people out. Like he just charges it sometimes, and they run away, and he just cancels.
Yeah.
He's trying to manipulate how they're behaving there, and then that idea there too to pulverize onto the Brood, just onto the spiders, and then clean them up with the trample and the pig poles is really nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely really good. I mean, these types of plays are what you need to do, but until that mech comes out, until those greaves come out, because if you can keep the spiders alive as S4, you're just going to turn and kill the primal beast. So they need to make these moves right here. Let's go in with the pig pull again. Looks like
I would assume though. Oh, nice chrono mid though. They got
able to get
MTD
it.
easy.
That was well done. So he finally is able to make something happen with that one, and Ponlo able to make a ulti play as well as John moves in. Doom! Mela says, you want to come and kill me? All right, see how it is.
That's a little bit of, no one cares really. You know, melees on the one hand, it's like, yeah, whatever, but I'm sure Chuan will take that every time.
As more rounds of the multi-shot gets spammed out on the bottom side of the map. I mean, do you think that Ancient Tribe are just kind of comfortable with this game going later? They've got a Doom Midas. I mean, it's still a little bit scary, I feel like, with Drow against Faceless Void, but Doom does seem like it's been a good answer against these Voids.
Yeah, I envision it being difficult to keep that ideal spacing for a Drow in this game. But, you know, if the Leshrac is able to pop off a little bit, maybe he can get a bunch of kills with his Bloodstone that's coming out here in like 40 gold. They can smoke up and be successful with that. I could maybe see it working, but like they're not gonna have any auras. So if they have to play fast, that part of the game is gonna be a little bit more difficult since they have double support of Rubik and Primal Beast, and then they have a Doom in the off lane. They're not really able to get that early mech that teams have relied on when they're trying to make these exact plays. And instead, they're gonna be fighting into the mech, if not Greaves at that point from S4 if he decides to show up for the defense. So yeah, I don't know. Feels tough, but this is a great start. Grabbing S4 down bottom.
This is really nice. Shutting down that timing, trying to slow down those Greaves from coming online. If you can do that damage, that might allow them to get into a couple of these other items that buy that time. Likewise, though, you can see Inskin playing on this tree just keeps these towers alive against the constant spam.
And then you have a BKB coming out at the same time as this Bloodstone. Like BKB for Chuan right now. So that SF is pretty frightening when you're also factoring in living armor, cookies, and the backup artillery support of Mortimer Kisses.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, you know, obviously Diabolic Edict isn't going to care about any of that, but that's only so much damage. It's down bottom. S4 going to get caught again. You can see, according to these esportsbet.io odds, they're favoring Alliance in this game against Ancient Tribe if they're going to be able to sort of hold out and hit this really strong timing that they've got. We'll see if it ends up working.
It definitely just looks easier for me for Alliance right now. I feel like they're not under that pressure. Like, I don't think Ancient Tribe's idea, if their idea is to just like try and outscale, it's not to say their heroes are like terrible, but it just looks harder, like straight up. So many things are harder.
Yeah. Game is hard, as they say, as MTD can see already that power of the Shadow Fiend when he's just able to get a couple of hits with the raises onto that Lesh. But does have the Bloodstone completed, Bloodstone, Brown Boots, and a smoke up and head on in. Almost found that Faceless Void. And instead, it's Juan that runs into LeBron now.
Oh, they have a ward too. They see them.
They're all in vision. Need to be careful about their movement, the lift and the push away. And that gets them out of trouble for the moment. Rubik, he's going to be the sacrifice left behind.
That was definitely the best case scenario there for Ancient Tribe. That could have gone so much worse. They were very close to losing Low Pleb there to a... I mean, they would have instantly chronoed with that opportunity.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, they're going to take over your jungle. They're going to move to that mid-tier 1, and they're just going to dump all their pressure onto it right now. I don't see why you wouldn't. looks pretty simple. They could even drop a warden behind the tower if they want, but they don't have any, so never mind.
Yeah, it feels like this is going to be a hard defense if Ancient Tribe want to hold on to this one. But yeah, the tower,
he's the ward.
Just going to go down. Waiting. They're not going to go for anything, it looks like. And in fact, Alliance still sticking around. Are they going to look to do more here? They drop down a sentry, so Hanskin walks right by MTD. They see him. And that illusion, no! Okay, that signals that, okay, there's some spicy stuff going on.
Pressure on the bottom tower, though. What can you do about this? I don't think you can deal with that bottom pressure. They could sack LeBron. Maybe. Yeah, he's going. All right.
Don't worry, guys. I got it. Bang! Kill the spiders, and then probably die. Let's see if they actually full commit to try and kill LeBron here.
They moved slower over here than I thought. I thought they were going to be like bringing the SF and the tree much sooner, so that actually worked out very well for LeBron.
And in fact, the little pleb is already down here, so it looks like they want to try and defend this. Kind of a wild move without the rest of the team nearby. They do have BKB almost Blink Dagger done on the Doom.
It feels like Ponlo, if he just hits one kiss on the little pleb, he's just dead. I mean, I guess he's got the one pike.
Yep. Needs to be careful about his movement. Cookie won't come out in time with the other TPs coming in. It looks like Ancient Tribe has been able to hang on to this tower for now. I mean, you have 5 heroes stuck down here now, though. They're going to smoke up and try and make a move. If they could force a good fight, that would be solid, but need to be careful of that chrono. I guess Charlie's not with them.
No, he's not. Take him a second to get over there. And we got Hanskin with the invis, though. Oh, they haven't seen him yet, and they have the ward up. So now Hanskin's going to hide. Sees this Doom running through with a blink and a war stomp. I think he knows what's happening.
Yeah. Yeah, they're away. Oh, scan immediately connects.
Yeah, they saw Hanskin go through this ward, I believe.
And hello, friend. How are you? So that's going to be a tree going down. Still a lot of time wasted.
Have you noticed that, like, half the teams have done the sentry ward thing?
What's the sentry? Oh, yeah.
Like, LeBron's is the fish named sentry ward.
Yeah.
Everyone's just like, you know what? He won TI, so that actually is the sentry ward. Yeah, there you go. That one.
Yeah.
Sneaky,
it's good.
sneaky.
You know, any little advantage you can do. Why wouldn't you do it?
That's what Dota players are known for.
Yeah. Oh, no. He's out of mana. All right. LeBron's fine.
See ya.
Yeah, gets back home perfectly okay, and actually has enough gold for the shard now if he wants to get it. That is kind of cool.
Yeah, I think he's just viewing that it's like too long till he'll actually get a BKB, so he's going for this instead. And you know, there's BKB issues this game, chrono, overgrowth. Maybe it's not as free as other games.
So I think Fog was telling me that there's some like combo that you can do with this, where you can perfectly time the rock throw together with the onslaught and the pulverize, where there's no way to stop it. But he is just going to die on LeBron now, killing off the wave and then immediately going down.
Yeah, I remember seeing a video on it before, but I haven't seen it incorporated. It kind of just looked like a harder version of like there was a thing you could do with Marcy before. You could like rebound and throw on the same anyway, doesn't matter.
Okay.
Hard movement, and Marcy's is dead, I think, now, so it's okay.
Sure enough.
And she's just pretty dead, huh? The most banned hero at TI. See ya.
Yeah, pretty much only see her in like the 3 role now. There were a couple of games where we saw position 1.
Yeah, so don't you dismiss the Battle Fury Marcy here. Come on.
It won a game. I think it won a game in China. Yeah. I don't remember, though. Regardless, we did see after that tier 2 tower goes down, the Ancient Tribe heading into the Roche, trying to find something for themselves, but Ponlo immediately threw out those kisses and then wasn't able to go on in. And now, actually, Ponlo, he's going to be in trouble, but Shadow Fiend on the high ground, trying to keep him alive with the danger of the right clicks coming in, but it wasn't enough to dissuade MTD from going for the kill. So they do bring down that Snapfire, and Alliance still going to hang on to this side of the map.
Just it feels like it's slowly shrinking here for Ancient Tribe, but I gotta say they have not lost as many heroes as I would expect. You wouldn't think that the kills would be like even at this point. I don't know.
Right.
It feels like Alliance have just controlled the map way more. They had a how many Chrono kills have we had? Is it just one?
I think just one.
I think so.
And it's
Seems kinda
interesting
weird.
because I feel like Charlie's gone for a lunch of like moves trying to find a chrono kill. He just hasn't been able to connect onto them. Ancient Tribe kind of responding well to the pressure. But they do have another BKB now done on Faceless Void along with the one on Shadow Fiend. So this might be where they try and put the clamps on, but I mean, only 1,000 gold lead right now. I feel like you can't be too sad about this as Ancient Tribe.
No, I think this is going great. And in fact, I think if Melee's blinks and dooms this Faceless Void, Leshrak's just going to dive in with his Blink Dagger, and they could win this fight.
Scans are
Especially
there.
if they're a little split.
LeBron finds one. It's pawn low there. S4, Cookie's out, throws the rocks. Doesn't quite connect onto S4. Might have gone for it if he connected.
They still have Cookie as well on the Rubik right now.
Lift. Cookie stun. Long duration. But they can't go for anything else. Yeah, it feels like they have to have LeBron start these fights. At least, unless they see the Faceless Void, then they can just straight doom. But Charlie's playing pretty far back.
I like this. So MTD gets in there, steals some farm from their jungle, as obviously he can't get into the Radiant jungle right now, but I mean, topside's still kind of scary, considering there's always going to be that outpost there and an invisible tree. But he feels confident enough to get in there and find that farm for his team.
Charlie? He's just dead? Oh my god, the rock throw a little off the mark, but
wait,
keep him alive? No. And that was, he was just playing way too far forward. They bring down S4. Chuan pops the ulti, but Melis is fine. He Mask of Madness at like the hard camp. Oh man, that one hurts.
Dude, you gotta farm. You know? That's just efficiency. It's a carry player.
That's true. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah. You can take the carry player to the camp, but you can't stop him from farming. I don't know. There's something there. There's a horse, some water. I don't know. But there's a Roche, and Ancient Tribe's patience has paid off here.
Yeah. Getting this perfect timing. I mean, they felt safe over there because of the ward, but they were definitely not. We're not able to find the other ward. And now Ponlo just gets a rock thrown at him. LeBron left completely alone here. Does not have mana for TP. Will have it soon. Does he have a way to get out? They have Overgrowth if they want to use that. Even gonna kisses for LeBron. Just TP's out and they're gonna use the Overgrowth. That is the definition of space created.
I mean, I'm just firing off the tips right there if I'm LeBron. Like, I mean, come on, kisses and Overgrowth, sweet. I mean, I guess they don't want to fight my team anyway because we have Aegis, but wow, Ancient Tribe, very surprised.
Pull back in, Gust there, Melis on top of him, couldn't get the War Stomp. And the Cookie comes out, the control is there, MTD just brazenly blinks in, keeping his buddy alive.
Aegis.
They have Chrono, but Mask of Madness, they don't even need it. Chrono will be for round 2. This is a perfect fight for Alliance here. I don't even know if they need that Chrono. Good hold on that one for Alliance, and now looking for more. The Cookie chase down. Rubik in trouble. Charlie ready to go absolutely ham, but he's able to steal the time walk and get out of harm's way.
Close one. Good way for him to escape there.
Well, reset.
Well, my friend, this is a strange one, I gotta say. I feel like we're just like there's this line. We've decided that there's a line and that no one wants to really cross it. It's always just like one hero at a time, little kills, no giant team. I mean, there's only been 4 kills in the past while. I remember it was like 9-9, and then we were just like waiting and waiting and waiting, and then a couple of heroes died. Now we're just waiting again, perhaps in the next Roche.
True. Perhaps. Who's to say?
Part of it is the vision, I guess. It's like there's not that much out on the map right now. Each team kind of just has like one ward. In fact, now I think even the Dire have lost their ward, so they don't really have any vision going. So people don't really have that confidence to actually make their moves across the map right now. And everyone also, I don't know, I'm looking at people's inventories, and I'm looking at that next item that's coming up, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'd probably want to wait for that. You know? Like, if I'm facing Void right now, do I really want to go somewhere without this Lincolns? No.
That's fair. I mean, the other danger is that eventually, you know, Doom might get to an Aghanim Scepter. which could create some pretty serious problems for him. But the smoke up now, they're ready to go on the side of Ancient Tribe, waiting to see somebody. Now, everybody is sitting behind this SF right here.
And that we have the Rubik jump ready.
Okay.
He can just kind of jump in, telekinesis someone, wait for heroes to reveal, and that's when Melee's is going to hop in and go for the stun. I feel like he's just going to YOLO in a little bit as heaven.
Smoke on smoke. Alliance looking for somebody. It's a little pleb nearby. Smoke breaks. And I don't know if little pleb realized what was going on or not. Oh, yeah, his smoke broke also on the drow. Showing himself near mid. Oh, that was close. Almost got baited on that one, Sean.
Radiant's top tower is
All
under
right.
attack.
Back to hanging out.
Seems like it. Towards mid, they're going to try and push this tower, I think.
I'm more surprised that we're actually getting to the point where it feels like Drow's going to get kind of scary.
Yeah, it could be.
You know? If she gets that one defensive item after Blink.
S4, Melis, right on top of him, finds the tree. Doom on SF. And S4 kind of in no man's land, but Shadow Fiend can keep punching. LeBron in some trouble, tries to throw the rocks, not going to do nearly enough. And well, the rest of the team just need to be careful, need to get out of there. BKB out, the multi-shot, the back away. And with Charlie nearby, they've got to play super safe on Ancient Tribe.
Man, they are just not extending at all.
Yeah.
Like Charlie, there's so many teams I think would have went up that hill and tried to go for that chrono, but then, you know, there's potential turnaround there from the Rubik and the Drow. You're fighting the high ground. They just don't want to risk it at all. They just want to play mega safe, and they already used their BKBs early. They know the Doom is wasted, so they're just going to pressure into this tower. I feel like LeBron kind of bailed them out a little bit from a slightly bad initiation.
Right.
Just by chucking his body in there, so that's always nice, but... All right, that was carry.
Lift Cookie back away. Yeah, I agree. I think that right now Alliance are definitely playing around, okay, we're super strong right now. Let's just not take any risks, because if we take a bad fight, this could all fall apart.
I think this game is, just like dead even in that sense. Like, I agree that Alliance looks better, like you said, but like, yeah, they could so easily run into trouble. One bad chrono, and this Drow or Leshrac can just like shred your team apart.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, as the game gets later and later and these teams get items, it does kind of end up in that situation where like it comes more down to initiation, it comes more down to the vision element of the game too. And all it takes is one bad fight to lose a huge advantage that you've built up. And Alliance should have a vision advantage because of these spiders being thrown around. But it's not a foregone conclusion.
Dire Scan hitting on some Drow illusions here. Disappointing.
Yeah. And they're going to keep farming up that side while down bottom, Ancient Tribe push out and get some good pressure onto that tower, immediately retreat back after. I mean, one thing that's super interesting about this, they have 4 Blink Daggers on the side of Ancient Tribe. So kind of a cool answer against the Chrono, right? Like the timing that it takes to pop it, you might be able to blink away.
It's nice versus that. It's also pretty good versus the Snapfire as well, because it just means that like multiple people can just find her and get into that good vision range, and just collapse on her as well. Of course, since we spent so much time not fighting, her damage has kind of fallen off at this point.
True.
So that we didn't get the full life value out of this Snapfire.
Yeah. It's definitely been a little bit of the posturing back and forth, trying to dodge engagements for both teams, it feels like. Ward dropped down. That one's within vision of the sentry? No, it is. They take it away. So that one will get dewarded if Alliance come back over to this side of the river.
So there's this thing happening now because Alliance have obviously been holding their tier 1 tower mid this whole game because they have tree. There's just this like death valley here in this mid, right? Where it's like anywhere from the tier 3 to that tier 1, is just the danger zone, where at some point, Ancient Tribe, you know, they have to kill the creeps that come in here. And that's the easiest way for Alliance to set up a fight if they want to force one. They could just blink Hanskin over and go for an ulti.
It's true. Yeah, I mean, that is... it's very much sort of the demilitarized zone is what it feels like.
Yeah.
And the weird dynamic
Melis.
is...
He's thinking about it. Oh, this is so scary.
Yeah.
Jeez, man. Why? What?
They're just chilling.
What is that flex? Why is he walking there?
He's not afraid.
I know that you guys all have sentries and stuff, but man, that's so scary. That's like walking in the middle of the river at like minute 2 and just going between the two mid laners. Just like, oh, hey.
What's going on over here? Yeah, and MTD, he pushes out this bottom lane now, and this creates at least some counter pressure on the other side. The scan hits, they know exactly where they're at. Ponlo,
what are they gonna do about
smoke.
it?
He goes into the middle, and immediately Ponlo is going to get caught and killed.
Did he misclick?
I don't think so.
That just seemed crazy.
Well,
unless he just wanted to pop a smoke or something.
I think
which
it probably. I think probably what happened was also they showed the Lesh bottom, and that made him think that okay, we can go and take this real quick. But
Well, there was no we. It was
That's
just
fair.
Bomb though. I also count Mortimer, I guess. It was Mortimer had Snapfire, so maybe it was a we.
Yeah.
Does she have a
in,
name?
jump
Is it
out.
like Gertrude or something? Or is her name Snapfire? Or
Uh,
Snapfire the combination of them too, like a cool nickname.
I think Snapfire is both of them together. Overgrowth, Force Staff,
Oh, yeah, it's
Rooted,
Beatrix.
Chrono. Now the Pulverize on to the Shadow Fiend. Doom is there. Can they kill off this Drow in time? Yes, they will, but buyback is there. Melis battling, trying to kill him off. The Shadow Fiend super low and is gonna die. MTD, Bloodstone back up in a second, needs to get it off now and will finally. So that's the regen, the mana they need, and the silence now onto 2, multi-shot. Will Pleb back for a little bit of a vengeance. The cookie to try and get him out of harm's way, and Charlie will manage to survive, but they jump up on the high ground with Melis, and that's gonna be Ponlo dead. So Roche gonna respawn, 42 seconds. SF will not quite be back up, but the rest of Alliance will.
Yeah, and it's a buyback though on the Drow, so they really need this Roche. Gotta ensure that it pops out and goes on her, but obviously it's a bit of a later spawn, so Ancient Tribe, although they win the engagement, it might not end up being to their benefit. However, this Refresher Doom, when that Roche is back up, he'll, you know, assuming they don't get it very fast, he will have double Doom up.
Yeah, that is really nice for them. I mean, the scaling, it might be started. If they can get this Aegis on Little Pleb, that's going to be the answer. And MTD, waiting in the pit, knowing how important this is going to see it respawn right now, and immediately they go to work. Can they get it in time, though? Hanskin, he doesn't have Overgrowth for another 10 seconds. S4 sitting just on the outside. It looks like they want to contest this, but it's so scary going into this pit. Charlie looking for the wraparound, but he's too late. And now Silence, now getting pummeled. They go down. Melis, he doesn't want to pop Refresher because he had 1 second left on Doom, so Charlie gets away.
Whew, yeah, it's that wouldn't feel great, although it would be boss if he had a refresh with like 2 seconds. That would be insane.
Lil Pleb sitting somewhat low down bottom right now, but does have that Aegis in hand, so much needed, and can pass over the shard as well.
Yeah, that's not bad. Is that everyone now? Must be, right? Yeah, I was gonna say.
Interesting.
5 shards.
And 5 blink daggers now done for Ancient Tribe. They know the answer to this chrono. Interesting. It's coming
It's
on
a
out
lot
that
of gold
courier.
in not stats. That is for sure.
Yeah, fair.
Be a little frightening at times. Well, Drow's closing in on BKB, though. You know, I said if she makes it to that actual defensive item, you know, after all these sort of greedier ones of Hurricane Pike and Manta, the way you would have to play this game, definitely greed. The BKB will still be a nice secondary option here, especially so you just can't get, like, grabbed by S4 or something who has now finished off that scythe. Just going to hope that you don't get chronoed, obviously, or Overgrowth, but even then, you get some other options there.
Yeah.
But there's the Agnums done for Ponlo, yeah, so... I mean, Tree already has Blink, but
Ooh.
Fire and even just creeps is nice.
And they're all grouped together right now. I mean, if you catch this Drow and kill her without Chrono,
this is crazy.
Oh,
It's gonna be like that's an illusion.
I mean, Hanskin sees him and walks in vision. They drop down the sentry ward. They see him. The Chrono there onto the Lesh, but the lift away. He did not pop BKB. Pops it now, and turning to bring him down will get that kill. As Lil Pleb thought about chasing, won't go for any more. And Ponlo just gonna throw it out. Force Staff gets him away. So 2 go down, but the Aegis remains. Oh, that's a gem. Okay.
Yeah, LeBron's gem picked up right now. Lovepleb coming back in with the Drows, trying to bait a bad fight there, doing the fake illusion play.
Right. Yeah, it feels like the vision advantage is definitely what they need. They need to find one of these heroes at the start for Ancient Tribe with Melis to particularly get that Doom on that Faceless Void. Tough to do, though, against the Lycans.
I feel like this game has felt very strange in a lot of ways because there have been so many tools that get picked up in the game and you expect them to have an impact, and everyone just sits on it. Like, trying to figure out why this game just feels so weird, but I feel like that's part of it. Is that, like, I can remember, like, all these power spike moments where you expect a move to happen because of it, and just nothing occurs, you know? And it's just happened over and over and over again with every single item.
Yeah.
It's a very weird feeling. It's like no one wants to initiate at all.
Well, they will initiate now onto S4, pulls him in, and, well, went for the Doom, but,
nice.
Ponlo with the save. Well done. Yeah, and Ponlo queuing up the Blink and then the Aether after, wants to get that really good save potential, which is a nice answer against the Doom. Doom's going to need to get into an Aghanims, I feel like, at some point. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, that is
Doom.
true, actually.
They got him. Save, maybe? No, he doesn't have the gobble
You
up.
and you.
Doom on both of them. Why not? Okay, Melis is just saying, I'm going to take the game into my own hands. Ponlo obviously cannot TP out of there, so they will bring down both.
And so it falls to me, says Melis.
MTD, they find the stun onto S4. The Spider trying to live and does get some good damage out there from the SF to force him back, but now he's in trouble. Little Pleb chasing. That Swift Blink has him in their sights. Finds S4. Melis keeps going for more. Little Pleb turned upon. This guy still has an Aegis. 30 seconds until it expires as Melis gets ran down, but the lift away keeps him pretty okay. Although BKB out now. Pulverize onto one. They kill off Melis. Still trying to stay alive through this. Hanskin, he gets the smoke out at the last second to stay alive. Holy moly.
That's Swift Blink. It's surviving. It's so much damage, right? Like, he was saving the BKB, but he just grabs the Swift Blink because he's still playing with his Aegis. And it helps secure them a lot of damage, but unfortunately, it is damage versus a Treant Protector, and they don't close it out. And back they go.
Yeah. Still a minute and a half left on buyback for this Drow as the Aegis expires. And it feels like we're probably going to be having to wait for another Roche most likely before this one can be closed out evenly. And like we said, if there isn't this like sort of early strong battles coming out from Alliance where they can take control of the game with this Faceless Void, the Snapfire, it gets weird in the late game.
Yeah, but look at Doom right now. Oh, come on. He had the execute up. Come on. Come on, bud. I see that gold. It's taken up. He's got the tome ready.
He's ready.
Don't hurt me.
No.
Ah, boo, Aeon.
It's probably the safer option. It's a better one, probably.
Oh, that was a nice save from Hanskin with the Force Staff.
Ooh, that was very scary. Well, a interesting series of events over the last couple of minutes as Drow does buy out for that BKB on Lil Pleb now. Still less than 1,000 gold separating these two teams. Everybody else in the game has buyback except for Lil Pleb.
Oh, that'll set us up for a nice Roche fight then, since his will be back then as well, right? So
True.
We're just all good.
Well, he needs to get a little bit more gold first. Oh, that is a
the
blink.
blinks.
That is a blink. That is a blink.
Oh, you know, and unlike Doom, this guy, he doesn't have a refresher. You know, he doesn't have that same power in case he whiffs an ulti.
Are they just gonna go in? I gotta try and take top tier 2. That makes sense. Take over the outpost as well. There's a minute left until Roche is capable of respawning.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So
and the Aeon Disc is indeed ready, by the way, for Melis. So he is ready for the assembly. Although he needs to put part of it in the inventory, but he's Midasing right now, so
correct.
It's a bit busy, you know.
I mean, in terms of these net worths, you can see that, you know, you've got this tri-core coming out from Ancient Tribe that feels so strong. And while there is that power that you get from like a Faceless Void Chrono, they've itemized really well to deal with it.
I think the highest this win percentage has been the whole game was it was 62, and it was just a couple minutes ago when I think Loplev got that Aegis. And that was it. Other than that, this game has just been tight the entire time.
Very back and forth.
It's hard to create a big differential in terms of like the net worth and the experience if there are no massive team fights. It's just always these like one and done little pickoffs going over. There's no giant swings occurring. No single person is surviving through, you know, 4 kills on the opponent.
Right.
It's just itty bitty stuff over and over.
And that lends itself to a very even game as the tier 2 tower is taken in towards mid. LeBron getting chased through the river. John going on in for him, but the Doom down. They find him. Second round, they got him caught for the moment. LeBron throws out the rock throw, connects, and he dropped the second Doom. Okay. Shadow Fiend mega dead. Very, very dead.
He couldn't send him back out because he just doomed him. So you're gonna swallow that Shadow Fiend? I'll doom you too. Don't think I won't.
Oh man!
I've already shown you once, Pawn, though. I'll do it again.
I mean,
he's closed in on the eggs blessing as well.
Yeah, that's crazy. And now, I mean, who needs a Roche? You kill off the Shadow Fiend and the Snapfire. I mean, Faceless Void does not have enough damage to kill off all of them.
Look what he's doing. Look what he's doing. He's smoked up with the ninja gear. He's coming in.
He's trying. I don't think he has enough damage to kill off all of them. And in fact, Charlie has to be careful. He's pulling away.
The solid
guess what? That's a gobble up.
Oh, the cast range.
Rubik with the save, with the big save. And Melis right on top of Charlie. Does need to be careful. But the Aeon Disc assemble and then looking for the walk away. Melis, can he get out of there in time? He is going to drop. So they get that kill, but holy smoly, what a freaking steal with that gobble up.
That is so funny. The range is insane.
It's bigger than a chrono.
Like, he just grabbed them so far away.
All right. Well, if he can keep this till the end of the game, I don't think you steal another spell. Legitimately. It's too freaking good against it. Oh, God, that's got to feel so bad.
That is insanely powerful. I just want to see him send in the Doom. I don't even want him to use this blink. I want him to self-Doom with his Ag's blessing when it comes out, just fire him in.
Dude, the Ag's legitimately griefing now. And oh, no! Goes right on in. Will they be able to kill him? Oh, he cancels his chase, actually. MTD gets gobbled up. So a save is there, gets thrown away. Chrono is ready, so they don't have a save ready for him. As a bunch get hit in that split earth. But with Melis dead, Primal Beast has to buy back because Roche is up.
Oh, and what a beautiful Roche. It is the Refresher Shard. This is the game you want, Refresher Shard, not Aghanims.
Yeah.
We got Chronos, we got Dooms, we got Overgrowths, we got Requiems.
Oh, that's very good. And yeah, the illusion in the pit, so they know that it's up, and S4 also going to see it here. With Doom back up in 20 seconds.
I love what LeBron's done here too. He comes back, he buys drums because he just bought back, so he just wants something for this fight. This fight is so important. He brings all the mangoes, fuels up everyone who's here. This is a captain, you know, ready to lead his team to victory.
And again, even though it's a 6K gold lead, even though Ancient Tribe get a pretty big win taking out that first Rax up in the mid lane, nothing is safe. You lose one fight here, you can definitely lose the game. Just all off the back of that. So Ancient Tribe are going to run through mid. This is really good vision in this area for Alliance. Hard to make something happen here.
He still has Gobble Up as well.
Scan. Shivas out, seeing all of this. Shadow Fiend is in the bottom lane. Skin throws out that Nature's Grasp. And yeah, we'll TP back to join the team now. So that smoke not really bearing fruit. And Charlie waiting to the side in case anybody walks up this hill.
Yeah, he's just ready to backtrack. That's it. It's like, I got my talent. Life's good.
So next couple of minutes here where everything could be decided. It is Refresher on the Faceless Void, about to come off cooldown. And we also saw the Arcane Blink completed for the Shadow Fiend. MTD ready to walk up high ground here. The smoke up, LeBron finds it, but can't get the pulverize in time on Hanskin.
Instantly rewarded as well.
Yeah. Oh, it's got to be frustrating. MTD jumped in, thought about the chrono, wanting to bait out the BKB, needs to use it here now, but no! He just dies. Now, he does have buyback, but starting the fight like this, very scary. Can they find anybody? LeBron looking for a jump, not finding it.
He got his gem.
Okay.
He actually got it. Yeah, he got it back because Leshrac dropped it there.
Okay. So gem gained, but Roche very low, and without a buyback yet, they're going to throw in one. That's the illusion. That's double BKBs. Charlie used his two.
Oh, he gets saved.
They find him immediately. Aeon Disc trying to turn, but the chrono is out in time. Where's the save? They don't have it. Can't get in range. Melis is going to go down. Has to buy back immediately. Roche, very low HP. MTD, they walk back in. They got in there. They're into the fight immediately. Spider gets thrown out. Drow jumps out.
Does he want to be there?
Trying to get out of trouble. Oh, Melis looking for a catch, but it's not going to be there. Fear back onto 2. Lowclab finds a kill. The Doom, the turn, the catch. Oh, he's in trouble. He is in trouble, and Faceless Void about to go down. Second Doom from long range connecting onto the Shadow Fiend. Everybody is so low right now on Ancient Tribe, but they win the fight, and no buybacks. Oh no, he's 600 gold away on the Faceless Void.
So much just happened in this team fight. It was just masterful all the way around. The illusion going in first. Doom coming in after, not BKBing first, so he ends up getting Scythe. Then he BKBs at the end, gets chronoed, still dies, but then he is bots too. He didn't invest the Aghanims.
Oh my god. Yeah, that
Scythe was terrifying.
True. And I gotta say that the illusion bait to get the first round of BKBs felt so pivotal to this all working out for them.
And then these saves again, of course. Heaven, right? Brings them back. They fire in the poor S4 Brood lands on the Drow. And not fully supported there in this one as they continue to march right down here and start hitting these buildings, as you can see.
Oh,
it's looking like it might be done here.
Oh my god. Ancient Tribe take a great fight win there. And again, no buyback on these heroes. They're going to throw out the kisses to try and stop this pressure coming in, but it's defense of the Ancients in 20 seconds until everybody's back up. I think they've done it. They've got enough time to lift to the side. MTD, he is so low on HP, but with the Aegis still there and everybody dead, that is going to be GG. They managed to pull one out of nothing. Unreal. What a win. Little He's flexing on the camera right there. He'll love to see it.
You know, he just waited. He was just in the gym. He was just hanging out, flexing, you know, doing some reps there down in the bottom half of this map the entire game. Ancient Tribe, the confidence of this turtling was very impressive because they were just turtles. They hid in their shell and they eventually, or maybe, you know what? Maybe they were butterflies because they hid in their cocoon. And then eventually they emerged so beautiful as they won this game.
Fly away, little butterfly. Well, an impressive showing and a lot to talk about. And we're going to let the people who love to do that talk about it some more as we head on back to the panel.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And Kezu, you know, there's a quote that I remember from one of your former captains. Papi once said, I think it was in an interview in 2014. He was like, you know, the difficult thing about Dota is that sometimes you're playing this game for like 50 minutes. You're winning the game for 48 minutes. You lose one fight, then you lose the game. And game is over. pain and suffering for the side here of Alliance, because there were some really good moments. So talk us through some of this, right? The one thing that didn't go well, the S4 Spider, that wasn't the highlight of this game. So talk to us about why they got to a winning position despite the fact that S4's Broodmother didn't look as strong as it should have in the earlier portions of the game.
I mean, I think the game was just really slow. I think Chuan and Charlie kept up pretty nicely with farm. I think the spy ball was happening early on. I do kind of have to harp on Alliance's early game because I feel like if they want to win this game, they should be in a better position. But at like some point, I feel like they lost the lane harder than they should. Then eventually the Drow and Primal Beast, they just get to play bottom for like 5 minutes, which I don't even think that's the best thing for Ancient Tribe to do, but they got to do it anyway. Like no one is helping this Brood take over the map, then he dies, TP's back bottom, dies again. So yeah, I mean, that's not ideal, but I think overall this game came down to the buybacks, and I think Alliance just not respecting those at all.
Yeah, they really didn't respect a lot of these buybacks, and especially in some critical fights that they ended up taking. I mean, this is a very good example, T. Left-right buys back, they still decide they want to go take this fight. And this is despite the fact that up until this point in the game,
Watch it.
Oh,
no, we don't want to watch
All
it.
right, what happened here, T? Which item ended up griefing this
Ah, there it is. Money. If you're Ancient Tribe, you are just salivating over this fight. Oh, God. And that was, unfortunately, for Ponlo, probably this was the world's worst Ags pickup on a Snapfire just because of the impact it had in the game. The Rubik stealing it quite quickly, then not stealing another spell. 2 Chronos in a row, he was able to just save the hero, reposition them. And on top of that, he then yeets in his own Broodmother into a Leshrac plus Doom buyback. And yeah, probably not the best showing of what Snapfire Ags can do, but it's more on Heaven, I think, for stealing the spell and then being able to position so perfectly. So yeah, props to Heaven for having such a clean game on this Rubik. But yeah, it's the small things. I've honestly, I think it's been now 2 games where I've seen Snapfire buy Ags against Rubik, and this has occurred. It's actually kind of wild that we're seeing more and more Rubik players have that positioning and have that kind of patience to be able to do it, because you didn't really see it before.
Yep. I mean, this is also in a situation where they have Tree and Protector in the game, and very often we've seen the Rubik into Tree matchup in that you prioritize overgrowth, utilize that in your fights, and then that's the key to victory. But this game had the correct read, being like, you know what, if I just save everybody from dying, then we can just always turn every single fight. It was still very, very close down to the wire. Unfortunately, Alliance unable to do it at the very end here, and I don't know. It kind of feels like it was one of these games where one fight either way could have really determined the game, right? Because I think of all the games we've seen so far, Kezu, outside of maybe some of these games we've seen between Ooredoo Thunder and Monaspa, this is probably the closest showing we've had between 2 sides here in Division 2 of Western Europe.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think like all of these fights, it's just like who fights better, who gets to drag it out more. And I think again, going back to these buybacks, Lil Pleb, I think he kind of just owned that mid game. The one time they get this first Aegis, that just turned around the whole game. And he dies to the Chrono alone, and he just immediately buys back. Like there was no hesitation. He just came back. At first I was like, I don't know how good this is, but then it played out and they force back Alliance, then they take the Roche. Suddenly the game is now theirs.
I think both of these teams are playing in a very passive nature, at least in this first game. In previous series where they're a bit more aggressive. So maybe they're doing so Alliance is more aggressive, let's go defensive. And both of them doing it makes the game feel a little bit stagnant up until the point where it's then on how do the teams read the team fights and then utilize buybacks like Kezu was mentioning. So it'll be interesting to see in the next game, do both teams want to do this very farm heavy playstyle that they don't often lean on in their previous DPC games? Because this was like a different showing from both of these teams. And it obviously favored Ancient Tribes. I think they just understood what the most important fights were and how to execute inside those 2 or 3 fights that were actually game breaking.
To be fair to Ancient Tribe, they've had the longest overall game time here in the DPC and Div 2 so far. So I wasn't surprised when I'm like, melee is Doom, he's gonna build Midas, farm for the later game. Little Pleb is out here just getting all this net worth. And speaking of a late game, guys, come on, let's agree. Heaven MVP on this Rubik? There's no other option, right?
Oh yeah, 100%.
I'm down.
Yeah. He he basically played Snapfire and Rubik in one game. It was like that's how
Right.
good he was, you know. So
No. He didn't just play Snapfire Rubik. He also played Treant Protector because there were some pretty pog steals on that overgrowth
That's
and
true,
of
that's
living
true.
armor. Where you're like, yo, if not for the living armor sitting on that Leshrac, I mean, we've seen so many drafts in the past, Kezu, where the living armor of the Treant Protector plus Leshrac is the key to victory in team fights. He's doing that plus stealing Snapfire ults, plus repositioning folk during the fears, getting people out of chrono. It was. I don't even know what to do here. Like, so going into game 2, if you're Alliance, do you not just try and prioritize either banning Rubik or picking it yourself to ensure Heaven can't play this again?
I think if I'm Alliance, I mean, at least I hope that one of their players like speaks up a bit, maybe about rather how they played, I think, rather than what heroes they had. Because I think Rubik will shine a lot if he gets to chill in the back, have easy positioning. I think he had a lot of time to, you know, okay, what do I want to do this game? I'm going to sit back and chill. I want to steal this spell, do this. You know, he's chilling. So I think instead, Alliance perhaps figure out a bit more of, okay, how aggressive we want to play, who's our target. Because, yeah, I think this game didn't work out so well.
Yeah, all right. So we're hoping that in game number 2, things will work out a little bit better for the side of Alliance, because let's remember the stakes, everybody. In the event that Alliance loses or Ancient Tribe loses, either of these squads will find themselves 100% out of contention to get into Div 1. It has never happened that 3 losses get you into Div 1. I doubt it's going to be the first season where this occurs. So they need to adjust quite a lot to ensure a game 2 victory. But before we get into that game, I'm sure you saw the esportsbet.io odds coming up, going this way and that throughout the series. And those odds, like I said, brought to you by esportsbet.io. But the exciting thing about what they're doing in this particular season is not only are we having a watch to earn platform coming soon, but they've made sure that in the event that you have a little bit more faith in a team that's a bit riskier, your first $100 is a risk-free bet, because if you lose that bet, it'll be floated back onto you in the form of USDT. So you'll never have an opportunity to completely lose money on your first opening bet. And your first deposit is also worth 50% off. So make sure that you join esportsbet.io right now. The availability of this is inside the Discord, which the information is available down in our Twitch description and down below here in the PGL channel. So with that, Game 1 in the books. Game 2, I'm hoping we go to a 3-game set, because I do not want to see Alliance. I don't want to see my boy Panlo sad so soon. So let's hope that game number 2 is a little bit more exciting.
bias.
And we'll be back.
Let's go,
What
Panlo.
bias? The best part about
bias?
being a host here, the best part about being a host T, is that I'm allowed to be biased. Y'all have to do with thinking. So we'll have more of Kezu and T's thinking in game number 2. We'll be right back with more of that. Stay tuned.
Nice. Can we heal on draw, guys? We have no runners. Break Lincoln. I did remember.
I break Link.
I'm chasing. I'm here.
They cannot fight, guys.
I don't him.
Nice.
I do myself too.
Get the
I don't see him. I doom the Seth.
Nice.
Both
I'm
close.
running. I'm
Both
chasing.
close.
Only Trent and Snap up, guys.
That's up there. Kill Trent.
Can we rush, guys? Can we rush?
All
We
that.
have
I
no
need
runners.
to TP base. You can
Yeah,
go
yeah,
rush, maybe. I go base.
It's
Seth don't for a long time.
Good job, Kevin. Good job, everybody, guys. Well played. Push top. Top is faster. Out.
welcome one and all here to the DPC here in Western Europe. Div 2 action continues here today as we witness the Ancient Tribe taking on Alliance. Alliance already one game against it right now and almost out of contention to get themselves into Div 1. So they need to dig deep and find a way to get the victory here in game number 2. Of course, I'm joined yet again by T Governor as well as Kezu. Kezu, let me start with you. From what we saw in game number 1 from the side of Alliance, S4, who's usually been the key to success when Alliance is doing well, didn't necessarily have the best Broodmother game. If they had won, it wouldn't have been down to the Broodmother pick. What do you want to see being done differently from the offlane for the side of Alliance? What heroes do you want to see them pick up to ensure that he has success? Obviously not Centaur, because that's definitely going to be banned.
I mean, they could just... It's not the best, in my opinion, if they do pick Brood again, but I believe that you can. You just need to play it better. But perhaps you want to make it easier for yourself, then skip the Brood and just go for a teamfight hero or maybe a counter pick. In my opinion, it's more about the play rather than the hero. Like, maybe the hero makes it easier, but you still have to play the game together, right? He has to play the game himself, then his teammates need to like help him at the right times, and that's... I was missing that in the first game.
Yeah, it felt like in the first game, Alliance... They left lanes where they'd already conceded, like the offlane duo of Alliance didn't really do too well. You then have Chuan, who's doing pretty well on Shadowfiend mid, and then of course top lane, you know, Void just farming, doing whatever, right? So there was opportunities for Alliance to utilize cores that were doing well to then bring other heroes back into the game. But rather than doing that, they decided just to play the map very spread. So I feel like for Alliance, it's less about what heroes you need, what draft you need, and more how they actually, if faced with adversity, how they actually like getting each other back into the game. Otherwise, they are just conceding too much and making it quite a stale game.
Well, in this game, they're going to have themselves a Death Prophet. I imagine this is going to be for Chuan because it hasn't necessarily worked out when S4 has played this hero, and it has worked out when they played this mid. Oh, God. All right, I'm done.
You're leaving the panel or what?
Yeah, he does this every time, all right? Have you
Yeah.
not paid attention to when Snare sees some Ricky, you know, and then he's going to talk about Morana in a second, and then his head's going to blow, and then suddenly we're going to be a two-man panel, and then we're going to have to do the next series, just me and you podcasting it up, but yeah.
No other option. All right, Kezu, tell me where this is going, this Ricky. Please don't tell me this is the offlane duo of Death Prophet Ricky.
I mean, it's most likely a
say it's a core,
my friend.
Go on, Kezu, say it's a core.
They're gonna, it's a +1 Ricky. They're gonna pair it up with Grimstroke in the safe lane. It's gonna be very good.
Battle Fury.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm done. I can't actually express in words how much I hate Ricky as a hero, especially when paired with Morana. But honestly, if I'm completely honest, I can still stand Morana. Ricky, for me, is the main problem. I've been playing support for the last few years, so you can understand why I hate this Ricky so much. But in this game, on the bright side, they have the dual silence against the Pangolier. They have some easy way to be able to keep Ricky out of the fights from stealing all the best spells in the game. They have easy ways to find vision. Tell me some of the non-boring stuff that this hero brings to the table and why I shouldn't rip my hair out seeing it in a draft.
Okay, so a good Ricky player can make this hero feel very fluid. The way that he uses spells to like just be mobile. I think there's a key aspect where having a support that can be invisible by placing wards and sentries and still not breaking invisibility is already annoying. But then if you're actually a good Ricky player, like dodging spells with Tricks of the Trade, initiating but then de-initiating with Blink, like I think there's a really high ceiling to the skill of Ricky where it isn't just this press smoke screen, hit shard. I think there are a lot of cool things that you can do with this hero. And we are seeing that it slowly happen as more people pick up the hero. We're seeing these like moments, and you've already mentioned quite a lot of the boring things at least, but when I see a Ricky, that is a
holy pigs.
That's a jug. Jesus, Melez, calm
Stay
down.
hydrated, boys.
That's very hydrated, but yeah, I think Ricky is going to pair well against Ancient Tribes, opening 2 heroes anyway.
All right, let's see. Where does Ancient Tribe go deeper with this draft? They have the pick out of phase here. They already banned out this Bloodseeker to try and cover this Pangolier. Funnily enough, the last time they picked Pango, they left Bloodseeker in the pool to play, and they played at +5 for LeBron because they were baiting the side of Bald Reborn into an awkward situation. What do we want to see here? I imagine that this Pangolier is going to be going mid for MTD. Do you see it occupying a different role potentially here, Kezu?
It could be 3. They have Melis, who's probably like, one of the best Pangolier players. I think also, when they do open the Pango on 6-7 like this, it should kind of give you the idea that it is just an open flex pick that they want to hold for a bit. So I would assume that they're just going to pick some casual support here that they feel like it's going to pair well with their draft. I don't think it's going to be anything too fancy.
Let's see. They're taking their time with this one. As you mentioned, Melis has played this hero quite a lot. It's his most played hero. This will be, if he does play the hero, his 118th game all time with a 71% win rate. Pretty damn high, over 117 games on this hero. So certainly knows what he's doing with it. And they go for this Undying pick, so this is going to be their 5-4 duo on the Rubik Undying. Alright, it's not so bad.
This is a nice lineup from Ancient Tribe so far. So Alliance, they already need to be thinking about another Drow carry from Ancient Tribe, because against Death Prophet in the side lane, some Undying Drow will happily thrive in that lane. Ricky won't be able to do too much to enable that lane at all. So yeah, I think already you need to preemptively think about the carry that's coming, whilst also picking heroes that are going to be able to deal with the opening of Ancient Tribe. And the issue here as well is, like, if you rat too heavily, let's say you go for like a faceless forward or something. There it is. There's the Marana.
He's
All right,
leaving.
farewell, Snap. All right, Kezu, just me and you, brother. Me and you. All right. But
Easy clap, easy clap.
I'm a bit scared for Alliance though, for their pick here. It's like you can't. I mean, I think you actually want to put DP. You want to pick a hero that can actually flex between mid and off lane. I think that's the only way Alliance can get through this draft and not feel awkward.
Like there's one thing I dislike about the first pick DP. It can work. I'm not gonna say it's just impossible to make it work, but I do think there's a lot of heroes that just make the game like a little awkward for like this particular hero. Like you see the Pango. This hero already makes it a little annoying for DP to play no matter where, especially in mid. Any range carry like pairs up well against you in the safe lane. So I think it's not like the hero that applies the most pressure in the draft. At least that's my opinion. And then second phase, like Alliance they have like this combo, sure. You have your dart or chain arrow, which, sure, but their draft right now, it doesn't threaten me. Like when I'm looking at it, I don't feel intimidated. And I think if you're Ancient Tribe, they should feel pretty chill right now.
Yeah. It's super face-up value. I think for Ancient Tribe, picking some hard-to-kill mid-hero, like some Kunkka or something that happily farms up, buys BKB first item, now suddenly it's really difficult for Alliance to hit that stride. I still think like Alliance kind of soft covered themselves by picking this Ember Spirit. Might deter a little bit of the early game Drow, because if Alliance are to leave lane with some hyper aggressive Ember with the Ricky Mirana, that Drow's not gonna be able to click throughout the jungle and farm triangle. So maybe they're covering themselves there, but I still think it's a very face-up value draw from Alliance. You know exactly where all the heroes are going, and they're just waiting for Charlie to get his final pick in the draft, be it some Terrorblade-esque hero, whatever, some big Charlie core at the end. Also, he's back to Charlie again, I just realised.
Yeah, he is Charlie, yeah.
I thought he was Charlie. So it was Aqua last year, and then he rebranded back to Charlie. Yeah, it says Charlie on the tag.
Right.
Charlie.
Look on the bright side here, boys, right? As much as Alliance's draft might be telegraphed in terms of what these heroes are supposed to be doing in the map, outside of the S4 Death Prophet, these are some of the most successful and most played hero-player combinations for everybody else, right? We've had a lot of Hanskin Ricky this particular season. Pondo Marana, the second most played hero behind his Earth Spirit, and then Chuan, this is his most played hero and one of the most successful ones on the Ember Spirit. So is it maybe not one of these situations where in a do or die scenario, you'd rather just rely on what already has been working for you? I mean, we've seen this before earlier on in the day, Kezu, where you pick what has been working for you, even if it's not necessarily best suited for the game, it still allows you to get the victory just because of how well you know how to make these heroes work in these do or die scenarios.
It can work. At the end of the day, I think teams should just go for like their comfort. Like if they believe this is what's good, then you just kind of roll with it, and it should be okay. With the Ricky, the second phase, they kind of paired it up fairly well. Ricky is a hero that wants to play the map. You have Marana, Ember, who are fast, they're elusive. But in terms of like the first phase, that's where I feel like there's a bit of disconnect between Ricky, DP. I don't think they necessarily want to play the same game unless they have a very good early game. And I believe that TB answers this kind of like in a nice way. I said that Alliance want to play the map. TB has good matchups. He's going to help you split the map to make it a bit harder for Alliance to play the way they want to.
Let's see here. Going into the final phase, Alliance probably still need a hero for Charlie/Aqua to be able to hard carry on. Erstwhile Ancient Tribe looking potentially for a hero for Melis in the event that MTD is the one to pick up this Pangolier, since it's so flexible in their draft right now. Who do you want to see being handled by Charlie/Aqua? You've been watching him for many, many years, Sigurd. What do you think is the key right now? A lot of his heroes have already been banned out. You're not going to play Bloodseeker, no Ursa, no Faceless Void. I don't think they're going to ban PL, but they're going to ban probably like some other range carry at the very end of this. What do you want to see him play that brings the Alliance draft together and allows them to actually play the Dota at the fast tempo that this draft suggests so far?
I think out of all the options left, Drow feels the best.
I like Drow
You
too,
can eat through the armor of the TB. You also can use the DP to then... Like, DP's a bit of a lost hero, I think, right now for Alliance, where you cast Exo, and you don't really have heroes that want to, like, AFK at an objective. You have heroes that kind of want to sweep throughout the map. So I think if this DP has, like, a second objective in mind, where it's like, if I go Roshan, give a potentially slightly squishy Drow, or some, like, Dragon Lance plus, let's say, I don't know, Yasha or whatever, an Aegis, now we can play super aggressive. So I think, yeah, Drow needs to be banned out from Ancient Tribe. And, yeah, it'll give them somewhat the glue to their lineup for Alliance, at least. And if Drow's banned, it then gets a little bit awkward. I think it is technically a pretty good PL game against Undying, Rubik, TB. There's like no real lockdown. Pango can itemize for it. Only issue is there's a last pick for Ancient Tribe at the very end. So they still have options, and yeah. I think probably Drow's number one there.
Why am I getting a bad feeling that Ancient Tribe's going to ban Drow and then Alliance is going to pick Medusa?
Because it could happen. I would say that their fallback after Drow is maybe Sniper. I would say that Drow is their best pick. It should lane well. If Pango is off lane, I'm pretty sure that you enjoy that lane. You help your DP in the fights as well by giving her armor to like help swing the TB matchup a little bit.
Easy ban.
There's the Drow ban, so I would say that their bans are kind of on point. But they need this type of hero that can eventually stand his ground. Because right now, these heroes of Alliance at like the 25-30 minute mark, you're not really threatening this TB in his meta. Like when this guy is popping that stuff and there's a Pango roll, I think they're running away. And eventually you need someone that can at least fight back or threaten the TB at least a little bit.
Let's see, 10 seconds remaining for the side of Alliance. What is Charlie/Aqua going to play here? Needs to be one of these heroes, like you mentioned, that needs to be able to fight, stand his ground, also have some decent scaling into the late game, and not fall off in the laning phase. And it's going to be Slog.
Okay.
All right, Tigov, we see this Slog. What do you want Alliance, or Ancient Tribe rather, to put against this for melees? Is the Pango decent enough here and we pick a different hero for MTD, or does MTD reprise the Pango and we have something else for melees?
Enigma. Oh, that's a juicy pick, actually.
Seems like a free game.
That's actually a pretty free game. No, I think, yeah, for Ancient Tribe now, it's like you just put Pango mid and you just pick up some offlane that just fully bullies this Slark. And then now it's like Slark has a weaker lane. Then DP should have, in theory, a pretty average lane. Pango goes even with Ember, so... Okay, they go for a tiny. So is it going to be meta's offlane Pangolier then? Honestly, it's like... If they... In this scenario as well, I don't mind the tiny just because of the respect towards meta's Pangolier. I think if there's any other player on this Pango, I'd be like, this doesn't feel too great. But because Mela's so good on the hero, and now it's like Tiny plus Pango will do the same thing, whereas like after laning phase, they will just sacrifice their own farm a little bit to be annoying, to set the pace of the game, and then Lil Pleb will be able to always find that farm behind. And I think Alliance is like the complete opposite as the previous game. Like they need to be the aggressors throughout this game. They need to be the ones getting that first Aegis collapsing the map. So eventually the Slark will only be some jump in, poke for a BKB, jump out, hope for a secondary third fight, then you go in and try and crush them. And I think Ancient Tribe's executing a little bit better in the fight, so their draft should play out quite nicely.
Kezu, how do you feel about this? The 23 pick Slark coming in from the side of Alliance here. Is it good enough to get them a third game, especially considering that Charlie hasn't played this hero also since 2021? So what do you make of the little fishman in this game?
I hope he can play the fishman. Hero's not too hard.
Do you want me to check his pubs?
Sure. I guess like Alliance want to play long fights. I believe if they need to execute slightly better, but they can win if they like drag out these fights. I don't like the last pick Tiny too much. I do think it's because Melis is just the best Pango in Europe or some shit like that. So I'm gonna slightly give it to Alliance. We have a game 3, another game of Pawnlo. 2 more games of Pawnlo.
So Charlie, he played the Slark 9 times this week. He had a 55% win rate. The last time he's played Slark was 6 hours ago, where he beat Dendy.
He knew.
So yeah, he's the most whimsical and pointless of stats I provided.
Regrettably, Tigov, long gone are the days where beating Dendy is the mark of pride and privilege that you might imagine it is, sadly. But Dendy's still in Div 1, and we're hoping that Alliance can win this game and keep their hopes alive for Div 1 by taking us to a game number 3. To find out, we send it over to our demilitarized casters who are going out of their way to avoid any beef and avoid any comparisons of upgrades. So I send it over to our incredible pair of Lyrical and Trent. Take it away, boys, and please take us to a game 3.
Well, we will try our best, but it's not up to us, as are no comparisons to anything else. That's the way that we love to get into this one. Trent, how you doing, sir?
Doing great. Quite an interesting draft there.
Yeah.
I know you guys all love it when we get the Pangoliers and the Slarks, and our good friend Bloodseeker is banned out. It's a fun little dynamic that these Pango pickers are aware of, right? They're always banning this Bloodseeker, so sometimes Slark sneaks in at the end of the draft. This hero's often banned in the second phase. But sometimes you can't fit him in near the end because you're worried about some sort of a counter pick. But these Pangolier teams, they always ban the Bloodseeker. It opens up the window, and Charlie has hopped on through to become the Fishman. So we'll see if he can carry over his earlier wins here from pubs to pros.
Yeah, if they can make that one work. It is kind of an interesting dynamic. I like what Kezu was talking about with like these longer duration fights. You can kind of see how that would work out later. If Tron gets into an Aghanim Scepter, you've got Slark building up stacks, Death Prophet living through Exorcism. And then the other side for Ancient Tribe, it's like blow up one with Tiny maybe, with a TB punching away constantly, and then just take those objectives afterwards. So different archetypes of how they want this game to go.
You basically want, like, Rolling Thunder is going around stunning multiple people, and one of those people just gets blown up by MTD and TB, and then it's a rundown after. And it's hard to turn a fight versus the Undying as well. Like, Undying, you tend to think of him as, like, this big, like, team fight winner, where if we're in this established place, then if you fight us, you're going to lose. But he's also nice in those, like, chase down scenarios where, like, it's just so hard to turn back on someone when they've dropped Tombstone.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's so annoying playing into that. And they don't have, like, the best heroes. I guess Mirana, to some extent, you can maybe, like, throw out some leap thing and, get that bonus attack speed and run it down. But, I mean, that probably is just going to be the death of Hanskin if he does that running into a Tiny. But we'll see.
Down bottom, we had Ponlo do the safe lane block. He body blocked the first wave that was coming in while being punched by Lil Pleb to try and make it so that his wave would come in under the tower. But then LeBron also ran up and body blocked the Dire wave.
Nice.
And now that has resulted in LeBron giving the long run down to S4 because S4 did not want to deal with this Undying. They wanted the creeps under the tower so it would push out. And look how much regen he's going to lose already. And LeBron just does not care.
God, that is so annoying. Yeah, down bottom getting very funky. And Ponlo's going to pull the wave around, but LeBron trying to catch up to it.
He's chasing him.
Yeah. It looks like Ricky's going to get enough distance, though. Okay, so yeah, LeBron will pull that one back to the normal creep wave. As, up top. Evan getting very low. Is going to go down. Hanskin finding the first blood. Maybe can go for more here. On to Melis. Chases him a bit away.
All right, don't get Starstorm. Don't do it. Don't do it.
He's thinking about it.
What's on the prayer? Oh, just regen. Okay.
So yeah, I guess that just caught the Rubik off guard, not anticipating the Starstorm level 1.
Something happened. Give them that kill onto heaven. And he runs right back into Hanskin. And now they caught Melis.
That was level 2 got right as they moved in. But yeah, Hanskin has to use another leap charge to get away.
Yeah, I definitely agree with the panel though, where I was hoping the Pango was just going to go mid. I mean, I get it. It's like Melis' jam and he wants to play it, but at the same time, it's like, wouldn't this be like way better to just grab some other offlaner? I mean, obviously he knows how to play this lane and he's happy with it, but I'm also just, I don't know, I didn't feel like Tiny was the it pick. But if MTD just pops off, then obviously it's still very conducive to a victory.
At least it gives their team like a very clear way that they want to take the fights, right? Like it gives them a pretty clean direction to find that blow up right at the beginning. And I've been pretty impressed recently with the scalability of Tinies when we've seen more of these like Aghanim Scepter builds, you know what I mean?
Oh, I mean, I love those whenever those come out.
Yeah. I feel like it's become more and more often.
I don't know if we get the control for it this game. I guess as long as Pango's hitting the rolls, it'll work out, but he's dropping it.
Ponlo. Is Ponlo just dead? Wants to jump over to S4 and well, that gets him out of harm's way. S4 is going to need to kill off some of the zombies. And now S4, he might be in a little bit of trouble. God, this Undying just beats the crap out of him. What a bully. Freaking LeBron.
Run away. And back he goes. All right. All right, well, this game, ladies and gentlemen, we're expecting some more mobility, some more action to happen, right? I mean, we got a mid-tiny. This guy, he's going to be moving around the map. He has to, surely. That's how you do things. Off-lane Pango, also a bit of a fighter. Not a lover, not a turtler. Ready for active engagements. There's a Slark carry on the other side, so because it's likely to be a much more active game, it means that these lanes are going to be more important. Last game, it didn't really matter what happened to your lanes because we ended up just farming for 15 minutes pretty much undisturbed anyway. It's nice. Again, LeBron always getting this positioning on S4.
Ooh, and those body blocks, do they have enough to kill him off? It doesn't quite look like it, but still a lot of pressure. And another kill. Hanskin will force back the Rubik and also force back Melis. I mean, this Mirana pick, it is working out super well to zone him.
Yeah, he got him twice with the Starstorm, I believe. Because he did. He got him like way back with the Starstorm before too. So he's kind of been slapping up here.
Yeah.
Very impressive. And yeah, although they didn't kill S4, I don't think it really matters that much because right now it's oh, Juan. All right, it's good. He's only got one charge on the Spirit Siphon, so it allows LeBron to just be back here very comfortably as well.
Ooh. Getting real low. 2 seconds until Fade Bolt was back up. But bottle charge and run away.
And Hanskin has this ward as well that's just keeping an eye in terms of if Heaven's rotating back. So they're going to see that Heaven's not back yet. So they should know that he's sitting mid, which is probably why Chuan's playing this side.
Yeah, he's got to play safe. I mean, MTD is also getting pretty low on the Tiny. He just got a bottle refill and already has to back away. It might even have to go back home, depending. LeBron gets somewhat low. S4 throws out the Spirit Siphon onto Lil Pleb and continues to trade hits there.
God, Ponlo has been so annoying with these waves, though.
Yeah.
Like, he's just nullifying this Undying. It's all you can do versus this hero. Yeah, you have no choice. You're not going to contest Undying these days. Unless you have a serious kill threat, which they most certainly do not. This is really the only play that you have, and he's been doing a great job.
Heaven, again, in some trouble there. Gets brought down very low by Hanskin. Has no more leap charges, though. But will be able to come on in and secure this rune. And, well, MTD tries to kill him off. Will have Starstorm. Can't get it off in time. Now Chuan, he's in pretty close. This is going to pop that Invis rune, and that will keep him alive.
We'll see if Heaven snipes this ward. Yeah, because the Starstorm hit the camp there, so he knew that the ward was up on that pillar.
Okay. Makes sense.
Death's bounty.
So
easy.
The early sort of momentum, you can see it's been pretty even in terms of net worth amongst the top cores, but it's really this Pango that's a little bit further behind. You know, both in terms of the gold, but also the levels. Only level 3 on Melis.
Yeah, just gets to 4, but it's a level 5 Slark who jumps him.
Yeah,
and Hanskin's wrapping too. He's sticking around. Why did you do that?
He's dead.
Oh, he's so
dead.
dead.
Mega dead. Maybe? Yeah. They got him. Well, Melis, I mean, that is a really rough lane for him. He is not having a great time on this Pango.
Yeah, Hanskin's owning. That's pretty much what it comes down to. All that pressure in the lane, it makes him do desperation plays like that, trying to get a last hit as he's just hoping to escape from this pressure of the Slark, knowing that he is kind of out of this lane at that point already, and then Hanskin's just wrapping behind him. Tough stuff here as MTD gets a chuck up on the Chuan in the mid, but not quite enough to threaten death here. As Heaven will TP mid for the bottle fill.
Done that pretty consistently, and you can see the sort of difference right now, you know? Melis getting completely zoned out of the lane. Can't even step on up to get an XP range. And then on the other side, you look at what S4's been able to do. Almost level 6 on this Death Prophet. Having a perfectly fine time going for the double Wraithband build.
Largely because Ponlo is actually supplementing his lane and not just like bottling the mid like Heaven is for top.
It's true. It hasn't really been able to play with friends that much. And Ponlo is taking a beating. You can see Heaven making the rotation down here. This still just means that Pango's going to be getting nothing, basically. But maybe can soak some solo XP and play the poverty mode. Arrow off the mark. Pops the illusion. Ava, toss, chase, MTD. Looks like he's going to be fine. But yeah. And Melis left completely alone, just on an island.
Just watching the Slark slaughter his creeps. Almost into the Oblivion.
Are they gonna dive him up here? I think, yeah. With killing off that creep wave, dude. This is just so bad.
Yeah, this sucks. Like Melee's just not having fun.
He can't even really step up to the creeps, it feels like. He does get a couple last hits here, much needed, but he's 1,000 gold behind S4. Does almost have 6 now.
And of course, well, what does a DP do at 6? Pops Exorcism and versus a TV and Undying. This is where the lane does turn.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot they want to do. It's just not efficient at this point for the Terrorblade. He heads to the jungle. They take the tier 1 tower, and Hanskin continues to bully your other lanes and take down a sentry up top. LeBron's going to try and hold some control over this for Lil Pleb. See if they can keep the farm going by putting an Ob sentry up on that pillar. We'll see what Ponlo's up to here. Also still just level 3.5 as we approach 10 minutes. He was also very low last game on the Snapfire at this point, too. He's been sacking a lot of his own XP during the laning stage.
Well, and, you know, I think that that's sort of the choice that they're making. Hanskin's having a much better game on this Mirana. Ponlo enabling the Death Prophet to get off to a hot start. And Alliance, it's all working for them, you know. It's to the tune now of a 3,000 gold lead at just about 10 minutes. I think you'd love to be in this position as Alliance.
That seems pretty good. There's definitely some opportunities for them to get aggressive as well, as Heaven has to steal that rune, but yeah.
Very quickly gets taken out because of it, but no give over there to the Ember, which is helpful. Definitely. So Ancient Tribe deny a DD rune to that Ember. And we'll see if Ancient Tribe can really find any way to try and get Melis back into this game. It feels like it has to be around his level 6, but Alliance also just seem like they're in a really comfortable spot right now overall.
I feel like they can just kind of chill. I mean, that's good news, too, when you have the Riki, right? Because obviously this support does not come online until you get the Shard. It's not like anything changes that much at level 6. Like, your vision gets a lot better because obviously you can move around invisibly, plant these deeper wards, track their couriers, see what they're up to, and hopefully prep for some kills. But realistically, the prep comes when the Shard is up. He's going for the courier D ward here. Run, courier! God,
no.
run!
Oh, my God. Oh, Ponlo. Oh, Ponlo. Does he get out of here? He's able to jump away. So, do bait out a Metamorphosis from Lil Pleb, but he was just going to use that to farm anyways.
Just shocked that courier survived. That was impressive.
Yeah.
We have a Sleight of Fist stolen here. A steal available as well if Heaven feels like jumping over somewhere. Ooh, maybe Crypt Swarm?
I wasn't able to get it.
Slight and try and steal. I wonder if he did.
They did get... I mean, I guess it's also worth keeping Slight because you can Slight lift. Melis does have a swashbuckle. Yeah, and gets the other side.
Ponlo almost died too to a slight Fade Bolt.
Well, 4-1. Alliance getting the early game that they wanted. All of their heroes in really good position. The Slark already has an Echo Saber, and he's just rushing straight to an Aghanim Scepter. So at level 9 for Charlie. I mean, obviously, with Melis having no game, Slark's gotten everything he wanted.
Ooh. That's going to be a fast eggs.
By the way, do you know what the name of the Occult Bracelet active effect is? It's Rites of Eloshar. That's one of the coolest things ever. It's on the Slark. He doesn't have it on him right now, but just wait. It's cool. It's a very cool name.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
Gotta get my Rites of Eloshar. No,
I just get excited when the tome is enlightening me, you know?
Okay, there you go.
That's a good one.
Okay, Slark switches up. So Charlie going back for the Diffusal Blade instead of the Axe. It looks like he wants to be able to get involved earlier.
The Axe, I feel like, would probably work. I mean, I guess the downside is if you jump and you just get tiny comboed, you're going to feel like a real idiot.
Right. Speaking of getting tiny comboed, that's going to be a dead Houndskin, so you should try finding a pick off there. Charlie.
Time to turn it up.
Yeah, need to get out of harm's way. I guess that's the big thing that they've been waiting for is the MTD Blink Dagger. Does have it done. Spots Charlie, pops the haste rune, waits for the jump. Avalanche, the toss, the arrow. Ooh, he wasn't able to get the timing perfect on that Dark Pact to get him caught without it. So they do manage to escape that gank with Charlie. And S4 looking to take out this tower while they get Charlie as he's farming. Yeah, that one hurts. That one hurts. Maybe they can get... Oh, Lil Pleb, though, dies mid. So they rotate in heroes to defend after they get the Charlie kill, and Lil Pleb just gives up his life. Now MTD, Ava, toss. Do they have enough to bring him down in time? LeBron moves in, beaten away with his ulti. MTD gets a little bit of separation. LeBron's super low. And S4, he's in trouble. All the zombies, they take him down. Hanskin could not kill off the tombstone in time. They move back in with the Ember. He dies too. Everybody's gone. What in the hell just happened? Hanskin and Supreme. Dude, he got so much experience.
Yeah, he stole the Star Storm as well. Well, everyone was clumped up in there, which is why he did such a ridiculous amount of damage at the end there. But Ponlo got the final kill with the Blink Strike, which was huge because he didn't have the gold for his shard. But now he's going to respawn, have shard gold with the combination of this Mirana. And they're going to start going on a roll here. And yeah, it all starts after that death of Lil Pleb here as MTD comes in. This Soul Rip as well to save MTD was crazy. Because he got solo, Soul Rips, and that little bit of health saves him from the Crypt Swarm. And then you're like, oh, there's zombies, guys. We can chase. We can chase with zombies. And then this is where it got a little bit wild there.
Good lift. The Avatos able to turn it. And yeah, the Star Storm, just everybody dying. Oh, man. Okay.
They're hunting up top here, Melis.
They've got him caught. Can they catch him with the cloud down? He's in trouble. Diffusal Blade. And Melis pops the mech, tries to get out of there. The swashbuckle away keeps him alive. Still, 4,000 gold lead for Alliance.
Yeah, he missed the pounce, too. Fortunately. All right, bye-bye, Ricky. I love a good Ob Sentry combo.
Easy pick off there.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Greaves are nearly done here for S4. Help out if Ancient Tribe keep pressuring a little bit here.
I'm going to get the pop and catch on the Melis up top. So Charlie waiting around for that Pango to come back in. And this is the thing that's super interesting about this series, I feel like, is that there's been all these moments where it's like, oh, they're out. And then suddenly they die again. And it's like, oh, but I thought they were out. And then they end up running back in and sticking around a little bit too long. Speaking of which, LeBron gonna get caught, and there is no escape from him there. He's just gonna be brought down.
Yeah, not defending the tower this time. You have to let this one go.
Maybe. MTD. The TPing in more. Okay. Things getting weird. They find Little Pleb. He's low. Couldn't get the Sunder off. Ava toss. The sleep is there. Roll back and forth with Melis. MTD in trouble. Right on top of him is S4, but Ponlo body block. They couldn't chase anyways. There's no way. Melis, his damage reduction's wearing off, but has the swashbuckle, so he's going to be fine. MTD now trying to bring down this DP mech. Not enough. S4 is going to die with the toss back. Hanskin, he's gone. Charlie now jumps in. Charlie wanting to get involved in the action too. He doesn't have another pounce for 1-2 slow disarm. The zombies are still chasing him. MTD gets the toss. It was on the zombie though. Couldn't get the toss onto one of his other heroes. And
what is Ponlo hunting for? Oh, because Ember's back.
Okay.
So he was thinking if someone comes over here, right? I mean, look how low MTD was as well.
Dude, I don't know about this game. This one is one of those nutty ones.
At least it's the opposite end of the spectrum. I'd rather have this, where we're doing too much stuff right now.
All right.
Another op-centric combo here from the Radiant to spot what Ponlo's up to. But people are going to start doing what they always do in this situation and start thinking about the Roche. All right, so Lil Pleb's going to push down this top tower as everything's a little bit off balance right now. People aren't exactly ready to rotate either. Chuan TP to the mid, so he can't come up top. So no real threat here, although they're not full committing. This tower might end up being saved, actually. No, never mind. Okay.
That goes down. Can't keep that one alive. Mid lane, MTD, Melis thinking about the roll up. Ponlo finds him. Sleeping Dart onto the Tiny with the arrow follow up there. Melis can still go for the roll with the Greaves too. They try and turn this one. MTD super low, and now Hanskin, he's gonna get caught out. They get the sleep onto Terrorblade, but that fight not going the way the Alliance wanted. I thought they were gonna go on the Pango, but must not have had vision. Wait, sleep? Silence, jump in, Charlie, right in the midst of all of them. Now the control is there, slept and almost bringing down this Tiny. MTD in trouble, losing mana, losing HP. And, well, the seesaw swings back the other way.
I wonder what their options are. Oh, well, I guess their options right now are just going to try to keep chasing and hunting on the Millers. Ponlo's trying to set things up, and now they've separated, and Charlie's gone his own way.
Charlie, always ready to battle. Building up some stacks.
Oh, this is
the slight spam. LeBron gets jumped on again. The Greaves are there. Charlie in and out, back and forth.
It's so sporadic. What is going on? Ponlo ran top, and then Chuen's like mid with Charlie.
It feels like everybody's just kind of doing their thing, having fun, man.
How dare they? In my professional esports game?
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
no fun allowed.
I mean, he finds him again. Charlie on to Melis. That's a second root in, catches him with the leash, and now popping ulti. LeBron tombstone up on the high ground. Charlie has 42 stacks right now, and has found little pleb. The turn, no, they're all gone. The stacks, they were so good. Charlie gets brought down. Dude, what is going on? MTD now also slept, and S4 right on top of him. Ponlo gets the silence. They're going to chase little pleb underneath the tower. It wasn't pretty, but they got the job done. Alliance taking that fight 5 for 1.
All right, you'll take it in the end. It's whatever. Trade the Slark. It's fine. I mean, not great, obviously, but he went for the Mage Slayer first. It was actually flying on its way in the Courier, so he didn't opt for, like, sometimes you'll see the Shard a little bit earlier if you're going to be going to these battles, but he'll grab it next. Should help protect him from that exact situation that you're worried about versus a Terrorblade.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I really liked the idea and that back and forth that we saw from the Slark of, like, jumping in, building up those stacks and all of it, but just went a little bit too ham at the end. And of course, MTD making the punish happen. But as you said, if you kill 5, it's worth it.
Yeah. I mean, you think it's going to be old. Now Charlie's going to run into melee immediately after a swashbuckle. It has no shard.
Greaves are there, but it won't matter. They kill him off. Melis goes down.
Now mid lane, Hanskin going to have his Starstorm stolen again here. And yeah, well, see ya. Maybe? Oh, no. Maybe? Yeah, no, dead. Okay.
Ponlo. Shard. Connection, but no arrow follow-up. So just keeps him under control for a moment.
Just clarify.
What's up?
I said she's dead.
Yeah. Well, that's what I meant, was that there's no follow-up. And LeBron...
I'm just helping the viewers, you know?
There you go. That's what's up there.
Yeah. Oh, Ponlo gonna immediately spot those. Oh, God, Ponlo.
Uh-oh.
No, you see, they're inside. They're inside the house.
He buys back immediately. Are they going to try and contest this? S4. I mean, you know that they have vision here.
Unfortunately, he forgot he had no TP.
Ava, toss. Oh, S4's dead. Charlie now wants to run it. Alliance, you're doing so good. Don't throw it all the way here. They want to try and finish off Roche. Little Pleb does at least. The Metamorphosis is running down. If they stick around this area, the collapse could be really scary to deal with.
All right, how do they kill Charlie? Because Charlie has Shard now.
He jumps in. The roll back and forth. Manta runs it off.
He used both?
Stolen Sleeping Dart.
Already, okay. Oh, that's bad. That's real bad. That's the dream.
Ancient Tribe. No meta, but still ready to go in and fight. Maybe looking for a pick off here. It's a DD bottom. I mean,
at least there's the fresh BKB on Chuen, right? With the stolen sleep, that would be really dangerous. There's the ward, though.
Smoke on smoke. Avalanche onto everybody. Ponlo, low dead. That's a dieback for him, but MTD tries to TP out. Not going to be able to do it. Immediately caught by the Slark. Charlie is going to take down that Tiny. Well played. Alliance lose their Ricky, but they're going to get the Aegis.
What about the Specialist's Array?
Ooh.
It's up by the entrance. Just chilling under that wood. I think they're gonna lose it.
That's how it goes. Happens to the best of us.
I mean, who wants that item anyway, right?
Yeah, nobody cares.
All right, well, Alliance will keep the ball rolling, then get themselves the Aegis, continuing their lead in this game. As it was looking a little bit frost there with Disaster, but Charlie just wants to keep on pushing. 16 stacks still there, 48 agility stolen. My goodness, he wants a little more. Hand it over.
He's gonna get it. LeBron, Chase, and they also have the Rubik under control. So Alliance keep the pressure on, building up stacks for this Slark, and just having a whale of a time right now. They're killing it.
Their pressure is just going totally unchecked this game. It's very impressive. The fact that they're finding these fights after getting all the stacks too, like it is a little maniacal, but it's working out very well for them.
Yeah.
Even if Charlie has gone down in a couple of these.
Yeah, he definitely is the strongest hero in the game and is playing like it. Almost connects there on the Melis, but not able to hunt in.
Oh, that's so sick.
So 16 to 22, a 10k gold lead. A lot of that is just off the back of how much Hanskin's been able to get on this Mirana. You know, Drum's done, has that Veil completed. There's so much amp damage and almost on par with what Melis has been able to do on this Pango. Definitely makes you wonder about that switch up that could have happened of putting the Pango mid.
Yeah. Feels like you haven't got... I guess it could have worked out. I just... You know, you needed the big blow-up plays from the Tiny a little bit earlier. Just tough. Tougher. Alliance, though, I mean, hey, they do have one classic situation. They have Slark and Ember on the same team. This happens a lot, and then your high ground push is generally awful. However, of course, they have a Death Prophet. So that doesn't mean they're going to be largely reliant on the Exorcism for going high ground. The high ground punish is decent as long as they steal, like, Sleep Dart. That makes it a lot easier. But then, of course, you have, like, Avatos plays, some tossbacks.
Right.
Wild Pango stuff. Also, the shard being on Pango is huge. It makes the execution that everything Melis does just so much easier on every other part of the map. It is, like, the best shard, honestly. I think with what it gives to a hero, it's hard to compare to a lot. Like, it's definitely a top 5 shard for me.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
Well, and I think that it is sort of a problem that they have right now, which is like a lack of damage. Melis at least is going to have that control and should be able to get it off most of the time because of that shard, because of the Greaves. But in terms to actually killing these heroes, I don't see how they do it that well. It just feels so difficult. The shard's there onto Tiny. The lift, and now the roll, going to jump away. Alliance, they pop Exo. Melis is just going to go to kill off the creep wave. Goes to the TP out with the roll, and there was a second there. They might have caught him. But now the pounce with no roll. Charlie's like, fine, I'm going to take your base. See if I care. Evan trying to get out of there. Does manage to get a little separation. Charlie continues to run in. He is running lower and lower on mana, but it does not matter. This dude has 30 stacks right now, 90 agi, and, well, if you are that strong, you can just sit in somebody's base for a little bit.
Yeah, with, 75 armor that he had for a second there, that was kind of scary.
True. Who cares about a toss back?
Yeah.
Terrorblade.
Life's good.
Yeah, he's getting closer to Scotty, but ugh. Oh my god, 5%. It's got to be probably pretty similar feelings to the esportsbet.io odds, I would imagine, as well. They are completely taking over this game on Alliance and haven't really looked back from the early goings, it feels like, out of the laning stage.
Looks like another one there. Roll up forced out. Oh.
Melis
He's trying to drive, but he has no TP.
Yeah, he's in trouble. Does have Swashbuckle when he comes out of it, but with Ponlo there, ooh, good play. Ponlo's still chasing.
Wait, it's not over yet.
Oh, just out of range. And he's going to be okay.
There's a Radiant Ob Sentry combo out there. If they wanted to go for a crazy play, now might be the time. They're waiting for a little play of Scotty, which is done now. So that's pretty huge. Big upgrade for him. He is still the second most farmed hero. They might even get that specialist array. Or maybe not. No, it's still just going to sit there. Okay. Nobody wants it.
Nobody cares.
Yeah.
The old specialist array. Coca Flames picked up now also for the Ember. He's going to keep that one. So the burning is going to be strong. Staying alive on Chuan. And I still think that I like the way that Ancient Tribe can like find a pick off to start. We just haven't seen them really be able to get that moment for themselves. Because there isn't an easy hero to kill. All these heroes have like some innate takiness or sort of maneuverability on their lineup for Alliance.
And then if the fight actually starts, you have this Mage Slayer. It's also been putting in some of the work too, depending on who he hops onto.
Right.
But there goes the Aegis, so replaced in the inventory with the old BKB. And working towards Charlie's own Scotty here. If you're trying to win these fights as Ancient Tribe, one of the biggest problems is they don't have a Blink Dagger on the Pango yet, since he's had such a rough game. I mean, he's behind Hanskin in terms of gold. So it's, I don't know. He has a Shiva's queued up, but anyway, they're going to jump onto the Slark now. It's half HP, unfortunately, though, as he said. Very hard to finish any of these kills. They don't really have the chain set unless they have a crazy steal here from heaven.
Yeah, that kind of feels like it needs to be the play, is like steal arrow and use that to get the kill. Not easy. Not in the least bit. And 29 minutes in, Alliance, they're kind of trying to do that thing where they keep Ancient Tribe stuck on one side of the map, but they can't really put the full like clasp on them. You can still see the Ancient Tribe are getting some farm here in their triangle and elsewhere, but the lead is slowly being built up.
Yeah, they just want to play it safe. Again, their push is pretty bad. It's very exorcism dependent, so they probably just want to wait for an Aegis so that Slark and Ember can do more on the high ground. The other great item for breaking base is the Ember Aghanim Scepter. I mean, Chuan's doing some wild stuff down here right now. Now he's going to TP.
It's crazy. The hell? All right, well, in Alliance, they're going to smoke up with 4.
Ooh, they might run right into heaven here. Ooh. No, he doesn't go up the ramp. Good choice. That's real TB. Ah.
Little pleb. Doesn't get caught there. The Force Staff pushing him around in weird ways. Does have Sunder, but no Sunder. MTD, give me your life. MTD, now in some trouble. But he has the BKB to get out of there, too. So they keep themselves alive. Stolen Ricky Dart, but that's still going to be Rubik going down. Charlie out of BKB now. And Melis has to run away before the chase continues. So Alliance, not afraid of going high ground. They push on in and waiting for S4 to join them with the Exo.
I'm waiting for the creeps to come along as well. All right, they're going to pop it on the first tower anyway.
Find one. Can't even get the tombstone down, but does buy back immediately. Melis in trouble. Pops the Greaves. Wants to get away. Roll up, roll away. MTD in the midst of all of it is leashed and is going to be killed after the toss. So they bring down the Tiny. No chance of getting him under tier 4 towers. Charlie, Force Staff to the far side, but he is still incredibly strong. And Charlie does get the pounce away to keep himself alive. TB going to die. Has buyback, but won't have meta after. And this might just be Alliance closing out this game here as they set their sights onto the tombstone, onto another tier 3 tower.
Yeah, Slark at this point has 45. All right, the stacks are dwindling, but he has a lot of agi right now, so that does make it easier to siege buildings, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
So it's slaying away into these structures, but they don't want to give up quite yet on Ancient Tribe. It is still a lot of buildings to chew through without exorcism for them. So they're going to make Alliance work for it here.
Make them stick around. A sleeping dart there into the immediate catch. Force Staff to keep him alive. Can they get any toss backs into the fountain? Maybe. Charlie, he's willing to go into the fountain. Doesn't need a toss. Pops the BKB and runs away.
All right, I guess we're Roshan, but unfortunately for them, it's a pretty long spawn. So we might have a bit of a delay here for this game. It's clutched out here by Alliance. The Aghanims, though, for the Ember will be ready as well.
They might just go and take down top tier 2, too.
Yeah, I think they go. They push out that lane. They farm members Aghanims, and then they just wait to see if Ancient Tribe have like any move outside their base. Then they'll just fight. I don't even think they'll wait for Roche. Like the Aghanim's on the Ember is just such a massive upgrade.
Yeah. And they're about to have Scotty done on Charlie. Now, Trent, hear me out.
I'm ready. I'm so ready. Sunder the Slark.
Dire has no buybacks. They all bought out.
Okay.
If there is a will, there is a way. And maybe Ancient Tribe have the will to run on out at them right now and get a kill. Here it is. This is the beginning. If they can make this work, can you imagine?
I can. I've seen it happen before. Although not
Zero
terribly
buybacks.
going first.
0 buybacks right now. Alliance, they go for the counter smoke.
Oh, here we go in the river.
Up on the high ground, they find him. Lift onto Ember. He still has BKB. Terrorblade trying to take down S4. He's right on top of him, but the fear is there. Oh, Charlie turned on to him. Needs a Sunder. Needs to get out of there. Sunder comes out in time. They're going to take down that Death Prophet, but Terrorblade is going to go down. And actually, no, S4 is going to live through it also. This should be the end of the game. A triple kill for Charlie. And soon to be GG called as Alliance. 30k gold up. They take them all down.
Now, let's say Ancient Tribe, we're going out on their own terms on this one. We're just going to throw all our bodies, hope for the best in the river. Definitely a more likely scenario to give you a victory than sitting on your high ground and waiting. So they've decided to at least opt into it here. That Aghanim Scepter, though. Trent coming right here, trying to get a few more charges up. Oh, they're just going to jump. MMR is just a number. That's true, LeBron.
True. But 1-1 is also a number. It's 2 numbers, in fact. Charlie goes on and finds heaven. Get out of here.
My mind.
That's right.
Now, Alliance. You know, impressive considering how the last game went. I feel like last game would have been very frustrating to play as Alliance because it felt like you were controlling a lot of the map and doing some things right, but eventually you just kind of lost. Whereas this time, I don't know, I think you said earlier, it looked like they were just having fun. And honestly, it legit just looked like having fun. Like, playing sort of deep, little YOLO plays, getting their stacks up on their Slark and continuing to get that aggression going. It just looked more enjoyable. Like, they reset pretty well from that first match, and they kind of crushed it here. So, this is a great match for this series, but also just for the mentality of a whole of Alliance. I mean, look at Charlie right now. He's just feeding the well.
Charlie going crazy. Gets the kill onto MTD. I thought he was legitimately dead, and we'd been doing the outro for so long that they were going to throw. But they're not looking like they're going to yet. Alliance, head on in, take these tier 4 towers now. Ancient exposed, and the slight spam is out. They're right on top of this Undying. Tombstone down. Little pleb living for a little bit longer, but if they want to right now, they can just turn their sights onto the Ancient and end this game. They bring them all down again. The buybacks are out, but I don't think it's going to be enough in the end. Charlie on Little Pleb. They TP back on the Ember. I mean, the catapults alone at this point could surely take it. And yeah, GG is going to be called as Alliance, keeping their hopes alive, force it to a game 3.
Huh. Well, they look pretty happy.
Yeah.
Smiles. Winning's a lot more fun, that's for sure. Hanskin's just talking about that laning stage. He's like, I crushed top. That's what he's saying right now. Like, guys, you have no idea. Up top, like, Charlie, you're welcome. Like, this game, all me on my Miranda. And I'd have to agree. He did quite well to set them up for success. But, they really sack their supports pretty hard in that laning stage. But the ability for the cores to carry out of that, it makes it all worth it.
Yeah, I would agree. And a really impressive idea from start to finish. They made it work perfectly. Alliance, they are going to tie this series up 1 game apiece. We'll see what ends up happening in game 3. But first, going to head on back to some great people who got some great knowledge for us about this great game.
A great and incredible game indeed here on Friday Action Night. We're not going to disappoint. We're going to another 3-game set as Alliance managed to take game number 2. It was a very intriguing game here though, Kezu. At the very beginning, I'll be honest, I wasn't too hyped up about what they're going to be doing, but as you saw the early game unfold, I must admit that Alliance, Ricky Morana apparently works. Apparently it works.
Well, I mean, it's pretty good, right? It also helps when... Let's look here. Okay, this is maybe the first minute in the game where the whole gold lead is not only Pango and Slark. Right here. Now it is, after he died. The whole net worth lead Dire have is literally the Pango-Slark matchup. I know maybe it gets boring at some point when people only harp around the draft, but I think deciding to put this Pango offlane into Slark when you have the last pick only to get some like a casual tiny, like it's not like some cool last pick that's going to help you win the game. I think that's a big mistake. On top of that, Alliance played very well in their safe lane. I don't think their offlane went that well, but Charlie and I think here Ponlo and abusing the vision, they played the map pretty damn well.
I mean, Tigov, he's speaking about this Pango not necessarily living up to the billing that we spoke about with Melees, right? Given the fact that they didn't necessarily enable him for success towards the end of the draft. But in terms of being enabled for success, we had I think it was 17 pick on the Chuan Ember Spirit. In this game, the support duo, disgusting as it may have been with Ricky Marana, it really made this Ember Spirit feel like you just do whatever you wanted for most of the game, right?
Yeah, again, massive props to Alliance for playing such like a fluid game of Dodo. Because their safe lane does so well, and then DP takes this tower, I think like minute 9, she uses her Exo. It frees up pretty much everyone to do what they want on the map. And having that in a game where there's a Terror Blade, and then there's this like offlane Pango that's sacked, it's going to feel so good. So for Alliance, this was like the way that they had to play this game, right? Like if they played like they did in game 1, where it's, you know, farm up, wait, no, they would have probably lost this game to scaling of Terror Blade. But they saw some key opportunities to choke out the map. And then because of the domination or the dominant performance of Chuan on his Ember, backed up by the supports, like it was so hard to ever have any breathing room. And we didn't really get to see Ancient Tribe utilize their heroes that well going into like the big fight. Of course, there were some fights where Ancient Tribe looked pretty good, but for the fights that actually mattered in winning the game, Alliance was able just to dictate all of those ones.
In retrospect, Kezu, now that we look at how this Pangolier performed, in the absence of having heroes like, let's say, a Shadow Demon, let's say a Triad Protector, even a Clockwork, heroes that can keep you in position long enough for the ultimate to actually make a difference, or even for the Swashbuckle to make meaningful difference in damage. In this game, Melees, there were many times, honestly, just felt like I even forgot he was a presence in these teamfights. So what could they have done differently, even if they didn't change the draft? Could they have made this Pangolier hero work out a little bit better for themselves?
If they need to keep the same draft and everything, then they need to lane better. Like you can't exit the lane at minute 10 and then there's a 3k gold lead and it's legit carry and off lane where this entire gold lead is. It's I think something that is like, it's just unacceptable. It can happen, so they will learn from this moving forward. And also when you do play against Slark Ricky, like think about these heroes. When you're behind against these heroes, you are not recovering your map. You're losing every ward, Ricky's placing deep vision, you're done.
It's also the idea that Alliance, when they were ahead, they had some really nice vision to find Terrorblade, where like 2 or 3 times Terrorblade died. It's because they were able to find him, isolate him, set up and kill, and then Ancient Tribe were like stumbling into the fight, like, guys, let's go our Rolling Thunder, let's hope for a reinitiate. And we saw some weird like tier 1 where like 8 people died, like 4 people from either side. It was a really weird fight, but I think Alliance at this game at least, they identified who they had to kill, they crushed the lanes, or at least the safe lane at least, that's the main lane. And then they were able to find this Terrorblade consistently in the key points of the game, which stalled the Skadi timing, the BKB timing. And there was never a point, like, think about the Roshan after. You got some Ancient Tribe running to Roshan with Flesh Golem with some meta, half doing it, but like, they don't really have the position to actually do it.
Yeah.
And it's just awkward. So again, just props to Alliance for actually playing this lineup with the conviction it needed.
Yeah.
I wouldn't just say props to Alliance. I would say props to, and I doubt y'all will disagree with me on this because Tika was just mentioning the vision control. You earlier were mentioning about how they moved around the map, Kezu. Let's give it to Hanskin. This Marana did a very fantastic job throughout the game. And it's one of these heroes that's like, it's not always that easy to make the game look good. Yes, I hate the Mariki Marana combo. This is disgusting. It's awful. But that's just a mark of how well Hanskin played in this game to ensure that he got himself involved in all of the priority kills, always around the map. He planted the most wards around the map. He got a very early gem, got the most D wards on the map as well. And yo, let's talk about this, Tigov. Veil of Discord. Not an item that is bought very often on this Marana hero. There's only been 4 times prior to this game that this item has been bought. Obviously, he got the 5th one, 2nd fastest that's been done on this patch. But talk to me about this item. Like, the itemization that has come out, firstly, overall today has been very interesting. But what did this item provide for the squad that wouldn't have been available had he not gone for this particular build?
I think of how well lane went, he was like, okay, you know what, I can buy the Veil this game. Because when you buy Veil, you're sacrificing your gold towards like the Force or the Glimmer or that clutch item that's going to win you the bigger fight. But when you're crushing the early game, you can see from his itemization, right? He's got a Vlad's, he's got the Boots of Bearing, Veil on top. The Veil early pickup, when he pairs up with this Ember Spirit, he's going to be able to unlock the fights with some Ricky vision, arrow with him on top, and then the Ember's like, thanks for the Veil, brother. Let me do the damage now to do it. And also Starfall as well. So I think there's not a lot of opportunities to actually buy Veil and feel good, but this is the type of game where, because you're doing so well, Mirana plus Ember together, an abundance of magic damage, throw in a Veil at what was it, like minute pre-10 or whatever, pre-11, 12, you're going to feel absolutely great. So I like the fact that Handskin did diversify a little bit in a game that was snowballing so quickly for them.
Kezu, before we go to a break very quickly, as a man who's won offline games at TI itself, what do they need to do? Because we've seen game 1 and game 2, the team that lost found themselves in a position where their offlaner wasn't actually having that much impact. Do you want to see a difference in terms of how people are drafting, or does it come down to like execution to make the offlane work to provide you the victory you need?
I mean, it's both, but I do strongly believe that in the draft, you want to make it as easy for you as possible. You should look at the enemy draft and you're like, okay, they have this Lark Ricky. If they snowball early and run us over, we're not going to come back. So don't put like weak lanes or some strange ass heroes, but instead you see the Slark, you have last pick, you should use this. Like, why are you second pick if you're not going to use your picks? So you see your matchup and you should want to be like, yo, these clowns just pick Slark. I want to smash this guy. But instead it's like, look, I'm Pango. I'm going to do nothing to you, have free farm. I don't want that. So change the mindset and slap them instead.
Oh, that's some strong words and strong advice, but generally good advice coming in from Kiz right here. Let us hope that these teams will take a hold of it in order to get themselves a Game 3 victory and keep themselves in the running to get into Division 1. We'll find out which one of these squads have that chutzpah within them and which one of the ones is going to fall to the wayside in game number 3. And of course, we have a short break before we come back, so stay with us. Myself, Kezu, and Kav will be right back with some more Dota 2 action.
I have great for you. Coming. Hang on that, hang on that. Just keep running. I silence both. I got him, I got him, I got him. Look at that. Yeah, yes, yes. TB dying, guys? Anything on TB? No, we're killing Tiny and Rubik. Oh. No Sunder, guys. Go. 5 seconds, 5 seconds. There's no Sunder, no. No. Let's kill the TB too. Go. Arrow 2 seconds, hold chain. Use it. Kill the tomb, where is it? High ground, this one. I'm about to die to it, so maybe. I guess live for you. 80 spawn. I think we do fast gem this game, guys.
welcome back one and all here to Division 2 in Western Europe. We are continuing this incredible series between the side of Ancient Tribe and Alliance, where they are playing for the grandest stakes imaginable. Whoever loses is legitimately out of the running to go to Division 1, which is what most of these Div 2 teams are all about. You're trying to get to Div 1 and start building your road towards the international. So this matchup and this particular game matters more than anything. My name is Snam, joined yet again by T-Governor and Kezu. And T-Gov, one thing I found very intriguing and very interesting about this series is throughout the games, people have done things they've never done before. We've already seen players play heroes that they haven't played since like 2020, 2021. Last game, we had Ponlo play Ricky, which was his first professional Ricky performance ever in any type of game. So going into game 3, what do we want to see? We know Centaur is going to be banned. That's just like a given. We know no one's going to be allowed to play Lina. So what do you want to see change in order to give Ancient Tribe the momentum that they had in game number 1?
I mean, the question is now, do they first... Okay, Tree's banned, so they're going to go, oh, okay, just for the Ricky, sure.
This one's for you, Snare.
Yeah, this one's for you, boss.
Thanks, boys.
No, I think, honestly, in regards to what happened in game 2, I think both teams are showing some weaknesses in regards to their offlanes. I think both games now, the safe lane of both teams have come up pretty well, be it game 1 or game 2. And that's something that they can lean on. And whoever has that, I feel like they pivot into the mid game with strength. I think both, like the MTD versus Chuan mid lane, it's like Chuan's actually come out ahead quite nicely in both games, just because he's playing a slightly better scaling hero, and it can be a little bit more efficient on farm. So I think there's so many avenues in which both teams should be developing throughout the series, but I want to see Ancient Tribe be the aggressors this time. Like, try to go toe for Alliance.
Yeah. Try to like at least force them into an uncomfortable situation. Alliance, of course, do have second pick here. So what options are available in your opinion here, Kezu? There's still Death Prophet in the pool. We still have the Rubik as well. Do you just go DP Rubik and just secure some of your best winning heroes overall for your lineup?
I think DP +1 is an option. I know that a lot of teams do like Rubik. I would prefer to perhaps pair it with something else. Okay, so I guess this is the... I need to steal the bow lady from you, so you don't take it, and clock. The opening is kind of whatever, I feel like. Like, it's once again like the type of opening where I think if you're Ancient Tribe, you're not too bothered by it. I would say that Ancient Tribe are kind of getting what they want, and the Alliance are like going for the best answer that they can come up with on the spot.
One thing I have seen with Alliance is that, generally speaking, they tend to do a lot better when they have not just clockwork, but an aggressive 5 position and a semi-defensive, semi-aggressive 4 position. So in the event that this is like a Marana in the 4 position, well, I'm kind of hoping it's Marana 4 and then clockwork 5. I think that fits very well for them. Ponlo's played a ton of Marana in the past. Obviously, last game we played the Ricky, but that's not available for them right now. One drawback of this, despite the fact that it's comfort for everybody in the team here so far with the opening duo T, is that it is an opening support duo, and that tends not to have the greatest amount of success in the DPC.
Sure, but I think at least for Alliance and why they're comfortable doing it is because it does ground out your draft, where clock can be a really good lane enabler for these snipers, drows, whatever, and they already see the DP, so it's like that's going to be a potentially comfortable pick down the line on 18. And then Marana as well is like it's a very static type support, where if you pick that Brewmaster, Centaur type offlaner, the Marana will always have presence. So I think for Alliance, as long as they pick the cores that enable these supports, they won't feel too uncomfortable going for it. And often, like, I think they did this opening before, and they opened the next phase with some Pangolier, for example. Now, I could see them doing this again, where it's like, all right, Tron, what do you want to play? You want to play some Lesh? You want to play some Pangolier? Like, what's the vibe of the game so far? And they just block in his hero to then give themselves the benefit of having second pick to cover the support duo opening.
Let's see. One of the things that I'm quite glad about, though, if I'm going to be completely honest here, Kezu, I'm glad they picked DP because MTD doesn't really play this hero. Melees does. And this means that there's a 0% chance of Melees having to play this Pangolier in the offlane. That did not work out for them. At the very least, they have a hero that's going to do stuff in this game.
It was one game, Snare. Leave him alone.
It wasn't great, though, bro. It was so bad.
It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. Don't worry. He'll remember that. And if we get him in the interview, then we can ask him about it. It's fine.
So what do you want to see go in the safe lane here? I mean, obviously Alliance is still going to have... I imagine that they're going to go for the S4 pick. If you're S4 right now, Kezu, you know that if you survive all the way to the last phase, all your heroes are going to be removed from the table. So what do you want S4 to play, given that his best and most successful heroes so far, the Brood, the Centaur, the Beastmaster, Death Prophet, all are gone. What do you want to see the TI3 champion play in this game?
Honestly, I don't really know what his best hero pool is. There's a couple heroes that you could have gone for, out of phase here, but they are banned. I think heroes that are good for you are ones that allow you to play the map, ones that open up the map more, because you are playing against this DP Ricky. Splitting them up is kind of nice. You have this Clock Marana as well, which you want to go for more a pick-off style. Honestly, I don't know if their next ban is also a carry ban, then I think that is S4's pick. But I do feel when you get into these situations, it's usually the easiest for you to pick a mid, because mid is the least volatile lane in terms of being counterpicked. Even if you do get countered, you're always going to get XP, farm, or as T said, if you're some Pangolier, who cares if you're down 500 net worth? You're going to have an early roll, you can gank around, so that would be my preferred way of opening up the next phase, but they're not really banning for it.
No, yeah, that's true. It's the thing is, a Brood ban, I don't think Ancient Tribes really played much Brood at all. Even in third-party tournaments, they've been banning out themselves. There's been multiple games where actually it's unpicked or unbanned. So the Brood ban at least is a little bit of a weird one. Of course, you will have to always respect a team picking up a hero for the first time, and Marana Clock not the best against it. So probably leaning more towards their own heroes than their opposition's draft.
Doxia!
There you go.
Oh, no.
Damn.
I mean, I respect the hustle. I mean, if you just scream loud enough, they might hear in Sweden and then pick it up. So
I mean, this could still be the Charlie Nature's Prophet, right? Going into the safe lane and very flexible deeper into the draft. They have lost overall picks, so they don't necessarily have to reveal everything. So they could still flex 1 and 3. Probably next is what's coming is the Chuan pick. If you were going to be seeing Nature's Prophet in this situation and you want to make sure that you don't get counterpicked in the lane, Kezu, what are you going for here if you are low pleb? Do you just pick in this phase to ensure that you don't get completely banned out in phase 3?
I would like something that's a little more mobile and perhaps not too susceptible to getting tempoed on early by this Nature's Prophet. I believe something that could happen just like last game is this Nature's Prophet Ricky matchup is actually one where Nature's can be very susceptible. If you're not winning this early game, this Ricky can find you, he can set up kills. I would probably hold the pick. I mean, I guess that's perhaps what they're doing. I do hope that my boy Pango is more likely going mid this game. But we'll see. For now, it may not be as hard. They also have bans, but I think Ancient Tribes draft is shaping up to be pretty good.
I just want to quickly double check. So in regards to DPC games, MTD's not played any Pango, but he has played 2 DP games. So gonna flip the script there. Looks like it's the off-lane Pango gamers.
We shall see. We shall see. MTD, the last time you played Pangolier in the mid lane in an official game was 8 months ago.
Yeah.
So it's been a little bit of time. However, throughout the day of Dota 2 that we've seen today, we've seen everybody just whip out heroes that they haven't played either ever or in a very, very long time. So wouldn't be beyond the bounds of possibility to see him play this Pango in the mid lane. Given what we saw over the course of the series, I would prefer this Pango be mid and the DP be off lane. And of course, now we have this Hoodwink coming out as the 4 position. Is this the 4 or the 5 position here? I mean, Heaven is probably more incentivized to play this Ricky, but at the same time, Hoodwink, I'll be honest, T, I have not necessarily felt super solid, super positive about the 5 position Hoodwink. It strikes me sort of in the same vein as 5 position Rubik, where the hero just feels the tiers of accessibility and of success between 4 and 5. It's just like different worlds, doesn't it feel like?
Yeah, I do prefer the 4 Hoodwink, just because you get to play more like an assassin. You have the items to also enable that aggressive positioning in the trees. If you find someone who can actually kill them, you'll have the levels. And I think LeBron's been playing these melee heroes quite nicely in lane, being very aggressive. You just need to have the correct laning setups. You can also put the 4 player on the Hoodwink in the wrong lane, right? Just because you're the 4 doesn't mean you have to go to the off lane. Yeah. And I had to chuckle. Looking at Alliance's draft, it's all I want to see is a Spectre or something, and it's S4's loaded up the old school global script back in the day, yeah. Everybody, here's the team team comms when we do a listening. Guys, can we please press R? Press R. And it's okay,
do
cool.
It now.
And win the
do
game.
it now.
they actually bet respect to themselves. So that actually might be signaling that Charlie's playing as Nature's Prophet. And Kezu, what I find interesting about this is we were just talking about how rare it is for some of these hero player combinations. Chuan has only, the last time he played Zeus, right? It's only been 16 games he played it. The last time he played it was September of 2021. To be fair, Zeus is not the most difficult hero to play, but it was a very different hero back then than it is now. So what does the hero tell you about this game? Outside of just like the global strat, how does it match up in the mid lane versus both Death Prophet and or Pangolier? And what does it do for the Alliance draft overall?
I mean, I think it's a very good Zeus game. You can play on high range. There's not the most. There's 3 very low HP heroes: Pango, Hoodwink, Ricky. They all hate like being nuked. They hate when they're also being seen and scouted. For example, Ricky, you can keep high distance from DP. I think right now Alliance should look at a faceless Void ban. I believe that hero really puts together the Ancient Tribe draft quite nicely. They did also ban Viper, which indicates it to some extent. Okay, that's a good ban. But I think back to the Zeus, I think it's just good. You have a lot of global presence. You can help to give some bonus damage to the clock. That always enables like these type of pick-off zeros that lack a little bit of damage. You now have Prophet ult, you have Zeus ult, so it's chill.
I think for Ancient Tribe as well, like they don't have a clean way of actually catching the backline.
Yeah.
And they might be able to set up with like a Hoodwink or some Ricky Dart. But Pangolier is like the key hero to do it right now. And you hate playing Pango when you're rolling Thunder. The initiation of it is like to find information, and then if they disengage a little bit and you're using additional seconds to then close that gap again, you're not being that ruthless lockdown hero with the rolling thunder. So honestly, these heroes like Clockwork, Mirana, Zeus, all 3 of them can disjoint or annoy Pangolier in some way from his initiation, and then Fury push out the lane. So it's the Alchemist game.
I feel like you need a second hero to jump in because I back up all your points. That's another reason why I kind of wanted Faceless Void. I don't know if I like CK. I could see Alk. I don't know how good the hero is, but holy based. Couldn't have called that one.
I'm just gonna some BKB treads. Oh, let's go get a Roshan with Exo and hope to get out the game quite quickly situation. All right, all right. I don't know why I said treads was like a big item. I just kind of lagged for a second. Oh well, whatever.
All right, so they got SF right now. Regrettably, they don't have that much lockdown to hold heroes in position for like Rolling Thunder / Requiem. Even for the Ghosts, actually, like they're relying pretty much on like Hoodwink Bushwhack for like the priority of the team fight. This, I'll be honest, it feels like a difficult fight to take, especially given how much vision tools they have on the side of Alliance between the Zeus, the Clockwork, hell, even Mirana and Nature's Prophet can be very effective at finding vision on the map. So what do we want here at the 24 pick, gentlemen, for the side of Alliance? What is Charlie going to be playing? Is he playing NP, or is there some other pocket pick you want to see him pick up here at the very end of the draft?
I would love to see him play Nature's Prophet, and honestly, I'd be down for some like Night Stalkery, some like a really obnoxious offlane that just does dumbass things in the game, but you know your Zeus Fury would win the game for you. Damn it. Not as cool. But still, you know, why not?
You know, Kezu, I've literally never heard you be happy about seeing a Doom pick, despite how ubiquitous this hero is in the laning phase. So, all right, yet again, you're the one that has to tank the L of earning your paycheck today. How does this Doom fit into the lineup of Alliance? What does it do for them, and how do they utilize the S4 Doom to win game number 3?
I mean, I guess they just wanted like perhaps a bit more late game security or something like that. I would say that their 4 other heroes are so strong that this last pick could have been nearly anything. So if the rest of them play well together, I would say that it's just a very, very good Zeus game and a very good Nature's Prophet game. So if they don't make it too easy for the Pango to flip-flop around and stun everyone, Alliance have got this game.
Yeah.
Well, they have the great advantage on the side of Alliance. Tiga on the side of Ancient Tribe here. They have gone back for the main lane Pangolier, which hasn't done necessarily the best in the DPC, especially from the off lane. Yep. What do they do with this draft on the side of Ancient Tribe to ensure that they still have a path to Div 1 in game number 3?
I mean, I feel like it's unlock Melez to be obnoxious on his Pangolier, and then the chaos he makes will find farm for others to then kind of subscribe to that idea. I think if Melez just concedes lane again, it's going to be pretty rough. So I'm just all eyes on Melez to see if he actually can enter the game, get his Greaves, get his Blink, and be the annoying Pangolier that we've seen him before. But I am slightly... Actually, no, I'm preferring Alliance's draft this time around, especially with how well they executed in the previous game. My doubts for them and their ability to execute is, you know, subsiding a little bit.
Well, my full hope is in Poglo, my boy Poglo. I think Ancient Tribe was going to find themselves losing game number 3. Let us go though and witness our casting duo, the passive pair of Lyrical and Trent, who are probably going to push us to another late game, but it's going to be an exciting game and hopefully an alliance victory. So gentlemen, take it away for game 3.
Oh, that is what I love to hear. The passive pair. That's what we are, Trent. We're going to get broken soon by something. I don't know how to work that.
Viper got banned. I think we're good.
Okay, got it. You know what's interesting? I love how they put this, that the other 4 heroes, they're so strong. They could be anything. That tells me if they lose on Alliance, it's S4's fault. Clearly, that's the only solution. Guess what? He goes down first. Melis gets a kill. Hanskin also now getting ran down by the whole collection ensemble of terrifying heroes. Can they bring him down? Wants to deny to Roche. Hanskin just sets up.
Oh, the swap.
Yeah, that's going to be a double for Melis. What a start.
Best Pango EU strikes again.
Bang.
He's too powerful.
I think he has more net worth right now than he did at like 20 minutes in the last game. Maybe that's a little exaggeration, but that's what it felt like.
I mean,
at least.
he's looking pretty rich right now. Getting pretty good. Yep. Even gets the bounty room for everybody. Spreading the wealth around here. Alrighty then, folks. We got Zeus. It's kind of cool. We got a DP in the mid lane. Also a bit wild here. How are we feeling? The Alliance draft, do you think they got what it takes? Lyrical, are you agreeing with the panel? You digging with this?
I mean, I don't know. I kind of am of 2 opinions. On the one hand, you've got crazy heroes. Yeah, I think I like it. The one thing to me that I really want to see is how much can Hanskin get done on this Clockwork, because we have seen this hero just determine games at times, do so much in terms of your ability to scout people out in the late game with that Aghanim Scepter build, obviously zoning heroes and bullying them in the laning stage, and it looks like he's set to do that again here.
That is true. They have a very heavy vision advantage in this game, just based off of the Clockwork, Treants, Doom dying, and Zeus. So,
well, you know,
that's 3-0.
One good thing for S4 at least is he does have 3 TP scrolls, so you know that's helpful.
You really are finding the positives here.
I mean, you gotta find something, right? Battery assault down bottom, trying to force back Melis as well as Heaven, and you can see Charlie again being given a pretty good start to his laning stage. Feeling very comfortable in this one. And Melis, not so much, in spite of the early double kill. He's getting bullied a bit.
Yeah, that's a bit wild. Hanskin's just coming in again. The second it was coming off, that was really nice.
And he
immediately
has
is
to
in there. And the defensive bushwhack as well there, too, onto Charlie. So they're spending a lot to just keep Melis in play, as well as having constantly passing over some tangos here, too.
You can see MTD denying a water rune when he was walking over. Tron is going to be able to go get another one, while S4, again, being bullied by LeBron, playing on this Ricky, keeping some pretty good damage onto him. And, well, without help nearby, he's kind of left on his own on S4.
Yeah, at least Doom has armor these days. So things are slightly better than they used to be.
True.
Ponlo doesn't have a courier ward, which you'll often see from these position 4 Mirandas. But I guess with where LeBron's playing, it's also pretty hard to sneak them. Although he could grab this one. But not going to opt for it.
I also don't know how, on retrospect, how S4 died. Right? It's like Ricky SF. What combination of things transpired that got the kill on him?
Well,
that's crazy.
You go for last hits, you get raised.
Okay.
You make an oopsie.
That's fair. Oopsies happen.
That's all it takes. Looks like NP has taken his little trip back to the base here. Regen back up. Come back down bottom, and look at him now. More tangos. 6 raindrops as well. So Charlie is just looking to full-on bully them out of this lane, as Hanskin's pull will get interrupted by Heaven. So helping out melees quite a bit here.
Melis tried...
Oh, I was saying we have people battling out in the jungle up here under this dire ward. But S4 is just trying to find something here, and now TP away.
Okay. Gets back to the tier 1 tower to grab the creep wave that Ponlo pulled over. Not bad, not bad. Yeah, this start looking pretty good here in the mid lane. You can see Zeus top of the CS, a little bit ahead of that Death Prophet. And of course, with the high aggro potential that we've seen in both of these side lanes, once he hits level 6, it's going to be pretty nice for him. Doesn't get a bottle refill there, though, as the rune control came out from the Riki.
Yeah, it is a little wild to think about the like the TP setups into Thunder God's Wrath plus arrows and hook shots. Hitting the ultimates is going to be a big pop-off moment here for Alliance. And Charlie currently queuing up the eggs. Or sorry, the Midas. I'm curious what his thoughts are on the Midas in this game. I mean, I know your Doom's probably going to buy Midas too. Does that really make it okay, though? I feel like the hate for the NP Midas has been justified for the most part.
There's been a couple of games where it's looked okay, as Ponlo gets ran at up top while also keeping the pressure onto both Melis and Heaven, and Hanskin almost getting the kill there onto the Hoodwink, but not able to make it happen. A lot of very high sticks were used up in that top lane. I think like 20 sticks or something along those lines.
Yeah, I think the fear is that if you buy it, if you don't buy it, you fear that the opportunity cost of like allowing yourself to get really aggressive. As oh, Melis, that's some nice moves here. Yeah. If he survives, I feel like he found the only angle that gets him out there with that positioning from Hanskin that was there. So well done. But like he's scared, I think, that if I don't buy Midas and then we start playing this game, like sure, maybe I'll get one aggressive item faster and we get all these kills around the map with Thunder God's Wrath. But eventually I'm going to get outscaled and I'm going to lose. But my Midas will make it so that doesn't happen. I don't know. I feel like that's what people think. I don't know how true it actually is in practice.
Right. Yeah, I think could just be a comfort thing too, where he feels like, okay, well, they're not going to be able to pressure me that much, so let's punish that by going greedy. As up top, S4 trying to make a bit of a play on the low pleb. Needs to be careful, though, because the turnaround raise potential is there, and now LeBron trying to run him down. Hurricane away. LeBron won't have enough to kill off this Doom, but he definitely makes him feel uncomfortable. Well, mid? Hanskin gives up his life, realized there wasn't anything else left for him there.
He did keep a Arcane Rune away from a Death Prophet, though, so...
Right.
You know, obviously she's very down for that with the Exorcism, for that early pressure. Certainly a snowball item there. Zeus's Courier is just chilling up in the lane there, waiting for his purchase as he's being run down.
Moving in with LeBron. They bring in help, though. Hanskin there refills the bottle.
Oh, this bushwhack is so value if he just sees them.
Can they get there? Hanskin, the wraparound comes out, able to dodge it. Now Hanskin there, he runs right into everybody. Gets the Cogs connection. Ponlo doesn't have arrow and doesn't have the damage. MTD maybe going down, doesn't have the mana for Thunder God's Wrath. Oh, that was close. Oh, that hurts. God, if only he had the energy booster, that would have been a double kill. Oh, painful. Painful, painful. 25 gold from Glory.
You gotta imagine MTD's also stressing a little over there, just like, please hurry, please heal me. Ghost, come back.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Where's the cancel button? Well, the Thunder God's Wrath is also available now too, so we got double zaps globally available at this point, and that's something that Ponlo, I think, is looking to make a play with, because he has no wards, and he is going in. Oh, is he actually get this rune? No, LeBron's paying attention. There you go.
Yeah. So that keeps him fine. Hanskin gets the D ward there. And some raises up top. Need to be careful. They're bringing numbers. They think they can make this happen with Thunder God's Wrath, but it's just an overextension. And S4 is going to get punished super hard. I mean, you can understand the Alliance point of view, but now Charlie's stuck up here without a TP.
Oh man, if they know...
Oh, God. That is so frustrating. Because they thought they could get the kill with Thunder God's Wrath of Nature and, you know, just Doom running at him, but wasn't meant to be.
All right, well, it's okay, because he's coming back, and he's not close to level 6. So it's not actually good.
Yeah. I mean...
Wait, hold on, he's advancing?
Sprout, no way to eat that one. Okay, little pleb getting body blocked. Thunder God's ready. Lil Pleb may be in some trouble here with Ponlo moving in, and they get it. A double kill for Chuan. Was waiting for that one for the perfect time. Well, Hanskin also dies on the other side of the map.
You ever die to that person in pubs and you're like, I can't believe you were still in the trees. Like, he's pinging it right now. He's like, he was still there. Yeah. And now it actually converts into a tower push as well. Pretty ridiculous at that point. As the two of them look loftfully at their buying list here.
Yeah.
Yes, quick buy. Yes, give me my Midas.
Wait, they're going to TP back in now? They see Lil Pleb. Okay, and he just raises everything down. MTD making the move over with this smoke. The chase is there. Melis finds S4. Looking for that roll. Completely dodges it, but won't matter. They can still keep him alive and run down. Can't get the tower, rather. So, Ancient Tribe holding on to their buildings.
All right, I need a tome to come out here from heaven, and I need to see some hoodwink plays. Because I got to say, bud, you got to hit some bushwhacks. All right? We got to put in some work here.
It's been a little rough.
It's been a bit tough. But yeah, that's how it goes sometimes as a hoodwink. You miss a few early, you start to get the feel for it, you pick up the level 6, and heroes just start dropping. So look, he's scurrying his way over here right now. This is a freebie. Oh, couldn't get there in time.
Yeah. I don't know if that was a misclick or what happened, but didn't want to go for it.
Yeah, he sort of like doubled back. I think he wasn't sure if the Prophet was still there. So it's kind of fine. He probably just wants to wait for his tome anyway, gets the gold for it now. And then they'll pop the Exorcism with MTD and pressure this tower. MTD with the instant boots of travel as well out of the mid lane. So more aggressive than your typical DP that you tend to see from that off lane, getting the Greaves. Obviously, that'll be the Pango's job this game. So we get to see more of a Bat Rider-esque DP with the bots into global gameplay.
Okay. Interesting. In the mid lane right now, while we're seeing some stacks get built up, they're pressuring the tower, and LeBron is going to get caught and killed off. And Little Pleb showing battery assault. He just walks into it. Lil Pleb not in the place he wants to be and dies. Heaven now shows up. MTD right on top of him. John, does he get brought down? No. Manages to get the TP out.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ponlo pumping the arrow like 8 times in front of SF, so he kept juking and like not really moving. And then he also stood in between the Hoodwink and the Zeus there on that TP out. So insurance policy there on the escape. But there are the golden gloves. Some fine fashion. The highest end wares coming out for Charlie and S4.
They are ready. They are ready to scale into the late game and not do that much else.
You know, they misunderstood when they heard about that Alchemist pick for Ancient Tribe, and they were like, Alchemy, right, Alchemy. That's what Kezu wants. Let's perform it. Let us transmute.
Love to see it. Well, do you like the pick? Do you think that that's going to set him up for later?
The Midases?
Oh, okay. Tries to get out. Doesn't manage to escape, though. So they bring down Heaven. Not bad, not bad.
Yeah, the Midases are fine. I don't know. I clearly don't have a good read on it because I always feel like they seem pointless. I don't know. I feel like there's so much farm on the map right now that this Midas just doesn't seem like it does a whole lot. I feel like you could just be getting items that allow you to pressure in almost every other situation. But, you know, these players, they like safety nets, and that's fine.
Wow. And still getting kills across 2 different parts of the map right now. Given the tips out, finding Melis and punishing him twice in 2 games. LeBron now in trouble too. Just going to TP out. Does he manage to escape? Oh, just a second late.
I mean, if you're picking up kills with double Midas, you're feeling really good, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, if the spells are just grabbing the kills anyway. I do love how they're both racing back to use said Midases right now.
Get there quick.
Nice camp. Devour Midas. Camp cleared. High five.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's what the hard camp's there for.
It is a shame that the Midas doesn't turn your high five into gold, Val.
Oh, true. Need it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Easy fix. Oh, Little Pleb, though.
Nice little step back.
That step back was sick.
That was
not
really
the arrow,
good.
though. Not the arrow. Oh, can't touch him. There. Misses.
Little Pleb a winner.
These guys in the Matrix. It's Neo over there. Oh, S4 though. He's in a problem zone here. This has been the story of S4's whole game. It feels like.
Yeah, he's been sort of punished a lot. 1, 5, and 2 on the Doom, and I mean he's still keeping his farm up because he's a Doom and he has a Midas, so can't hate it that much. Alliance 2k gold up at this point.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
And you have to think about Ancient Tribe. Like, what is the plan for them? Right? Trying to move around this map, get some kills. Oh, we get the replay here. Low pleb step back. Oh, yeah. I don't think so.
He knew it.
Very nice. But yeah, how do you play this out as Ancient Tribe right now? I want to get kills if I'm this hoodwink. I know that. So I'm just like hanging out with my SF, trying to guard him. Oh, this is a great setup. Instant exorcism?
Nope. Nope, not even a little bit there. But maybe Lil Pleb can bring down the clock, so they get something in turn. So Ancient Tribe weren't able to get things off in time, weren't able to keep their buddies alive, and end up being brought down. And I mean, it sort of comes back a little bit to what you were talking about, the decision to go for these bots on the DP, feeling like she needs to be around the map, but much less susceptible to, or much more susceptible to ganks.
It feels very weird to have Boots of Travel and be standing in the mid wave next to your Shadow Fiend.
Yeah.
seems like, something is not working well here. And meanwhile, it's Melee's down bottom who's like in this dead lane scenario, juking and driving here.
Hello!
Difficult heroes.
Oh, can Ponlo kill him? No. With the mech, he's always going to live through that one.
He looked like he was doing the Mirana taunt where she spins in the circle, you know?
Oh, yeah.
He's just running around there, dodging this wheel.
True. Arrow? Oh, he got that creep. Nice. Nailed it. Okay, so 3k gold lead, and the last couple of moves have really not worked out well at all for Ancient Tribe. And Ricky Dart now jump on top of him, and maybe this is where things can start to come together. Playing around that shard.
That felt entirely too difficult to do, though, I have to say. But yeah, it is definitely the tool that they're going to need to try and start progressing further onto the Radiant side of the map here. Lil Pleb is way up top right now, though. I'd like to see Melez find a fight. You know, this guy, the Pango expert here, feels like he needs to get a little bit more involved here. As Hood to Heaven, I think, is just dead.
Oh my god.
And that's with raindrops, by the way.
Right. Yeah, that one hurt. I mean, I don't know really how you get more strong against that. I guess he's just gonna have to go straight into the Glimmer Cape. Try and get some type of gold for himself, but this is gonna be a pretty rough game.
LeBron? He's gonna die for this D-ward.
Yeah. No way out of that one. Wow. Okay, the snowball is rolling. Alliance are doing it. Ponlo gets away from MTD there, but they are keeping the pressure on.
He's
and not giving him any space here at all to sort of step back again. You can see how aggressive they're just taking away the triangle.
I like how S4 is flexing this BKB as well. Just like moving up here, trying to see that if Hans can connect on something, he'll be there for the follow-up. He doesn't have that blink yet, so he is reliant on his clockwork, but they're to say where they can make this happen. Ancient Tribe just want to pop Exorcism and run at someone after a sleep dart right now. That's what it feels like.
LeBron checking for Courier. Does actually find one there. Get a ward down. But, I mean, I almost wonder if they have enough to survive the burst. Like, if they do run in at him and pop Exer, you might just die on the DP.
Low pleb?
Yeah. Ooh, just barely gets out.
Look where he goes, too. Immediately down bottom near his team.
Yeah.
Do you guys have a plan, though?
I mean, they kind of need to get BKBs real bad. That's what it feels like to me. I don't know how you feel about it.
Feels a lot like game one.
Yeah.
Where they're resigned to just turtle a little bit. They seem to be very wary of fighting.
True. Clockwork, I think, sent the Philly back, interestingly enough. Nobody taking that one on Radiant right now. In fact, nobody taking any of the tier 2s. There they go. Now they're switching them around. But Ancient Tribe. Maybe they're finally ready to go for a play and finding the Zeus right at the start. The sleeping dart onto it, but the cogs. Oh, what a cogs. Hanskin saving the day. That could have been horrific for Alliance. Well, and yeah, that'll happen to your Squirrel.
And then that happens again, yeah.
God, that was like the perfect if they could just connect. And another
they
D
just
ward.
They keep needing this, like, that one moment. That's exactly what they're trying to achieve here. And just being denied from them is now the eventuality of Roche finally comes into play. S4 just, like, plays the Vanguard here, stands way in front, keeps himself between where they sort of know Ancient Tribe is playing at this point. Obviously, as they've been interacting, they see DP clearing the wave. And there's no way they're getting past him. So it may be a slower Roche, but it's easier to do. I have a sideline reporter as well, Divine Llama. He wanted to chime in with the Nature's Prophet Midas, because he was talking about how getting level 20 faster is game-changing versus the Pango. So
okay,
that's why you'll often see it. I mean, yeah, it makes a lot of sense, right? Pango, he really hates the roots, so he could force out like a bad Greaves or something. So there you go. Levels
Big
are definitely good. I think we all like the. Oh, sorry, not the roots. The leash.
The
My
leash.
bad.
Right.
Yes. Yes. I was thinking of the agonyms in my brain.
I like that one too.
That is also pretty good. That's definitely my preferred offlane build, but
Right.
obviously for Charlie, it's a little bit harder to make work.
Hanskin. Can they kill him off? It doesn't look like it. Moonlight Shadow, and they get away. No dust this time around. And Ancient Tribe, I mean, they lose the Aegis. It's on the NP now. Next couple of minutes here are going to be pretty pivotal for them to not lose too much control of this map. I don't know if they're going to be able to forestall it, because Charlie already hitting right onto that tier 2 tower. They show one top, and maybe now they're going to back out.
Yeah, this is the kind of thing that the Riki does thrive at, though, is like when you're trying to force these towers with your Aegis, and he just throws down a sleep dart, and everyone just kind of like, it's like a freeze frame of just like, okay, what are they going to do? How are we going to respond to it? But it's still difficult for them to combo off it right now for Ancient Tribe, because they don't have the Blink Dagger into the Pango, and there it is. So, if they approach a tower and there's a Sleeping Dart, I feel like they actually have a chance of like sowing some chaos in the backline now. Unfortunately, Low Pleb still doesn't have the BKB, but he's also playing into Doom and Hookshot, so it's not like that's free. But they are prepping for it now. S4 leading that charge there, and they're looking to take this tower finally.
They've got to kill the Zeus.
LeBron, so scary.
Very dangerous. They have full vision. Melis is there, ready to go. They get the Sleeping Dart onto the Doom, pop the ulti, already dead on the Riki, now rolling back and forth, but I mean, Doom's BKB, they're fine. The blink, it's not where they needed it.
It was the Thunder God's Wrath. He couldn't blink when he wanted to. He was going for the roll-up, or sorry, the Rolling Thunder, and then he just got zapped, so he couldn't blink instantly onto the Doom. That way he gets off the BKB, there's no chain combo, and the defense falls apart from there. Even staying back there as Heaven is terrifying. He sees that flare go out, and he's like, right, I can't be here.
Yeah.
This is terrifying.
Trying to pull the creeps off the tower, and I mean, it's just going to be dead. They can bait this one out, wait it out, and just take it down. Alliance on the verge of coming away with the series victory here if they can pull the last couple pieces together. And, well, finding Melis right at the start, not a bad way to do it. They also now find the DP. This game falling apart for Ancient Tribe. Doom still on the Death Prophet, but Low Pleb looks for the turnaround. Okay, maybe an opportunity. Zeus is left completely alone. He's stuck there. But no, with Ponlo nearby, actually, he's going to be fine. And LeBron is, in fact, the one that might be going down if he's not careful. Arrow not going to connect as everybody retreats away.
Everything's just clicking for Alliance right now. It's a little bit of game one and a little bit of game two. You know, less crazy aggression instantly compared to game two. But this, like, we had a little bit of patience, but now it feels like they are just, like, connecting on their moves. You see the friendly tips back and forth. You know, Hanskin, he had a cog push into Ponlo's arrow to recover the play. It was very nice, as they were dooming the DP and also killing Pango at the same time, so Alliance, they're feeling the connections right now. They still have another minute left on this Aegis, so Charlie can be a bit crazy, and that's what he's doing.
Just TP's right in. Low pleb there on top of him. And yes, he did go a little bit crazy, Trent.
That was the goal. Might have been too crazy.
Yeah, because he looks like he's going to escape at least. No Basher, obviously, at this point in time on the Pango. And they will have to be content with burning through the Aegis and getting the Moronic kill.
Yeah, he just sacrificed Palmo. It's fine.
Yeah, that was without Exorcism, too. So for Ancient Tribe, you're feeling pretty good about that, I think.
It's the first win they found in a while, that's for sure.
Yeah. And
S4 now with an Invis rune. Doesn't have Doom, but he's still poking around here.
Is this going to work? No Greaves available. Melis gets away, though. Alliance going in pretty freaking deep, and they get punished. Oh, bold move. And it was not enough. They did get out the Exorcism at the very least.
Well, we can definitely confirm they're feeling themselves. you know, maybe a little bit too much right now. No Wrath of Nature as well. They're just going for a quick pick. They want to set Ancient Tribe off balance there, hoping that's going to work. But again, no Doom. Trying to flex the Aghanims there from the Zeus and see just how much of a quick blow up they can go for.
Right.
Obviously, it's not quite there right now.
Well, 25 minutes in, and those couple of kills are giving some life to Ancient Tribe and giving them now a BKB done on Death Prophet. You know, if you start to get into these bigger items, there's ways that the game doesn't feel quite as horrible for Ancient Tribe. It's still going to be rough no matter what, but they've got some of the tools they need now.
Maybe they can just find some crazy play with this Blink. Like he just managed to get in the middle of the fight.
Charlie?
Spacing isn't great. Again, it's more stuff that plays off of this Dart. I feel like Blink and Dart goes really well together.
They get the BKB out, and MTD gonna TP out, but will get doomed. So they make the rotation with a bunch of heroes, are gonna take down MTD. Yes, he is gonna go down, and they find another. Okay, find the Pango. Swash to try and get out, does have a TP. Blink away. Ooh, sneaky, but the Gleipnir's there, and they bring him down.
I think if they just lose DP, that kind of feels all right. Like MTD goes down, sure, but the follow-up kill really hurts. And hopefully not a third as well here as LeBron's trying to escape.
He's slowed by the dust. Get out of there. And yeah, he is eventually going to die.
High five on their way out, and they reestablished some control over this map here from Alliance.
Man.
Nicely done. And, I mean, you can see there, one of the problems with the Dart, too, is obviously the BKB counter just being there.
Right.
We're going to pop it right after there and keep protecting yourselves.
Little pleb. Tonlo, they run into each other. And now the mass magical damage. Low pleb going to get arrowed and going to get killed. Did not pop that BKB to stay alive. And in fact, Heaven also in some trouble. Sean finds him on vision. Charlie moving in and ooh, there it is. Done and dusted.
God, they're just spread out and they're just crushing right now. Like Hanskin and S4 are up here. They don't have the Doom, but I mean, they're going to see MTD. Prophet has ulti and TP. Melee's scouting in here, though. He's going to be the one that gets found instead.
God. How clean was that? That was very nice. Jeez.
That's really reminiscent
impressive.
of game 2. It's just, there's all over the map right now, grabbing these kills, picking them off. And the legendary level 20 Nature's Prophet almost here. So getting the leash. And, you know, that is the thing with the Midas, right? You are just buying experience. The same reason like Invokers like it as well. So these people with the late talents do opt for it, like Divine Llama mentioned. And, you know, my concern that I often have with Midas in terms of just like, what is the loss, like cost of opportunity? Like what could have a more aggressive item have done for you? I feel like this game in particular, it didn't matter that much at all since like their spells just crushed them all anyway.
Yeah.
Like I don't remember much in this game where I thought an item would have made a huge difference earlier for Charlie because they were just blasting everyone between the Zeus and Clockwork Mirana combo.
Yeah. Well, and it was almost an instant Roche respawn for Alliance. So Shard now online for the NP2, so he can find that Hoodwink that much easier. And too, with the Curse of the Old Growth.
Yeah, they've been playing the tree line with a lot of their heroes, too. Not even just the Hoodwink. We've seen DP back there, LeBron there on the Ricky as well. So, yeah, the curse is looking real good this time.
Damn. Well, 28 minutes. Ancient Tribe backs up against the wall as Alliance have stormed back after going down one game and now putting themselves in a position to go 2-2 as a score in the Western Europe DPC Division 2. Will definitely be a big win. Yeah, I could see 89% there. I'm sure the esportsbet.io odds feeling relatively similar with that one. Game looking good.
I say we pump that up there with the AC now being done, right? I mean, that's
yeah.
a game-winning item right there. That's going high ground versus SFDP kind of item I like to see.
Very strong.
I am lacking a Hanskin jetpack. I think that's the next play. He just forgoes this glimmer. Don't do it. Buy your jetpack. Let's go.
Lil Pleb has one thought in mind, which is this arcane blink. Trying to blow somebody up with a Requiem, but MTD back behind that tower is going to get potentially caught here. They're also going on S4 at the same time, and they will blow him up. So a trade of 1-for-1, a lot more committed on the kill for S4, but they got their man.
That is wild how much damage they can outburst on this DP, who's sitting there with a BKB and 2280 health, and it doesn't matter at all.
Yeah.
Just from the simple lightning bolt mini stun into a hook shot, she dies and during the cog push after. And they didn't even hit the arrow. They missed the arrow and it still just kills.
Yeah, they do so much damage. Oh, whoa, Charlie found one. LeBron also going to be found. Leash can't go anywhere. Easy double kill for the NP. Dude, why are people not banning this hero? This hero's too freaking good.
I hear you say this all the time. During your cast, and I can't disagree. I know.
It's like, this hero does everything.
Yeah, but then some games he gets trampled on, right? The Primal Beast shows up. He walks all over him. He's a sad-looking game. He doesn't have this global presence with allies. They hunt on the Fortune.
I mean, that sounds like a skill issue to me, if I'm going to be real. This Melis.
Isn't it always?
And chased. Ooh. Can he get out of there in time? Did the Treants do enough damage? He's bouncing back and forth, and yeah, gets up to the high ground there, so he gets away. So Doom down.
Mission accomplished.
Gotta find the positives here for Ancient Tribe, who are definitely struggling right now. Oh my god, the Glimmer to dodge. Chase, he can't do anything. And now he's just gonna turn, and Charlie just kills Melis. S4 finds LeBron. LeBron is going to die. Hook shot from downtown. Lil Pleb does get the Force Staff away. But with Gleipnir soon to follow and no BKB for 40 seconds, the NP reigns supreme and going to take this tier 3 tower here.
Yeah, and then it feels like FTD has just really struggled to get good fights for Exorcism this whole game. Feels like that was one part of their draft that just never worked out. Like I don't think DP was ever presented an opportunity to pressure an objective with Exorcism or a fight that was even guaranteed to occur. It was essentially like guerrilla warfare through this entire game from Alliance, where the fight just happened, it was over, and you didn't really have any moment to respond. So a hero like Death Prophet, especially rushing bots first, very little survivability. It felt like she didn't even play Dota this game. She's kind of watched her allies die.
It's been rough. It's been a hard going for Ancient Tribe. And it feels like, you know, Alliance, they've pulled together a really burst-oriented draft that, you know, like you said, it doesn't have any room here for Ancient Tribe to punish. With Aegis still available for 30 seconds, do Alliance want to make another push happen? Could just play the map with a 23,000 gold lead. Well, that's a good point, too. When the Aegis expires, you can put his Midas back in.
Oh, ooh, phew. What a relief.
I know. Oh, they find one. Oh, but S4 with the turn. BKB pops. Charlie, godlike, right on top of all of them. Little Pleb turning to fight him. Force Staff gets him awake soon enough there, but now a doomed up Pango means he's gone. And a buyback from heaven. I don't know if that's going to be enough to keep him alive through this one. Man, rough stuff. Does he have a BKB? Does have a BKB on SF. They're keeping a hold of these BKBs, waiting for a fight, waiting for a dive.
I think, again, it's that exact problem with the exorcism. Because, like, you don't want to pop it in a situation where you don't think you can secure the engagement. And so they just never use them.
Because they get bursted too quickly.
Well, yeah, they either get burst too quickly or Alliance isn't there long enough to actually coordinate an effort to kill one of them. So the BKBs just feel like this item that maybe it's like when you're playing like Fallout and you find all the really sick weapons, you just never use them. It's like that. Except it's not because you're winning so hard.
Right. The exact opposite, in fact.
Yeah, it turns out.
A good step back there from Lil Pleb, who almost got caught when he was heading to try and finish off his Arcane Blink. And down bottom, Heaven squaring off against S4 across a creep wave. Does S4 go for this one? Tries to find him, and Heaven gonna be stomped, gonna be killed. Can't even get a creep wave, but now no doom in this fight. Does not appear to matter, although, okay, BKB rolling back and forth. It's only onto a clockwork. I'm not sure if that's good enough, and Melis has to run the hell away. DD Charlie, Lil Pleb, nowhere left to go, is gonna get dropped. Alliance again coming out on top in this game as MTD dies to one last punch from Charlie. The DD on NP is much too much. And no buybacks. This might finally be it here as Charlie TPing in damn near to their fountain, finds the Pango, kills him, ultra kill. This man will not be denied. LeBron, come over here. LeBron, get on out. Charlie's waiting for you. Gives him the rampage. Dude, LeBron
that was nice
gives
of him.
him the tip afterwards.
Yeah, that's good.
GG, well played is called as the Ancient Tribe will fall to Alliance in good spirits, I think, for both teams. Definitely hurts, but they put up a good fight.
Yeah, this game was a much harder effort, though, I have to say. And Alliance just looked so clean in Game 2 and Game 3. Just looked like they were really enjoying themselves. Like, honestly, fun, coordinated moves across the entire map. Of course, Dota is a lot more fun when you're winning, and it feels like you can just make any move on the map and it works. But it wasn't just like total no brains Dota. Obviously, like the whole draft plays like this, and they really picked apart again this Melee's Pango. I think both games it put them surprisingly in a bad spot during the draft.
Yeah, I can't agree with you more. The laning stage, everything kind of felt down from there. We end the game with NP 14-0 and 10, and Zeus 10-0 and 21. So those two picks appeared to be very good in this game, as our panel was talking about. Let's let them talk a little bit more about how awesome Alliance played, ending the series 2-1.
Indeed, ending the series 2-1. Let's go Poglo. Let's go Poglo. Let's go Poglo. No bias here on the casting desk, of course, because we are very neutral observers and neutral arbiters of what we're witnessing here today. But Alliance T managed to take this game 2-1. And I must say, you were speaking in the prior series about how sometimes when you have a good enough drop, you can just take it a little bit easy. Alliance never really seemed bothered in this matchup. They bought the double Midas because they were like, well, as long as we just don't mess up, we should be able to win this game.
No, I honestly just love the way that they played this mid game from Alliance. Like, after the laning phase being a little bit shaky, they just collapsed the map, and it was so beautiful to see. When you're picking up your support duo early on, we're mentioning that it could lead to some weaknesses, but when you play this aggressive, when you're backed up by the damage of the Zeus, you're backed up by that global kind of support from the Furion, it feels so nice to play. And yeah, it's hard to give MVP. Like, it's between Charlie or it's Tuan. Like, these guys both doing like insane amounts of damage, set up by the support. Like, yeah, again, for a game that, like, with this type of draft, they need to execute the entire time and just feel good, and they just, from minute 10 to the end of the game, it was just flawless aggression the entire time.
One thing, Kezu, as well, that really helped out their draft was the presence of the Zeus hero, being able to contribute no matter where he was on the map. To put it into perspective, the three highest damage dealers on the side here of the Ancient Tribe were MTD, Lil Pleb, and the Heaven Hoodwink, surprisingly enough. If you were to combine all three of their damages, only 3,000 or 4,000 damage ahead of the Zeus, which is kind of preposterous. Chuan had an impeccable game. Why weren't they able to shut him down, despite the fact that they had heroes that, on paper, could close the distance between them and Zeus? What did Alliance do right that prevented them from being able to get onto the top of the Zeus?
I think they protected him well. Also, it's a offlane Pango, not a mid Pango, so he lacks on gold. On top of that, I think there has to be a special mention. There was one play Hanskin made that is slightly MVP worthy, where Ancient Tribe, they were down like 5k gold, and I think they were close to potentially having a comeback with this Riki Dart into the role. But you know what? It's not that easy to play Pango when there's a clock. So like the only guy that can catch him is a Pango who doesn't have a blink. If he just has to drive through, well, he can't because he's getting, blocked by the clock. So it's hard.
Difficult game indeed, and unfortunately it does end up with Ancient Tribe not only losing the game here, Tigov, but they are now out of the contention for getting into Div 1. It could still happen. Magic has happened before in the DPC, but it is incredibly unlikely at this point in time. So for them, obviously they're now out of the running. For Alliance though, they found themselves a different look. They didn't necessarily just win with the Centaur pick this time around. They found themselves victory even outside of having uber dominant lanes. So what do you think the key was for victory for Alliance in this game number 3? And who would you give the MVP vote to?
Oh god. Okay, so I think there's a couple layers to Alliance doing well. I think their supports being able to leave their side lane cores and break down the map with a big damage dealer is something that Alliance has been able to really succeed on, at least in this series. And then for MVP wise, it's hard to say. Like, do you respect the supports and maybe the aggression, or nah, you know what? I'm gonna give it to Chuan. I think this guy is like consistently top net worth, top damage dealer, like always doing something good for Alliance. Where in the bad games, where things have gone a bit awry, like he's always consistent. Like, I think he is like their star player. And in this game, he shone with the mid lane aggression, disengaging, not overplaying his hand, never going too aggressive, and just positioning really nicely. So I think Chuan is a really refreshing addition to Alliance for sure.
Yeah, Chuan played really well. And Kezu, one of the things that we've seen from Alliance over the last few years, of course, they've tried to make various different rosters work out for themselves. Hasn't necessarily gone according to plan. Was it necessary that they needed to get this Southeast Asian flair into the mix-up just to make sure that they could change the makeup of the team, not just have it be this mid Div 2 table kind of squad, but actually elevate themselves beyond what they would be playing otherwise?
Well, that's a hard question. I was saying it comes down to the players, but perhaps the SCA flavor is what they need. But it's not just him, Snare, is it? Don't you want to talk about the other SCA boy?
No, I'm not allowed to.
Okay, good enough. You've done enough of that, I guess. You're right.
I've done way too much of that because every time I just talk about Ponlo, to be fair, it wasn't always the hottest games from Ponlo, but nonetheless, Alliance was even able to come away with the victory at the very end of the series. And of course, given that Alliance has won this game, we have an interview with an Alliance player. Ooh. So here we go, gentlemen. Guess who we have? We have one of the greatest players in a very long time. What's up, sir? Can you hear us? And firstly, tell us, how was this game for you? A very sweaty, long 3 games. When did you have the idea in your mind that, guys, we've got this. We're going to win the series out?
Well, it was a kind of boring start for me. I was like 0-4 in game 3. So I just kind of had to farm my way back. I felt like we kind of, after game 1, we kind of understood how they move on the map, this team. They're very unique in the way they move. They bring a lot of heroes to their jungle. So, and I read that after game 1, and they kept doing it, game 2 and game 3. And that was kind of the breakdown for us after losing game 1.
Something I'm actually quite interested about as well, S4, is that over the course of your very long career, obviously you won a lot of tournaments, you've been a part of a couple of different teams, but you haven't had that much experience playing with Southeast Asian players, or rather non-European players within your history. So talk to us about what that's been like, adapting to that new environment, having not just new Southeast Asian players in the team, but a Southeast Asian coach. Has that been different from what your playing career has been like up until this point?
Yeah, for sure. I don't think I've ever played with any SCA players, mostly been like NA and Europeans, and then Anna, of course. He's Australian, but it's pretty. Sometimes it's scary because they just start yelling in the game, Like when they have a good start yelling and like you're like, what the hell? Just let them be, let them play. No, but it's cool. I think they are very easy to work with, and yeah, for me personally, they're very hard work and easy to work with.
Kezu, we've got the TI winner from TI3, S4 on the line. What you got for him right now?
Hello, Gustav. Congrats on the win. I have a question about the first game. You played Brood. I felt there was a very big disconnect in what you guys were doing on the map, which hurt your game a lot. Could you talk a bit about that from your point of view?
Yeah, so I kind of mentioned it in the beginning. I said that they kind of noticed that they play super heavy in their safe lane, or not their safe lane, on their jungle. And we kind of misread how they move. And we thought like the Brood can just do everything on his own. But yeah, we misread, we didn't take their jungle. That's why the game is kind of hard, I think, for us. Okay, and then our lineup is hard to play, a little bit hard to play.
That makes sense. One more. I think after your guys' series against Monaspa, I think you guys have looked a lot better ever since. Could you talk to me about some of maybe your post-game talks, where maybe one or two things were said that have helped you guys the most from then? You know, I'm not asking you to boil down 10 of the talks, but maybe there were one or two that really stood out that helped you guys.
No, I think a lot has to do with, like, for me as a drafter, I feel like I was a bit behind in the early parts of DPC. So I'm kind of like caught up after those first two games. And like when you play these matches, you just realize what's strong, what's not. The scrims, they don't really tell you what's good. It's the matches. And we've been scrimming like tier 1 teams, and they sometimes like you win against these super strong heroes, and then you get tricked. You go into a match, you play against them, you get crushed. We've seen a lot of it in other DPCs also.
Yeah. All right. Thanks.
Yeah, for sure. We fixed our priorities, I think, a little bit.
Yeah.
Right. Talking about draft and priorities, how does it feel to be one of the only teams that actually has Centaur banned against them first phase, like religiously?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think for me, I think the hero is super strong, but I feel like you kind of have to place timings and stuff well, like any other hero. Some players, they're gonna get first banned on. No. I mean, when I watch other Centaur players, I feel like it's weird because I feel like they can do more on the hero. But yeah.
I see. Okay, and no worries. Meme question. I've been looking at the Alliance Twitter, of course, and you guys have been doing like Groundhog Day, where you wake up every morning and then you go down to your boot camp. At what point is Ponlo gonna get to play techies? Because he's been asking like 6 days in a row, the poor guy.
Yeah, I was thinking about picking it today, but I was like, you get Snapfire.
Thank God.
Damn. Did he ask for it though? All right, question. Did he actually ask for it, or were you just thinking it quietly?
He asked for it like 10 times.
Oh.
He asked for it like 10 times to get one.
All right.
Tika, we're having a moratorium on techies questions on this panel.
That's fine. That's fine. I just have, now that you're talking about like annoying, who's the most annoying player in the team that always asks for heroes, and you're like, no, I need a good hero now. You know, like who gives like the wildest, weirdest suggestions in draft?
I think it's like Charlie, probably. He's the most like this guy who likes to abuse heroes and stuff. He's the like and spammer. So he'll name like some kind of like super cheesy hero, and he wants to play that. Like, come on. But it's actually good.
That's fair. Well, happy you have to filter him out in the draft sometimes. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
One more serious question as well before we let you go. I've been very curious about this, right? From the old era, let's say the TI2, TI3 era, where you were super dominant. There's only a handful of players left from that time period. It's basically yourself, Poppy, Kuro. Talk to me about this, right? What is it that's been keeping you going throughout all of these years, despite the fact that you haven't necessarily reached all those heights, maybe outside of that one TI where OG ended up winning? What's kept you competing and kept you in a winning mentality, despite the fact that you haven't necessarily been at the top after all this time?
think it's just maybe I haven't proven to myself that I've shown what I can do. That I can play like at the highest level yet. So for myself, it's just proving to myself, not to others. But I didn't play TI2, by the way. I was watching TI2. But yeah, since TI3, I've been just, I don't know. It's been a long run, but for me, it felt pretty short all these years. And currently, in this team, it's like any other year I've been playing.
I mean, there's not that many players on the planet who could say that after 2 podium finishes, one of them being first overall, that they don't feel like they've proved all they have to show within the game of Dota 2. So genuinely, I'm excited to see what you still have to show for us, S4. Thank you for giving us your time tonight, good sir. And good luck, have fun for the rest of the series. You still have a chance at Div 1, so please continue to play in the same fashion you've been doing. And thank you so much.
All right, thank you guys. Yeah.
See ya.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And of course, that is S4, offlaner, captain, and genuinely one of the most extraordinary Dota players we've seen in a very, very long time. Before we move on to our third and final series here, Kezu, one of the things that stuck with me from what S4 was saying is that you never really feel like you've done enough, right? Pretty much everybody who's still playing the game, who hasn't won TI, even if you have won multiple TI, you're still like, I don't know. And that's just the nature of Dota 2 itself, that you never feel like you've gone the whole distance. So before we move on to our next series, for Alliance, where do you think their ceiling is from what you've seen out of this lineup so far?
I mean, their ceiling is, they still have a lot of room to improve. Like, they have new players. Even S4 said that he needs more of these matches to like get into like the drafting style and so on. And also to go back to what he said, Dota moves very fast. Like when you were successful 2 years ago, or like I was playing 1 year ago, it feels like 10 years ago. I don't care what I did. Like you want to prove it to you now and in a week and in 2 weeks. What you did before, it feels like no one cares.
It's brutal. Dota, the half-life of Dota, it's like you could be a pro player or a coach, you could be at TI. It's like if it's not in the last month, it's like whatever. I only care about the present, and especially for like S4 and stuff, it's like they want to return to their former glory. They want to kind of maybe not prove it to the fans, but like to themselves, like I once could have been there, but I'm now not there anymore. I want to relive those moments, walk up onto the main stage, hear the fans chanting our team name and stuff. And it takes a long time, and for Alliance at least, they've put themselves in a position where it's somewhat in their hands to maybe force out these tiebreakers to still lock in that Division 1, but it is going to be a long journey this year for them to make the steps necessary to not only break in Division 1, but all the way down the line. But you got to start slowly, and yeah, it's going to be a very long process for them for sure.
Still a lot of games for them left to play. I mean, to give credence to what the panel is saying, the last time Pondlo won a game on Snapfire, he was playing in a team with Kezu. He'd never played Ricky before.
Let's go.
And with Pondlo, on his Verona, it's a bit up and down.
What a start.
But they got those dubs today. Alliance is winning. We're going to be seeing in the next series whether or not Waterwind Enjoyers or the side of Team Bald Report will get the same massive buff up that Alliance has gotten in this game. But to find out, we have to go to a very short break because the game is about to get underway. Don't go anywhere. Myself, T-Gov, and Kezu will be right back with some more Dota 2 action, and of course, our amazing casters. So stick around. We'll be right back.
Kill the fucking dog. Where is he? Yeah, I'm going for him. Do a bolt, random bolts. Kill this guy. Kill the dog. Nah, let's mega. Rampage! Yeah, get it. Charlie. I got you, I can give you vision. Anthony? What? Look at me. Hello? Hi, I have cooldown. High five.
Welcome back, one and all. Very short break, but we are back for the third and final series of the evening here in Western European Div 2 Dota. The DPC is really heating up, and we still haven't confirmed our top 2 slots because the first 3-1, all of them, and now we've just had the Ancient Tribe eliminated from being able to go to Div 1. Now we go into our final matchup of the day, the Water Rune Enjoyers versus Team Bald Reborn. T-Gov, this is certainly the closest odds we've seen yet. Not just here in the Western European DPC, but I think all across the DPC regions. I haven't seen odds this close, right?
I mean, it's the two teams. One Water Rune Enjoyers sitting 0-3, Team Ball sitting 0-2. The loser of this series most likely will be might get eliminated next week. The next series could be the one where they get out. So I feel like this is the moment where either team needs to step up, get some of those wins under their belt, and start looking towards escaping the bottom 2. And yeah, it's already so early in the season to have both these teams match up against each other. It's kind of rough.
It is very rough here, Kezu, because Water Rune Enjoyers already out of contention for getting themselves into Division 1, but they could also drag down Team Bald Reborn with them. So Team Bald definitely have the more pressure on their backs. And to make matters even worse, Kezu, they are Radiant and they have first pick, which has not necessarily been a winning combination all across the DPC. So what do you make of their odds given the games that we've seen from both of these squads? Who do you have coming into this first game?
Hard to say. I would say that Water Rune Enjoyers have looked better with every game they've played. Apart from maybe their very most recent game. I really did not enjoy that one. But in between that, I think they got a lot better. And for Team Bald, they have Weha in their team. I feel like this guy should be able to... He played very well last time, but if he can do the same thing and maybe help his team even more with like perhaps some communication, I feel like that should be a winning recipe. And of course, they have the best Dota streamer of all time, Gork.
Yeah, but you say that, he is currently 2-5 in his pubs today. So those energies, those chakras that he's going to be bringing into the competitive environment aren't going to be as positive as if he was in, let's say, a 7-0 day, you know? So,
but you don't understand. He's playing in a team environment, so his 5 will not leave the lane.
That's true. They won't leave the lane. That's true. Bengen has. That's the reason why Bengen got to stay in the roster this tour around, because he whispered to Gorg one night, I just won't leave the lane, Gorg, and then yeah, here it is. The team continues.
I will stay here forever. Well, we now have an actual draft on our hands, gentlemen, so we have to decide exactly where things are going. Team Bald Reborn, as mentioned, they have first pick on Radiant side, so they have the option of getting Rubik, Treant Protector. What else is Uber Buster to get first phase? That feels like the best ones, maybe Clockwork or Leshrac, but for the most part, yeah, gotta be Tree. So now the option is, Kezu, what are we going for? Rubik plus? What's the other one?
They like Lesh a lot on the second pick. Rubik is always like a fine thing you can do, even though I feel like when you do want to go for the Lesh in the first phase, I believe it always makes more sense to pair him up with someone that goes in for you or buffs you up. That's why you usually see like Lesh Tree or maybe some Lesh Clock. But there's also various other first phases you could do, like a Phoenix +1 is always very chill in my opinion against Treant, so I would like any of these.
Blink's also been playing a lot more Enigma in the last at least couple series. I think for Water Rune Enjoyers, I mentioned this in the last time I worked their series, but Blink has a very Zoo-like hero pool where he excels at. And I'd like him to be able to continue going down this route and don't disguise it in the draft. Don't try and wait to the end, because everyone knows about Blink's hero pool. And already with the Clock, maybe they're leaning more towards the Leshrac, of course. They've done Clock Enigma before with an opening, but I really... Okay, there it is. I just want to... Yeah, I'm happy to see Water Rune Enjoyers when they pick Blink's hero early. It's like, there's no point trying to hide this. And
I think one of the nice things about this, I mean, you either have Rubik or Silencer, right? But one of the things that they force them to do here, Kezu, is that if they don't want to go Rubik Silencer right now, it either forces you into picking your support duo immediately, or you pick a duo that might not necessarily reveal too much about what the supports might do, but gives the opportunity to Water Rune Enjoyers to protect the Enigma. And well, they go for the support duo, they pick up the Rubik, so it feels like it makes the second phase a little bit easier for Water Rune Enjoyers to ban into, especially given that they're going to be picking immediately out of the ban phase.
I'm at least happy that I didn't go for a Silencer, even though that is good against Enigma. The Tree and Silencer support duo sounds like some hot
garbage.
Yeah,
there we go.
Like that's a really... I'm pretty sure that's a tough one to execute. So I would say the Rubik, you know, it's chill, gives you some follow-up damage. I would say it's pretty decent against Clock. You can always just steal the Black Hole. We've seen the hero plenty of times. Rubik, good hero.
Rubik, one of the better heroes, honestly, right now in the patch overall. and I'm not surprised to see it here. The question is still going to be that they can still flex this 4 versus 5. Tiga, before we see the next pick, what's your actual read on where these heroes are best positioned for 4 versus 5 between the two of them?
I mean, I want to see Pablo always on the Rubiks, the Hoodwinks, the heroes that can scale into the game. This guy has consistently been at the forefront of the winning reason for Team Board, and yeah, I always want to see him play the flashier heroes. I think honestly, like if Pablo actually had the energy or like the motivation to be a pro player, I think he could have left Board probably like 3 tours ago and jumped onto one of these teams.
Jeez.
But, like I remember speaking to him at like the Stockholm Major and stuff. He's like, yeah, I'm just chilling. I don't really mind. But like he had so many games where he's just like this insane position 4 player. But because he's just like so comfortable, just chilling, vibing, living life, he kind of coasts and he doesn't really push himself to be like the best in his role. But he's still very good at a coasting level.
That's some heat being dropped there. You know, what can we do? Let us see where the rest of the draft is going to unfold.
I'm also his agent, by the way. So if you want to drop a contract to him, I get 25%. I'm not.
I don't think he's joking, everybody. But in this particular game, it's going to be interesting because if he plays Rubik, he's only played 1 professional Rubik game. If he plays Treant Protector, he's only played this hero 4 times. He did play it once in the DPC thus far, but it'll be entertaining to see where Team Bald Report go with this one. On the other side, though, Kezu, we know that Enigma is going to be played by Blink. Guaranteed, Waterrune Enjoyers will not switch this up for any given reason.
Yep.
What should they pair with this in the offlane? Is this the offlane duo already with the Clockwork Enigma? Or is there another idea they have in mind to ensure that the Enigma has a good game?
I mean, they can swap it up later down the road, but I would say for now, it's more likely that this is their offlane duo. I mean, I still always like Phoenix against Tree. I'm not sure if it's the best pick for them, but this is something they've played with these exact 2 heroes before, where they did open that hero. I think other than that, just having like some chill range hero, once again, that is going to set up maybe some laning stage or give follow-up damage, I think is fine.
Dude, the snipe pick as well. Like, for Team Board, at least, when you think about Weehaw, he's been playing a lot of Tiny, the Batrider, of course, Keeper of Light, at least in DPC. So Waterrune Enjoyers enter the second phase, like, okay, we're just gonna take that one away from you. And it's not as if this cuddle for Waterrune is like, oh wow, what a great synergy, what a beautiful hero that just synergizes nicely with them, right? It's like a cuddle, Enigma, and a clock. You push some waves, and that's about it. Like, there's not that glue right now, and sure, you just pick up a mid-tusk instead.
Yeah. I find it's like they kind of have to go in this direction here for this Tusk. I mean, Weehaw hasn't necessarily played this before. Zip Zapper has played it already, so it's a bit flexible. But for the most part here, they've actually had the least diversity in terms of their hero pool. This has been the Team Bald Reborn, with the absolute least amount of heroes picked. At the same time, they've played the fewest amount of games, so it probably makes sense that that would be the case. But, you know, we still had the previous series. We had the Ancient Tribe and Alliance, who also played similar games, but had a massive amount of hero pool. So talk to me about this, Kezu. Team Bald Reborn, where is this Tusk going, do you feel like? And how does this Spectre affect into the rest of the draft?
So Tusk has got to be 2 or 3. They'll still decide. Spectre obviously is gonna be the carry against Enigma, but so Spectre has like a good matchup into Enigma, sure, but Spectre can have very significant damage issues in terms of how much damage you output. If you look at Team Bald's lineup, Trian doesn't deal a lot of damage. Rubik is a little like in between. Tusk isn't the highest damage, and Spectre is also very slow damage. And you're playing that into Caudal Illuminate, an Enigma who should buy auras, and now a Phoenix as well. So if you're Team Bald, I need their last pick to be, I would say, explosive and very high damage. Like when you see Caudal and Enigma, you want to jump these heroes, which is kind of why you have this Tusk Spectre come out. But they've still got a lot of problems, I think, to deal with on the Team Bald side.
What do you think, T? Do we shift this Tusk into a Zip Zapper role and then put a Zeus mid like we saw in the previous series?
Part of me thinks another... I don't know. I think I need to see what the bans are from them. I'm honestly a little bit stumped for Board, at least, because like Weeha's hero pool is somewhat been banned out. And at least in his DPC form, of course, there's heroes before that. So part of me would rather see the mid-Tusk. Caudal push-out wave, Tusk push-out wave. You're never really going to get pressured. You'll always find your farm. And then it allows Zip Zap to be a bit more active. So I think I'm leaning it probably that direction, honestly. It just makes more sense for the overall game plan. Unless you want to go for some, like, Zeus mid or something. And then all your damage is fixed. You then have plenty of frontline with Spectre Haunt / Tusk. With Tree surviving. I think honestly Zeus could be pretty good as well. But picking it blind can also feel pretty hard.
They have to do this in a 23 situation here, Kezu. So that is a bit of a problem because they won't necessarily know exactly what the matchup mid will be.
I mean,
but
it
it
has
is
to be
feeling like
Coddle
it's going to be Coddle, right?
From these heroes, it kind of has to be. So the Water Enjoyers are going to last pick their carry. A mid hero I could see is maybe... I would prefer perhaps Stu. I was going to combine Storm and Zeus. So
Dude, that's a hype hero.
Yeah, that's a PogChamp hero. So I would slightly prefer Storm. In terms of... But then... like if the Tusk is mid, I have a hard time finding offlane heroes like right off the bat that I would want. Like I'm currently not sure if they want to pick an offlaner.
Let's see what Water Rune Enjoyers feel for themselves. They've already banned out the Centaur, and I think they're taking their time with this one because they're not entirely sure exactly where the Tusk is going. I mean, they have access to the same data set that we do, so they've seen that Zip Zapper has been the one to primarily handle this Tusk. That's a very interesting. Ooh, what you got? What you got? What you got? What you got?
Let's go for the snap off lane, and then you put Tusk mid, and then obviously a snap core. You get to blink pretty quickly, so you don't care about the Phoenix. You have plenty of damage early on, so Spectre doesn't have to join every fight because you bring it with the rest of your heroes. I think honestly it could synergize quite nicely, and then put Tusk mid.
Kills the egg too. It's not too bad.
Yeah.
Multiple sources of re-engage, Egg Destroyer, magic damage. Yeah, this feels nice.
Yeah,
that's my vibe check on the offlane at least.
How about you, Kezu?
Real
You feeling the Snapfire?
Yo, Zip Zapper's water situation. Sorry, I've been thinking about this for linear 3 series. Why does Bossman have like 34 bottles of Pellegrino just chilling behind him every single game?
Do you know why? Do you know why? Let me tell you, right? Because he was watching NA Div 1 where every day at the end I'd say, hydrate, boys. Remember to keep yourself in a good water position. So he understands it. And you see, he goes for the Snapfire because he was hydrating and that gave him the big brain here, Kezu. He understood exactly what's happening.
He was in T's brain. I do think it makes sense. I still believe that there is a very high chance that eventually they run into damage issues against some auras, but I don't think any last pick would fix that. I think the snap helps them a lot with the egg, some early damage as T mentioned, and for Water Rune Enjoyers, I feel like there's gotta be like some Nakes in the making, or what type of hero do we want? I would say you want an early game carry, well not necessarily an early game carry, but a carry that can stand his ground, perhaps either has a BKB himself or buys it. Whoa. Hello, my friend. I've seen this last time. I need this Snapfire to do better than last time. I've seen the same matchup.
I've seen this matchup before, and I've seen Snapfires obliterate Terrorblades, and I've seen Snapfires get obliterated. And I think the key factor probably isn't the Terrorblade, because that's the one who should get targeted. It's on the Clockwork. If they're laning the Clockwork with the Terrorblade, then they can play the lane. If they put Phoenix with this Terrorblade, I feel like they're conceding it quite heavily, and Snapfire should win 9 times out of 10. So I really need to see Water Rune Enjoyers, even though their positions won't enable the natural laning, they need to put the Clockwork with the Terrorblade, otherwise this will be such a hard lane for them to play.
Alright, but even though it might be a hard lane for them to play, despite the configuration, do you have confidence that this last pick Terrorblade for the side of the Water Rune Enjoyers will Palantimos deliver them victory on this uber hard carry here, Rob?
I think that Palantimos has been the best player in Water Rune Enjoyers. He played some Razor, some Ursus, like he's found some incredible farm, and this is the type of hero that can do it again. But I think I prefer Bold's overall lineup.
What about you, Kezu? You were... T-Gab already prefers Bald's lineup. You were also calling for the Snapfire early on. How do you feel about this?
No, I still have to go with the Water Rune Enjoyers lineup, simply because if they go for auras on Enigma and have this tempo on Kato, I think they just eventually run into a damage issue where Palantimos, once again, he could play any hero he wants. He's gonna live, Sunder, pop meta, they're all dead.
Well, in this game, I don't think we're going to be having a passive or any kind of just random slow game. I think we're going to be having a fairly progressive game for both of these lineups. So to bring you that progression, we have our incredible duo of Trent and Lyrical. Gentlemen, give us an exciting game number 1.
Well, we will do our part at the very least. We're going to try our very best for you. Thank you so much, Snare, and the panel out there. I don't know what's going to happen. Trent, any immediate thoughts that come out from you as far as what you're seeing from these two drafts, what you're seeing in the game?
Well, friend of the show, Mr. Gunzilla, Gunner himself, will be very happy to see the Tusk versus the Coddle. I know that much.
Ooh.
Right? We like that counter pick. Guy tries to run away, get all slippery, you snowball on him. But that being said, Soykov, the one victory that we've seen from them was the mid Coddle versus the OD in that previous matchup. So we'll see if he can carry it through once more here with his coddle skills.
Yeah, if it can happen for Psychoff. I will also say the panel was talking about this matchup of the Snapfire versus Terrorblade. The interesting thing about that was that we saw that just yesterday, or I guess the day before yesterday, where it was Water Rune enjoyers that picked the Snapfire into the Terrorblade, and then they lost horribly with it, and so they're like, okay, well, I guess Terrorblade just beats that matchup or something. I don't know. But they decided to pick the Terrorblade into the Snap. A little bit bold, I will say, because of all that magic damage that's coming out. I feel like Zipzapper might have a really good game.
Yeah, it is definitely possible. It's all about the setup for the kisses, and in the early game, you're going to have Tree running around. You can try and set some stuff up there. Of course, we have the Pablo Rubik. You know, we get these Grandmaster Rubik players everywhere. Pablo is one of them to be wary of as well. We'll be laning together here. So, yeah, the setup's definitely solid, and as a Terrorblade, one would assume that he's going to be spending a lot of time in his jungle, moving through there. So, we'll see if they can link up with Weehaw, put some pressure on that.
Yeah, can they make that happen? Can they pair together with this Tusk out of the mid lane and make some kills happen? As we see already up top there, Palantimos throwing out the reflection, but Mary taking a lot of harassment already, as you would somewhat anticipate. But Palantimos doing a good job of keeping him back while banging down bottom, trying to ensure this Spectre Gork's farm.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to watch, right? This idea of being the Treant Protector, you're doing the double melee lane into the Enigma, and now you lost your Courier, so that makes things a little bit more difficult for you too.
Yeah, that might be rough. If Enigma has a free game, I mean, you can see already after the drafts, the change-ups in the esportbet.io odds even further into the favor of Water Rune enjoyers. Curious if they can keep this sort of draft on good terms, if they can get out of the laning stage. Okay, already the lane's in a great spot down bottom for Water Rune enjoyers.
Yeah, and then you think about that level 2, like when Blink has the Demonic Convergence and the Malphus. So then you just like put the units onto to the tree. Like, what's he gonna do? He's only got 1 armor. He's probably gonna be being slowed by the battery assault. The bright side is they don't have any way to cut all those trees. There's only the single Quelling Blade on the Clockwork. That takes a really long time to come to effect. It's not like double Quelling Blade on both heroes. So should be getting the majority of his regen, and maybe that'll just be enough sustainability. They're already putting it into practice right now, though, as Clockwork's running down the battery assault while the Eidolons are hitting, just to try and weaken them and soften them up for an eventual kill.
And you can see their mid too, Stukov going toe-to-toe with Weehaw. The shards were already thrown out, and now going up top onto Pablo, trying to kill him off with Mary. Do they have enough damage to bring him down? Doesn't quite look like it, although might be able to cut him off with the angle. Went in for a right click, and Pablo hiding, trying to get out of there. Drop the tree.
He tried to tree.
Oh, it's not going to be enough, and Zipzapper also is going to be forced back. So the danger of running into this lane, and Zipzapper, does he go for the courier? It does look like he's going to get a freebie.
Nice. The attack speed slow was a little rough there. Almost didn't get it, but managed to get the cancel into a second one after.
Maybe this lane is just that good. I always thought that Snapfire would do much better against Terrorblade. This is 2 games in a row. Well, maybe it will now. Zipzapper thinking about going for the kill. Needs a little bit more mana. A couple seconds till Scatterblast, but Palantimos, he's going to get away.
I think it's really good at level 3. I don't think you're going to find a lot of success before that. Right?
Okay.
Like, you think about how much the damage is going to like jump up level 3, level 4. Like, every level that goes on the Snapfire just becomes the nuke is so much more troublesome to deal with.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, at the beginning, it's TB who's got like the nuke in a sense with his meta.
Right. And even Reflection is kind of annoying, I feel like.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Double range arrows ensures that he gets some hits onto him. As you can see there in the mid lane, 20-3 versus 16-2. Sukov also going to build up those stacks. They do have vision over these, though. A good ward placed down early with that, run into the jungle that we saw from Team Bald.
Ooh, rough from Gork. Oh, never mind. Yeah, I will say that those denies, though, 13 denies from Blink right now. He's kind of owning some of these situations. It's not all, it's a lot of the Eidolon pressure, not just, literally Eidolons that he's converting down here. Denying some range creeps right in the face, even after they tried to dagger.
Dude, he gets the split on these, and yeah, he is just going to deny all those creeps right in his face. That is really rough. Zipzapper's still taking a ton of damage. And yeah, you can see the reflection is really freaking good. It's messing him up, along with the damage coming over in from Mary.
I know we've even seen 2 points reflection kind of early too.
Yeah.
A few times as well. So be curious if he maybe goes back for that or if he's just happy with the current situation.
Well,
Bengen and Gork put the chase down onto Yond a little bit there.
And Weehaw catching onto the Coddle. They've got him. Is he going to be able to get out of there? No. A solo kill coming from Weehaw. That one really hurts. That is huge for Team Bald.
Oh, and Weehaw, he might get another one here.
Zip Zapper also dying up top there. Gets away, but Zip Zapper not going to be so lucky. Chased by that Phoenix to death.
Yeah, no snowball available at the right time there for Weehaw either, so he can't commit for another kill. Soykov returns to the lane for some farming.
Yeah, comes back in. Needs to play it safe, though. With level 6 online, could really be an issue depending upon what runes spawn at the 6-minute mark. But I will say, like you're talking about, this Enigma, 20 denies on him is kind of crazy.
I mean, it makes sense, too, because they have no way to contest the Eidolon. So you just have this massive battery of units just shooting down and denying right in his face.
Zip Zapper jumps onto Mary. Can't do anything there. Scatterblast was off cooldown in a second. Turns, throws out one salvo, but look at the damage coming from Palantimos. And Pablo just trying to get away, too. It's the lift to separate. But yeah, top lane is going very good for Water and Enjoyers.
I'm just watching Blink miss last hits to get denies.
Yeah.
With his Eidolons. And I can just see Gork seething.
I mean, that's the way to play it, right? Against the Spectre, why not? Just focus everything on denies. He's not even going for that last hit. Just chasing him down. Now Yond right on top. Gork in trouble. We'll get Cogs pushed to separate, but yeah, not a great time. And up top, Zip Zapper underneath the tower has managed to find himself in a peculiar spot. Is going to die to Palantimos.
Whoops. All right, gives that up. Thankfully, though, we do have the living armor, right? Level 1, 6 armor. Huge in this matchup because it is actually mostly physical damage that you're dealing with for Gork, particularly when it's a DD clock who's running at you. It's, you know, they're looking for that Eidolon damage in the right click to try and finish you off. So the living armor is going to keep you very healthy and hardy down there.
True.
Yond gets kind of body blocked a little bit by the Eidolons.
That happens. Well, Water and Enjoyers, another one of the teams that's sitting bottom of the table in terms of Western Europe Div 2, trying to stave off elimination. This match incredibly important for both of these teams if they want to be staying in Div 2. A bit of a toilet bowl situation we got on our hands here, as Zip Zapper is going to try and find a little bit more space for himself, get to that level 6, and maybe can make something happen with Mortimer's Kisses.
Meanwhile, Weehaw's just sitting in mid all alone because Soykov's up here doing the double camp farms, blinding lighting with his ulti. Just getting as much wiped out as he can before the 8-minute spawn. Are any of these blocked, though? I don't think so. Look at this efficiency.
I mean, he needs it.
Oh, can he get the stack, too, though? Can he get the stack? Oh, he's so good.
Shazam? Well played. Yeah, so stacking up the jungle, clearing the entire jungle, and currently second highest in the net worth. He is having a really good time on this Coddle, in spite of getting solo killed by Weehaw. And for Weehaw, I feel like he's got to make some moves around the map and try and help out his side lane some.
It is a great indicator, too, though. You know, if you're one of those carry players out there, maybe you're new to the role. All right, let's look at last hits. There's 49 last hits on TB, 78 on the Coddle, 79, keeps going up. But TB is still ahead in net worth by a little bit. Just, you know, you got to remember the value of those lane creeps.
True enough.
So it's always great when you can actually stay in the lane as long as possible.
I think it's gone on. They want to find this kill desperately. Cogs pulls him inside of it, a little bit of a safe space. Ain't in trouble, but Stoikov nearby tries to get him with the heal. Won't be enough. Take down Gork, maybe. With everybody showing up from Team Bald, they only lose one. It is their carry. And maybe they can find this kill onto the Rubik. Yeah, it's a pretty bold move. Blinding Light pushes him back in. Almost takes up Pablo and does get him. They get in trouble now. Weehaw jumps back in. Dude, is he going to kill them all? Has to dodge away from those Illuminate blasts. Weehaw getting out of there, but this tree not going to be so lucky. The dynamic duo of Coddle and his phantom self take down 2.
Oh my goodness, what a rotation early here from Stoikov. That is kind of brutal. And he immediately starts farming up the Radiant jungle.
Yeah.
I'm here now, creeps. Don't worry. Mary, though.
Mary.
Oh, that's a low armor hero. Run!
Oh, gets the other side of the shards, and now another rotation in. Can they get him here, though? The solar bind, the damage. Weeha in trouble. Starting to drop low, pops the stick, wants to live. Another urn charge. The shards to keep himself alive from the dive, but
flare.
He actually get out of there. Rocket flare. Oh, comes in for the finish on Jan. Well done.
Oh, it's so chaotic here. We got people over the map. We got Gork blade mailing mid. Pablo's dead, bottom of the black hole. Steal this, he says.
Oh my god. Yeah, the first black hole used and going into the mech, and now Gork mid. He's in trouble, getting burned down to death. The Flare and Mary paired together to take down the Spectre, scratching his head to figure out what the heck are we gonna do now. 5k gold lead at 10 minutes. Oh, that's not great.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
Wonder
really not great.
Enjoyers. Like, they just don't have to stop with this Coddle. Oh, here we go. The snappers to the TV. It's coming into play. Thank you, Coddle.
The Sunder. The turn. Zip Zapper wants to kill. The creep kills him. Oh my god. All right, Palantimo's getting reported. As
everything for
Gork,
my carry. Gork's being chased. Bengen's being chased right now. It's just 1v1s all over the map right now.
That's what it feels like. And yeah, okay, they kill him off. And now Palantimo's is going to get ran out
working
again.
overtime right now.
Yeah, there's action all over the map. Holy moly.
Good stuff right now. This is some quality Dota. We're mixing it up from the last series right now, that's for sure.
That's what you want to see. Just run at you gameplay.
Alright, so let's relax a little bit here. We got a Bassi coming out here for Gork, so he's got Blade Mail into Bassi, no treads or anything yet, no other fun items. Can we use a Haunt? Because currently he has no mana and no TV for 20 seconds, so never mind.
Yeah, probably
Alright.
not going to happen here soon.
No, so what are we waiting for then? We how to get Blink, I guess. Will be the catalyst for some active engagements right now. I mean, classic case here, by the way, of the Snapfire still not having Little Shredder versus the Phoenix. We see this a lot.
Snowball gets him to the other side, but Weeha, he's going to be brought down. This is the danger. If the rest of the team can't play with Weeha, game is going to feel rather rough. And it does not feel like they are getting the start that they need on Team Bald Reborn. And Water Rune Enjoyers, they are just everywhere right now.
Yond is just
finds him. Zip Zapper, no hook shot, but the damage coming out, the catch there on the Zip Zapper, pops the mech, wants to get away, but just the burn, the spam, everything takes down that Snapfire. They're doing way too much here.
The Spirit Vessel, too. I mean, Sokov's doing just so much work. He's the danger. That's really what's happening. Into the tower push.
They look like they want to take a fight now. Bengen, he has level 6. Oh no, they need to pair it together with Haunt. The Overgrowth comes out. I don't know if they have the damage in time though. The Snowball in, tries to connect onto him. They force out the Supernova. This is not going to work for Team Bald as they find 2 quick kills, strike off, and gonna take a tower.
Why did Weehaw go in there?
So I think that they were trying to play with a Haunt.
Yeah, I think so too.
Because he TP'd back on Gork bottom to have the mana for it, but it was just not meant to be.
Yeah, I was checking Zip as well. I think they were trying to do a roll into Haunt and Snapfire Kisses, but it just didn't work out. Not quite there. So Zip Zapper stacks the Ancients here for his... Oh, no, he doesn't. Okay, never mind. I wasn't even looking at the clock. I was just thinking about a Blade Mail Spectre. And he does go for the last point of the Fire Snap Cookie and the Scatter Blast. So this is very typical for your level 9 Snapfires, and we have had issues where the egg fights happen and they don't have the little Shredder. Can be a little bit frustrating, but you all, I mean, you get it, right? Because like if there wasn't a Phoenix in the game, you would do this build every time anyway. But it's like, isn't that what made you pick this hero in the first place?
That's true. I mean, I think also there was some hope for the lane to go better. It definitely did not, though. Palantimo is having a really good time on this Terrorblade. Has Manta Style done now, and the freest game of his life, it feels like. Yond looking for Weeha. Walks up to him. Not sure plan here. They will pull him back in, but Tumbler's toy gets away. Didn't get any damage onto him. Jan feeling very strong. Snowball in. And Weehaw now in a lot of trouble. Snapfire kisses down. Mech still at the ready. Pops it now. They get away. Battery Assault, the only thing stolen for Pablo. And okay, kisses down. Maybe Rubik in trouble here. Pablo getting ran down by illusions. Has to back away. In the mid lane, is caught. He walked back in. Oh, man. This is feeling really bad for Team Bald. Can they get anything at all on the map going? 8,000 gold lead at 15 minutes.
Oh my god, it's just like a stampede. Non-stop action here running at them right now. And, you know, this Coddle just feels completely uninhibited. He's just running right through them. Like, what is the control for him, though? They basically have to Overgrowth or Walrus Punch him.
Right.
You know, there's no, like, the cookies are going to be hard to hit and land.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Do they have an inkling that this move is coming up here? It looks like Zip Zapper coming top to maybe make a play onto that tier 1 tower, but with Coddle in the area along with Yond, it's just not going to happen. And yeah, Greaves already done for Enigma. So like Kezu was talking about, this is the auras coming together to create unkillable monsters.
Just imagine when the Scotty's done for TV.
Yeah.
All right, well, Team Bald, they certainly need to find some action for this Snapfire to get into the game. You know, you got to imagine that she is the hero that's supposed to be syncing up with this Tusk, trying to make the plays together, find themselves that kill, and hopefully the Blink Dagger will be the item to help make that happen. This Tusk almost has it done, but Zip Zapper, gone.
Yeah. Yeah, they need that Blink on Tusk, that is for sure. And
They
Water
do have
and
a Force
Enjoyers.
Staff coming, at least.
Okay.
That's good. Pablo needs that.
They need whatever they can get. It's been a tough couple of minutes here for Team Bald. Weehaw is gonna move on in and try and secure this tier 1 tower top. I'm pretty sure he's dead. They will Walrus Punch. The snowball is there, but it's only gonna delay the inevitable as he has not got that blink brought out to him. And yeah, Weehaw gonna go down. Man.
Dire's courier has
Water Rune Enjoyers.
Yeah.
courier has been killed.
Yeah, they came into this game with a passion, by the looks of it. Just saying, like, we are getting the victory here. We feel stronger. We're putting Stoikov on his guy, giving him the old keeper the light.
True.
Keep us in this division.
I mean, Phoenix is the same level as the Spectre right now. Game has not gone well.
Okay. That's not ideal, I would say.
So is the Clockwork.
I also noticed that he's 0 out of 5 on his kill streak needed to progress his second style unlock of the Arcana according to the scoreboard. So
Hank gets caught. This is a big kill for them if they can get it.
Oh,
If
no!
they can get
Oh,
it.
he's dancing
oh
away!
My God, the Greaves aura keeping him alive. They miss on the dagger. Weehaw wants it desperately. Oh no! Oh God, it really feels bad for Team
he wants this
Bald.
black hole so bad. He wants it so bad.
He's ready to walk back in, and he's gonna find them right to the side. Oh God, that was a lot of pain, Trent. And it's not stopping. It's just not stopping. Zip Zapper also is gonna die. 4 for nothing. Yikes.
Well, Team Bald may have picked the Tusk, but it's Water Rune Enjoyers who are snowballing.
There you go.
Am I right, guys?
You nailed it.
It's more than a
Holy moly.
snowball, though. It's more of an avalanche at this point.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say earlier, is that, like, the thing that's interesting about this is it feels like Water Rune Enjoyers are sort of like leading Team Bald like around on a leash, where it's like, oh, you can go for this guy, and then they pull him in, they draw him in with that siren song of sadness, and then eventually they put the clamps on him. Big plays.
Yeah. Well, the counter Greaves are now out for our friend the Snapfire, and at level 10, gonna skip the talent and grab a little Shredder, so at least now she can play a little bit more tight in the hopes of canceling an egg, as Gork dies in the same spot.
Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Yeah, he's gonna go down. Yeah, that's another thing that I think we've seen a couple of times now is Water Rune Enjoyers sort of camping these areas that it feels like they know Team Bald want to go to.
They have a ward there
find the
too that helps
kills.
spot this all out as well. I think was like
Yeah.
Gork's movement up there. So look at him just holding this Illuminate.
Yeah, he's ready. They got him.
Oh, that's just mean, dude.
They got him good.
This
Man.
Nether Shawl too. Like, oh my goodness.
Whew.
Radiant's
Game is
top
feeling
tower
rough,
is under attack.
but it's how it goes sometimes, you know? A very good draft from Water Rune Enjoyers.
Oh, he has eggs. On Jan. He's the Aghanims.
Okay.
Oh,
good.
good.
You know what's one of my favorite things, though? A really cool combo that we're seeing in this game is
What's that?
the Coddle with Terrorblade, where every
yeah.
Illuminate, you're bringing the cooldown of Metamorphosis lower and lower. So that's kind of a cool little dynamic.
Yeah, you just chakra spam him. Yep.
Yeah.
A little bit cheeky. His true ultimate.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't remember what the numbers are, but I think it cuts it down by a pretty good amount of time. And hook
If you
shot
ready
in.
to spam it, yeah.
Jan knew his mark. Throws out more rocket flares afterwards. Say, come fight us. We're ready for it. 4-24.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Whew. I mean, at what point, you know? At one point, they decide this one is not comebackable. Maybe one Deso Tusk fight plus
Radiant's middle
Haunt,
tower
maybe?
is under attack.
Yeah, it's a possibility. I mean, they're getting together for a big old smoke. It looks like they want to make a play. Weeha is still a little ways away from that Deso.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The flares, I think, spot Weeha now. And he's trying to take that tower wall underneath the tier 2. People are getting dove. Zip Zapper very close and definitely going to die. As the rest of Team Bald can only look on in abject horror as their towers melt into the ground.
Radiant's top tower is falling.
And yeah, you can see already spamming those Illuminates. Just want to keep Metamorphosis going, conjure a bunch of images. And Weeha, is he going to die here? Snowball used. Oh, Weeha. Oh, no. That's really rough. Yep, he's gone. Okay.
Hardly a challenge worthy of
Man, Trent.
Buddy.
Game's looking rough.
It is a bit of a toughie. Capital T. The Force Staff.
Gork almost has Aghanims. I don't know if that's going to quite be what they need fully ready yet, but maybe Pablo can steal some good spells. There's a black hole in this game.
Dire's courier has been
There is indeed.
They TP back for him. No, they're not going to. Okay. Well, Deso, Tusk done. They've got Greaves on Snapfire. Trying to finish off that shard. As Water
Soikov, I think just bought an Octarine. Yeah, he
Okay.
did. Oh, yeah. Yep. 22-minute Coddle Octarine.
Nice. Smoke with 3. This is the Deso play that you're talking about. And like already with the Invis Drone canceling that smoke.
Coddle still only has 7 armor, guys. Deso, -6. Let's go.
Jan looking, hunting. The Eidolon's blocking the hook shot in. And a second smoke inside their own base. Gork farming top, ready to join at a moment's notice. Can go and finish off his Aghanim Scepter. It's being delivered to him right now, but Palantimos
Look at
is
Weeha. He's in behind.
He's up on the high ground. He's waiting, wanting to find this Coddle, just waiting. Stoikov shows
There he
himself.
is.
Weeha ready to go. The Walrus Punch is there. Can they all in him? No, it's not going to happen. Gork is there. They're getting Cogs pushed back. They are getting obliterated. No buyback. GG is called. And it did not look particularly close.
No, they gave it the one last college try there. But it was cruising for some Baruzins here from Water Rune Enjoyers. And by the time the Water Runes were gone, this game was already feeling a little bit out of hand.
That's true. I mean, Palantimos DC'd. Stoikov just stood up and left. He's like, I'm done with this. We're out of here, guys. Wow. Yeah, they really did not give them many opportunities there. I'm trying to think about like things that could have been done better, and it felt like it was more issues of like the laning stage almost. So maybe just pick stronger lanes or something.
I think it's like bottom lane wasn't necessarily a disaster, but it was still a free lane for an Enigma, which is tough. And it was a lot of denies on your Spectre, so I guess it was a little bit difficult and pretty lost. Top lane was absolute destruction. They got completely crushed in that lane.
Yeah.
That plan did not work out very well. That is for sure. And the snap, it's interesting because like you pick this snap, I feel like because of this whole like Phoenix thing and this idea of like having a magic nuke in the lane, and then neither of those things are achieved because like you didn't, the egg never came into play. Like this could have been any hero, and,
right?
You know, it was just as likely to kill a Phoenix egg in this game, and this has happened a lot of times with the Snapfire as well. So maybe she needs to be put out to pasture a little bit more.
Yeah, I think offlane snap is dead. I'm not a huge fan of it. I think also there's probably something to be said for like the idea of just banning out this Enigma. The panel was talking about it. He's been playing it a lot. He feels really comfortable on it. It makes your carry have a bad game. Just get rid of it. We don't need to see it. We'll see what ends up happening in game number 2, though, and if we're going to get a game number 3. But for now, we're going to head on back to the panel, let them break it down.
Oof. I need to break down some phlegm in my throat, gentlemen. That was painful. That hurts. That hurts. Team Bald Reborn not even getting 5 kills in that game there, Kezu. 31-4. Nothing went according to plan. Like, absolutely nothing. This Clockwork got the 5th fastest eggs of all time on this hero. What went wrong? What happened? How on earth did Team Bald Reborn get shellacked in this harsh of a fashion?
Well, I think it starts in the draft where even though Snap, I think, is a good pick, I was like, I don't think there's no pick that salvages the draft at that stage. I think it's been a while since I've seen something like that. And on top of that, I've seen this twice now. There is no way Snapfire Rubik should lose this lane. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe that this is how it should go. There's no way.
This honestly feels like some pretty illegal offlaning from Team Board. Like, I think when you have Snap Rubik, the double spam, a very awkward support on the other side of Phoenix, not the most traditional of aggressions of heroes. Like, TB shouldn't be able to stand toe for toe against the double spam. Like, not getting level 2 first, not having all this, like, I don't know. I feel like just because of that, like, I liked Board's lineup because I thought Snap should win his lane, and then like Tusk should do pretty well against Coddle, like locking him down, like just shards, and then them playing in tandem will buy them time to overcome like that beautiful aggression of the auras that Kezu was mentioning. But when their offlane was so bad, it's like impossible to play this game. And I think Water Runes enjoys like Palantimos, like this guy is so good at farming. Like he is honestly like the previous, even though they're 0-3, I think he's been one of the like the best carries of the weaker teams in Division 2s across the regions for always just being up there and being like consistent as a carry, even though his team isn't winning. And when you give him this start, you're gonna get a free win. On top of that, of course, Blink Enigma, like I don't know, everything just went right for them. It was a very good game.
Yeah, regrettably also, KZ was one of the shortest games. So far in Division 2, this was the absolute shortest game. Like, there's no game that has been shorter than this one. The only game that's been shorter was some NA Div 1 game between Shopify Rebellion and Wildcard. But this was... okay, let's pivot away from the positives for the side here of the Waterwood enjoyers. What came positively from the side of Team Bald Reborn? But firstly, give me your MVP and then talk to me about what could Waterwood enjoyers have found themselves struggling against that Team Bald Reborn did well.
I mean, MVP-wise, I really like... perhaps a bit more so for the hero pick, but I really like this mid Coddle. I think the 2 games that this team has won is when Stoikov has played this hero. I feel like it just enables his team a lot with what he does. I think their side lanes are a little slow. He speeds up the game. He does well mid. In terms of... wait, but what's the other question? What Water Enjoyers could have done better?
No, Team Ball could have done better. Like, given what's the thing they did well, and
it's a long list.
Give me some positives, you know.
Don't worry, I can jump on that and answer that quickly. All right. So in regards to Board, in previous tours that we've seen them play, because they're the team that doesn't scrim, that doesn't really treat this as if they're trying to get to Division 1 majors, often their pub knowledge and laning prowess would be able to give them the edge and go toe for toe with these middling pack Div 2 teams. And I feel like as time has progressed, Team Board's laning strength has slowly decreased, at least in this tour. And they've kind of lost what kind of was the identity of Team Board, which was always good laning phase. You decide what happens on the map, you dictate the pace, And then if you lose from that point, you've already built yourself a good enough lead to come back in. But when you're going up against these teams like Stoikov with the MVP, 10, 2, and 14, when he's being able to set the pace pretty much independently, TB's crushing lane, the whole identity of Bald is missing. And I think that's the main thing that we've not seen them do throughout this entire tour so far. So if anything, going into this next game, I want to see them have aggressive heroes in lanes and do the old school Bald things that we've come to love and enjoy about like their just existence within Division 2 for however long DPC's been around.
Sadly, Kezu, their primary issue is not necessarily just going to be coming from this mid lane performance from Stoikov, but they really struggle to contain Yond. This Yond Clockwork did a massive number on them throughout this entire game, getting a ton of vision, initiating a lot of fights that they had real difficulties dealing with. Going into game 2, is the thing that they had to change up their draft, or do you feel like there was an execution matter that made it so difficult for this game to be played out for them?
I would just like them to have to, huddle onto T's point. I think more aggressiveness within their draft and also in their gameplay. The one thing they did wrong was, their offlane losing like this. I stand by it. I think it's illegal, but that does happen. And, it's whatever. You have to move on. Next time around, pick more aggressive heroes and try your best. Like in these 5-10 minutes you have between the game, you can't teach them how to play the offlane and like how to win this matchup. So you just have to move on, do what you do best, and hope it works.
So you try lane. No, don't do
Yes.
that. Don't do that. Don't do
There
that.
we go.
need a
There
third
we go.
hero.
That's the strat. To be fair, boys, to be fair, this is only the 4th game of all time on a competitive environment for the WEU Tusk. So he might still be acclimating to exactly how this hero should be played. We saw, for example, in NA, Dendi doesn't play Tusk. He just decided, I'm never going to play this before. We saw earlier today, S4 doesn't necessarily play Broodmother. He had a go at it. It didn't necessarily work out here in the DPC. So we might just need to give them a little bit of time on the side of Team Bald Reborn. But they'll need to figure this out in very short order because they have to play a game number 2 pretty much in a couple of minutes. So before we go into that break to give you game number 2, I'm sure in that game you saw the odds shifting quite heavily in favor of the side there of the War Rune Enjoyers, despite the fact that they've had some pretty difficult games. And those odds came to you courtesy of esportsweb.io, our sponsor and our partner here for the Division 2 and Division 1 of the first tour of the DPC. And the interesting thing about what they're doing, and not only are they launching a watch to earn platform, but the first bet that you end up floating on the platform is backed by $100 in USDT. So if you end up losing that bet, if you end up believing in the Gork Spectre, it'll be okay. Your first bet will still be taken care of. So it's a very low risk bet, pretty much minimal and zero risk bet. You can still do it, come back very strong, and ensure that you're still supporting overall the environment of the DPC and ensuring that yourself have an opportunity to win further down the stretch. So of course, get involved in the Discord, get involved in the betting platform. The information of that is available in the PGL description down in our Twitch page here below. So with that, game number 2 coming very, very shortly. Team Bald Reborn, I want a game 3. We've had 2-1 so far. Give us one more. Let's hope that they can bring that to the table in this deciding game number 2. Let's see how this things go between Team Bald and the side here of the War Rune Enjoyers. We'll be right back after a very small break. Welcome one and all. We are back again for some Western European action. Division 2 continues and potentially concludes here with game number 2 of Water Arena Enjoyers taking on the side of Team Bald Reborn. This game, Kezu, wasn't even close, let us be honest. And for the first time this entire tour, I feel like these odds are being disrespectful towards the winning team, because given what we've seen today, I think they probably deserve more than 2-on-2 odds against them. What do you make of what should Team Bald Reborn do in game number 2? Do they have the mettle to be able to come back and make this a competitive series?
I'm sure they can. Just make sure that you have a lineup where I feel that you can fight into your enemies. I think even the last game eventually could very likely hit the timing where it's not simple. I think next game, maybe swap up the pick order. Other than that, I think you just have to do the rest with your Dota gameplay, you know, play well and things are gonna be fine.
Regrettably here, unfortunately, Tiga, the side of Water Arena Enjoyers, they have the second pick on Radiant side, so they have their last overall pick of the draft, and we do have Team Bald Reborn occupying the first pick. So how do you want to see them open up their draft to ensure that they have the best possible chance of winning game number 2?
I mean, I feel like this is the same draft order that we had in the previous game, so this time...
Let's go.
Boom, put the Cottle in. I will say, just in case Team Bald is to lose this series, I did use my Twitch Prime earlier on GOG, and the question I added was, GOG, if you are to win today, could you give me some interview questions? He then donor walled me, so I think this is maybe karma that they are losing this series. But anyways, yeah, so they first pick up the Cottle. And yeah, I think Weehar's going to be pretty happy. I didn't think they'd first pick his hero this early on. Maybe there's some flexibility here, but alas.
I mean, to be fair, he's only played 4 heroes at this point in time. The Tusk was first game on the Tusk this DPC tour, and the hero that he's been most successful on has been this Keeper of the Light. So makes sense that they go right back for it, but what to enjoy is they're like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Clockwork Enigma, let's go, boys. It felt like, let's be honest, Kezu, let's be honest, right? That last game, Blink didn't have to do anything. He was kind of a passenger in the game. He was just chilling. As long as he had Pipe and Greaves offline, he was cool. Didn't really have to do that much in that particular series.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. I think the only ones that had to do anything last game were maybe Coddle and the Clock. I think they kind of backpacked that game and just, you know, carried their whole teammates in it. Outside this time around, you'll likely have a similar item build coming out from Blink.
Yeah.
And now with the rest of the draft, like when I see Silence or Coddle, all I want to do is either overwhelmingly run at them or jump them with multiple heroes. You already have Clock who can do that. Now, if you can multiply this with other heroes, these heroes can really struggle. Because sure, Silencer, he wants to just sit behind and press global. But when you have multiple people getting jumped or there's like some annoying illusions and stuff like that running at you, that can be pretty damn annoying.
It's also like an opening for Team Bald that it doesn't look that good. When you look at these two heroes in the opening phase, you're like, damn, look at what this is going to unlock. It's very much we need Weehard to play his Coddle, and we want our Silencer to deal with Enigma. And I think Silencer into Enigma feels good when you have multiple ways to also pressure Enigma. Because I think, at least we saw in the previous game, did he need to use Black Hole to win the game? No, he didn't, right? He just played Greaves, he played on the aggression. So I think reacting so quickly for the Enigma, with a Silencer at least, you need to have some form of layers, additional aggression at least, to put some emphasis on Enigma. You need to Black Hole in this game. Because if Water Runes just set the pace, I'm a bit worried. I think as well for Water Runes, I'd love to see them go for like a Kunkka or something mid. I don't think we see this too often against the mid Coddles, but having the X mark and a way to just prevent the high move speed of Coddle to abuse throughout the fights will just really just help kind of calm down Team Bald's need to run around.
Yeah, Kunkka is one of the best answers to Coddle, I'm pretty sure, for like various reasons. Coddle hates to buy regen in the lane, you're super tanky, he lacks damage later on, or at least Silencer does too. If you ever get the bolt off, it's great. You have the X mark. I would be very down for like Kunkka pick down the line, if it fits for the rest as well.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Water Runes are second pick, so they're going to open this next phase with some position 5, right? And then keep chilling, and then suddenly, whoops, you stumbled into our Kunkka. That's like the hope I have for their drafting.
Yeah.
Oh god, I feel very disgusting about the words that are about to come out of my mouth. But I'm looking at this draft so far from Team Bald Reborn with the Coddle and the Silencer. This might not be the worst game in the world for like a safe lane Lycan. So just run on top of these heroes. Just like once he gets BKB, chomp them down. Doesn't have to worry about the global silence if he transforms. What do we make of this Kezu if that's going to be the option for Palantimos?
Ask me again when Team Bold have picked more heroes.
Yeah,
This
they
idea is
heroes?
not
Yeah,
bad.
yeah.
Honestly, this idea ain't bad, but it needs to check out for the rest. Oh, holy Jesus. Another Spectre.
Okay, so based on game 1, this is where Team Board, I feel like they haven't really identified the reasons why they lost game 1. Because I feel like they're drafting the same concepts at least. I think the only change up is Coddle can be more explosive from lane to the game, but they're still going to concede the side lane, right? With like a Silencer Spectre lane. I feel like, actually, hold on. Pablo's played maybe the 4 Silencer a little bit more than Bengen playing at 5. But they need to pick a support here that can actually get Spectre through the lane. Like if Blink gets to go 30 CS, 30 denies, and just shit on Gorgon lane, right? Like I'm worried they're going to be just on the back foot again. And I say worried, not because like biased, but more I'd like to see an even game at least.
Because you subscribe to him, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, exactly. Because he don't award me. Yeah, exactly.
Well, the disparity between these two, you'll be interested to find out here, T, that Pablo has played the Silencer 3 times in the past, once only 5 days ago with his first win across those 3 games, and Bengen has only played this hero twice. So, and the last time he played it was 2021, so it's probably likely this is going to be the Silencer going in the way of Pablo, which would consign the Tusk to 5, but that just feels strange and weird unless it's a Zip Zapper Tusk. If I'm honest, Kizu, I don't really understand what this draft is supposed to do on the side of Team Bald Reborn. Explain it to me, increase our Dota IQ, and tell me how it matches up against Water Rune Enjoyers.
I don't know if there's much good to explain for now. Maybe there's one more pick that like unlocks it so I can help you out. But I do think currently this can happen when you play against specific heroes. I'm just going to use this Enigma where they're like... I feel like when you have this Coddle against it, you could build a lineup around damage mitigation and sustain. But then instead they pick a Silencer on top to counter the Enigma. Then you pick a Spectre on top of that. But like you've already countered the hero. I don't know why you're doing it in like 3 different ways. So I don't like their lineup at the moment. I think it once again lacks a lot of things unless Weha, who I believe is going to be on this Coddle mid, he needs to pop off really damn hard. And other than that, I don't see that much like synergy. I see some, X hero is good against Y hero, therefore I pick it. But Dota is way more complicated than just doing that and winning the game.
Yeah, I think based on that, I'm also worried. I don't see. Let me phrase it that way. I don't see Coddle having an incredible game because let's say he does get the early bots, he is able to make plays. He's going to be playing into some hook shots, some glimpse. Like I think Disruptor is going to be the key factor for Water Rune to kind of quell the early aggression. Because all you need to do is just one glimpse into kinetic. Coddle can't run away. Get Batrider or Clockwork on top, probably going to die, right? So again, I think for Board in their last pick, if it is going to be like Silencer Tusk in the side lane, and they still need to pick up a position 5, I don't know. I just don't see... Because again, like Tusk is normally their off lane, right?
Yeah.
So if it's Tusk off lane, and they're still trying to pick up a 4 or a 5...
I'm in a similar problem than you, because I feel they probably need to pick a 5 to help the Spectre get through the lane. But if that's what they do, then the rest of their draft is just kind of trash.
I want to pick an Ench for the lane, but it's like then I picked 4 heroes to deal with some Enigma, and I just feel like it doesn't feel good. I guess
Let's talk about some positives. Rob. Right?
Okay.
We got an 18th Batrider. 18th Batrider. Right.
Yeah.
So surely at this stage in the game, firstly, Water Rune Enjoyers have kept this later than most Batriders have done in Division 2 and just in the DPC overall when picking this hero.
Yeah.
And usually the later you pick this hero, the more successful it is.
Right.
So it's looking good for Water Rune Enjoyers. Before they get the loss of
that's what I mean. So it's not
positives for them, you know?
Because we were talking about Board, so you don't want to talk about the negatives of Board, but the negatives of Board are the positives of Water Rune. Okay. So Water Rune, I mean, the fact that they got to close out the phase with an 18-pick Batrider, it is going to be one of those heroes that, I mean, Solar Bind early on could be pretty annoying if you get a little bit cocky with your playstyle. So this Batrider, it could also walk into some issues if the playstyle mirrors that. But no, bots BKB, you're arguably unkillable against the 4 heroes so far on Team Board. So I think Water Rune should be super happy. I mean, Enigma isn't pressured in lane. Batrider, in theory, isn't too pressured in lane. I like the fact that they banned out the Quap, actually. I think there is a scenario where you just put the Coddle and the Tusk into the side lane together, just double spam with the Illuminate plus Shards, and you pick up some Quap. Quap destroys Batrider with the dagger and the slow. So I like the fact that Water Runes are still respecting the kind of the quirkiness of Team Board's draft right now.
Let's see here. So we got the Queen of Pain banned, burned up by Water Enjoyers. They have the 24th pick overall. For Team Bold, this is a really hard pick to make because even Water Enjoyers aren't certain exactly what needs to be banned out, right? They ban a safe laner, a mid laner, and now an off laner at the very end of their draft. Kezu, you're probably the one that would be making the call right now. If you're Zip Zapper, are you consigning this task to a different role, or are you playing it and then giving the last overall pick to a draft to one of your supports?
Honestly, if I'm in this position, I pray to God that someone else has a better idea than me because I'm unable to find the game-winning pick. I think it's hard. I still don't know where this guy is going.
Yeah. So, okay, so to be fair, so Team Board have picked pretty much this same lineup of game one in playstyle. Sure, there's a couple tweaks here and there, but the exact can get run over mentality will exist. And I think for Water Runes, what's the Palantimos carry available now? You could go, is Ursa, okay, Ursa's actually banned out, my bad. Ooh, okay, that's maybe too meme. I was gonna say, just slapping a Pudge, mate. Just A-click down lanes and just never die.
I think Pudge is kind of chill. I could see Nakes again, unless he is really scared of Global. I think it's a pretty free game for him. You have lots of vehicles that lack damage, so Infest is nice.
Run back the Terrorblade. What do we say?
Sure. I mean, I think, again, like the last 3 games we watched, I feel like the last pick was able to be nearly anything. In the Alliance game with the S4 Doom, the last game with the TB, I feel similar in this spot. I'm not saying they can random and win, but they can pick a very suboptimal hero and still feel very good with the position they're in.
Yeah, I mean, if you go for the Dazzle carry with the Shard when Spectre haunts, if you group up close enough,
you
and then
mass AoE hex
you mass AoE hex. Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah,
I think
I dig it.
that's a lot of options right now for Water and Enjoys, from Dazzle to Terrorblade to Void.
Faceless Void. This is... I don't know about this Faceless Void, if I'm going to be completely honest, Sika, because normally when you see this Faceless Void look very, very good, it has several sources of damage into the bubble itself. In this game, what do we have? We have like, what? Like Midnight Pulse, Rocket Flare, a couple of hits of this Napalm. I don't know about this one. So last pick on the Faceless Void for the Palantimos. Water Enjoyers did dominate game number 1. Does this last pick give them the tools necessary to dominate game number 2 as well?
Right, so the flip side of the logic for Void is, I think the weaknesses of Void is when he's required to be there to set up the damage needed in the early game. But in this lineup, the Enigma and Batrider should create so much havoc in the map that Void should be able to enter the fights with like Midas Maelstrom +1, you know, maybe BKB, and then the damage issues aren't really there. So I think if Water Rune Enjoyers can emulate the same lanes, as game 1, this Void pick is just the insurance policy of we kill everyone and we don't really mind too much because the lane should go so well. So just with how well they did in that previous game, I'm skeptical if I mean, it's Weha versus the world, I feel, to set up the board with any chance of playing out this game.
How about you kids? Do you agree that it's Weha versus the world? And how does Weha connect with the rest of his lineup to make sure that this world is theirs for game number 2?
It is very likely on him. He needs a fast bots timing and go around the map. One quick thing about Void, I think the heroes changed a bit where you don't always need everyone else to help you kill in the chrono. I think he will hit a stage in this game where he's going to have free team fights and time dilation. It actually ruins Coddle sometimes more than actually killing him because he kind of just doesn't want to play anymore.
My panel yet again not super confident about the drop that's coming forth, you know. But fortunately, we have a duo that is willing to provide us the much needed hopium and copium we need for a game number 3. And to that end, I throw it over to our casters. We have Lyrical the Gangster and Trent the Thug. Gentlemen, take it away.
Dang. You guys talking about us? Who's gonna bring in some hopium here? Because I'm looking at this draft. I'm like, oh my god, this looks terrible. Trent, what do you think?
Come on. Fine. I'll be the positive bright light of hopium. Don't look now, though. Because Weha's getting glimpsed way on back. Oh, wait. I'll come with you, he says. Nice save.
Okay. And a save. All right. There you go. Pablo saving the day.
Look at that hopium. Look at the power, guys, of just positive mental energy. All right? It's good, right? You think happy thoughts, happy things will happen to you.
Okay. Do you believe that?
So anyway.
That's fair. The one plus side is that Glimpse is skilled up level 1 for Mary. Obviously not as bad as it used to be since Glimpse got some damage added to it, but there's something to be said there where, you know, people don't always love this as a choice for the Disruptor to start level 1.
Hey, it's great now. It's okay. It doesn't matter anymore. The damage makes it, like, the value is actually there.
Yeah.
It's 70 mana. It actually does a decent amount of damage. It's totally fine. If you happen to hit it, like, near the max, it's like, pretty good value. So it was worth it for the almost first blood.
That's fair. Yeah, it does run into some issues with, like, the cooldown on it being pretty long, but definitely better than it used to be. And you can see there mid lane already starting off. It's going to be a battle of two farming-oriented heroes. Weehaw, they get Dire on Team Bald Reborn, which means they can play this Coddle and feel pretty comfortable about his stacking in the jungle. We'll see how efficient he's able to be in this one.
Yeah, he's got a tough act to follow there with how well Soikov did it in the previous match. And in terms of just, like sure, remember he died? He got, like, solo killed by Weehaw early, and then he still went right back to that jungle, got a bunch of stacks up, and immediately went bottom and just scored a double kill and just sort of rolled from there with the urn. It can be done this game, for sure. Some of the heroes are a little bit more annoying to catch, like a Faceless Void, and then he has to contend with a Disruptor as well, which I think is a pretty cool counterpick to this this mid-Coddle with how he plays, right? Like, you're really going to mess with a lot of his timings. He's very vulnerable. He likes to weave in and out, and so getting Glimpse back can result in quite a few problems for him.
Well, and that's going to be that lockdown and control, pulling him back into position is going to be stuff that they're definitely looking for. And Weehaw does need to be a little bit careful as these levels get up higher and higher, because there's a potential that Soikov could try and do some damage to him, maybe throw out one of those flame breaks or something if the stacks get high enough on the sticky napalm. But one thing that we're seeing already is a better start to this game in this laning stage, with Bengen playing on the silencer, can deal a little bit better with those Eidolons. Pablo just going to punch Mary a few times, force him back.
I like how you're getting that in nice and early while we're at 10 last hits for the highest.
I mean, you got to do what you got to do, you know.
It is going better than last time. You know, the Enigma only has 3 denies so far, not 25.
Right.
As he might find by the end of this laning stage. But once again, some things stay the same. Gork again losing his courier. Not committed to safety of his courier, that is for sure. Do not enter into his services.
True.
I don't know what happens to his editors, but they are not cared for. That's what I'm seeing right now.
Jesus. They're going to try and have a little bit better of a time up here, but you can see the main hero that's kind of fallen behind a little bit is the Faceless Void, not able to get that much at all down bottom. Zip Zapper having a much better time with Pablo, but does have a big creep wave coming in now. Or rather, in a second here. And Mary gonna glimpse Zip Zapper back a little bit, create some distance, and Pablo snowball. Time dilation. There for the slow. Mary in some trouble. Does have Fairy Fire. Pops it now. Keeps it, actually. Wait, is Pablo dead? Doesn't look like it.
Oh man, he wants that courier. No, he can't get it. Not quite fast enough. Too dangerous.
But yeah, you can see there Bengen having a much better time and can just throw out those Glaives of Wisdom and really chew through those Eidolons rather than the double melee lane that they had last time around.
Weehaw here, though, 20 last hits, leading the board. And he's going to run on back to his camps here, maybe the next 5 minutes or so. Oh, he's going to go right now. And unfortunately, still blocked, as those were set down earlier there by Mary, so very well done. Pretty frustrating to have to deal with. He's going to notice that right now, that camp's missing. And, yeah, only a single camp that he's able to stack at the moment.
I mean, I don't know if he actually did notice it. Hasn't brought out any sentries or anything, no pings, so
I think
might
he probably
remain blocked.
He probably would have illuminated the first time he went there. I wasn't watching, but you would have illuminated, right? And not and seen something not hit, so. But yeah, unable to get the D ward.
Mary in some trouble now. They have Cookie and level 2 Scatter Blast. Won't go in for the kill on the Disruptor. Instead wants to spam all of that harassment onto Palantimos with his time lock on cooldown. Nice way to do that. Okay. Yeah, trying to make Palantimos have a worse game, it feels like.
Ooh. Bengen rotates over now, but he doesn't actually go for any D wards. I don't know if there was no communication. I feel like he actually had an opportunity to go. Oh, wait, now he's coming back. Oh, no, he's just dealing with the small camp. Okay. I feel like he had an opportunity to get in there and try and help his Coddle right now, but not going to happen.
I mean, both of those camps being blocked at this point in the game is really tragic for Weehaw. I mean, he's not even going to get an opportunity to be as efficient as Stoikov was because he just doesn't have access to the camps.
Yeah, I think as long as it's ready by like maybe the 6 minute, like, it would be really nice to be able to get over there and deal with that. But I mean, part of the problem is that they have a Spectre in the safe lane, so I definitely understand the inability for Bengen to make a lot of moves. Like, he's already gotten a decent amount of space for these pulls right now, but he doesn't want to risk anything too much further. Because Yond is running over to contest said pull right now. And no kills. I mean, remember last game how crazy and chaotic things got early on in this game? This time we're just hanging out. No big kills happening.
Maxing, relaxing. Bengen moves in now, drops down, or picks up the bounty rune rather, but doesn't drop down any sentries. So
on the plus side, they will despawn before the 7 minute by just a couple seconds, so that's convenient.
Snowball to get up to high ground. Pablo going to be glimpsed back in though, and that will be the first blood. Mary draws it on the disruptor. A nice little injection of gold and has enough for boots.
Yeah, and actually only one of them is going to dissipate, so there'll still be one more block to go. They finally get their first blood. I do like what Snare brought up as well during the panel, because, I mean, one of the best things to look for that Faceless Void is that nice, that damage. And Kezu mentioned, like, oh, well, Stoikov. It's going to be a lot of damage.
Snowballed in. No heroes rotating to help. Yond comes in late, and he might just go down after the Bat Rider goes down, too.
Yeah, they end up going the other way, so it'll be all right. But yeah, like Kezu said, like, you know, eventually get so much damage, you can get kills in the chrono by yourself and like isolate heroes during these fights. But it's also, you know, that nice easy snowball. Sometimes it's not even about the Faceless Void; it could be about the support itself, who gets a benefit by being able to rotate with the carry and get kills, like the Snapfire, old school Witch Doctor combos, those sort of deals. They definitely don't have that this game, but they have clock, so it's okay.
Well, speaking of clock, he's going to get punished and killed, and it looks like Pablo is going to be the one that's left behind, as Stoikov going to run right on top of him there with the Firefly. Still a lot of duration left on that one, and yeah, Pablo goes down.
And even had a point saved up there just in case he wanted to go for a lasso or something, but there was no TP anyway.
Mary hanging around this area underneath a ward. Does not have any sentries for himself. You could see Weehaw over in this area too. I think that they caught sight of him with that other ward placed down. Seeing the movement of that coddle around here. Stoikov, level 7. Doesn't have the 2 points committed yet. Wanting to see if he can find a kill with the lasso or not.
Is it just me, or do you feel like Weehaw's going to buy something that's not earned? Like, do you think he's just going to buy, like, a Dagon or something? I don't know what it is. So my heart is just telling me that Weehaw's not going to do the Spirit Vessel build, even though I think he should.
Yeah, maybe. We could see it.
We'll just hope. Although I'm kind of down for a Dagon.
Really low. Like, dropping. Can they get the kill? Yond makes the move over, and another time where they can't quite bring down this Enigma. Clockwork underneath the tower getting chased by Weehaw with the full creep wave there. He's able to get through, but the TP rotation, Stoikov, that's going to cancel that one. And snap ulti onto Palantimos finds enough to bring him down. Bunch of weird stuff.
Like, what a different game so far for Zip Zapper.
Yeah.
This is looking a lot better. I mean, he is third on the net worth right now. Gets the kill with the ulti. Actually feels like you're pressuring his Snapfire. You know, one of the reasons is that it's much easier to play with a melee hero. Not to say they should have lost the last lane with the Rubik, but it just, everything's smoother with Tusk compared, I think.
Well, Tusk now is going to get caught in kind of no man's land along with Zip Zapper himself. The Glimpse pulls back Pablo. They will finish off one. Pablo wants to take down Mary. The Enigma did die while all this was going on, and Mary barely able to survive through that. The tower regen and armor keeping him alive.
All right, Weehaw, what do you got for me? Ah, he bought
he goes for it.
Coward. 500,
That's the way to go.
500 gold bonus after. He's like, ah, fine, all right. Got to do it.
But yeah, this game at least feels like we're going to get to see some Dota being played. Like, last game was just a complete and total stomp. This time around, it feels like Team Ball Reborn have kind of fixed a couple of their woes and put themselves back on the map here.
Now, our other condition from the last game is the haunt. You know,
Right.
we got to actually work Gork into this whole equation. So that's been a bit of an issue, I would say. So next kisses maybe 17 seconds. You know.
Yeah.
Gork though very low in the stats, but he got the occult bracelet, so he just needs a little bit of health, and his mana will be fine from now on.
That's true. Could be helpful.
He just bought a clarity too. What a waste.
I might have to head back home at some point here soon. And the side of Team Bald, it looks like they want to get aggro before everything else comes out. Global used to secure the kill onto Palantimos. That is nice. So
That is
very
actually
well played.
So free in combination there, yeah.
Mary is over in the area still. Doesn't quite have level 6. Really close to getting that one here as the big rotation down from Team Bald Reborn.
But look mid. Yond is sitting here smoked up. They have a ward. He's trying to get behind the tower. He's just... Oh, well, now Stoikov's going to abandon. But they were really hoping someone would come and defend this tower.
Yeah.
For the free kill.
Hook shot. They find one. Bengen in some trouble here. Gets the last word off, but Mary moves in. And they bring him down.
Nice kill steal, Mary. Well done.
Love to see that one. Are they going to dive the coddle here?
Mihai is looking for some charges.
Hello, how are you, sir? They go for him? Nah, they're not going to. A little bit scary once they saw the Tusk was nearby. Yond, no hook shot available. 30 seconds away.
Blink looking like he's a Tumblr's toy or something. He moved over that cliff, but...
Yeah.
Little escape there. Nice hiding in the trees.
And it is a 2,000 gold lead now at the 12-minute mark for Team Bald Reborn.
Turns out it's just Coddle all the way down, huh?
Right.
Nice glimpse TP down bottom there from Mary as he's being pressured by Weehaw.
Are going to need to get into some of these defensive items at some point. You can see the mech coming out will be pretty big for Water Rune Enjoyers. As Blink takes the top tier 1 tower away. Yond needing to contend with Pablo here. Spots him as he heads on through the trees. But Palantimos is going to come take over this lane for a moment as they pull Bengen back a little bit closer with the battery assault and the time dilation. That is enough for the kill. The static storm down, finding this Tusk. Can they kill him off, though, in time? It doesn't look like it.
Well, they're holding strong here. There's still a haunt if he goes too far in Stoikov there, but...
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Gork needs to be a little careful right now, though.
Yeah. He's going to back up to his own side of the river. 6-6. Very even matchup.
Yeah, we're not seeing it get out of control like the previous match, but at least Team Bald are not behind, obviously. But this still isn't a very similar Coddle performance. You know, the 1-0-1, not able to immediately start stacking these kills on the urns. Doesn't quite have the same aggro potential that we saw from Stoikov in the previous match, where he was just connecting with everyone, partially because he had that clockwork on his team last time too.
Yeah.
Just like, you know, Jan playing again. That hero just enables those really aggressive mids so well.
I will say, though, the ability to play later on with Spectre, I think, is going to be really nice for Weehaw, because, you know, your health becomes your damage on that hero. So all of the regen and heal that's going to be coming out is going to be really helpful.
There's also, like, cool recall combos you can do with, like, the Snapfire coming into play as well, like, bring her in.
Yeah.
And you're going to have the global help of the Silencer there, too, so even if they're not set well for engagements, they can do pretty well. Oh.
Hook shot to a friend and TP out for Yond. So slow start to this one. It looks like Greaves might be the option that Water Rune Enjoyers try and play around. For Team Bald, they're also getting close to Greaves. So they're going to have this same like high aggressive potential and playing together with a rundown here onto Palantimos. A lot of heroes in the area, and he's just going to Chrono. And now the global, and now the runaway, and in trouble. Everything dropped. Palantimos dies while using Chrono, and Stoikov has to get out of here also. Static Storm down. Yond trying to play intercept as Gork is going to be dropping down fairly low under tower. And in fact, with the lasso, he just walks right into him. Gork is dead, and I think that Stoikov lives too. Team Bald going a bit too far forward, and they get punished hard by this one. Glimpse pulls Pablo back, and a couple more hits. The cookie keeps him in place. That is a bit of a dive from Team Bald.
Just a beautiful cogs as well right there. Like the perfect separation to essentially like pull Gork down the cliff there. And you saw him trying to escape, trying to get back out, but there's a lot of pinball action happening here. We got lassos, we got blinding lights, pushing and pulling. Some walls come up between the cogs and the connect fields. It's very hard to maneuver in this battlefield. But the initial start with the global silence on the Faceless Void is like, gonna be really frustrating for Palantimos because like he has no choice. Like on the one hand, he tries to escape using the speed in the chrono, but even that's not enough.
Oh, this would be a big kill for them.
Lasso here.
This is a nice kill. They bring in numbers, and Jan just gonna give up his life for this one too. Walrus punch out. Water and Enjoyers lose a couple. Okay, not bad from Team Bald. Good reaction.
Yeah, I like how aggressive they're playing on this here too. Really flexing that keep with the light, going for the force staff as well, so he can keep sort of toying with that front line.
Yeah.
And obviously versus a Clockwork, everyone on the team's gonna be happy about that. And now it feels like this game, when the Agnums comes out, like they're actually gonna be able to play. Like they're at a point where they can threaten with that, and it's gonna feel like it's something that is gonna actually improve their standings in these engagements. So. Water Enjoyer is really just trying to find a way to maybe get Blink involved, I think. Feels like they haven't really had a fight where the Enigmas had a chance to do much.
Yeah. I think the next couple of minutes are going to be pretty pivotal before those couple of items come out. Do we see Water and Enjoyers try and take a fight, or is it going to be Team Bald hitting with their Greaves timing coming online before Water and Enjoyers? Could be a nice little window for him here. Of course, need to wait for that haunt. 30 seconds till it's off cooldown. But they're very much playing together right now. Team Bald know that this is a point where they're very strong. And a blink done on the Tusk, too. Yeah, this is all coming together for them right now.
Yeah, it really is. And you saw Blink for a little while was considering, I think, like maybe going for the Blink, because that's what you do sometimes when you're a little bit behind and you feel like your offlaner can't get in there. But obviously, buying the Blink on the Enigma into the Silencer feels kind of sketched. You really don't want to put too much pressure on that black hole. Even trying to play around it can be very difficult. So he's just going to try and cover himself with the Greaves and hope that he can either just enable his team by popping it after Global and just, you know, at this point, I feel like he just has to throw out some bad black holes and hope that it forces a global, and it gives more space to Palantimos in the engagements.
Right. Yeah, that could be a big way to win this. I mean, that is the thing, right? They've got 3 giant teamfight ultimates with Static Storm, with Black Hole, and of course the Chronosphere. But Mary, one of those ulti providers, is going to get brought down by Weehaw. So Team Bald managed to find another pick off here, another Spirit Vessel charge, while they are building into their next set of items a Lincoln Sphere for the Coddle, and still trying to finish off that Aghanim Scepter for the Spec. Oh, Megan. Okay. Yeah. Just jump, just kill him. Why not? Oh, holy moly,
so
this ran in.
He almost had BKB. Like, it was nearly there. Now Blink also being pressured.
They have any way to break it? Not going to. The snowball pulls him back to the base instead. But they hit a pretty good timing right there. Just Batrider sticking around too low HP.
Kind of dangerous because there is turnaround potential thanks to Yond on that Clockwork. Like, that could be something to watch out for, but not able to find it there. Dodges some spells here. Got Ice Shards flying through. Silencer AoE's now an Illuminate. All right, finally he gets clipped. And Team Bald not feeling confident enough quite yet still to progress through there. And you gotta think Water Enjoyer is just hoping for some Blink Daggers to, or sorry, some BKBs to come up now on Faceless Void and Batrider.
Right. Yeah, those BKB timing's going to be really important for them. And, you know, on the side of Team Bald, they are definitely controlling the map right now as far as pushing that second objective, that like tier 2 objective of a tower, or trying to think about Roche. It's not the easiest in the world for them. until they get into like another item, like a Manta on the Spectre or something like that.
Yeah, it's pretty slow. And I think also they're going to rely very heavily on the vision moving in towards the mid game. At this point, I do think Team Bulge should be able to play with this game and win. Because, you know, that's what happens. You accrue a 6k lead at 20 minutes. Typically, that means that as long as they don't have, like, the perfect initiation, even if they kill one of your heroes first, you tend to have enough strength to still fight back and win the engagement because you're just so over-leveled and over-itemized. But, like you were mentioning earlier, there's so much team fight on Watermelon Enjoyers that if they catch Bengen first, for example, like with their clockwork, you know, there are opportunities here.
Palantimos, though, needs to be careful, and that global is out. I mean, that's the danger. They saw that everybody from Team Bald was heading up there and stick around a bit too long trying to finish off that last creep wave. They get the kill onto Faceless Void and immediately into the pit. Now, this is going to take them a while.
It's a bit of a slow burn, isn't it? And there is a full 9-second BKB on bat, and he wants it.
Stoikov, ready. They have Static Storm down the black hole onto 5. Oh my God, Team Bald, what have you done? Is it going to be enough though? Can they bring them all down? 5 heroes, black hole, but they just didn't have enough damage. Oh my God, Pablo. I mean, sometimes you just get black hole as 5 heroes, I guess.
I think that's only like the second time in my casting career I've ever seen a 5-hero black hole with no blink dagger.
Dude, where's the vision? Get
it's
a
a rare
down, like anything.
No, here's the problem. It's because they have all this vision from their heroes that they forget about it when they want to fight.
Dude, he literally walked up, no smoke, and black holed all of them. Like,
that man just walked up and down smash.
Imagine if that. Imagine if that Illuminate hadn't been charged beforehand, and they didn't get that. Like, it would have been over.
Imagine if Enigma was still the same old hero with Midnight Pulse actually being broken.
Oh my God, dude. I can't believe that just happened. Oh, God.
Oh, that's the good stuff. We love some of that. All right, here we go. Oh, here we go. Yes, bring it back, ladies.
Like, what?
Man, if this happened in your pubs, the amount of chat that immediately starts happening. Who wasn't outside? Why were you standing outside the pit? Why is everyone in here?
Oh, man. All right, well, let's see how much that changes things, because back in the real world, there is going to maybe be a fight here again. I mean, at the end of the day, it just gave him an Aegis on Faceless Void. It pulled him back into the game a lot, I feel like. Getting that Aegis, but also getting some gold off of it. Stoikov down low, but will be fine. Does have Illusion Rune. Jan spot zips after. And as they head up to the top side, they find one. Mary going to be left behind here. Had Static Storm, didn't want to drop it.
Yep. He will tank the gank so Palantimos can be on the run here. Just leave him alone. He needs to find his BKB. And that's essentially what this Aegis is doing. It's giving him like a slightly better chance at getting some risky farm to get that BKB.
I'm still just dumbfounded. What we just witnessed.
It is hard to speak right now. I will agree.
Oh, Pablo walks up the hill, finds one. It's Palantimos.
Ooh.
And he's fine. Blake just able to threaten them back. Now, Jan's in some trouble, but he's got Tranquils going. His Tranquils are going that whole time. Gork runs in. The Chrono connects onto 2. It's going to be Tusk low, but not quite dead yet. Blink in trouble is going to die. Palantimos took down 1, but can they take down any more? Jan is going to die. Stoikov tries to take down Gork. The lasso comes out. Oh, the Illusion Rune being held. He thought he was safe. He's not safe. And now Palantimos is coming back to life. Dude, Illusion Rune against Silencer. Too freaking good. Palantimos? Is he going to be okay here? Does have time dilation and Weha now. They have Glimpse ready. They need to kill off Mary. And they will do just that. BKB delivered. Right. And now Palantimos, he's ready to battle. Walks uphill.
I don't
know.
Can
he take this fight against everybody? He thinks so.
I don't know.
And with Stoikov, maybe there's a chance. Pushback there. Zip Zapper tries to go for the kill. Stoikov low. Jan, he's back to life. They find him. Oh no, it is not quite what they needed on Team Ball. This time dilation decimating and bringing down this Coddle low. But now Palantimos, he went too far. Pops the Mask of Madness. Needs to jump. Can't jump. What are we watching? Oh.
I get the desperation that he wants to make that play. That is kind of understandable. I mean, they did a nice job of kiting, and they eventually get Zip Zapper, but I think that's a pretty low chance of success to just like jump in and run at them like that. But hey, you know, they're all a bunch of squishy heroes. Oh, hey, Gork's back.
Yeah. They try and go now onto Jan, and Walrus Punch connection for the kill. 5k gold lead being held here.
Does that matter right now? Does anything matter right now between these two teams?
Yeah. I mean, it feels a little bit crazy.
They have no cares for these numbers. Physical goods, materialistic things. It's only ideals. And their ideals are fight.
That's interesting, you know? We're in a new metaphysical world where, you know, the realm of pure ideas of fighting.
Listen, once the black hole event horizon captures 5 people without a blink dagger, things get weird.
True. Well, he's getting that blink dagger. Think about how good that's going to be.
I wouldn't even buy it. Be like, I don't need it anymore. I've proven myself.
Yond getting set up over here. They don't have their Snapfire with them, which has the Greaves. But Team Bald playing with a lot of confidence right now. They get the pipe completed on the Enigma. I mean, again, I think about how different this game looks if they just get that Aegis on Team Bald and close it out easily from there. But maybe it wouldn't have been easy regardless. They're ready to fight. Hook shot in. They find the Coddle. Cogs looks for the pushback. Catches on Bengen. Has to back away now. Yond in very far. Tusk away from the rest of his team. Can they bring him down? They got him caught. Chrono on the 4. Oh, not again. Not like this. The black hole on the 3. Team Bald. What has happened? It's gone wrong. The global is finally out. Oh, and they have to back away because the buyback came from the Tusk. Oh, man. They are standing together. Woo.
Oh, my God. This is all because of it's the old double bubble strats, the Synderen strats, the Kezu strats, the Escape Gaming strats. Double bubble. Just layered on top of each other. Things will work out in the end.
True.
And the lead is dwindling.
It is. It has dwindled quite a lot. I mean, I guess that's one of the things that's sort of obviously, like when you have these Bat Rider heroes, things like that just sort of spam out stuff, it makes the fights look weird as Palantimos is going to die bottom. Like people get discombobulated, positioning falls apart, but it really has been, I mean, it feels like the big ultis are the ones that are winning them these fights here consistently.
Yeah, that is something that we mentioned earlier, was if they could just get there and find those big team fight ultis, that will be their key back into this game. Because, you know, Team Ball, they're very, like, pick-off based and sort of, like, momentum based off the Keep of the Light. And, oh, how about a momentum gainer there? Oh,
this is really big. They got him. Hook shot after. Cogs for the pushback. And Malefice, everything thrown down. Weehaw barely surviving here. Gets some extra regen, trying to stay alive. The pushback, he's living. This man is living. They glimpse away Gort. Not a bad play, but they don't have enough to kill off Weehaw. They dropped everything on him, and they couldn't get him.
Ooh, that was huge. But great defense inside their own jungle there. Water and Enjoy is trying to get back in this game by some additional kills. And it looks so sweet, too, right? Like, Bat gets the double bounty rune. He's feeling all hot because his team's getting some sweet gold. So he blinks, pops the Lincolns, grabs them, but not enough damage there. You know, no black hole to throw down this time. Mr. Blink here.
Ooh, and Disruptor is getting towards an Aghanim Scepter. So we're going to have a purple hole, a blue hole, and a black hole all together in this one. And if Coddle gets Ags, we got a white hole also.
Wow, thank you. That's great.
No problem. That's
Holy
crazy.
moly.
Holy moly.
It's going to be like Swiss cheese up in here. It's just holes everywhere.
I love Swiss cheese. It's really delicious.
You know, with the age category of who watches Dota, it's going to be like Holes. The movie.
The movies, yeah.
You guys all remember that?
Dude, I love that movie. Mary, gonna get dropped. Shia LaBeouf, never forget. And Snapfire Kisses gonna go out. A 5k gold lead has been built back up with a minute until Roche. Surely now, Team Bald has what it takes to claim this Aegis and shut down this game.
Why would you say it like that?
What? What do you mean? What are you talking about?
I mean, whatever could go wrong in the Roche bits.
No, there's no implication there.
Okay.
Man, big games, big wins. Let's see what ends up happening next as we get into this next couple of minutes here that could be game deciding. Oh. Water and Enjoyers. They are playing around in an area here that makes me think they're going to go for a smoke with Yond. Yeah, 5 heroes likely to smoke together.
I was just about to say, Yond not popping off this game. This has been one of the the least impressive Clockwork performances I've seen in this DPC, and that's because I hold them in high regards. That's right, crickets. Like I agree, crickets from Yond. I expect a lot out of this guy, so he's about to turn it up right now. Definitely not going to hook Child's Enigma. Stand back, Blink.
Ooh, rocket flare off cooldown in 2-1. They're actually trying to avoid the Clockwork, it looks like. They spot the Snapfire. Now they realize everybody is over on this side of the map. And I think a recognition by Bald that Water and Enjoyers just smoked up. Who are they going to find? Oh, Palantimo's stuck. That's fine. He'll get out of there soon. And they're going into Roche. Wait a minute.
Scary versus the Haunt.
Wait a minute. Are they really going for this?
Okay, they have Global and Kisses right now.
This is a very bold play right here. And yeah, realizing this is not going to work. They Haunt. Okay, maybe now they can go.
Yeah, this is nice. That was really nice to back out when they did. That was so smart, actually.
Yeah, they show
a wasted Haunt comes out. I mean, he does have the X, so it's still, dangerous.
Right. Yond steps forward. Still good vision. Gork checking, see if there was a rune. It's an illusion that Stoikov has, so he has got another one of these moments where he has the dispel available for low cost, and yeah, shards out. Roche low.
Blink on Pablo
coming out already, and the cogs push back onto Pablo. Gork, he snatches the Aegis. Oh, with the shadow step, what a play! He made it happen. He might die twice for this, but we'll see. Pablo turned upon first. They're gonna find him. Cogs already out, pushes back onto 2. Palantimo's in trouble with no more BKB. Can he get brought down? He will. Weeha now trying to take and find the kill on Stoikov. Gets the pushback there with the blinding light, but the Aegis Seal was what they needed as they find them all and bring them down. Big plays from the Spectre.
Oh, very nicely done. The fact they get to keep it after as well. The Agnum's Roche Shard was at least taken there by Face's Void as Weeha. Oh, didn't have the scythe back yet. No chance for the cancel here, but Blink, don't move.
Might
stay
need to
there.
move. Get the hell out of here.
I think they know.
Yeah, he gets out of there in time. Okay. All right, so Aegis on Spectre, a 9k gold lead. That fight around the pit going much better for Team Bald Reborn. There are still some dangers coming up and looming forward. Like we talked about, that Disruptor Agnum Scepter, 3/4 of the way towards it.
Okay, nice. We also still haven't seen like the big flex of the black hole for a while, I feel like. Didn't get used there. Maybe we'll have a chance for that to pop off again. Of course, he still doesn't have a blink. He just have the shard. That additional just like stunning control in the Aether Lens. I do like that build quite a bit. Especially when it's a bad black hole game versus Silencer.
Right.
Also, Zip Zapper is, he has the Chrysalis and he has the talents for Little Shredder, but he doesn't have the level 20 yet.
But he's prepping.
So it's not, it's depressing though,
That's true. He'll get there soon. Don't worry, surely. Stoikov again forced back. Does have that BKB, has to use it now. But that's a lot used. Continues to haunt forward with the Aegis in hand. He feels comfortable with it. They just blow up Palantimos. Everybody grouped together. Ink pops the Greaves, pops the pipe, but eventually they bring them down. Immediately globals to break that black hole. So Team Bald able to force out a couple of bad ultis and now jumping in for more. They find him, chase him, can't quite get him there. Y'all catches 3 now, and Static Storm available, connects on the 4. It's a lot of damage out. Do they have enough though? Zip Zapper tries to chase in and find his catch on the Soikov. They don't have enough to kill him. They do.
Wait, they have lasso. They have lasso.
They have lasso, and he's about to get lassoed. He's going to get pulled into base. They try and break that Blink Dagger, and they do actually manage to make it. The jump in, Disruptor is out. Stoikov gets the lasso, pull back onto the Spectre, into the fountain. Get on over here, buddy. Gort, can he survive through it all? Is it going to happen? He gets
the double force
to the side, but no, it's not enough. Oh my God, they get him.
He drifted.
Guys, there's still a tier 3 tower. Like, no structural damage.
Dude, Blink's still chasing. He's not done.
Oh my God, Zip Zapper, you got to get out of here. All right, he will.
Oh my God, poor Stoikov was trying to lasso that whole fight, and he was so low, and there's cogs, and he can't move, and he wants it so bad, and these blinding lights and illuminates are flying into the well, canceling his blink. He just can't get it.
Oh, jeez, man. I don't know. This is this game has gotten off the rails. This game has gone pretty far off the rails.
It's gone rogue. It's out of our hands now.
True.
God, Weehaw is absolutely huge, though.
He is. Top net worth in the game. Yeah, Snap, Daedalus, level 19.
Daedalus, but not level 20.
It's okay. They're getting there. He's almost got it. Think about the timing when that comes around. It's going to be so strong. I mean...
Oh,
Trent,
man, that's great.
I can't help but think also that this game still could completely turn around and swing into the favor of Water and Enjoyers if Team Bald make 1 or 2 misplays.
Or 94 misplays, perhaps.
Okay.
Just a number I'm pulling out of thin air here.
94 of them. That's fair.
Yeah.
I mean,
I will say that Aegis...
Yeah.
That Aegis did so much work for them because the way they're able to just like haunt, go high ground, and he hits that bash on Faceless Void. That like broke the entire defense. It was just like Scythe into chained bash from the Spectre, and that was just it.
Right.
Palatimus goes down, game gets hard. But it's gone now. So maybe, you know, maybe they get an Aegis on Palatimus next time. We're gonna have a crazy fight around the Roach Pit. We're gonna need to flex all these big team fight spells from Water and Enjoyers that are still in the mix. And the Agnums will hopefully be there for Disruptor by then. So maybe that'll catch someone off guard. Although they're not that dependent on the items per se, right? Like the only one with a BKB out of the 3 cores is just the Snap.
Right. That's true. And that's something to consider also. I mean, I guess the other thing that I'm sort of thinking about with this game is like if Refresher gets out on Silencer, which it looks like he's getting close to, it's going to be a pretty rough window for them as Mary going to be brought down again, and the haunt in. Soikov won't get caught by the bash. Instead, they turn their sights onto Yant. So that's haunt used for 2 kills.
Yeah, he's having fun. He's looking like he's really enjoying this Spectre game compared to the last one. That's a lot of gold.
Yeah.
Save some for the rest of your teammates there, friend.
I mean, thinking about where we stood at the beginning, like you said, the sort of hold that they have on the game right now, 95% win probability. The esportsbet.io odds were pretty significantly into the favor of Water and Enjoyers, at least in that game 1. Now going into this one, it's feeling kind of rough for them. You can find these Hex pickoffs so easily. Stoikov just gets obliterated. And Palantimos, if he's not careful, might be in trouble too. Global out, turns. They're all standing right next to him. Does not want a black hole for this as the Global comes out, the second one there. So didn't have another answer to take off that silence. Could have just chronoed them potentially otherwise.
It is crazy to think that if he just had, like, I don't know, a flicker there, they all get chronoed in the black hole.
Yeah.
But he only has the BKB, you know? He didn't purchase the Manta. He's now going for the Lincoln's next.
Need to be careful about their positioning again. Every time these fights start with Clockwork getting in there, have to be very concerned about the big turn coming from Enigma, Faceless Void, even down 20,000 net worth. It's a scary state to try and go high ground against these guys. And jump in, finds him. Tons of damage. Blink dead. Does have buyback, but Disruptor in trouble. Mary going to drop. So 4 dead, and just like that, Team Bald look like they finally put themselves in position to be comfortable pushing up for high ground.
Making it look very comfortable here. And Roche, I mean, we're going to get timer here in a couple seconds. They might be compelled to wait again just because of all the crazy team fight they have. Radiant are not currently glyphing. They're letting that one slide. It's going to be a minute and a half until the Aegis.
Okay. So if they can get this other set here, it'd be really nice for them. Obviously do have that buyback on Enigma, but don't want to use it. And it looks like it is just going to be 2 sets of racks here gained. Can they find anybody on the retreat? Orc pops the Shadow Step. Soikov nearby. Haunt is ready. Can jump onto one, but needs to break that Linken's to pull the Spectre back, and it doesn't look like they're going to find him. So they get the melee racks, don't get the range racks.
All right, we got 1 smoke on Disruptor.
And he
more
does
in the tank here.
Yeah, he does have that Aghanim Scepter you're talking about.
Yeah.
No Blink Dagger on
There's
the
the Lincoln
Enigma.
Sphere. You know, maybe Palatimos doesn't get insta sight this time.
Right.
Still has to be worried about the bash and the just by default, but no sights or abyssals.
True. I mean, if they get both
I like
of them, though.
Pablo's play here. True. He's got this ward up on the high ground. He's just chilling. He's ready to pop smokes, blink back, knowing what his job is. And, well, here it comes. Oh, they know. Oh, wait. No, that was his own ping. And popped. See ya.
Palantimos did not go with his team. They throw out the flare. Spot 1. Zip Zapper going over on the high ground now. See if they can get some other
gear
vision
wrap around
done.
from Pablo.
Do they have any wards? Jan spots 1. Thinks about it. Pablo jumps in. They find Zip Zapper. Immediately jumps. Caught. Static Storm down. They don't have anything. This is the Aghanims. And now the Chrono connects onto 3. Do they have the follow-up damage? Black Hole ready to go. Connects onto both of them. But he gets pushed out of it. Gork gets glimpsed back in.
He's got no mana. There's no He has mana now.
Need to get the hell out of there. Palantimo's still alive as the buybacks come out fast and furious. Everybody trying to escape. But
home for mana.
He's in trouble. He is in trouble. Gets the time walk to walk away. And yeah, Toykov forced
Is he
down.
dead if he globals?
I mean, maybe. Regardless,
All right,
I think
here
that
we
they're
go.
going to be dead anyways. Pablo with the BKB standing tall there. Does have another jump. Palantimos, he actually gets away. Oh my god, I can't believe he lived there. Glimpse. Pulls back 1. Zip Zapper still doing
Dude,
a
just
lot
be
of
happy
damage
you're alive
with that Daedalus, but you look at him coming back in. Oh, snowball up to high ground. Everybody's barely surviving. Zip Zapper in trouble.
The turn?
Palantimos. Oh, the turn.
Palantimos?
He has to run. He's got to get out of there. Stoikov with the pushback. How are they winning this fight? 1 bash needs another one. Can he get his snowball out? Palantimos dead for 80. It was only a moment looking like it was going to work. No longer. Gork down low, but not dead. He is going to survive. Get the TP back home. That was close.
Look how much damage was done.
Yeah.
25k, 25k. Oh my, dude, there were so many moments there where I thought they were throwing a little bit without those globals. Bangan held it for so long. At first he was out of mana, which I understood. Then his mana came back and he was casting other spells. I was like, oh, okay, he's not going to go for it. And then he had mana and he could have globaled with it when he was being hit by the kisses, but I think he was worried about like a 4-staff save. And he really waited for that global, and then somehow he survives. But then Water and Joyce came back out because they felt like this is our one chance. Like, we have to fight them here, and we're going to have any hope. And it almost worked, shockingly.
Well, now, Refresher Shard online, and Water and Enjoyer is going to have to find a way to keep themselves okay here. But I think Team Bald might have gotten to the point where they can force this game 3 now. Refresher Shard being given over to the Spectre. So double Haunt, always super annoying to deal with, and of course has that Haunt illusion damage talent. Man, oh man.
That's a lot of damage.
What a freaking game.
Whew. All right. Let's take a deep breath there, ladies and gentlemen. Get to relax a little here. Water Rune enjoyers. How can they get back to enjoying this game? Well, the Aegis is on the Coddle. The Spectre does have buyback, though, unfortunately. So that's a bit of a toughie.
True. Very true.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess you try and catch the Silencer. That would be great. However, he has a Force Staff and a Refresher. That makes him hard to catch.
That dude's a liver.
Yeah, he is a liver. And your Clockwork, well, he's more of the onions. He's just, layers of death.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a liver and onions in there somewhere.
I like it.
Yeah. You ever had liver?
I have. A couple of different
It's
times.
awful.
Remember, I used to work in a restaurant. Well, you just have to cook it right.
Yeah. I mean, still, why?
Okay.
I mean, I get in the old days, use every part, but these days, like, come on.
Unbelievable. Spoiled. That's you.
That's true. Great iron source, though,
True.
Cooked it one time for baby food. Never doing that again. It was disgusting. The whole house just reeked.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's a problem. If food tastes bad, but it also smells bad, you're really in a not great spot.
That's liver, baby. No, liver bad out here. Livers in the Dota world, that's just great. Love being the liver.
True. Oh, that's what you're trying to do. I see. It took me a second. My bad. I was like, why is he talking about liver?
Well, you said liver.
You
said he's a liver. Yeah, this is...
I got you.
Oh, jeez.
It took me a second.
Wow. Falling apart here.
All right, 45
You
minutes
went to Europe for too long.
And Team Bald, they are looking to close this one out now. Sitting pretty. And they can just sort of slowly keep farming up to more items if they want to. They can go high ground. But obviously, still a very scary proposition against Enigma, against Faceless Void. I mean, you think about it, right? Like, 29,000 net worth lead, that's just Spectre. If you catch him in a black hole, maybe black hole's not the best example because you still do damage with dispersion. But, you kill one of these other heroes. You kill Coddle, for instance. That's where things feel real bad. Well, that feels very bad with the buyback. Static Storm down.
They left very quickly after that buyback.
Yeah, they did.
Nope.
That was a good play.
That was instant annihilation. A simple punch into this ridiculous Snapfire.
True. That's one of those moments where you can imagine, I guess if you black hole, it's not really going to be good enough even because it's global and you have to reset anyways. A Lotus choice for Enigma. Okay. So Lotus ready. Throw that onto one of your teammates most likely. But with no buyback on the Faceless Void, feeling very tough for them to go in. You know who does have a buyback though?
Whomst?
Silencer.
Oh, that's a great hero to have a buyback. If he loses his buyback at any point in this late game, I will be incredibly disappointed.
That's fair.
That's like the #1 rule of Silencer. Just please have buyback.
Well.
All game, by the way. That never ends.
DD up top. We'll see if they pass that one over. I think Gork might be a little too far away to go in and get that one. We'll have to see. Yeah, they're going to give it to Zip Zapper, it looks like, instead.
Oh, you shouldn't have.
You ready?
So a lot
All
of
right, Pablo,
damage.
go do it again. Here we go. He's going to go punch somebody.
They're waiting. Hoping to find somebody. Pablo, ready to go at a moment's notice. Yawned. They pinged right on top of him. Stukov is ready. He's in position to go for a counterplay with the lasso. Spots one. Stoikov needs to be careful here.
14.
Aegis on this coddle for another 50 seconds.
Pablo just
34,000 gold.
farms. If they just get Pablo, oh, he's dead. Okay.
Jumped immediately. BKB out. Trying to find that back line. 4 staff. Stoikov dead. Be on to Mary. Mary trying to get out of there. Does manage to escape. Now Gork under control for the moment. Palantimos thinking about a jump. Not committing for it yet. And Team Bald just hitting the tower from the low ground. No Batrider for 100 seconds, and this might be what they've been waiting for. Do they feel confident to just stick around a little bit longer, finish off this tower, maybe stick around for the racks as well? Liha walks in, Palantimos, he's glimmered, waiting for his moment. Looking for an opening here. They're all grouped together. The Chrono connects onto 2. Didn't find the Coddle in the midst of that, but will blow up the Snapfire. Completely dead. Yule Scepter to keep one alive for the moment. And, well, they have the Cogs pushback. Gork dropping lower and lower. But without the Coddle being found, it's hard to make this fight happen. Gork jumps for the back lines. Goes right onto Disruptor, but ends up abyssaling himself. Malefice is out. Blake, he finds 1, finds 2 with the black hole. Gork in trouble. Global comes out. He's still super low, but getting regen back up. Can they chase him down here? 4-7.
Oh, he's just out of vision.
They can't get him. And with that, they hold their racks, but it costs them a lot.
Gotta be a little bit worrisome about the mana pool here. Oh, Bengen. It's getting tight a couple times here with these globals.
True. Well, 50 minutes, 32,000 gold lead. Water and Enjoyers, they hang on just barely.
Dota Plus is savage. It's hit Spectre mode. 0%.
No. They don't believe.
Dun, dun, dun. All right, wrap it up. Close the bets. It's over. 0%. Not actually allowed to play anymore. I will inform the players.
He's going to type it in all chat.
Yeah, I figure that's the most responsible thing to do. Just so you guys know.
Yeah.
Gabe Newell says you've lost.
And it's been there for a little while, to be honest. If they can make a comeback
we
here,
flatlined a while back.
Yeah. If they can manage to make a comeback here, it would be one for the ages.
It must be bugged, right? It can't actually be 0% for 11 minutes.
I think so. I think that's where it's at.
I know. Well, sometimes it dies and it flatlines for that long. Like, surely, I feel like there should have been at least that one blip in there when they destroyed that sentry ward.
Maybe.
Dire Courier killed,
Yeah, we'll just say it's bugged. That seems reasonable.
Yeah.
All right, here's a question. As Faceless Void, do you go for the Chronosphere AoE? Because he might have caught that Coddle last time.
What's more likely? The backtrack saving you or the Chrono catching someone more important? And do they have damage that's limited by the Chrono AoE? Because sometimes that screws over like ranged cores that are playing with you, but not really in this one.
That's true. Yeah.
So...
On? Find one.
Oh my goodness.
Stoikov dead again. And now finding this Faceless Void. Trying to bring him down. Palantimos is there. Jumps in. Chrono connects onto 2. Wants to take down the Snapfire, but... Oh, the Wind Waker. Pretty good item. And Gork in trouble. Chasing him for Zip Zapper. Can't find him anymore. Gork turned upon the snowball. It's going to be reflected. Okay. Do they have any extra damage to throw into this? It does not appear
Global
so.
2.
Palantimos, but immediately they get that global out. And that's going to cancel the black hole. Surely at this point, Team Bald are going to be able to close this game out. A pretty perfect performance coming out from them with the exception of one big slip up there. But Water and Enjoyers, they're not willing to give up yet. They're going to buy back on multiple heroes. Drop down that Midnight Pulse. Pablo's there with the punch, though. The Hex is out. And Team Bald ready to dive damn near into the fountain, it feels like. As Mary jumps in there, they get the Wind Waker to pull him away. and GG is going to be called. We're going to a game number 3, 9 games today. Why not?
Oh my goodness, the big old level 25 Snapfire at the end, putting a stamp on this one. Everyone's getting blown up. Pablo's just shaking his head like, oh god, guys. There are giggles all around here from the squad.
Jeez.
I look pretty happy. You know,
True.
look, listen, this is a content team. They do it for the content. They get 5 hero black hole in the pit for the content.
True.
And then they get the win eventually anyway. So that's that is a team that I can respect. For I am also a man of content.
I believe in that. That's a good point. A really impressive showing from Team Boulderborn. Even though the draft looked like very similar, they fixed a lot of their issues, it felt like, and they came up with new solutions to the problems that were presented by Water and Enjoyers. We've seen some teams, have really good comebacks before. We heard S4 talk about they learned a lot. Alliance did, to sort of take down their opponents as well. We'll see if this is going to transition into a game 3 where Team Boulderborn can find another victory. Just need to make sure that there's no more of those 5 hero black holes, because that was a little bit rough. But for now, let the panel break down that action.
Woo! Action is all it was, boys, because what a game, right? At the very end, let's talk about a couple of things, right? We had some incredible chronospheres, 91,000 damage being dealt by the Faceless Void. We had some phenomenal Spectre Horns, some incredible applause from the Coddle. But this black hole, T-Gov, I know you're an Enigma enjoyer. Talk me through what we saw with the magic of these black holes that came from the Enigma.
I mean, he just kind of walked in and vibe checked them, like
it's like, yo, what up?
Yo, what up, boys? Let me just drop this hole on you. Bossman had a great time. I think at least that was one good thing for the runes, but that was kind of it at the end of the day. They had these clutch holes, and for Team Ball, we said at the end of the draft, it's WEU versus the world to get these guys into the game, and my god, did this first pick Coral just dumpster the entire game. He didn't allow Bat to apply pressure. He every time Bat would show up, he gets solar binded. He couldn't access the fights. It took him so long to get BKB. And I think he was top net worth nearly the entire game. He had 30 odd K net worth at the end. An insane game for a first pick Coddle to play this well. We really just gave Team Ball the confidence needed to get this draft over the line.
But before we talk about Weha and how close he got us to getting over the line, right? Let's just look at these black holes,
okay.
All right. See this. If y'all didn't actually catch the entirety of the game and didn't understand exactly how close this came to securing this game, right? The first occasion around this Roshan pit, when you see this black hole, honestly, at that point, I'm like, well, GG, well played. If I'm in that game, somebody's destroying items, somebody's just trying to quit the game, just trying to get their DDoS going. But before we look at that replay, Kezu, let's talk about something that I was quite impressed by on the side here of the Team Ball, right? Is the fact that we've spoken a lot about how teams that are behind, even though they should be ahead, how they adapt in terms of their game, how they avoid fights and wait until they're very strong, right? This must have been a very frustrating game for what everyone enjoys. And for me, one of the ways that I assess how good a team is doing is how frustrating it is to play against them. And Team Bald, would you have liked to be in this game? Imagine yourself if you were Blink Enigma, despite getting all these clutch black holes, and your team just can't do anything.
No, I'm obviously not enjoying the game if I'm Enigma. I can't cast black holes. Everyone's dying. It's more like they need to set themselves up, I think, for a good fight, maybe where Stoikov can go in first and drag someone in. I think they need to create more chaos, but there's something about this Coddle here. I'll give you guys I'll be the stat man for once. Both teams have won 2 games each. They've only been able to win when they have Coddle.
Wow, incredible
Neither
stats,
team has
Kezu.
ever won without
This
having
is
Coddle.
perfect.
You're welcome. Therefore, next game, no Coddle, they'll both lose. You're welcome.
It's gonna get banned first phase, ban Coddle. That would actually be hype. I feel like if you're Water Runes,
it might be coming.
Oh,
bro, I mean, if Team Water first pick, you ban it or you pick Kunkka. That's kind of my vibe on the hero.
Vibe check.
Vibe check. 1, 2, 1, 2.
if you want to hear a vibe check here, Tiga, right? Let's hear the vibes in the comm room where we had those black holes emerging in the game themselves.
Let me tank with Blade Mail too.
Let's go. I feel it's up to something. He's gonna fuck us here. Yeah.
Whoa.
Holy sh...
I'm dead. I'm out. If you get out, it's fine. If you get out, I'm out. Yes, we lost 2. It's fine.
They dropped it that low here.
Get this up, get the easy kills, guys. Get the easy kills.
I have stick still.
I'm chrono.
Decent chrono.
I'm
gonna get black hold. Fuck me, man.
Oh, fuck
I'm
me.
buying back.
And we just ate a big chrono.
Yeah, we keep getting 5-man hold.
Yeah, let's not.
That's literally the only way we lose.
Kezu, how many times in your life have you played Enigma, get 4 or 5 hero black holes, and your teammates just say, oh my god, we're getting 5-man, we're gonna lose the fight? Game is
Honestly,
hard, bro.
This is a rare one. I also like how he got off better black holes without items than when he did have items. Also, in the one clip, I saw Gore. He's like scratching his beard while they're hitting Roche.
He's like this.
He's chilling.
I love the as well, like the team comms for board as well. Like, you know it's a pub team because they get this like egregious play happen against them, and the comms is just, it's fine. That's what you say in a pub, you know? Like your Shadowfiend who's like 11-0 and he dies like one time by himself hitting tier 2. He dies, you're on mic, you're like, it's fine. And he's pinging Amulet, it's fine. Like, my god, oh, that was so majestic. But the fact that they can get 5-man black hole, then they die against like this 3-man black hole, but they still know that they're in the lead with Weehar's Coddle. Like, again, Weehar Coddle, incredible performance, gave everyone else the confidence to play out the game. But I just love the comms for those black holes. It's so good.
For the content.
Kezu, you were lucky enough, or unlucky enough rather, to speak after Tigov, because I'm going to ask you the difficult question, right? I'm not giving you the option of choosing who the MVP is, right? Because it's definitely going to be Weehar Coddle.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you, how does this rank against Sumail Coddle that you were casting and looking at a lot in Division 1 of Europe?
Go
on, mate. Go on, compare.
It's close. I would say that Sumail is... I mean, I don't know. This was a baller performance. When Nigma play it, they have a lot of other heroes with tempo with it, so I would say it's perhaps it's on an even level. Okay, I think he performed extraordinarily well.
He did perform extraordinarily well, and at the very end of the day, we had almost 80% kill participation, made everything happen for his team, built perfectly with his itemization. Before we go to a break and into the next game here, Tigov, what is the one adjustment that you can imagine Waterrune's making in order to get their first series win and to deny the side of Team Bald Reborn an opportunity to go to Div 1?
Honestly, if Team Bald are first pick, you ban the Coddle, and if Waterrunes are first pick themselves, think about this Coddle, because I think Weehar on Coddle when in Team Bald, insane. The rest of his heroes, Weehar kind of needs to lean on Team Bald to also enable him at some point. But he's clearly proven that he can be a 1v9 type player on this hero. So I think this is now the hero. You don't care about the rest of the meta. Just think about this one hero in your single game. If you win this game, you get your first win, you progress in the DPC. So think about Coddle and truly break down the hero. Can you beat it, or do you need to ban it out? That's what I hope they've been discussing in this break.
Well, we've seen Ancient Tribe actually utilize that same strategy by picking Coddle in the 4 position. So we'll see whether or not Team Bald Reborn have a way to progress in the series without the super weapon of the Coddle. We'll find out in game number 3 after a very short break. Myself, Tigov, and Kezu will be right back.
Anything?
No, nothing.
Kill him. It's fine. I'm healing. They're not killing us. They're dying. Not us. They are dying. That's dying. Yep.
Can we get out of team? Dagger bat.
I'm healing here.
Once.
This is meme, guys.
This is fucking...
No, I'll push him back. I'll push him out. Move.
Bro. Alright, go on, Disruptor, go.
Get him.
I can't!
I have X for it.
Can we get the fuck out of here? Oh my god. I will force you. Force me.
Come. Face the white thing.
No. Sorry. Whatever, bat died. So, what? I must have missed...
welcome back one and all. It is Friday action night, and we have an incredible series on our hands. The Wateroo Enjoyers taking on the side of Team Bald Reborn. It's gone the stretch, it's gone the full 9 games, and it has narrowed the odds. I'm much happier with this, T-Gov. This seems more fair. Talk us through game number 3. What is going to be happening here to decide the evening and to determine if Team Bald Reborn still has an opportunity to go to Div 1?
Honestly, do you know who has first pick in the third game? Do you
Yes,
have
I do.
All right, give
So
me the
first
deets
pick,
right now.
First pick is Team Bald, and then Wateroo Enjoyers is second pick on Dire.
So I think for Wateroo, their bans should either be Lina plus Coddle, and then you play out a normal game. But if they want to keep the same bans as Pango plus Lina, have a better response to this keeper at late, because like you know it's coming. Like this is like the way that Weehar plays competitively. Back when he was, you know, at the highest of high, he would have like 3 heroes that he's a goat at, and if they're banned, he just picks it. You know, he doesn't care, he just keeps playing it. So I feel this is like the logical entry to this game 3.
However, Kezu, one of the things that we have seen from teams that Weehar has been on, even if it's not necessarily targeted at him, is that sometimes over the course of a series, you figure out a particular hero where game 1 and game 2, you let it through earlier, you struggle against it, but by the time you get to game 3, you have a particular plan for it. So do you think that Team Bald Reborn are in a position where they can necessarily just 100% first pick the Coddle, or have Wateroo Enjoyers figured out a solution, do you think?
I think with what you've seen so far, okay, so they're preparing the fact that Wateroo Enjoyers will ban Coddle to then pick Pango, or what the hell is this?
Oh, yeah,
Bloodseeker
they
ban
are.
for?
Yeah. That Bloodseeker ban is literally like, God, ban the
It has to be Pango. It has to be Pango, yeah.
Yeah, it's because they know that. I mean, to be fair, both teams have only won with Coddle, so I feel like it's the most foolproof way that you can expect whichever team is first pick to not get it and for it to be banned out. So. Yeah,
look at Blink reaction. He's like, wow.
Yeah, they're geniuses. Who could have seen this coming?
Dude, honestly, I'm here for this series. This series is actually great. It's had everything that you want. It's like just random Dota, all the big fights. The draft has actually had like its development, and that's the thing. I think the best series are the ones where the drafts develop as they progress. You know, as each game. Sometimes in series you just have stubbornness in draft, but this is just like. Oh, this is just good. This is all out. Not saying it's the best Dota, it's just enjoyable Dota, and that's what we're here for tonight.
Well, we're going to get Death Prophet. Earlier on today, we got something that Kezu didn't necessarily enjoy, but ended up winning the game with the Death Prophet plus the Viper. The question I have for you here, Kezu, is what do you want to be matched up against as Pangolier, given that it's like somewhat flexible? We've seen it being played 2 and 3, even though it hasn't been that successful on 3. Do you want this DP in the 3 role? Because this Clockwork is going to be like somewhat flexible. How do you want this Pango and the Death Prophet to match up in this game?
Most likely just offlane DP. I think offlane DP plays better into Pango than a mid DP does, because I think Pango, especially if they do play from the offlane role, which they might, I think the hero often runs into a lack of damage. And if you're offlane DP, I think like you build these Greaves, and every time you have Exo, I believe you don't feel as pressure to like run at towers. Also, mid tower is way easier to defend than like the safe lane tower. So I believe just putting it in the offlane is pretty chill.
I also like when they open the phase with either Clock or Tusk with a DP as a response to Pango. Just because both of these heroes has a way of like disrupting the role. Clock has cogs and then Tusk has shards. So I think they had nice options as well to pair the DP with.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think for board at least they react with the silencer. And I was kind of skeptical of like how well they'd be able to execute a silencer in regards to the draft they had. But these globals, if they're decisive, of course it's going to be disruptive to any lineup, right? And I think Team Board at least demonstrated that they can play around global very cleanly. And I hope they pick up at least a couple killing heroes that can once again utilize that global.
But Kezu, one of the things I'm worried about is that like on the side of Wateroo Enjoyers, they can play very well into global just pre-activating the exorcism on the DP, and the Clockwork jumps in before the global becomes super active once you have also this battery assault going. So how do you feel about this? What do they need to do to also ensure that this global goes off every time in a successful manner on the side of Team Bald Reborn?
I strongly believe that if you're a good team at playing Silencer, you understand that that spell should predominantly like it should be used in an aggressive manner, whereas you're setting up the fight. Like your Pango's getting ready to roll in, or he's rolling in, you have another guy that can like enable this and go in with him at the same time, and then you press global. Like I don't want to see these teams like play the silencer where let's just sit back, wait, when you get hookshotted, I'll global. When you're triple siphoned and exoed, I'll global then. That's not the way this hero should be played.
T-Gov, is there any possibility of Water Enjoyers going back for this Enigma, given that they're already playing into a silencer and they have a DP that's gonna, soak up the natural places that Enigma would want to be on the map and in the fight anyway?
Honestly, I think it's going to be pretty much a dead hero now in this series. I think if anything, Beastmaster probably has higher priority for Blink when you think about his hero pool. Some Visage or Beastmaster, some aura buying hero that can actually go toe for toe with what Pangolin provides. Kind of what I'm leaning towards. But of course they're going to hold it off for a little bit longer. They're picking up the Phoenix, going for their support duo now. We saw Mary play Phoenix in game 1. They won the lane as terribly Phoenix against Snap Rubik, which again me and Kezu didn't think should have occurred, but clearly they're just gods. And
yeah.
So Kezu, what about you?
I'm saying, sorry, quickly. Phoenix into Silence is also pretty awkward.
Yeah,
because Team Ball are the one initiating. It's like they global. Phoenix has 0 play to make now, unless he goes Lotus or something.
I was about to say to you guys, there's a bit of overlap here between the jump in on the clockwork with the hook shot as well as this Icarus dive from the Phoenix. So Team Ultraborn, what do you think the natural response is here to make sure that the silencer can still hold the global for more effective team fights, or just make it even more difficult for the support duo?
So I guess just a bit of this follow-up. They'll get some follow-up damage, but I really want them to have another hero. The last 2 heroes, what I would like them to have in terms of archetypes of hero is one hero that can just stand its ground and stop the way Water Rune want to play, where when this DP runs in, when this Phoenix dives in, that you can stand your ground and fight with a BKB. I can see Wind Ranger being that type of hero, but I want the last hero to be a secondary hero with the snap that can run in and be this frontlining wall for his team.
10 seconds remaining.
Tigov, we've seen this WEU Ranger many times in the past. 79th game is going to be playing right now, almost a 58% win rate. Do you rate it in this game? I mean, they already had the Snapfire to try and deal with this Phoenix Egg. I suppose you can get some pretty good shackle shots, but we have seen them pop off in the game but still end up losing the series overall and not being able to get victory in this game. So what do you make of this Wind Ranger for the side of Team Baldrip 1 at this point?
Once again, it's one of the heroes that Weeha is very good at, and I think it excels when there aren't heroes that can take towers and collapse and progress the map, and also low CC. When these 2 factors haven't been met, it allows Wind Ranger to actually be somewhat viable, because you're able to farm your Maelstrom, your BKB, then your Ags as well, and it's super hard to kill this hero. And we saw Weeha play this hero before in DPC. They lost the series eventually, or the game eventually, but he was still double-digit kills, only 3 or 4 deaths to his name. And I think that's kind of the reason why he's happy to pick it here, is DP, Clock, Phoenix. Only the DP can really pressure a tower, but with Snapfire is one of the best heroes at early tower protection, along with Pangolier. So they're kind of covering the weaknesses of Windrunner already. So yeah, I think it's a comfort pick. Pretty much enjoy it, and I don't think Water Runes really have answered it with a Tusk. They're just kind of ignoring the Windrunner pick for now and continuing to pick heroes for their own draft.
Let's see here. Water Enjoyers have to respond to the sniper ban. Tusk mid I also don't feel super confident about, but Team Baldrip 1 do have to first show their hero. I imagine that Water Enjoyers is going to ban out the biggest range cores in this game. Kezu, is there space for a Morphling, do you think? Or what do you want here to be played for the safe lane for gold?
So I was looking at heroes that can go in, but I feel like it might not be too easy to come up with a melee hero in this game. You might not lane well into this DP. I think maybe being more elusive and playing on range is more nicely. When you look at this Water Rune Enjoyers lineup, I feel like it's a bit... it's very committal. When they go in, you're getting snowballed on, you're getting hookshot. So there's something weird about it, but my instinct is telling me that there's a Weaver coming up.
Right?
I'm just saying. There's a possibility.
All right, Rob, do you agree with this, Tigov? We see TB, we see Sniper Band, Medusa also gone. So it seems like both teams are potentially angling for carry heroes at the very end. Obviously, both of them need them, but we've seen stranger things in the past. So what do you see the matchup? What's 23-24? Yeah, let's go.
I see the Gorg Marcy carry that he's played twice in his pubs.
I see it. I can smell it too.
You see it?
Yeah,
you see it? You're smelling it?
I can see it.
It smells pretty
Boys,
damn fucking fresh right now. That's what
have y'all seen these Marcy's lose to Tusk in the uber late game? so often.
But like that's where like his team comes in. You know, global good spell.
This game is going late. When it gets late, like the global will come and then you'll die anyway. You'll be like, oh well, this kind of sucks.
Marcy late game is broken. Late game comes, Marcy wins.
Yeah. I think to be fair, Gog did say he doesn't like playing Marcy into BQ piercing stuns, and there's currently technically 2.5. I'm counting Phoenix Egg as half because you need to be in a bad position to get hit by it. So maybe that deters him from wanting to play it.
He's getting up.
Oh my god. Oh no. No.
I mean, that's kind of the opposite of Marcy, but it's close in the alphabet, so that's fair enough. Instant
already
Razor.
Razor.
Okay.
Palantimos Razor.
Right.
Yeah.
Palantimos Razor.
This
All
guy,
right.
insanely
Let's go,
good Razor performance. And he also showed us, like, the fact that when you get the levels on Razor and you get, like, the eventual sheaves and stuff, you do not give a twiddly twat about this Naga Siren.
Ooh.
So I like the Razor.
Right. Break it down for me, Kezu. I'm seeing this Razor. I love this hero, right? How does Water and Enjoyers ensure that they shock this water, get this W in game number 3?
They just need... If I can see Palantimos have the same farm he had last time, I feel like they'll be good to go. This game, to me, will come more down to Bald Reborn at some point. They need to play the map like Tundra do, where you push out the lanes with your Naga, get pickoffs with this Pango Wind Ranger. If they don't do that and they keep fighting Water Rune Enjoyers, then I think Water Rune Enjoyers, my boy Palantimos, he's gonna 1v5 this game.
Woo! T-Governor, I see this Naga Siren. I hate this hero personally. Give me the Hopium. How on earth do they make sure that Team Bald Reborn gets a stop?
I think the Windrunner is the X factor here, where Razor in previous games was able to confidently enter the fight and lock onto Naga. But if Windrunner can lock onto Razor, then you can kind of brush them away. So I think it's mainly on Weeha protecting the Naga and not allowing Razor to play his game. So again, once again, a lot of emphasis on Weeha, but this time Zip Zapper's playing a much more active hero. If he can survive laning phase, it can get scrappy. To be fair though, this game 3, it's scrappy. This series, it's scrappy. I don't even know who to go for at this point. I'm just... I want to see some long ass game. I want to see like some hour-long game, it never ending, like super hype plays and shit, you know, some more listen-ins where it's like people getting surprised and confused. I just want all this.
Well, we'll see if the vocal cords of our casters can actually handle an hour-long game, as we have the decider between Team Bald Reborn and the Water Rune Enjoyers, and we bring you Lyrical and Trent. Gentlemen, give us a banger.
Well, thank you so much, Snare. We're going to try our best. You know, Trent, as a fellow bald, I thought I would be able to channel and understand what was happening in these games, but I've had like a slight low-grade fever, and I feel like I've literally been watching a fever dream happen in front of me. These series has just been insanity the whole way through. I don't know what the hell's going to happen.
I know how you smooth the bald, though. You need a razor.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean... Now, that begs the question, though. Does that mean that Razor is good versus the Bald, or does that mean that they're immune to the power of the Razor?
In fact, does it make the Bald more strong? The Razor makes the Bald more powerful. That's an interesting proposition that you're putting in front of us, and something I don't think they thought about on the side of Water Rune Enjoyers.
No, personally, probably the most disturbing thing that I heard versus during that panel was Snare saying, "You know, I love this hero about Razor." Like, really, Razor?
Fair enough.
Of all the heroes,
Next thing
Moth's gonna be chirping up on Twitter. He's like, "I love Viper." You know, Snare missed out. They could have been best friends.
It's true. It's a possibility. Pablo, playing on the Snapfire, you can see down, rather up here on this top side. It's going to be a switch over. So Zip Zapper no longer playing on the Snap after 2 games of that. Heroes decide to swap it up. But we have the inevitability. The thing that we all knew was eventually going to happen in this game. Weeha playing on the Wind Ranger. You know, it's like peanut butter and anchovies. You just know it's going to be coming together. A perfect mixture.
That's right. Every time.
Now,
it's, you know, she's a bit of a... I don't know. What do you even call her? She's a hit or miss kind of hero. You hit the spells or you miss the spells. I think we've all experienced that in our day. But it's Weeha, obviously. He's well known for this hero for good reason. So we'll see if he can jumpstart the game the way that you're hoping to at mid lane when you play this hero. But she does tend to be a hero that, as I say, I just need one more item. That's how I always feel. See this hero, play this hero, always feels that way. And you're sharing the map with the Naga Siren. So that can get a little frustrating.
True. Also, another interesting dynamic. I heard the panel talking about the need to sort of focus fire and try and control the Razor with the Wind Ranger. If he does get shard, that's where things get a little bit interesting. That percentage chance to just shoot out one of those little salvos of damage with the hit on him could be something that maybe comes back to bite him a little bit.
Yeah, I was trying to think of like a break that they could go for to try and deal with that. I mean, there is the eventual Naga Siren Silver Edge.
Right.
But that's kind of it.
Well, and I guess the other thing is that I wonder if Palantimos is even going to play it a different way. He's probably, I mean, definitely not going to be going like that Bloodstone build around the Shard, but nonetheless, the Shard could still be annoying as mid lane trading hits, Stoikov playing on his Tusk this time against that Weehaw Wind Ranger, and so far, 11-2, having a very nice time.
Yeah, usually it can be kind of annoying versus melee heroes because they obviously are like standing there. They have the decent armor and the block that they've got on your right click, so they tend to deny you quite a bit. And Tusk also has the ice shards to play with for just like spamming with the waves, but Weehaw knows his stuff, using his power shot to secure his last hits when he can. And everyone else is just kind of chilling in their lanes. I mean, you saw Gork pop up there before they picked that Naga Siren and then sit back down. Like he's just getting the blood flowing or something. He's like, it's my last chance to stand up for an hour.
True.
Because I'm about to start spamming these illusions all over the map.
Gotta get the body limber and ready to go. And yeah, that's the one lane that we hadn't talked about too much is down bottom as Weehaw's getting a little low there. Actually, a Link now up top. Palantimos getting a good chunk of damage that he's going to throw back now onto Pablo. A little annoying having to deal with that. Zip Zapper also taking some heat. And yeah, the whole wave going to be pushing into him a little bit.
That level 1 Link is just like it's so bad.
Yeah.
I know. That was really funny. He works so hard for it. He just gets so minimal damage.
And again, push back a little bit. Tries to secure some last hits on the cogs. And so far, the main lane that's sort of struggling at this point is going to be that top side Zip Zapper Pango. Faceless Void a little bit behind too, but okay. That's how you solve that problem. Just kill Mary.
You just really confused me when you said Faceless Void. That is a Razor. I want you to know that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I know it's confusing with the head shape.
That's right.
The rework wasn't that intense.
I told you, fever.
Yeah, he
fever
also
dream.
doesn't have a face. yeah. I understand.
Faceless Razor. Oh, yawned. Might have revealed that there's a ward over there. And yeah, an interesting little start. Weehaw gets the water rune up on the top side. Stoikov picks up the other one. And one level ahead right now on this Tusk. Just a little bit over Weehaw.
He has been pretty scary this whole series, Stoikov, you know? I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do on the Tusk. Other heroes haven't been quite as, like, playing on the Coddle before. But I'm looking forward to just, like, Tusk, in your face, big roll-up. A little bit more item-dependent, I would say, though, you know?
Right.
Tusk, I don't know, it doesn't feel as good with just the levels. Feels like you gotta get up to, like, Deso before you really feel scary.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Unless you're against, like, a low armor hero or something like that, which in this game...
Yeah.
I mean, pretty much would just be the Wind Ranger, kind of. And he is going to have that nice little bit of, like, True Strike to deal with the Wind Run with his ulti. That's something else to consider.
That is true. Yeah, that is certainly very nice. Doesn't help too much with your tag team, obviously, for all the other hits, but the big punch, you do have the True Strike.
Zip Zapper gets 72 damage stolen and then just beaten down by Palantimos. The not Faceless Void, the Razor, doing very well.
Are they out of regen completely, by the way? I think they are. He pops his stick. So that's all Zip Zapper's got to work with. And his courier is bringing a wand, the rest of his wand, tangos, and some raindrops.
Right.
And it looks like they're not going to be able to punish him before that arrives. So that's a bit of a win there for Zip Zapper. It's going to help him stabilize this situation a little bit as we start to fight over the 6-minute runes.
Pablo makes the move over, has a ward ready, might drop this one either in the lane or somewhere else as the other ward just now placed down. So they have a lot of vision in that area. Zip Zapper is going to be rebuffed again by Mary. who will get caught by Pablo for a moment, but with raindrops, can't really do that much to this Phoenix. Zip Zapper wrapping around. Are they going to punish this?
Yeah, WEU's here too.
Goes for the dive away.
These. 100%.
Oh, no. Trent, you were so sure.
I mean, he had raindrops anyway. I didn't see what his HP was, but he might have lived if they were back. Yeah. So WEU just, he didn't even want to hit it.
No, of course. It's the fear of the power shot that gets you. Bengen, down bottom. Gork trying to help out his buddy. Shifts over, does the mirror image play, catches now for the moment onto Yond, but the Stoikov making a rotation and a haste rune. Oh, danger. Gork in trouble, saving that snowball, and is he going to dive all the way under for this? The shackle connection, and now has to eat his way out of here. Stoikov hiding, running, does have shards after, might be enough for the kill here, does get it, but is going to come at a cost of maybe his own life. As there is not an easy way out of this one. Trying to dodge, trying to hide away. Does get the fish punch. And focus fire about to wear off, but WEU able to finish him.
Yeah, he was holding the shackle shot too, just in case. That was a long, rambling Windrunner voice line. I don't know if you got that as well.
Yeah, I did.
She was really saucy, that poor Tusk.
Poor Tusk. Okay, so they make the rotation. They kill the Naga Siren, but Tusk goes down. That helps out WEU's game a lot. He's now third on the net worth, keeping even with that Razor and Tusk.
How's this going to look for Mary? Looks like no one else is going to rotate. I mean, Pablo's here. If they hit the power shot, but they miss. Oh my goodness. These spells just aren't connecting.
Now, Mary is a very good dodger, apparently. Do have... I don't know who got the 8-minute rune, actually. It was an arcane for Mary, right? He came on in and stole that one away. Stoikov going to eat a power shot there in the mid lane. Clears out the creep wave.
And Sentry in the middle lane from Megan does spot on Oz on the side, as up top. Mary continues the spam of this Phoenix from that same arcane rune. Help hold back Zip Zapper. Now Bengen is making his way up top as Naga Siren has moved into the jungle and found herself next to Yon.
Yeah, good amount of damage out there. Gork low though. Stoikov has shards back up again in 2-1. Can he hit the target? Oh, from long range. He got him.
The ward
does pay for his life, but they get the kill.
Dewarded.
Yeah. Zip Zapper up top. Going to get found and brought down. Mary able to get the rundown. This Phoenix off to a hot start.
I feel like he's done so much damage early for a Phoenix, especially in the 5.
Yeah.
Just constantly a factor.
Bengen trying to punish this, getting on top of the Phoenix. And there's the slowdown, actually. So Mary is going to die here. Power shot. WEU claims that kill for himself.
You miss 100% of the power shots you don't shoot. So WEU finally connecting here.
And the main separation that we're seeing is this Death Prophet about 1,000 gold ahead of the Pango now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'm looking at another game where I expect Yon to have some issues. This Clockwork couldn't quite lock it down last game, and now I see another game where there's probably going to be quite a few Force Staffs coming out. We got high mobility heroes, Cookies there. It's going to be a bit of a nuisance again here for him. And he still manages nice plays, but it just means like your cogs have to be so much more clutch there. And now that's a rundown.
Yeah, Palantimos pops the ultimates. Gonna siphon away the damage. Turns it around. Weehaw. Gonna get brought down by Yon. That's a way to get your Clockwork back into the game. And Mary also here. Both supports level 5 after that kill.
Yeah, the tome is coming out as well. So that will give get Yon to 6. And Yon not messing around this game. Going straight for the Aghanims. Just recognizing how busted it was in game number 1. Wants that thing back again. And going to get a nice double stack here as the Clockwork. Very well done. Razor's going to love that on the respawn.
The levels in this game feel very strange. when I'm looking at them. I mean, obviously these camp stacks up here. Weehaw in the mid lane, looking to be fine. But
yeah,
I'm looking at it and like Naga just hit level 7 right now. All the supports pretty low level. And they're going to make a move on Water Rune Enjoyers. Going to try and take down Zip Zapper here. Yeah, he's swashbuckled. He might be dead. And, well,
Gork is here as well.
Okay, are they both going to go down? Global out, but they find him and kill him. Zip Zapper gone. Gork maybe in some trouble. They have the move in and kisses, but able to break it. Clockwork going to go down. Oh, the snowball save. Oh, and Pablo, he's going to get dropped. Jan getting away. Are you kidding me?
What a gamer. Whew.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I thought he was 1,000% dead. It's like, there's no way. Nice hook shot, stops the kisses to help your allies, and then boom, snowball save. And then the combo of the egg explosion into the snowball right after, so 0 chance for just that one little bit of damage from Snapfire. That's nice.
He needed really just
stuff.
to breathe on him, you know?
Yeah. Jan is getting this game. He's back.
You tried your best to caster curse him, but it wasn't going to happen. Man.
That's right.
Well, 2,000 gold lead for Water Rune Enjoyers. And where are they going to go next? I want to see... You talked about this Tusk itemization. I want to see if he goes straight for the Deso or stops off for that Blink Dagger that we've been seeing.
Yeah, I think Blink first, for sure. I think whenever you get the Falcon Blade, you go Falcon Blade, Blink, Deso.
Hook shot. Finds him.
See ya.
Weehaw dropped. Yawn making it happen. Unreal.
Zapper's up pressuring Mary right now, and Mary's also level 7.
Yeah, dude. This Phoenix is huge.
Middle tower is under
Doesn't have Supernova for another 30 seconds, but now with Exorcism out, Link is already here, and this tower, I mean, there's no tree to salvage this. There's nothing. Jan runs suddenly into that Snapfire, and Stoikov finds him. Going to kill off Pablo, going to catch on to Bengen, hoping to find something here. But with that mech and the walk away, this is going to be mid-tower, dropping very low. Mary, 7 seconds until Supernova. I think they want to stick around for this.
Well, they haven't
Talentimos
dropped
has
the
moved
sentry
over.
yet either. So there's still an excellent war back here for Water Rune Enjoyers.
Dire's top tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
Well, maybe now with Exo wearing off, Water Rune Enjoyers are going to retreat back, but still a lot of heroes in this side of the map.
Yeah, Yond is still looking pretty dangerous around here. They do have a Radiant Obs spawning where he's up to right now. See that he's still hanging around this part of the map, so they're probably going to rotate up top. And hey, it gives Gork confidence to do this.
Yeah, he is, I mean, obviously getting very low, but good farming coming out from that Naga Siren. And they definitely need
Flare
it.
came out.
Oh? Megan? In trouble. And yeah, just gonna die. Mary? Gonna try and live. Oh, the kisses. Does he pop egg? Not gonna do it. So they give up his life.
And yeah, they lose Silencer, but he was also ensuring that Gork didn't go down. Could have been some pressure in there onto the Naga Siren, so.
Right.
You will take it. Stoikov close to the Blink Dagger.
Does have also a illusion rune bottled in case there's one of those global plays that we saw before. I mean, at this point in this game, as they will take that D-ward onto the ward behind the tower, do you think that Water Rune Enjoyers are pretty happy with the game state? Ooh, off the mark hook shot there. And now, the Walrus Punch onto something? I don't even know what that was.
I would say on the one hand, they maybe would be hoping for a couple more. Like this tower should be gone by now, I would think, with Clockwork, Tusk, and DP. So they haven't managed that, but I also don't think they're like feeding too much to Weehaw on the Wind Ranger, who's a guy who can pop off on you. So now they're ready with Razor. BKB is on the way on the courier, so don't die now.
Trying to stick around here and get something done. Now, do need to be careful about this wraparound. Gork, level 8, does have a point saved for Song, and immediately they find Blake trying to bring him down. He's dead. Mech was not enough to save him. They get what they
Not
need.
sure how the separation happened there. He just got shackled, I guess, huh? That was it?
Yeah, he just walked down there.
I thought they were going to try and do something with their Razor. Ooh,
Well,
going to
they can
Weehaw?
do it here. Weehaw trying to get away. Do they have any way to chase him down? Doesn't quite look like it. But that was global used. All right, still
Weehaw's
sitting
ring-goosing.
pretty. They're thinking about chasing. They have Supernova. Gonna pop it on the high ground. Clock in trouble. Yon gonna die. So the gold lead stays about even, but they get a nice pick up there in a clock. And now run in and kill off Pablo. All right, that's the power of a DD with the Blink Dagger on Tusk.
That's going to help boost him a little bit up there towards the old BKB and Deso. But yeah, no super active fight or anything during the BKB being brought up from Palantimos. I mean, not that surprising, I guess, because they're able to take the tower without it. He only really wants to flex it at Roche or maybe a tier 2 or something. But most importantly, he wants to win a fight. Wants to kill some heroes, expand their lead. Not surprising. Almost has that shard, though. And they are not going to have a good answer for that. It is just going to be doing stuff in these engagements.
Meanwhile, again, going to get brought down. And I guess the big question is, I mean, multiple shards coming out now too. If they can get to, Clockwork Ags at a decent timing, I feel like they can kind of just constantly play fast-paced on this Water Rune Enjoyers lineup and play around the Exo, right?
One would think, yeah. A hookshot into kills. Again, the hookshot isn't a guaranteed kill though this game, so they can't be like crazy like some of the earlier matches we've had today, where it felt like, especially some of those Alliance games, they could just like run around the whole map and start a fight however they wanted. I do think there are some risks there. You missed the chain stun on Zip Zapper. He's just out. He's a pretty good turnaround hero. Pablo has been in fairly good positions for most of this match in terms of trying to turn fights with the Mortimer Kisses. There have been some dangerous situations. I feel like Water and Endurance probably should have had like a bit more of a lead almost with their heroes and timings that they had coming up this laning stage. I feel like T-Ball have actually done a very good job of stabilizing and ensuring that Gork is getting that farm. So for now, I'm feeling pretty good about everything they've got, but I'm just sort of waiting to see when this BKB comes into play.
Yeah, if they want to make some type of an aggressive move from Palantimos, as up top, all of Team Bald start to move up here. There is good vision in the area as Clockwork right underneath a ward right now. Weehaw sees a target, finds it. Shackle actually doesn't latch, but it won't matter. Yon's still going to go down. Showing the power
and the
of
dream
this
here
hero.
for Bengen. The Philosopher's Stone came out.
Yeah.
So it could be another refresher build today.
There you go. Link getting close now to a BKB of his own on this Death Prophet. But yeah, the sort of answers for this Weehaw Wind Ranger, it almost feels like they just need to blow her up with the Tusk or something,
Yeah. That's definitely the way to go. I mean, she can eventually fall to Razor as well, Like, she's not really that immortal until she gets into the Aghanims when it comes to the Razor interactions.
Yeah. And I guess the other thing is, if they can get some more armor, then it's less of a worry of her just blowing you up too. But Water and Enjoyers with Exo back off cooldown. They're going to run bottom. The Glyph will be forced. Have Greaves if they want to pop it now to keep these creeps alive. But might also want to save it for the fight. But no, they'll pop it and should be able to take down this tier 2.
But before they force the big fight, the Orchid is done for Gork. So the build's going pretty well here. He's choosing to hide it at the Secret Shop. Or he just forgot that he sent his courier there.
Potential.
That
Never
could
know.
also be possible part of it, yeah.
Well,
Or it's on strike. I don't know.
Possibly. 4K gold lead for Water and Enjoyers. They lose the tower, can't take one of their own. And of course, with this Naga Siren draft, you're pretty much just sitting back and trying to farm until Naga becomes immortal.
Yeah. Maybe it's like a chat that he does with his strat, because like he can't be accused of passive Orchid if he doesn't have it to cast.
That's
right?
true. I get you.
That's streamer logic right there. Yeah.
That makes sense.
There it is.
Pablo through the jungle. They have a deep ward in here. And yeah, Sugov having an idea of where he was at. Gets the snowball right on top of old Pablo, saving that walrus punch. And eventually throws it out. And Pablo going to drop. So, Water Rune Enjoyers.
He's a Radiant hero.
Yeah?
He was way over there. The Dire side of the map.
That's a little rough. DD? Oh, they get that one denied. That one feels bad. Would have loved to pick that one up for Stoikov.
Alrighty, but Stoikov, he's ready to go. But yeah, DD would have been sweet, but Deso is here. Walrus Punch, auto cast, turn that thing on.
Gork?
Right. 23 armor.
He does have Song. Yeah, and realizing the danger, they run back immediately. Because that could have been a
tier 1
kill.
Into Roche.
Yeah.
Looks pretty good.
They're smoking up. Are they trying to take this fight right now? Weeha is not with them.
Pango has Blink, has Diffusal. Feel like he hasn't really had much of a chance to flex it out yet. We have Global Silence.
A little bit dangerous. Greaves off cooldown in 15 seconds. They go into the pit, pop the Exorcism. Now, Pango ulti is ready, and Gork, he has Song of the Siren to turn this. I mean, we saw 5 heroes get caught in a black hole. Now they're kind of under fire from the Mortimer's kisses, but there are worse things that could be coming their way if they're not careful. Roche
There's
down.
a smoke on Snap as well.
A third HP.
And they have a ward in behind. They have a ward too, so they can wait out the Exorcism really easily.
Trying to go in, Zip Zapper, gonna get cookied away for the moment, but the turn, Aegis there. Gork ready to go in with the Song. Where is he? He's moving into position. Clockwork, Cogs gonna connect. Palantimos runs forward, and look at the egg down with that laser beam, just blowing them apart. The Link, the chase down, Weeha super low. The rest of Team Ball just gonna get absolutely eviscerated. 5 for 1.
All right, support's carrying hard. The hook shot on the staircase into the Cogs. The egg already down. The shard being available. That they could not get in there. They couldn't figure out a solution with the Song.
Oh.
They might have had a chance, but I think they, he who hesitates is lost there. There's that beautiful Cogs to start things off here. And then Palantimos, he pops BKB kind of early. Okay, so what's going on with his timing? Timing's getting low. Gork's there. Still BKB'd. Gork still's in Song. He must have been... Well, the BKB... I don't know. Why didn't he Song?
Tough stuff.
Maybe he would have just died if he Songed anyway.
Yeah. A rough series of events.
Spells.
But, I mean, a 6,000 gold lead at the end of it and Aegis on the Tusk. That was such a huge fight. And whatever the series of events were that caused that to happen, it was not the way the Team Bold wanted it to go.
I feel like it just broke down because they just had scattered to the winds because of Palantimos' BKB. Like, he just popped it, he had the egg behind him, he just ran at them, and then I do Gork again.
No. He tried to sing that time. Did not happen, though.
Well, they were trying to go for like a crazy rap play with the Song, because like if he gets the wrap around there with the Song, catch them on the high ground there, the kisses are there, there was Blink, Rolling Thunder, all those tools were ready and available. And maybe they can just pick some heroes off and ignore the Aegis if possible. But yeah, Gork getting burnt there. I think I generally agree with not songing in the first one though, because like the more you look at these spells, it's a pretty good chance he just dies anyway.
Game feeling pretty rough.
The attempt on the Regoose. Yeah.
That is a tough one for sure. And I mean, that's the thing that's kind of crazy about it though, is you can see the sportsbet.io odds 4-1 right now into the favor of Water and Enjoyers. And it's that like easy path to victory, right? You got Exorcism, just keep walking at buildings.
I like that. I like that plan a lot.
Pretty as can be from Waterrune Enjoyers, and a lot of team fight spells on the side of Team Bald, but not really able to pull them together in perfect concert. Again,
noises.
Yeah, it's a little it's been a little bit rough for them. This smoke up to head across map, they run into a bunch of illusions, gonna try and kill them off here. You can see, I mean, again, the sort of disparity in terms of net worth. It's a slight advantage for each of the core positions. Not anything that's like completely taken over, but just the ease of execution, I guess. Walrus Punch, done. More Deso charges.
Did you know that across this entire DPC, including Division 1 and Division 2, there's only been 36, now 37 Sanjin Yashas?
Really?
What a dead item. Yeah.
You're not wrong.
For reference, there's been 48 Holy Lockets, 54 Veils, and 62 E-Blades. So, you know.
Wow.
It's a rare one these days, but it certainly suits Razor well.
Oh, yeah. We love to see it. Yeah, very, very strong pickup for him. And almost caught and killed off Zip Zapper in that bottom side of the map with the Walrus Punch, but couldn't quite do it. And yeah, it's just hide, split push type of game right now is what it feels like. But underneath the ward,
yes,
Gork in trouble, trying to get himself out of there. The song does manage to get some separation, and that keeps him alive.
Yeah, we heard Kezu say during the panel, they have to play a Tundra-style game. Dodge, just try and push all the waves, ignore your opponent, wait till it's a little bit later, get this Naga Siren so big that she doesn't care about this Razor. Because at a point, you know, he will be certainly less threatening.
Oh, yeah.
Part of that will be the heart and just getting those, like, big levels on the Naga Siren. So, time will tell.
True. See if they can buy enough time for this Naga to become huge. Weehaw tries to blink away, maybe pulling in a little bit too far. And yeah, the rest of the team not there in time. This is what they needed on Team Bald. It's only one life, but they will have Focus Fire still on him when he comes out of there. So enough for the finish with the BKB. That's solid. Palantimos draining a bunch of damage, and now he might be able to go a little bit ham. As the Supernova is down, they take down the Aegis, but can't deal with the rest of the crew.
Sansa is buying back right now, too, and oh my goodness. The Agnums, let it rain.
Yeah, they're ready. Oh my god.
Well, parts of that looked kind of okay, and then you just lost the tower.
Yeah. It's true.
It's not very fun.
No.
They were really close to getting them all out at the end there. Oh, the Ogre Seal Totem. Nice. I'm actually so disappointed he didn't just put that on Palantimos. I just want to see this Razor flopping. But unfortunately, he found himself a Paladin Sword, so yeah, you can't really blame him. That's a fantastic item on a Razor.
So how many items do you think you need on this Naga Siren to sort of solo carry this game? Is there even a number?
There's a number.
Well, I don't know if we're at that number yet, but the control is there and not nearly enough to take down Palantimos. He still has a Satanic. Pablo going to get dropped. No way out.
Just no mercy right now from Waterrune Enjoyers. Not giving him any space on the map. They just want to keep bullying with this Razor because, like, he's at his strongest. They want to stay in your face. Make sure that you're not getting a chance to get that Naga Siren up to that point in this game. She has her heart, but, like, I'm thinking you probably need a Scotty and more.
Yeah. I feel you there.
You know, Bloodthorn, maybe a Silver Edge. Have a chance here.
Oh,
yeah. The counter kill.
Run down. Gets the kill. Listen, if there's one thing that you can be sure of, it's that Weehaw can kill somebody with Focus Fire. That is for sure. Zip Zapper doesn't have TP. Oh no, the Clockwork Flare. There's no escape. Zip Zapper, they're coming for you. The Yule Scepter lift up there and does have a swashbuckle. The roll up tries to get out of harm's way, but the jetpack rundown, and eventually they kill off that Pango.
Quickly to the mid lane. Kill the wave and retreat.
Got focus fire again. They're going in with the snap ulti. Tries to pop everything, but another kill onto DP. Listen, Weehaw will kill you with focus fire. That is for sure.
All right. Gork's pushing them out. You know, he's getting some levels. He was stuck on 15 for a while. Now he's up to 17.
Okay.
Getting a lot better. He's got 3,600 gold. They're just assassinating. They want some more. They have 4 staff right now. Oh, Mary. Ooh.
Yeah, got to be
Good
careful.
dodge.
I don't
I'm not
think
sure
that
what
they
gave
can
that
actually
away.
kill Palantimos, though, most likely. Maybe they can, though. Who knows?
There's always a chance.
Yeah.
Sometimes keyboards get disconnected.
True. Does feel like that might need to be one of the things they're hoping for, as a wave will get taken down by the spam coming from beyond. When Clockworks get this Aghanims at a decent timing, it just feels so bad to play any other hero. Pablo hoping to escape. Weehaw running away. Stoikov right on top of him. That's going to be a kill. Another Deso charge. They catch vision of Weehaw just as he is TPing out. And again, spamming out waves, trying to prolong this game.
Man, Stoikov just annihilates these creep waves right now. He's got the snowball talon. He's just running at them. Makes it very easy to just wipe them and keep moving across the map. So it's hard for Ball to really get to that point that they're looking for of spamming of the waves into a meaningful position where it's actually like pressuring objectives. Although top tower is getting fairly low.
Yeah. They keep cutting it. You can see the spam of these illusions.
I think Bengen got spotted doing that ward, but we'll see.
Okay.
Keeping any vision up on the map right now would feel amazing.
Yeah. Well, and they
Mary
know
is hunting though.
Roche is possible of respawning 45 seconds till it respawns. As the rocket spam is going to go down bottom now to push out the waves. Palantimos, 7 seconds on his BKB, has a plate mail now, building into the AC to try and help his team out.
And Gork going for the most important ability in the game here, the reel in.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously. Yeah, nothing to do with the other aspects of that Aghanims.
Well, to
Just
be
wants
honest,
to reel him on in here.
I don't even know if they need it, because Zip Zapper is just dying at the start of every fight, it feels like. Feels real rough. Ooh, wait a minute. Stoikov, BKB, trying to walk away from this one. Weehaw right on top of him, though, the snowball, buying more time. As Gork walked too close, that keeps him alive, but eventually is going to get brought down. Rest of the team moving in.
No hook shot available.
So these pickoffs mattering a lot.
Yeah. I think that's why they want the eggs, too, is that, like, if they actually get into a big team fight, with the current state that Palantimos is at, that feels pretty nice. You know? Try and slow them down.
True. Yeah, it could be really nice. That
Well, he
AC
does have Satanic, too, so...
Right. Yeah, the AC is done, but that any type of control like that would be pretty clutch for them. Maybe he pops the Satanic earlier or something.
Yeah. There's also a Lotus on Mary, too, so they're definitely going to be well prepared for this.
Yeah. Smoke up. With Aghanims done, we saw what happened around this last fight where they weren't able to get all their abilities off on Team Bald. But they do have great heroes to fight around the Roche Pit. With Naga, with Pango, a global ready.
Yep. Again, like our brilliant panel mentioned, this is time for the aggressive global, right? They need to find some vision that lets them spot out like this Razor or proverably this DP.
Right.
Either would be great, honestly. I feel like Razor's a bit of a taller order though. He's got like 1,000 more HP.
Yeah. Well, into the pit they go. Water and Enjoyers. I mean, did they just get this for free? Okay. So they're going to give up this Aegis for more map control. That's the price that they're paying for it. Team Bald willing to give up that Aegis this time.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And they pass the shard over to DP.
Okay.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Bottom, the tower is dropping very low, and Pablo comes on in with a little shredder to bring down that armor, start to kill it off. It does look like it's going to go down, while Zip Zapper up on the top side is going to have to just get the hell out of here. Went for the Ogre Seal Totem TP play.
Okay.
Dire's bottom
Yeah, they're
tower
just
is under
staying
Honestly,
consistent.
I'm impressed.
Yeah.
I mean, look, think about how bad this game was feeling.
Yeah.
And how the pickoffs were still sort of popping off there for a while from Waterman Enjoyers. You know, Jan's running around. He had this Aghanims, and somehow they've stabilized this to a fairly even game. But it comes down to this Aegis, right? This is really the last bastion of like strength, I would say, for Waterman Enjoyers. Where if they can get in here and just force Palantimos down their throat, it is going to be very hard for them to actually deal with that.
Yeah, the only thing that could make him stronger at this point would be that Aghanim Scepter at some point soon. And you know, there is sort of a limit to what he turns into. There's also the MKB done on Weehaw, like we were talking about. So tons of magical damage, tons of bursts, and Weehaw really has been the one that's been keeping them in this game, it feels like. Can they continue that momentum, finding these pickoffs, or is Palantimos just going to be able to walk high ground and say, come deal with me?
Dude, look at him. He is storming up there right now.
Dude, none of his team is nearby.
Done.
Palantimos is over it.
Yeah.
Lotus out. Exorcism going. And they're ready. Are Team Bald ready, though? They don't have Gork with them. He's TPing back right now. They start to whittle down Palantimos a little bit, but he is ready to take this building. Tier 3 done. Lotus keeping him fine and dandy. A bash comes out. Still has that Aegis for 2 minutes. Weehaw gets the last latch, actually, but the snowball there for the turn. Global pops out. They're trying to get the ring around the rosy, back and forth ball action, and they do bring him down once. Now Song of the Siren to re-engage. How do they have the damage? Another 2 heroes shackled together. The cookie forward connects onto 3. The Sunray not able to keep Sokolov alive long enough. Weehaw, another shackle onto 2. But where's the damage? Gork, I don't know if he has enough in the tank yet. And now the link onto 1, not able to connect onto the other. Bouncing back and forth. Zip Zapper is going to go down. Palantimos claiming this full set of racks.
Okay, no matter what happens, can we talk about how Zip Zapper is the greatest Pangolier driver of all time? Do you see that drive through the 1 broken cogs in and then back out for the stun?
Yeah.
That was insane.
Oh, Palantimos, he is going to just be able to walk away from that one. So they put their head to the ground in spite of the good driving of the Pango and managed to take the melee racks.
Oh, they're getting out there. Look at this. Another setup here for Weehaw. He can't help himself. He just
Dude.
sees 2 heroes.
Oh my God. He's actually winning them the game right now. This is crazy. Again, appreciating some greatness. Well, Shackle again lands. Somehow that math makes sense with the jetpack going. They take down 3.
Right.
The hold
was a bit of a hater.
Immaculate.
Yeah, I was a bit of a hater, but you know what? Strength cooldown, 20 seconds. Net cooldown, 12.
Yeah.
Feels pretty good.
And now
it is working.
Gork, is he too big to deal with? He's got the illusions that are spamming out the side lanes to try and deal with it. They only got 1 Rax with that push, and you were saying this might be the last bastion for a point where Water Rune Enjoyers are strong.
I think it's turned. I think the script has been flipped.
Danger.
I think Gork might be the king now, or more accurately, Wind Ranger.
Yeah.
Weehaw just owning.
Weehaw having a hell of a game right now. And Tier 3 tower going to be dropped down and brought down.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Okay. Big moments.
See ya.
It still finds 1. I mean, this Tusk is still very scary. But you can see the spam. They're all building MKBs now.
Well, there goes Bengen's gem, though. We'll get some fresh neutral items to come out here as well.
That's a good point.
Do we have any on the Radiant even picked up yet? Oh, yeah, they got 3. Oh, they got the ninja gear for Nagasai. They had a flicker.
All right.
Ooh.
Can I just say it's how ridiculous it is that Havoc Hammer is a tier above Ogre Seal Totem?
Yeah. that does seem a little much. The Havoc Hammer's never really found its way, I feel like, you know?
No. It's true. It feels bad.
And we all want it to be cool, but then it just gets dumped to your support players.
Right. Clockwork does feel like a pretty good pick for it, though. All right. 41 minutes in, and the gold lead has been dropped to less than 1,000 off the back of some Weehaw Wind Ranger insane 2-hero shackles. He's going in to buy out a Lincoln Sphere. I mean, it feels like it's important for him to have that.
Like, I'm pretty sure it was 3 straight double shackles, which is insane. That's like Beastmaster roaring 2 people every time in a fight.
Yeah.
Like, that's the difference, you know? All banging.
Yeah. Ooh, Song. And Gork is just going to TP out. So that's Song down. Interesting.
Oh, what do you do now as Water Enjoyers? Yeah, this is tempting. They pop it.
All right, don't stand together. They kill off the Naga Siren Illusions.
No
they have another set of them.
There's no black hole.
That's coming in. Creeps surviving. Oh, because of the disarm, they didn't chase the Naga Siren. So they break backdoor, and you can keep making these moves, looking for it. Shackle there, but Lotus, he's fine. Rolling back and forth, Zip Zapper trying to get a finish, but he can't have it. Hook shot off the mark. Zip Zapper has to roll away. And Palantimos, look at the spam. With that Storm Surge back at the enemy team. So they will force back Water Rune Enjoyers, but the tower took some pretty serious damage.
Have they done it? Gabe, have they done it?
I don't know.
They're defending. The high ground is held. Gork has 4,000 gold. He has Bloodthorn. So huge.
So this is the question that I have for you then. Can Water Rune Enjoyers keep on just running down a lane and popping Exo?
Yes.
Does that
it does feel like it is. It only loses them the game if Weehaw hits a big shackle and it's in combination with like Global and the Rolling Thunder. That's the combo that they need to hit. So how do you stop that from happening? If Tusk isn't shackled, then he can maybe make a play with Snowball.
Right.
Help bail people out. The eggs have been pretty defensive so far, which has been working out quite well with the Supernovas, and he's hoping to get a second one. So I think that until there's like double Global Silence, I think they can probably force Exorcism down one more lane, or one lane in general, like knock this whole thing down. But after that, it kind of feels like there's gonna be too much strength because this Naga's gonna keep on growing.
Right. I guess that's the thing that I also worry about is that it feels like Water Rune Enjoyers, even if they can keep doing this spam down a lane, I don't know how they win a fight. Because it feels like Team Bald is very large now. But maybe
I think
we'll
it's very similar to how Bald does it. It's like Naga goes nuts or Razor goes nuts, and that's how the teams win fights. So if Yond gets some crazy good hookshot first, this could be their fight.
Got to be careful. Roche is up. Mary tries to D-ward. They find a hookshot from downtown. They find that silencer has buyback. Gonna need to use it right away. Does not use Global yet. Song of the Siren. Clockwork manages to live through all of that. So all that they end up having happen is Song of the Siren used in a buyback on Silencer.
Yeah, a bit of a panic buyback there. Obviously, you instantly want to mash it because you're Silencer and you don't want someone important on your team to die. But they got the song out, surprisingly enough. I think he was worried that it wasn't going to occur and then something bad could happen. There you go.
This one feels like it might go the distance. Or it could just be over in like 2 seconds.
Yeah, or that, you know.
If Gork dies, game feels very rough. So, Water Rune Enjoyers hanging out mid. Wait to see if they go for any type of chase. Hook shot in. Find Pablo. Cogs pushback. Silence. Greaves tries to walk away but can't do it. And now Shackle back the other direction. They find one. Do they have enough damage though? Weehaw, he kills them off. Palantimo's trying to kill off that Wind Ranger and does manage to do just that. Now Gort has Palantimos under control, but the Lotus is there, the stun. He doesn't have enough. Palantimo's trying to survive, but in the end, will it happen? Disarm does fall. Weehaw's back into the thick of things. This Exorcism still doing a ton of damage. As they find Gork, they control him, they kill him. With the fish dead, can Water Rune Enjoyers finish this one off?
It's an Ags for Palantimos as well. He can finally upgrade his hero after just buying back.
Oh my god. And there's a giant wave coming in bottom with all that action. God, he did so much damage on that Razor.
Yeah, it really is just how he won the earlier fights too, when he's just dying. He just has no regard for his life at all. He's trying to give Mary the best chance at maximizing the abilities of Phoenix. Like running in there with the Sunray, but unfortunately it was on cooldown for like 5 or 6 more seconds, and he barely died. Like there was a good chance that if that fight's a little bit different, or if that refresher was out, he might have just gone for it. There goes a potential Lotus for the Radiant. Picked off the dive there from Mary. Pablo gonna hit him with the tip. Well done, he says. And it is indeed Aghanim's Razor. The Eye of the Storm cometh.
Yeah.
Tornado Alley.
And
Raise the sirens.
They are going to take these buildings super quickly. Now, Glyph is there. This is their last one. As a little bit of extra time. You can't really focus fire this Razor either because of that Storm Surge. I don't know if it does enough. Just spams so much damage back at you.
I mean, it's hard to consider getting a break. I don't know if it's not going to work out. Like, sometimes it works for Naga Siren, but feels like Gore can't really slot in right now. And the odds of like actually activating on the Razor, you know?
Right. Well,
versus reliability of other items like Hex and stuff.
They have to be so careful here. They do have the really cool talent, also 25 on Wind Ranger, so the focus fire kills advance the cooldown. So if you do manage to bring somebody down, you can immediately refocus onto another support. Exorcism popped.
Silver Edge.
Palantimos up to high ground. Gork trying to stop this one. The roll back and forth. Palantimos still so strong in this. He does have Satanic already popped, trying to regen through this, but it's actually still fairly low. Snowball forward, finding Weehaw. Shards to the other side. He can't quite get onto him. But Gork in trouble. The rest of his team has left him behind. Does get all the way into the fountain. Weehaw finding that control. The Tusk in trouble. The Tusk going to die. They lose their base. Megas are online, but they hold the game. And now they find power. Oh my god, Gork is getting demolished. Stormstormer needs to get in there. They need help. They need more heroes. They find another 2 heroes shackled. Weehaw does not want to be denied. Palantimos pulled back in. They have the root. They have the control. Jan tries to run in there and make some type of a turnaround happen. He is on the back lines and manages to go for the TP after the jetpack away. So they keep alive their Razor.
Oh, because like there's definitely a chance that if he dies there, he just goes down again, right? He's just gonna respawn in the middle of all these heroes, and they are in YOLO mode because the Megas are here. So there's always the consideration of like, do we just do it now? Like, is this the one push we get? And ladies and gentlemen, there she blows.
Gork knows what time it is.
Oh, there's a courier. It's over. It's over the ward.
Yeah,
has anyone pinged it? Did they notice?
They should realize what's happening. The all-in play. Weehaw is queued up a rapier too, but Gork is going to have it first. Can
he's already
they go
in there.
all in?
There is a global as well.
I mean, he's first
Sell your
going
items,
on these
Bengen.
racks.
Oh, he has Boots of Travel ready to join them as well from Bengen. The
No
absolute
buyback.
YOLO.
No buyback on this Tusk. Can they win the game right now? They're right on top of Palantimos, but he pops the ultimate. Has to be careful. The cogs, the control, the cookie. It keeps Gork alive for the moment. Weehaw runs in, finds him. Jan in trouble, going to die. The root's there. The Supernova's down. Palantimos, they have to do this one with him. Gork in trouble. Weehaw going to be ready to pick up that rapier afterwards, but no. It's Palantimos that gets it, and that might secure the game. The tip out on Gork after The creeps, they're going for the base. All is for naught as Water Rune enjoyers are going to enjoy this victory. They are going
hold
to
on
win
now.
the game.
Come on. Weehaw's coming back, right?
Oh.
Look, he's farming the Ancients. He's getting his rapier.
That's right. He's almost ready. Weehaw needs a little bit more gold. Sell your boots. Do what have to happen.
Look at you guys dropping your items and destroying them in your pubs. Look at this guy.
He's not.
This could be you.
He's not giving up.
Okay.
Trying to power shot Mega Creeps to keep him alive. They spot him. Weehaw in trouble. Hook shot it in. He wanted his rapier, but all he has is a sacred relic. And might even focus fire the Clockwork. The Clockwork now focus fires him, punches him to death with Stoikov in hand. And with that, GG is going to be called. Water Rune enjoyers managed to find themselves a win.
All right. So let's see. Water Rune enjoyers winning the game. Bald winning the game. And all the way right back down to Water Rune enjoyers. Yon making some fun faces there. They managed to find the victory here. That was a great match.
That was a crazy one, man. I thought they were going to do it.
It certainly looked like it, and then they just they lost that Aegis, and all things started going downhill, and then Palantimos was just like, all right, guys, I'm going in, and, just kind of hoping for the best, back me up. The Sunrays were huge. Mary was clutch this game, I have to say, on the Phoenix. I feel like the eggs were like, if the middle is like completely neutral and there's like really aggro eggs and defensive eggs, he was like slightly defensive, but it was like the best kind of defensive because he's playing with a Razor and a Death Prophet. And so he's always able to help enable them in these engagements, keep their sustain up. And I don't think they killed an egg. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't remember an egg actually going down in his 3 deaths.
Well, I was very impressed with Mary. I will also say that, Mary helped out this player a lot, but I think Palantimos has stood out across this series as, one of the best carries in this Div 2. This guy's a star, absolute stud. He's been this way for a long time. Really impressive from him. But for now, we're going to have to end this one off. Let the panel break down all the action as we end the 9-game day with a 2-1 into the favor of Water Runes enjoyers.
A 9-game day and another wrong prediction from Trent, because Trent, the most damage dealt by this Razor, the most damage received by this Razor. I don't know what he's talking about, Kezu. How on earth is he impugned this Razor hero by saying it's boring? This is one of the best heroes in Dota 2. What the hell is he talking about? It looked so good from Palantimos, didn't it?
But you want to say something too?
No, sorry. I was just reacting to him saying it's the best hero in Dota 2. Sorry, might be. Off to you, Kezu. Take it away.
No, I mean, he's played this matchup before. I think we all kind of knew what we were in for once he did get the farm that, he did get in this game, where he was like top net worth all the time and just do it. I feel like this fight is just, this is some psycho shit from him. He just pops his BKB, he beelines like all the way into the back, and this is, I mean, I like to see this from players where they just go ham. He dies, he's the carry, but I don't care. I take 5 of you with me. That's a good trade, but I think a lot of players, they wouldn't feel like strong enough or aggressive enough to just beeline into the enemies like that. So Palantimos, for me, this guy is a god. At least on Razor, this guy is a monster.
I mean, he makes Razor look so good. Like, especially, I think you saw in the draft, when they saw Naga, within a split second they're picking this hero because he understands the matchup and how he wants to play the game. I think also the potential plays that Team Ball could have made, I mean, this Clock, the Tusk, the Phoenix, all these heroes, with their defensive capabilities, be it Cog, Shards, or Egg, allowed this Razor to also, if he was too aggressive, just reposition a little bit back to the comfort of his team, and then make the plays from there. And yeah, a great game. And I think if there was anything for me from board aspect, I would maybe question this Axe pickup on Gorg. There was a pivotal moment in the game where we started hitting some big shackles, and just beforehand, Gorg picked up an Aghanims rather than maybe going for a Hex or a bigger ticket item that would allow them to take the fights, and that could have spelled a different comeback. But overall, for Water Rune enjoys, it was just a Razor show.
I mean, we saw this matchup before, Kezu, where we saw the Razor into the Naga side rather. And in that particular situation, the Naga was able to find herself in a scenario where they had the tier 3s down, able to push onto the tier 4s immediately. She bought the Desolator. Would this game have been different if, for one reason or another, Team Bald had found a faster push And then prior to this Razor just becoming completely unkillable, they were able to push the scenario, force a kind of base race situation.
Not. I mean, that's like a way I think that has to happen naturally. In a way, what they could have done better, I think, to back up Dee's point, is itemize better. I would second that the Ags on Naga was questionable. The best thing you can do in these type of games where you can't fight, as I'm being attacked by my cat.
Oh, damn, son.
Like, where you give up less gold to the Razor and you just play the map with Naga to get very fat, play the map, delay the game a bit, and eventually with a Hex you can maybe take a good fight and then go from there.
I mean, one of these situations here, T. So, given how the game panned out, right? Who would you give the MVP vote to? Who was the one that like enabled the entirety of What to Enjoyers to get their first W here in the DPC?
Sorry, say it again. I was trying to fix something on my end. Say again, boss.
Which player on the side of What to Enjoyers like gave them the greatest amount of impetus to allow them to get this first victory for themselves in the DPC?
I mean, I think the easy answer is going to be Palantimos, but also I think Stoikov stepped up a lot throughout this series. Even though we won't mention him too much, I think his keeper light game was pretty impactful. Even in this Tusk game, he also was very annoying for the side of Team Board. So I think honestly the position 1-2 stepped up a lot, and I think Mario and his Phoenix in game 1 and game 3, I think Trent praised him quite a lot in game 3, but he was kind of like a sleeper player where we weren't really seeing much, but he was really laying some insane foundation for them.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we saw really coming alive for this entire squad here, Kezu, is the initiation of their team fights. Everybody felt like they were on the same accord, right? There was very rarely any overlap in spells. Everything was pitch perfect, basically, as you would want from this lineup. It's kind of hard to execute, but when it looks easy when you look at it, right? But you played in these kind of teams before, and you know exactly how hard it is to actually pull this off, team fight after team fight after team fight throughout the entire course of the game.
I mean, perhaps just this game they leveled up a little bit. Perhaps they were feeling like more in the groove, or, you know, you have like Yond on this Clockwork who can set up the fights for you. You have this tanky DP that can follow. I feel like they've been just leveling up their drafts a bit where it's easier for them to play together. So not only are they playing better, but it's also more natural for them to like make the right thing, like as a team.
Yeah, it worked out for them now, and unfortunately, that also means that because it's the first win for What to Enjoyers, it's also the last opportunity for Team Bald Reborn to get themselves into Division 1. So yet for another season, T-Gov, they resigned to staying in Div 2, just like working on their craft. At the same time though, like on the one hand, it's like, well, it's a bit sad. We want to see the players go a bit higher. We've seen Weeha at the absolute height of Dota 2.
Yep.
But simultaneously, it's like, well, everybody is saying that this is a content team. They don't take the game as seriously as these other practicing teams. I mean, when Ancient Tribe beat them, they were like, thank God, because we would not like to lose to a team that's not scrimming as much as we are. So, going forward, should Gork and the boys change their approach?
I mean, for Board, it's a funky spot to be in, because normally their DPC runs, they go up against the best teams, the Manaspas, the Orodus, and then they claw out a cheeky win here and there against these middle pack teams. But this time around, they've played against Ancient Tribe, they played with Water Enjoyers, and G2 Hustlers. So they're the middle pack teams, and they're already taking the L's. So they're going to have to really find some magic down the line. And if you're a Team Board fan, maybe you should be a little bit scared that this isn't just Team Board staying in Division 2. They could be leaving Division 2, because they have to play some of the bigger teams now coming up, and they haven't had that tenacity and that oomph that we've seen in previous tours. So I think they're gonna, honestly, I think have a chat with Wee, see what his like hype heroes are gonna be. Is it the Coddle? Is it this Windrunner? And find some drafts that really enable those heroes to try and claw out some dubs down the line. But yeah, I mean, lucky for them at least. There's such an even group stage. When you look at the groups, it's just everyone's on like 3 losses. Everyone's on like these awkward things. It's so even. There isn't just like one big loser, one big winner right now.
Well, to be fair to us, we still have an opportunity to talk to some of the winners of this evening, and What to Enjoyers, since they grabbed the last dub, they get the last interview, and we'll be having a quick interview with them. So, the first question here, I believe we have Blink on the line.
Oh,
and,
shit, what up, Blink?
Hey, Blink, what's up, sir? First question, right? You have to tell us, right? how confident were you guys going into that game 3 draft when you were like, Razor is going to be the final option here? Was it a situation where you're just like, this happened to happen, or did you have that plan from the very beginning?
We had it planned. It doesn't look like it, but we actually have really good scrims. And we also played this matchup versus Orido, and we realized we just messed up, and that's why we lost. But we knew the matchup is good for us, so we were expecting it. We were pretty confident.
Okay. I mean, speaking of confidence, though, regrettably, you find yourself in an awkward position where you can't. It's possible, but it's very unlikely that you're going to get to Division 1, right? So how do you keep your confidence up in the team, despite the fact that you're not going to be likely to be playing in a major in the next season?
I mean, we had a talk as a team. Of course, everybody wants to go D1, right? And have the chance to go to majors. But we don't want to be delusional. And when we realized we lost the really important games to contenders that are really good, like have really high chances to go Div 1, we realized Div 1 dreams are kind of over, right? So yeah, we just said that we sat down, we looked at replays like a lot of hours, and yeah, we just want to get better. I think even though it doesn't sound good, DPC is not the end of the world in terms of Dota in tier 2 scene. So yeah, we strive for getting better as a team.
Kezu, as a man who's been trying to get better for a long time and you've been in this particular milieu, do you want to ask questions of the man?
Yeah, of course. I have one question that is bothering me quite a lot. This Snapfire laning matchup against TB, I've seen it twice now, and both times the TB has won. Can you... I'm still pretty sure that a Snap plus range lane should be able to win it, but you've played it yourself, and I saw it also lose today. Can you tell me more about it?
I have no idea. I think I'm a noob, and I think he's a noob. What can you do?
What can you do? Okay, and then secondly, I think you've improved a lot, and I think your team has improved a lot. But when I watch you play, I feel like you sometimes get dragged into potentially plays that perhaps you know better that they're not good for your game. Is that something that is at all true?
Care to give an example? I think I know what you mean, but so we don't
perhaps
talk about different...
Like, I don't know, perhaps you get forced into TPing mid at a time you don't want to, or you get forced into a push where you have to use, I don't know, like your Lycan ult or DP ult at a time you don't want to?
Yeah. We had these talks. I don't know why our minds go really, like I said, we had good screams, and we have really bad DPC. And looking back at it, we just play completely different in DPC, just DPC especially. I don't know why. And because of us not responding to how we prepared, I'm like, I don't want to give enemies everything for free, so I'm gonna sacrifice myself. I really hate it with all my heart. But I'm not gonna let them get mid tower, for example, for free, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
No, I understand. I think it's not an easy thing to fix, but I think you should just trust your instinct, because I can see that, you know, you have some good things. But it happens to new teams a lot where you get dragged into plays. But yeah, thanks for answering, and overall just play your game and trust your instinct. You're good enough.
Thanks.
Hey. Tika, if you have a hard job following up of that, what you got?
I mean, so okay, first of all, we'll go for a light-hearted question. Happy to see that your headset's doing pretty well. I know last year in DPC, you had a pretty shit headset and it was broken and you had to fix that one. So congratulations on keeping this one in good tact.
I was able to choose one better, I guess.
Nice. That's for like the 22 people that know that meme from last year. Good job, guys, in chat. I guess my question is, when watching you on the player cam, when you die in games, you're pretty emotive, especially when it's the deaths that you kind of know after you shouldn't have been there. Like, how are you able to kind of mentally bounce back? Because it does feel like you kind of beat yourself up a little bit in the game. Sorry for it to be a negative question. I know you just won the game, but it's kind of something I picked up throughout the series.
I really dig it, this question, because I think it's... Like I'm pretty emotional, but I think it has such a, like, my emotions have such a short lifespan. It doesn't really matter. Like, it's just, you know, short fuse, but it's like it doesn't explode. So I don't hang up on the emotions.
No, honestly, that's really good to hear because it's like when watching the game, there's like, for example, in the DP game, your team's running like north to your jungle and you're running to their jungle and you die. And like you can physically see like the emotion of like what am I doing, you know? But it's really good to hear that it's more like a very quick thing. So that's good to hear. And I guess on a different note,
right now I'm actually
feel?
shaking my hands. I'm not used to having this young Dota player lifestyle, and this is very like late for me. I just drank a monster, and I'm my hands are red. Don't worry, I can't focus.
No, fair enough. Mate, I saw you chug the monster after starting game 3. I was scared for you. I was like, oh no, man, it's like midnight. Come on, you gotta go to bed soon.
Yeah.
I guess my other question is just how does it feel like playing with Palantimos? Because like we've been praising him a lot on his carry performances, and we feel like he's been doing extremely well. Like, what's your opinion on him as a carry and like what he brings to the team?
I think people when people look at our team, we look so goofy. I think first of all we don't have good results, and then you look at something that everybody looks at is the ranks, and we have really bad ranks as well, and. Yeah, I don't know. I think, despite all that, I think Pala is, I don't know, it's the most influential person I've met in Dota so far, and I've met some people in Dota, but for me, he helped me grow a lot. And for Mary, for example, like Mary this is his first team. And I don't know, he makes me understand things that I would never understand, even though I think I'm not short-sighted, you know? Or like, I can look for open things and everything, but I don't know how he finds solutions, but he finds solutions, brings them up, and despite the cis dogma, you know, the stereotypes, whatever, he's not a short temper either, so we talk like humans, and it's a really nice interaction. I really enjoy playing with him.
Thank you for the honest answers. Thank you.
Sounds wonderful. I have one more question for you before we let you go. To get some sleep, of course, and to practice more with your team. What's going to be your next tattoo, if you're going to get one?
Palantimos. I don't even know.
It's a water rune. It's a water rune.
Palantimos face, you know, the Palan guild. It's that photo. I put on my chest.
On your chest,
actually,
we're going to hold you to that. We're going to hold you to that. We have to see that thing.
No.
That's going to be amazing.
Even though he's a symbol, but yeah, no. I don't know. I have a lot of tattoos that I want to get. I wanted to get them like regularly, but then COVID happened, and then my social life kind of disappeared, you know. And here I am. I'm not getting tattoos. I don't know.
But you're winning DPC games, all right? So for every tattoo you don't get, you get a DPC win, all right? So think about that one.
No, we'll go the opposite direction, T. For every DPC game you win, you get a new tattoo. So let's hope that actually ends up happening. So, Blink, we're going to hold you to that. Thank you for joining us for this interview, and thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you too. It was lovely hearing you cast every game, like until now, and I guess from now on. And yeah, good to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, both.
That is, of course, Blink, offlane player, captain extraordinaire, long-standing member in the European community here, Kezu. You played against this guy. You've seen him in the scene, so it's nice to see him get the win. It is regrettable that they knocked out Team Bald Reborn from being able to go to Div 1, but nonetheless, good to see him smiling, enjoying life, and having a positive view towards the future, right?
I mean, it's, I think, always refreshing to see people who, I mean, how do you say it, like being newer and experiencing something that is maybe like new to them, like playing in DPC and getting some wins, because it is very different from playing pub games. Trust me, like pub games are a nightmare. They're night and day difference to what these games are. So I think just like seeing the emotion and, you know, people working through something, like I've had similar issues in the past where it's like, you know, sometimes your brain works in a different way when you play an official because for whatever reason, you know, and sometimes it takes time to adjust. So yeah, it's just great.
I mean, Tiga, we've seen this happen for Alliance, both positively and negatively. And as we look at the standings right now, seeing how the lay of the land looks, talk to me about the surprises that you've had. Does this look like what you expected to have coming into the second day of week number 2, which is pretty much the halfway point of this first tour rather in Division 2?
Honestly, I think the results for the majority of people would lean somewhat to what people expected. I think Manaspa I think Oridu was looking very good, but Manaspa has that kind of hunger and that kind of oomph to them. So that was a pretty cool upset. But when you look at the leaderboards, at least, this is what I was mentioning earlier. It's just like, it's a really awkward leaderboard. Like, okay, let's look at some, for some examples, right? So Hustlers have lost to Alliance. Manaspa have lost to Ivy. Oridu lost to, obviously Manaspa. It's like a really weird kind of chain there. And then obviously Alliance being 2-2, they're kind of cheekily next to Ivy as well. One more loss and suddenly we could have a 4-way tiebreak for second. You've got, yeah, like the awkward bottom as well, where 3 teams are going to be tie-breaking most likely down the line. I don't know. I feel like this is really teeing up just to be tiebreaker central. It's a European classic, and yeah, I have no real gauge on who should be the #1 team in the division at least.
That's a good thing though, Kezu, right? Not knowing who the #1 team is supposed to be, not knowing who the teams that are going to be relegated are, having it be competitive until the absolute last day. That signals health for the scene overall, doesn't it?
No, for sure. I mean, usually isn't like Div 2 like just always getting owned by one team? Like, as far as I can remember, I feel like there's always one team that is just way better than everyone else. This time around, it's like a race until the end. I still don't know who the best team is. I thought OT were the best team. Then they come in today, and I feel like they had an off day, or at least Monaspa had an amazing day. So maybe they're better. I don't know.
I mean, they're playing their hearts out because they know next tour Secret's going to be here, and they don't know what roster's going to be in the division. So it's like, guys, we need to get out of Division 2.
Yeah.
We get out. We don't want to go down, but we just need to get out of this division. You know, at least in Div 1, if it's fine, it's Division 1. It has a whole different meaning to it. But going to Division 2 and I don't know. That's a rough one. But what can you do? It's pretty cool to see, anyways.
It's one of these scenarios where I have no idea what's going to happen, because even Monaspa, when they lost to Ivy, when we spoke to Spartan, he was like, they have no idea why they lost to Ivy. It was just one of those off days, but anything could still happen over the course of these next few DPC days. But we still have one more day left in this week, because this day is now done. 9 games in a row, but the next day is going to be very, very exciting. We end the day with the Hustler squad versus Monaspa. Both of these squads are 3-1 at the moment, so whoever wins goes 4-1. Whoever loses, 3-2, and then they only have 1 loss left before they get knocked out of contention for going into Div #1. And then, of course, Team Bald Reborn versus Alliance. Because Team Bald finally got a W today, they're starting to look a bit more positive, so there's still the potential for them to upset Alliance and put Alliance out of their misery, not allow them to go to Div 1. And of course, the first series, I'll be honest, Kezu, if I'm an IB fan, right, I'm terrified. Because I know that if we lose this matchup, the games don't get any easier after that. So we already know that Alliance has something to play for. Attack Tribe, not Ancient Tribe, rather, sorry, not anymore. So if you're Ivy, if you're an Ivy fan, what do you do? How do you prepare to make sure that you don't end up in the same situation the Ancient Tribe is in right now?
Play your own stuff, and honestly, I think Ivy, they're like a bit shaky. I hope they lean more towards to the drafts where things have worked for them. And now the last pick, OD, once again, I'll give you a public service announcement and a free tip. OD is a garbage hero, don't pick it. You're welcome. But the thing is,
if you buy Witchblade, I'm gonna fight this real quick. I think the Axe build, that's boring, you know? But if you actually do some Witchblade right-clicking build and you scale to be a hero, actually viable. But people are too fixated on Axe. Anyway, back to you, Kazu.
Stop picking OD into Pango, Phoenix, and heroes where you can't teamfight. But most importantly, there's only one series I care about, and it's Alliance versus Bald. Bald, they beat them last time. Weha used to play for them. There's some bad blood. Let's spice up this series. That's the one I care about. Thank you.
Yep. T-Gov, do you have anything to dip into our tea here? Any sugar to add before we close out our show tonight?
It's going to be another 9-game day on Sunday. I think, Bald Alliance. It's going to be volatile. Manaspa Div 2 Hustlers or Div 2 Hustlers. I keep fucking it up. It's going to be volatile. And Western European Division 2 is volatile. It's ragged, it's rugged, you don't know what's going to happen. It's the purest form of Dota in the weirdest possible way. So let's just accelerate ourselves to Sunday. Night.
We have some more volatile games coming up, some Goblin Hour Cask arriving. We're already there right now, but in future we're going to be seeing you soon for some Div 2 action here to round out week number 2. And of course, it's going to be the last day of week 2, and at that point, it'll be a very clear lay of the land, so you certainly don't want to miss any single moments of that action. Stay hydrated, keep that PMA attitude, make sure you don't flame anybody in your games or even when you're watching the Dota 2, and join us on Sunday to continue this Div 2 hype and to round out week number 2 of the DPC here in Western Europe.
Anything?
No, nothing.
Kill him. It's fine. I'm healing. Like, they're not killing us. They're dying. Not us. They're dying. That's dying. Yep.
Like, can we get out of team? Dagger bat.
I'm healing here.
Once.
This is meme, guys. This is fucking.
No, I'll push him back. I'll push him out. Move.
Bro. Alright, go off disruptor, go.
Get him.
I can't.
I have X for him.
Can we get the fuck out of here? Oh my god. I will force you. Force me.
Come. Face the one. First.
No. Sorry. Whatever, bad died. So, what? I must have missed.